The story begins when a boy, Lee Ki-young, wakes up after hearing people yell that they want to leave that place. Lee sees a lot of people around him, and they are worried because they are trapped in that place. Lee can't understand who those people are, and he sees there is light shining from the ground. Lee wonders what that place is, and suddenly, a goddess-like being appears there. Suddenly, a monster also appears outside the place they are trapped in, and it bangs on its glass walls. Everyone gets terrified of seeing the monster, but some of them think it cannot be real, and that it is a prank. However, Lee is worried and wonders why anyone would do such a prank. He could not understand what was going on because he had been in his house just a second before. Lee was eating food at his home when he received a game invitation, and as he accepted it, he was transferred to the game, and that is his recent memory. Suddenly, a guy starts shouting, "Open the door," while a guy asks Lee if he knows what is happening, but Lee says he is not sure. Lee realizes he can interact with others, so it is neither a dream nor a hallucination, and moreover, nothing feels out of space. Suddenly, the goddess welcomes everyone to the other world and says she is thankful to everyone for accepting their invitation. However, the people ask what the hell she is talking about and who the hell she is. The goddess says they have all been chosen as the heroes who will save this dying continent and tells everyone to pay attention to what she is going to say because it's directly related to their survival. The goddess says not all of them will go to the continent, which shocks Lee, and she says only a small number of individuals who successfully clear the tutorial can go to the continent. As the goddess repeats again that the ones who have the right to go to the continent are a small number of survivors, everyone gets worried. The goddess says the area they are all in right now is called the starting point, and they can think of it as the waiting room. Moreover, the various supplies required for their survival are provided there, such as food, water, and weapons. The goddess explains that they can all receive special classes in this world, and some individuals will also have a trait unique to themselves. The goddess says the ranks are divided into common, rare, heroic, and legendary ranks, and now with common rank weapons are provided to them. As Lee immediately chooses a spear, the goddess tells everyone to protect themselves now, and suddenly the monsters start breaking the glass walls of the waiting room. Everyone gets terrified, and the goddess says all of them have come here from different places and possess different personalities. So this place is designed to maximize their personalities and aid in their growth. The goddess says they'll understand what she is saying once they say, "status window." As everyone says those words, a status window appears in front of them, and Lee sees his strength as 10 points and his stamina as 11. Lee wonders if it is good or bad, but suddenly, he receives a trait called Mind's Eye. Lee checks this trait, allowing him to inspect the status window and hidden talent ranks of himself and others. Lee can see others' status windows and gets shocked to see others have talents like growth limit. Lee checks his overall ranking according to which talents he possesses are the worst, and no matter how hard he tries, it'll be difficult for him to escape third-ratedness. Lee reads that his intelligence and luck are alright, but he doesn't have to try swinging a sword or anything because the result is obvious. Lee is devastated to read this, but he asks if they think he can go down like this. Suddenly, the monsters manage to break through the glass, and the people start running to save their lives. Meanwhile, a piece of glass scratches Lee's face, but he doesn't bother it. He sees a guy, Park Deokgu, telling everyone to grab weapons. Park asks if they didn't see a status window in front of them and tells them to hurry up and grab a weapon because it is not a joke. Meanwhile, Lee inspects Park's status window and checks that he has 30 points of dexterity and magic, and he is glad because he has found his meat shield. Suddenly, the monsters start eating the people, so Lee tells everyone to brandish their weapons and tells Park to take the lead while he helps him. Park asks Lee if he intends to fight, to which Lee replies he is ready to fight because they cannot go down like this, and they need to try something. Park is happy to hear this refreshing remark, and Lee says they should get out of there, but suddenly, he sees a monster is going to bite Park, so he immediately cuts down its head. Park is amazed, but Lee furiously asks him what he is doing and says he thought Park was going to fight. Lee tells Park to block the monsters quickly, and while running, he tells Park to run quickly if he doesn't want to die. Park immediately follows him, and Lee is glad that he has gotten himself a meat shield. Suddenly, 2 more monsters try to attack Lee, but he stabs one of them down, and when the other tries to attack him from behind, Park immediately protects Lee using his shield. Park asks if Lee is safe, and he replies that he is fine. Lee realizes Park is useful, so he says they should leave from there. They immediately start running, and Park shows Lee that there is an exit, and Lee gets happy that they are finally leaving. Suddenly, Lee hears someone's plea for help, and as he turns, he sees a boy who is being attacked by the monsters. Lee immediately runs towards that guy, but he picks up a pouch from there, which shocks that boy because he thinks Lee is going to help him. But Lee runs back with that pouch. Lee runs towards the exit, thinking he was after this from the start. Park is shocked, but he cannot do anything and follows Lee. The boy begs for help, but Lee continues running and feels sorry. However, he is thankful to that boy as he is able to survive because of him. After they pass through the exit, Park asks what Lee thinks they should do from now on, but Lee asks if he thinks he would be in this state if he knew. Lee says they need to find out what kind of place this is first and asks Park if he has played games. Park asked if there would be anyone who had not played games before. Lee asks if Park doesn't think they have seen this status window, stats, equipment, and title things before, and tells him to imagine that they are in a game. Lee asks what he thinks they need to do, to which Park replies that he is not sure, so Lee tells him that they need to level up. Lee says it's a system where they'll be able to raise their stats if they kill monsters here and obtain a class as they continue to fight them. Lee says it might be tough, but they need to get stronger and says, fortunately, they have both a weapon and a shield. Lee says they also have water and rations when compared to others, and they are in a slightly better state. Suddenly, a giant monster peeks through the door they are hiding behind, and they get startled. They wonder why it is not attacking them. Lee uses the mind's eye ability and checks that the eyesight of this voracious demon is bad. Lee tells Park to stay quiet, picks up his spear, saying they must kill it, and stabs that demon's eye fiercely. Park is terrified to see this scene, and Lee immediately kills the monster, which increases his strength to 11 points. Lee says it is because if they kill it, they get experience, and he tells Park that he can do it as well. Lee says Park can do better than him because he knows Park has 30 endurance stat points. Suddenly, Park asks Lee's name, and Lee thinks he is going to suck him dry down to his bones, so he wants him to remember his name and tells him it is Lee Ki-young. Park with a big simple tells his name to Lee, and suddenly when Lee starts making something, Park asks what he is doing. Lee immediately makes a protective collar for both of them, which increases endurance by 1 point, and Park gets emotional when Lee says his shield needs to be sturdy after all. Park thanks Lee and tells him to feel free to tell him what to do from now on, to which Lee agrees and says they should get out of this place first. Lee says after they get out of there, they'll get out of being classless, and while they are walking ahead, there is a monster hanging above them with the roof. Suddenly, they see a girl running towards them because some giant monsters are following her, and Lee immediately tells Park to run. Lee wonders what those monsters are and wonders how they will be able to fight so many of them. Lee uses Mind's Eye to find out who that girl is and sees that she is a player named Yong-haen. Lee sees her magic power is 10 points, which is legendary, and suddenly, he stops running, so Park asks what he is doing. Lee is shocked to see her stats. Suddenly, Lee tells Park to go and save Haen, but Park says there will be 3 monsters for each of them. Park asks Lee if they'll be able to win, to which Lee replies that she is coming around the corner, and they can attack the monsters now. Lee immediately signals the Haen to come behind the wall where they are hiding, and she does that immediately. However, the monster follows her, and as it sees Park, it tries to attack him, but Park immediately blocks the attack with his shield. Meanwhile, Lee stabs the monster with his spear and starts killing it by stabbing it multiple times. Suddenly, Park notices more monsters coming their way, and as they attack Lee, a boy cuts those monsters down with a single stab. Lee is shocked to see a blue-eyed guy standing in front of him and wonders where he comes from. Lee uses Mind's Eye and checks the stats of player Kim Hyun-sung and sees his title as the Regressor of Altanis. While Lee wonders what it means, Park thanks Kim and asks his name, to which Kim replies it is Kim Hyun-sung. Lee sees Kim's stats are heroic and his luck is also heroic, which seems impossible to Lee, and Lee wonders if this is not the first time for this guy. Meanwhile, Kim says Park seemed rather familiar with fighting, so he asks about Lee. Park introduces Lee to Kim and says Kim seems to be better than them at fighting because he took all the monsters down with a single slash, but Kim says he just got lucky. Simultaneously, Lee sees Kim's expert swordsmanship as a trait, and its rank is legendary. Lee thinks Kim's stats are way too good, and he feels jealous, but suddenly, he wonders why Kim is making a weird face and wonders if he notices that he snuck a peek at his traits. Suddenly, Lee, with a smile, offers a handshake while telling his name and thanks Kim for helping them. Lee plans to appear as kind as he can and ask if he is traveling. Lee says that must be hard for him, but Kim says that he is gathering survivors and has prepared a camp for survivors in a suitable place as well. Suddenly, Lee asks how many people are there, to which Kim replies that there are around 30 people there and says he would be glad if Lee and Park join him. However, Lee thinks Kim is a pushover and wonders if Kim doesn't know how much of a bother those people will become who cannot even fight. Lee thinks, according to Kim's title, Regressor of Altanis, he knows how to conquer this place, and he might even know the truth about this world. Lee thinks there is no reason not to maintain a good relationship with Kim, so he says he'll do as Kim suggests. Meanwhile, Park asks what class Kim gets, to which he replies he is a swordsman. Simultaneously, Lee sees Haein crying, so he asks her to stand up and says they are here to help her. As Lee offers her a hand, Haein thanks him and holds his hand to get up. Suddenly, Kim was startled to see her and immediately walked toward her. Kim asks her name and says he is pleased to meet her, but Lee wonders why Kim is so happy to see her. Kim asks if Haein is okay, but Haein grabs Lee's arm and replies she is fine. Kim asked if it would be alright if he called her Miss Haein and said he would like it if she immediately told him if anything was bothering her. Haein says she is alright, and Lee wonders if Haein is looking for Kim, who is a powerful person who has seen this world's end. Lee wonders if Kim has changed the flow of time in order to change the coming future, and then he'll be looking to acquire everything beneficial right from the start. While looking at Haein, he thinks people are included in that list. Suddenly, Haein says it is a little late, but she is thankful to Lee for saving her. Lee says it is not a problem and realizes Haein is a person with tremendous latent potential as a magician. Lee knows Kim Hyun-sung is a veteran on his second regression, so he wants Kim and Haein to be treasured. Lee wants to stay together with them until the end because they are useful to him. After some time, Kim takes them to the camp where other people are, and Park is amazed. Park asks Kim how he found such a place, to which he replies he found it by accident, but Kim says he is sure he already knew of it. Suddenly, a girl arrives running, and she is happy to see that her brother Kim is back. The girl says it seems like he has brought new friends, but Lee asks who she is because she seems friendly, to which Kim replies she is Jihai. Jihai says she was worried because it seemed like Kim was running late and asked who those people were with him. Kim tells Jihai these are the people who will be staying with them at the shelter this time around. Lee uses mind's eye on Jihai and sees she has no title and class, but is shocked to see her age is 29, and she still calls Kim a brother, who is only 22. Lee sees her overall stats are trash and gets upset to see that, according to the overall rating, he has found his soulmate. Lee wonders who the hell comes up with these overall ratings. However, Lee thinks, according to her stats, Jihai is an egoistical ambitionist. Suddenly, Jihai asks their names, to which Park replies he is Park Deokgu, and the person over there is Lee Kyung. Park doesn't know Haein's name, so she says it is Young Haein and that it's nice to meet Jihai. Meanwhile, Jihai gives an intimidating look, but Lee gives her a side eye, and she wonders how dare he size her up. Jihai thinks Park passes based on his giant size and equipment, and compared to that, the limping Young Haein and the guy who is supporting her must be weak. Suddenly, Jihai asks Park if he is a tank and says he must have captured a lot of monsters already. Park immediately replies that she is right, and it's all thanks to brother Lee because if it had not been for Lee, he would have been in big trouble. Jihai says if that is so, then it's a pleasure to meet everyone, and she'll first guide them to their resting areas. Jihai says the living areas are separated by gender, so she tells Haein to follow her and asks Kim if that is okay, to which Kim replies it is fine. Suddenly, Jihai tells Lee to be nice to her, and Lee says he'll do that, but she should also be nice to him, thinking she is the same type as him. Meanwhile, the other people in the camp are happy to see the new people, and they think they are the heroes, so it'll be safer for them from now on. Meanwhile, the other people are happy to see them. Lee realizes that the place seems to be safe for people like them but not his likes. This place seems to Lee like he'll end up being a meat shield. The next morning, when Lee is sleeping, Kim asks Park if he slept well, to which Park replies he slept very well and thanks Kim. Park says it's a relief, and they start laughing, so Lee wakes up and, while getting up, says he noticed yesterday that there are not many able-bodied people who are capable of fighting. Lee tells Kim to excuse him for being direct and ask how this place is being maintained. Park says if he speaks honestly, then the circumstances are not very good right now. Park says all of their rations and water are almost depleted, and on top of lacking manpower, they have to take care of about an additional 30 people. Lee tells Kim that the rations they have brought will run out soon and that it's already tough to get rid of the monsters. Lee says they are collecting more of a burden than necessary, but Kim says they are not a burden. Lee opposes it and says it is a burden, and he is not a volunteer. Park gets worried and asks if Lee is leaving, to which Lee replies he is not. Lee says he is saying that if they loiter any longer, they won't be benefiting from it. Kim gets worried, but suddenly, Lee says they can still fight with him and support him, which makes Park happy, and Park thanks him. Lee says he has a rough idea of what Kim is thinking, and that he is sure they all want to survive and get out together. Lee says he understands and empathizes with Kim's thoughts, but he is not like him. Lee says his personality doesn't allow him to sacrifice himself and work cooperatively in groups. Lee says Kim can call him selfish, but Park says he completely understands Lee and that he is sure Lee has something he wants. Lee gets happy because he wonders if Kim would tell him to sacrifice himself for the greater good, like the virtuous arbitrator Kim is, but Lee realizes Kim seems to understand what he is saying. Lee thinks he can't let the lovely Regressor reap all the benefits on his own, so he says they'll partake in the plans Kim has. Kim with a smile says Lee already knew, to which Lee replies that the strange notification at the start point definitely said that there were two choices. Lee remembers the goddess said that only a few who have conquered the tutorial will be able to go to the continent, and the qualification for going to the continent is survival. Lee says the two options are attack and survival, and it is his view that choosing survival is practically impossible. However, Lee says it could work if some people are able to monopolize the majority of the resources. Lee says if Kim's goal is to survive and not attack, then gathering this many non-combative people will become less and less desirable. Lee says even if they are not eaten by the monsters, they'll eventually starve to death, so he asks if this is not something that anyone can deduce. Kim says he is well aware what Lee is trying to say and says they should work well together. However, Lee thinks the truth is that he is trying to fit in with Kim because he is a regressor, so he says he'll work with them. Lee notices that the way Kim looks at him has changed and thinks Kim is aware that he is not that strong, but maybe he thinks Lee is useful. Lee thinks Kim thinks of him as someone who is an analyst or administrator. After some while, they go to hunt the monsters, and Park attacks a monster, but he sees another one is going to attack him, so he calls Kim for help. Kim immediately runs to help Park while Lee is watching, and Kim, in a split second, stabs down the huge monster, which makes Lee realize that the mind's eye doesn't lie. Suddenly, Kim says he thinks there are a few more monsters ahead, so he says he'll block them for a while until they get the food. Lee says he got it and tells Park to get the food, but Park says he already got it, and says there are not as many monsters near the start point as he thought. Lee says it is probably because Kim has already gotten rid of the monsters around there, and Park asks if Kim is some kind of sword expert back on Earth. Lee says he doesn't know either, but he thinks Kim might have done something similar to that, or it could be because he has already received an effect from his class. Park feels sad to hear that Kim also has a class, but Lee tells him not to fret too much because it'll open for them soon as well. Lee says Park was a big help, but Park asks what he did to help and says it was all their work. Lee says it's not true and that if it had not been for Park, it would have been difficult for him to get where he is now. Park gets emotional, but he gets worried to see Lee is shockingly looking at something. Lee is looking at the notification window and is shocked that a few classes have opened for him. Lee is happy because it's faster than he thought, and he starts reading the description of his classes. Lee reads the warrior class says a warrior is who can fight at the front lines and adapt to weapons easily. Lee reads in archer class that the archer is capable of long-ranged attacks, and he can gain basic knowledge about bows and arrows. This class will also increase his dexterity by 3 points, and Lee thinks these classes are not bad for him at the moment. Lee sees the magic class will allow him to use magic, and afterward, he can change classes related to magic, such as a black magician, alchemist, and summoner. Lee thinks the archers are long-ranged, so it'll be easy to cruise by, and magician class would increase his magic, but he doesn't know how many points he has. Lee reads the commander class helps in analyzing the situation and calling out orders from the back. Commander class helps in growing the field vision slightly wider and increases intelligence by 1 point. When Lee asks what it means that his field vision will grow wider, suddenly, Kim arrives and says it seems Lee has unlocked classes. Lee says that's right, and for now, there is a warrior, archer, and magician for the common grade, and the rare grade commander also appears. Kim is worried about hearing about the commander class, and Lee feels it might be a good class. Suddenly, Park excitedly says he doesn't know why, but he feels that it is perfect for Lee. Park says he didn't say anything but asks Kim if he doesn't think Lee is totally the commander style. Park says if Lee is commanding, they'll definitely win, but Lee thinks of himself as closer to a scammer than a commander. Suddenly, Kim says there is not much Lee will get from it because other classes raised the stats by 3 from the start. Lee wonders if Kim is trying to discourage him, and Park yells that Lee is a commander, but Kim says archer wouldn't be bad for Lee. Still, Park is confident that Lee is a commander and tells him to command him. Kim says if Kim can provide long-range support, it would be of help, but Park furiously yells that the commander is the one who can make use of Lee's traits. While Kim and Park argue that archer or a commander is better, Lee wonders what he should do because he is more confused about them. Lee checks the classes again, and suddenly, he chooses one of them. As he takes a class, Kim and Park are shocked and immediately ask which one he chooses. When they ask if Lee is an archer or a commander, Lee replies that he is a magician. Park is devastated to hear this and says it doesn't make sense that Lee is not a commander. Meanwhile, Kim asks Lee why he chose the magician class. Lee says he just felt like it. Lee thinks the reason he is not an archer is because he is not used to using his body, so that wouldn't be a good pick. Lee was attracted to the commander class at first, but it only had 1 extra point. However, the magician class, on the other hand, has high intelligence, which is pretty good. Lee thinks that because he doesn't have any magic power, raising it by 3 would be a tremendous merit. As Lee chose the magician class, his magic power increased by 3 points, and he felt new knowledge coming to his head. Lee felt it was like stacking a tower of magic power, so he checks his overall rating which says it's okay, but he is still hopeless. According to the overall rating, Lee should not expect growth as a magician because it would be disappointing. Lee thinks it's still not bad because it is worth using for now. Suddenly, Lee asks Park if he has chosen his class, to which he replies that he is thinking about becoming a shield warrior or a priest, but he is not sure which one he should choose. Lee and Kim simultaneously tell him to choose the shield warrior class, but when Park says the priest is not a bad option, they again, in a serious tone, tell him to choose the shield warrior class. As Park chooses a class, Lee asks what he chose, to which Park replies that, as Lee suggested, he is a shield warrior now. Lee says it's nice, and he has made a great choice, but he is happy because he thinks Park is officially a meat shield now. Meanwhile, Kim congratulates both of them and asks if they should head back now. Suddenly, Kim notices the food rations and asks how they should distribute them, to which Lee replies 2 is enough for them. Kim gets worried, but Lee gives him a bag and tells him to go and feed the people. Kim gets emotional and thanks them for their kindness. On the other hand, in the survivors' camp, a girl, Haeyoung, wonders what's taking Kim so long because she feels like she is going to starve to death. Meanwhile, Ji-hae, while eating bread, tells Haeyoung that Kim will return soon, so she should hang on a little bit. When Haeyoung says she wishes Kim would come a little faster, Ji-hae asks if she wants to eat her bread for now because she only took a couple of bites. Haeyoung immediately says she would appreciate it if Ji-hae gave it to her, but another starving man is looking at the food desperately. Ji-hae notices that man and asks if he wants to eat. Ji-hae immediately breaks the bread into 2 pieces, gives one to Haeyoung, and throws the other pieces towards that guy, saying it's for him who doesn't work and just begs. Ji-hae says bye to Glutton and sprinkles the last crumbs on that guy. Meanwhile, she sees the warriors have returned, and everyone is happy to see them. Ji-hai immediately takes the ration bag from Kim and says she'll take the bags, so Kim thanks her and says he'll take his leave now since he still has work to do. Suddenly, a guy tells Lee to go to sleep and hands him his luggage, but Lee ignores that guy, which shocks him. Park asks Lee if he is really not going to share. Lee says he has already told Park they are not volunteers, and Park agrees with that, but he says Lee won't look good in the eyes of others. Lee says if they want to eat, they should at least grab a sword and go out. Lee says that maybe the reason Kim brought them here is to motivate others. Suddenly, Lee sees Ji-hai distributing food and thinks while Kim is away, she is in charge of all operational management, and she does it however she wants. Lee thinks that between the typical strong and weak type, when Kim is not around, Ji-hai is the ruler. Lee looks at the people who are working there and notices Han is also working. Suddenly, a guy tells the workers to move quickly because of what'll happen if the monsters raid them. The guy asks Han why she is so slow and says it's frustrating, but Han apologizes to him. The guy yells that they all know they'll starve if they don't meet their quota today. Suddenly, Lee thinks for a while and gets the picture of how Han is treated by the public. Lee asks if Park remembers meeting young Han yesterday, and Park replies he remembers it. Lee gives his ration bag to Park and tells him to give it to Han, but Park asks why he is suddenly doing this. Suddenly, Park, while blushing, says he understands it and tells Lee to leave it to him. Lee thinks it must have been so lonely and difficult for Han, and they are the only ones who can take care of her. Lee thinks he is most grateful to take care of her now that she is feeble and sad, and thinks that he'll look trustworthy to the extent that she'll want to lean on him. As Park is going to give Han the food bag, suddenly, a guy offers Han some bread, and she thanks him, but Lee wonders who this punk is. Lee wonders how dare someone like that guy approach his precious treasure. Lee sighed and thought it was obvious why that boy was suddenly acting nice like that when he could not even feed himself in the first place. Suddenly, when Park asks Lee what he should do now, Lee tells him to keep on going. Meanwhile, the boy says he is close to Ji-hai, so he brought the bread for Han without anyone knowing and requests her to accept it, but Han is hesitant. The guy tells Han not to reject it and says she must have been tired up until now, so Han accepts the bread and thanks that guy for looking out for her in many ways, but that guy says it is nothing. Han thinks he is a person she is thankful to and thinks if Seok-woo and Lee hadn't been here, she would have been dead. Suddenly, she wonders what Lee is doing around now, but Seok-woo asks if it is okay with Han, as he would like to be in a closer relationship with her. Han thinks Seok-woo is saying that he wants to continue being on good terms with her, so she says she agrees with him, but as he holds her hand, Han yells at him to leave her. Seok-woo says she herself agrees with him, but Han asks why he is behaving like this all of a sudden and tells him to leave her hand. Seok-woo tightly grips her hand and asks how can someone be so dense and asks if she thinks he is doing a charity work for her. Han is shocked, and Seok-woo says if he gives her something, he expects something in return. Seok-woo asks if she wants him to be a little more straightforward, but Han is shocked. Seok-woo pulls her towards him and says if she wants to live well in this place, she needs to be good to him. Seok-woo calls her stupid and asks if she still doesn't understand the situation. Suddenly, Park arrives there and tells Seok-woo that he should not be like this. Park says if he doesn't want his hand broken, he should let Han go. As Seok-woo asks who the hell he is, Park instantly breaks Seok-woo's arm with a single hit, making him scream. Park says he has no idea why this trash is here and tells Seok-woo to stop overreacting because it's not broken. Seok-woo again uses foul language, so Park furiously throws him away, which startles everyone, and they wonder what is happening. Suddenly, Seok-woo starts crying because his nose is bleeding, and Park says people will think that a baby has just been born. Park tells Seok-woo to stop forcing his tears and says he didn't hit him that hard, but Seok-woo continues crying, so Park asks if he wants him to hit him until he cannot make any noise. Han stops Park and says it's fine now, so he should stop. Suddenly, Ji-hai also tells Park to stop and ask what he is doing right now. Ji-hai asks Seok-woo if he is alright, to which he replies he is fine, and Ji-hai tells Park that in-group violence is forbidden. When Ji-hai asks Park why he is doing this, Park says Seok-woo forcefully grabbed Han's arm. Park says he merely just removed Seok-woo's hand, and he saw it happen with his own eyes. Ji-hai gets shocked and asks Seok-woo if what Park is saying is true. Siakwu replies it's not true. Siakwu says he did grab Haeun's arm, but there has been a misunderstanding. But Park furiously says Siakwu is still spouting nonsense. Jihye tells Siakwu to clearly respond to what Park said, so Siakwu says he wanted to be closer to Haeun and Haeun answered him positively, but it looks like he misunderstood. Jihye tells Haeun to not hide anything, explain herself carefully, and ask if what Siakwu said is true. Haeun is nervous to hear people saying that those guys are fighting because of her, and she wonders why people are looking at her with suspicious eyes. Haeun gets emotional and thinks she didn't do anything wrong. Haeun thinks it is the same on Earth, and here, no one is on her side, so she starts crying and says it is true. However, Haeun says Siakwu forcefully grabbed her arm after that. Haeun says Siakwu said if she wanted to be well here, she had to listen to him. Jihye says she doesn't understand what Haeun is saying, and that it's true that Siakwu wanted to get closer to her. But Jihye says it seems Haeun also agreed on that. Haeun says she did, but she didn't know Siakwu meant it in another way, and she apologized. Jihye tells Haeun that she is not a kid anymore and asks if she thinks she can resolve things by crying. Jihye says it is the same for Park and says she knows he wanted to help out a woman in danger, but he should not act carelessly and understand the situation before acting. Jihye says she thinks Park is thoughtless this time and says what she means by that is acting carelessly without knowing who the victim is and who the assailant is. Haeun apologizes, but Jihye says apologizing to her won't right the situation, so she should apologize to the victim, Siakwu. Haeun is shocked, but Jihye asks what she is doing and tells him to bow and apologize. Haeun, while sobbing, is about to apologize, but suddenly, Lee, while walking towards them, thinks now is the right time and asks what is going on right now. Lee never expected this much trouble, and he thinks it's really not his business whether something happened between the two of them or not. However, he thinks what's important right now is that young Haeun is in trouble. Jihye says Lee came at the right time. Lee asks if she is in her right mind, which shocks her, and she asks what he means. Lee asks if she thinks this is some kind of neighborhood playground and asks the others what they are going to do if she draws in the monsters because she is raising her voice. The others think Lee is right, and Jihye says that is true, but right now, it's a different situation. Lee asks what she means by right now and says he could see from back there, so he has a rough idea of what happened. Lee says, as she said earlier, they don't know who the assailant and the victim are in this situation, so he asks if she doesn't think anyone would be scared if she backed them into a corner like this. When Jihye tries to insist that it's Haeun's fault, Lee asks if Jihye is sure that Siakwu is innocent. Jihye gets nervous, and Lee knows she can't be sure because the moment she says she is sure, all the blame will come back to her. Lee says that because of all of them cornering a person, he is sure Kim will not be very pleased. Lee says that if Kim sees what's happening here, he'll be upset. Everyone gets worried, and Lee says, from what he can see, that Haeun wouldn't do something like this. Suddenly, Jihye furiously asks how Lee knows that because they just met a few days ago. Lee asks Jihye if she met someone for the first time and says, I hope we get along from here on out. Is that the same as sleep with me? Lee asks what, how long they have known each other has to do with how close they are. Lee tells everyone not to get caught up in what everyone else is saying and thinks. Jihye gets furious, but suddenly, people start agreeing with Lee. People think Lee is right that Jihye was going too far, and they say Lee is doing a good job of understanding the situation. Jihye gets worried and asks Lee what he is doing, but she is shocked to see him smiling and realizes Lee is telling him that he is the king of this camp now. Suddenly, Lee asks everyone what they are doing, crowding together like this, and says they should treat Siakwu's wounds first. Lee tells two people there to move Siakwu, and they immediately start helping Siakwu while Jihye is in misery. Lee tells everyone to get things back in order so they can continue with their daily work before Kim returns. Lee says since monsters could be coming here after what just happened, he'll have to ask Park to start patrolling the perimeter. Park accepts the order, and Lee tells Haeun to come with him for a second. Haeun starts following Lee, but she hears people asking whether Siakwu is a creep or not. It's true that the girl caused trouble. Someone says they don't like that Haeun girl from the start, but Lee tells Haeun not to listen to them because what's important is that she is in a position where she is being favored by those in power. After going to a quiet place, Lee tells Haeun to take a seat, but Haeun, while sobbing, apologizes and says she didn't think of it that way. Lee says he understands she did nothing wrong, so he tells her to relax and tell him about what happened. Haein wiped her tears and started explaining the whole incident of when Seokwoo grabbed her hand and started yelling. Meanwhile, Lee pretends to listen carefully to her story but wonders what she is saying. Lee can't understand what she is trying to say, but he thinks that what's important is her empathetic ability, so he says it sounds like it was really tough for her. However, Haein says it is okay now, and she thanks Lee, but Lee says there is nothing to thank him for because, in that situation, anyone could have done that. Haein says that is not what she means and says Lee has helped her since they first met. Lee says that even though she hasn't done anything for him, she can ask why he is helping her. Lee says he only did what he believed was right, and that if he had to pick a reason, then he says he has a younger sister around her age. Lee is lying because his sister and Haein are not similar at all, but he pulls out the word little sister for the sake of gaining Haein's sympathy. Haein apologizes that she made him remember about that, but Lee says it's okay and asks what about her. Haein says she has 2 older sisters, but they haven't seen each other in a long time. When Lee asks about her parents, Haein says she doesn't have any, so Lee says it seems they have that in common. Haein gets startled and asks if he also doesn't have parents. Lee replies that she is right, and Haein is surprised. Lee also thinks it's great that they have something in common because he can easily win her sympathies and leave a good impression. Suddenly, Lee says if it doesn't bother her, he would like it if they could be a little more comfortable with each other. Haein gets worried and asks what he means, to which Lee replies that he thinks they should start talking more comfortably with each other. Haein agrees and says she understands, but Lee uses mind's eye and sees she doesn't have a class yet. Lee sees that according to her overall rating, she has a monstrous potential, and even if she were to become a fellow magician, she would become a different magician for Lee, so there is no need to worry. Lee thinks he needs to hurry and change her class to magician and wonders if he should start discussing magic with her after they get a little closer. Suddenly, someone arrives there and asks if Lee has a moment. Lee recognizes it is Jiti's voice and thinks he didn't think she would be searching for him soon, but this is faster than he thought. Lee asks Haein if she can give them some space because he needs to talk to Jihai, so Haein gets up, saying she understands, and leaves. Lee asks Jihai what the matter is, and she replies that she would like to apologize. Jihai says she is sorry for causing the ruckus out there, but Lee says it is okay, and he also apologizes because he was too sensitive. When Jihai says he just did what he needed to do, Lee thinks this girl is so hard to get used to. Jihai wants to say something, and Lee tells her to feel free to speak up, so she asks if he can entrust her with handling the incident this time around. Jihai says, thinking back, she feels sorry for Haein and Seokwoo as well. Suddenly, Lee says they'll proceed as per your suggestion and says in the first place, it looks like she is the one who manages the area, so he is sorry for overstepping her boundaries here. Jihai says that is not what she means, and Lee says he knows what she is getting at, but he hopes that there won't be a need for him to step in again like just now in the future. Lee realizes that Jihai knows very well that for humans like him and her who are useless in battles, the only way for them to survive is to play politics. Lee thinks that she wants to control everything. He also feels the same way. Suddenly, Jihai gets up and, while sitting close to Lee, grabs his arm. Jihai says she gets what he is trying to say, and she won't overstep his boundaries in the future. Jihai apologizes for causing him trouble, and Lee says it is okay, but he wonders why she is behaving like this. Jihai says what he is thinking is obvious, and as she says she likes ambitious people, Lee is shocked. Jihai says the more she knows him, the more she likes him, and asks if they get along with each other more closely. When Lee asks what he would get out of that, Jihai says she knows Lee trying to control her was to show off Haein and ask Lee if she is right. Jihai says Haein is weak, and even if Seokwoo wasn't around, she still had plenty of enemies. Jihai says that in the future, she'll take care of Haein, and that she thinks this is what Lee wants. As Jihai gets close to Lee, he says they are alike in a lot of ways, and thinks he is her soulmate. A few days later, Seokwoo gets up on the platform that has been built and, while bowing, apologizes to everyone for causing trouble. Seokwoo says he apologizes from the bottom of his heart, and he would also like to deeply apologize to Haein. Meanwhile, a guy asks another guy if he knows that Jihai is now on Lee's side, to which the other guy replies he heard it, and it seems that's why Seokwoo is apologizing to Haein. One of them says Jihai had no choice because Lee had more power than her and that Lee treasured Heian a lot. When the other guy asks the first guy who Heian is and why Lee makes such a fuss about others, the first guy tells him to be quiet because Lee is near them, and he can hear him. Meanwhile, Lee is listening to this and remembers a few days ago. When Jihai came to talk with him, he told her to take care of Xiaoku and look after Heian well. Lee tells Jihai to let him know if any special circumstances arise, to which Jihai replies with a yes, but Lee tells her not to just say yes because he is asking her to take care of this situation properly so that no one else will make a fuss about it. Jihai says that while doing that, she'll naturally create an environment where Heian will depend only on him. As Lee says that's about it, Jihai says seeing as how Lee is obsessed over Heian, she must have something to her. Suddenly, Lee calls her Nuna and says it's none of her business, but Jihai is shocked why he suddenly called her Nuna. Back to present, Lee realizes Jihai is an expert in politics, and the way she changes atmosphere, Lee is glad they joined hands. Lee thinks it's been a few days since he started listening to Heian talk about her troubles. Suddenly, Heian, while sobbing, says she is glad she has him, and says after that day, Lee has been teaching her magic too. But Lee says he is the one who is glad to have her. When Lee asks if she is able to use basic magic now, Heian says she is not sure, so Lee emits fire from his finger, and Heian is amazed. Lee thinks Heian is not the only one he has put effort into because he has been training together with Park to get used to their respective classes, Shield Warrior and Magician. Lee tells Heian that image is important, and if she wants to call forth a flame like this, she has to imagine it and say the incantation. Lee thinks the problem is that all the incantations he can think of are very 8th grade-like. Lee tells Heian that she has been stuck for a few days and says he thinks she'll only be able to use magic properly after she has gotten her class. Lee says since she'll be heading out with them to hunt soon, they should practice together until then. Heian says Lee can count on her and she'll do her best, but when Lee asks if they should end the practice for today, Heian says there is something she doesn't understand well. When Lee asks what it is, Heian says her magic power has gone up again recently and Lee gets happy to hear it. Lee thinks his treasure is growing well and she'll get her class soon. Lee wants to see how much she has improved so he uses Mind's Eye and checks her stats. Lee sees her stats and is shocked to see she is already a magician, but Heian says she is unable to control her magic power well. Lee understands she is lying and wonders when she becomes a magician. While Lee is thinking why she has been lying to him, Heian calls him and Lee apologizes, saying he was just thinking about something else. Lee asks if she wants to know how to manipulate magic power. Heian says that's right because it feels really hard to do, even if she does it as he told her to do. Lee thinks there is no way it would be difficult for her because he knows her rank is heroic and she perfectly acquires all knowledge regarding the foundation and basic knowledge about magic. Lee knows her magic power permanently increases by 2, and her growth potential increases exponentially. Lee believes there is no way she would have any difficulty learning magic with such a monstrous trait. Lee tells her to first try to make a flame from her hand, just like how he did, and asks if she can do it. Heian says she can try, and she makes a flame from her finger, but suddenly, it extinguishes. Heian says it looks like this is her limit even after Lee taught him so much, but Lee thinks she failed on purpose. Heian asks if Lee can help her a little longer, but Lee says they should stop here for today because he has something he has to do as well. Suddenly, a girl, Park Haeyoung, arrives there and asks if Lee has a moment. Haeyoung is one of Jihai's confidants and the one Lee has seen a lot of recently since the Xiaoku incident. Lee wonders what she wants, so he tells Heian he'll see her tomorrow, and she happily leaves. Lee asks Haeyoung if something happened, to which she replies that she heard Lee is going to announce the hunting members for the next hunt. When Lee says that's right, Haeyoung says she was wondering if she can be a part of it if it's not too late. Lee uses Mind's Eye on her and sees her strength is heroic and her endurance is common. Lee says he is not sure because he did recommend Heian first, but he asks why Haeyoung is asking. Haeyoung says they are going to need more people who can fight and asks if she is not better than a little kid. Lee wonders how she would dare say that about a future great magician, but he also realizes her stats as a support are not bad. Lee says he'll try discussing it with Kim first and tells Haeyoung not to get her hopes too high, but she says her hopes are high enough from those words. Suddenly, Jihai tells everyone to pay attention and tells everyone to gather around because they have an important announcement regarding hunts from now on. Kim says they have judged that it's a bit of a stretch to continue surviving there, and they'll go out to hunt with those who have the will to fight. Meanwhile, Haein hears people mumbling that she will probably go out to hunt because she is hanging on to Lee, and they say Lee has quite a peculiar taste. Haein closes her ears and thinks Lee is the only one she can count on in this place. She feels sorry for lying to him, but this is the only way she can get his attention. Haein thinks that she can get a lot of attention from Lee tomorrow with just the two of them. Suddenly, Haein gets scared to see Haein sitting on the floor and asks what the hell she is waiting for. Haeyoung calls her a stalker and says she did think that how Haein looked at her earlier was strange. Haeyoung asked if Haein didn't like her speaking with Lee. Haein says it is not like this, but Haeyoung asks her how stupid she can be and says she can tell from Haeyoung's expressions that she likes Lee. Haeyoung puts her hands on Haein's shoulders and asks if she really thinks Lee cares for her. Haein is shocked, and Haeyoung says Haein was only able to party with Lee because she was lucky, but it's her misunderstanding that Lee likes her. Haeyoung says stupid girls like Haein may not understand, but she knows what kind of person Lee is. Haeyoung says people like Lee don't trust others. They get bored easily and throw away anything useless without hesitation. Haeyoung says that from what she can see, someone as weak as Haein, who only whines, is the type of person who gets bored very fast. Haein gets scared and wonders if Lee will abandon her, but thinks Lee will not do that because he is different from others. Haein says Lee will not do that, but Haeyoung says Haein is making that face again and says she knows why Lee picked him. Haeyoung says Haein is easy to use and throw away because she sticks to Lee easily after just a little affection. Haeyoung says the people around Haein who treated her nicely left her side and says she should get as much as she can from Lee before he abandons her. Haeyoung says if Haein doesn't, then she or other people will take it all instead. Haein wants Haeyoung to stop it, but Haeyoung says she is more suited for Lee than someone as stupid as Haein. Suddenly, Haeyoung hears Kim saying that as a trial run, they'll take Haein and park Haeyoung on the next hunt. Haeyoung says that, as expected of Lee, he managed to get her into the hunt, as she asked. Haeyoung, while leaving, tells Haein to step aside and says she'll see her on the hunt. While Haeyoung leaves laughing, Haein thinks there is no way Lee will do something like that because they have even decided to hunt together and practice together every day. Haein thinks Lee thinks of her as family, tells her it's alright to make mistakes, and gives her many words of encouragement. Haein thinks Lee will not do something like that, and thinks even a dense and idiotic person like her can understand that Lee truly cares for her. Haein thinks Haeyoung keeps telling her bad lies, so she wants Lee not to listen to her and hopes he doesn't abandon her. Haein wonders if Lee will get close to Haeyoung because she bores him, and she feels she is getting mad thinking about what Haeyoung said. Haein doesn't want Haeyoung to get close to her appa, and she doesn't want her to steal him away from her. Kim apologizes to people for gathering them there while they were busy and says, as they all know, relative to the number of people they have, their rations and drinking water are severely inadequate. Kim says that is why they are looking for people who are willing to fight alongside them. He also deems it necessary for those of them to be trained regularly. Kim tells Lee to show his power, and Lee immediately emits fire from his hand, which shocks everyone. Lee tells everyone that this place is not like the Earth where they used to live because it's a kind of world inside a game with traits, classes, and status windows. Lee says that he is in the magician class and he is still a beginner. Lee says he is not different from them all because, in the beginning, he was scared of the monsters and was busy running away from them. However, Lee says if they face their fears and fight them, they can also obtain power. Lee says they must all be protective and move along together, because when they are stronger as a group, they can survive and escape together. The people get enthusiastic, and they chant they can do this, so Kim says it's a great reaction. But Lee says he is sure it is just a change of heart and they'll have people opposing and overdoing it soon enough. Park says it is still better than starving to death. Kim says they'll be taking 2 people along with them as a trial, Haein and Haeyoung. Meanwhile, Haeyoung goes on the stage while the others congratulate her, and while shaking hands, she tells Lee to take good care of her. However, Lee gets close to her and says he knows she pushed Haein earlier, which shocks her, and Lee warns her to stop that and start getting along from now on. Lee says if she touches Haein one more time, it'll become much harder for her to keep staying here. Lee furiously asks if she understands, to which she immediately replies she does, and Lee, with a good smile, says very well. Lee thinks he should take care of the things within his power and thinks it is easy to approach Heian now. Suddenly, Lee wonders why Heian is not coming up, and when he looks at her, she gives him a fierce look, and Lee gets shocked. Lee wonders if it was an illusion, and as he holds his head, Park asks if he is unwell because he is breaking out in a sweat. Lee says he is not feeling too good right now, so Park tells him to rest because tomorrow is the expedition. Park says Lee spends all of his time worrying about everyone in the camp, so he should take care of himself more. Suddenly, Heian waves at Lee, and Lee waves back at her, but he feels something is wrong. On the other hand, Haeyoung is worried that she is already marked. Haileng thinks she spent so much time cozying up to Jihai and trying so hard to get where she is. Suddenly, Jihai arrives there and asks if Haeyoung will do well on the expedition tomorrow. Jihai says she should take good care of Lee, in particular. Haeyoung asks if she is telling her to serve Lee as a servant. Jihai replies that if that's necessary, then she should do that and says it's what Haeyoung is like. Jihai says it's not necessarily a bad thing to make connections with those who are skilled and says she is not the type who enjoys gambling, so she tries to ensure that she has as much insurance as possible. Haeyoung thinks Lee suddenly barged in, surpassed Jihai in an instant, and took control of the actual power. Haeyoung realizes Lee is not someone to be taken lightly and thinks she has messed up. Haeyoung wonders if she is going to be pushed aside by Lee and fears that, at this rate, she is going to be below Heian, who is already completely useless. Haeyoung thinks she cannot sit idle and decides she'll make Lee like her because that is the only way for her to survive. The next day, they are ready to go on the expedition, and Kim says he and Park will take the front, so he requests Lee, Heian, and Haeyoung to support them from the rear. Kim tells Heian and Haeyoung to be especially careful because it's their first time and tells everyone else to support them fully to make sure they have a successful hunt. Meanwhile, Lee is still thinking about Heian's crazy expression from yesterday and wonders if it was really his illusion. Lee thinks he has been too engrossed with Heian, so he might have overthought it and decides to just observe her for now. Meanwhile, Kim says they should set out now. After some while, they start hunting the monsters while Haeyoung and Heian are nervously watching them. Meanwhile, Park wonders why there are so many small fries, and Kim says he is getting bad vibes, so he tells everyone to be careful. Suddenly, Kim tells Park to watch his left because a huge monster is going to attack him. Park immediately uses his full strength to push back that monster and tells the others to kill it immediately because he can't hold it for longer. Lee immediately tells Haeyoung that it's her chance and that she should stab the monster, but Haeyoung is scared, so she asks how she can do it. Lee tells her to just use the spear she is holding to stab it, but she is terrified and thinks it's more disgusting than she thought. Haeyoung tries to get a hold of herself because she needs to do this properly to look good this time, but as the monster looks at her, she gets terrified. Lee notices it and thinks she dropped her tough act real quick. Suddenly, Lee grabs her arm and says if she acts like this again next time, she is dead. Lee tells Haeyoung to put her strength in her arms and pushes her arm forward to help her stab the monster. Haeyoung is in shock, but Lee tells her not to lose her grip because it's not dead yet and tells her to think of it as meat. However, Haeyoung thinks he is crazy and he makes her kill the monster. Haeyoung falls to his knees in shock, and Lee says that was the first and last time she'll be receiving his help. Lee says she can't expect someone else's help here and that she is lucky that today is training for adaptation. Lee tells her that next time, she needs to survive on her own and asks if she understands. But Haeyoung is furious about what she has been expecting from this man up until now. Suddenly, Lee puts his hand on Haeyoung's shoulder and says she did good work, but she is extremely furious. Meanwhile, Heian is watching this scene in fury. After some while, Kim and Heian are on night duty while others are sleeping, and he asks if it's Park's turn next. Heian replies he is right, so Kim says he'll go to sleep and thanks her for her hard work. Kim tells Park to wake up Park because it's his turn, and Park says Kim has some stamina. Meanwhile, Heian also goes to sleep. Park switches with Kim, but simultaneously, Lee is awake and wonders if he can't go to sleep because he is weirdly tense. Lee is thinking a lot of thoughts for no reason and wonders which direction he should go to survive after this hunt is over. Lee wonders what kind of place the continent is that the strange announcement mentioned in the beginning. Lee wonders why he ended up in this place and what happened to his home, but he also thinks he doesn't have any regrets. Simultaneously, he remembers Kim is a regressor and wonders if Kim knows everything. Lee wonders who Kim is and what happened in the past that caused Kim to return. Suddenly, Lee sleeps, but after some time, he wakes up and wonders what time it is. Meanwhile, he sees Haeun standing next to Haeyoung, who is asleep, and notices Haeun furiously looking at Haeyoung. Lee gets shocked and wonders what Haeun is doing, but he thinks he is still drowsy and seeing things. Lee closes his eyes and thinks he must have mistaken what he saw because Haeun is a good girl. Suddenly, Haeun walks towards Lee, who is pretending to be asleep, and touches his face, saying Appa is cute when he is asleep. Lee is feeling nervous, but Haeun, while stroking his hair, says she'll never let anybody take him from her. In the morning, Lee feels extremely tired because he couldn't sleep properly, and when Kim says he looks tired, Lee agrees, but he says he is fine. Lee sees Haeun normally talking to Park, but he is sure it's strange how she looked last night. Suddenly, Lee wonders if it is because he has been with Haeyoung recently, and if it is something like jealousy. Meanwhile, Kim says that they should continue closing in today, and that if they have decided they cannot go any further, it's best to go back to the rest area. Kim asked everyone if they were okay with this, to which Park and Lee replied they were fine with it. Lee thinks he needs to make sure that Haeun is jealous, so while going back, he unnoticeably moves a stone in front of Haeyoung to make her trip and immediately save her from falling. Lee asks if she is alright and tells her to be careful, but Haeyoung wonders what's wrong with this idiot. Meanwhile, Lee looks toward Haeun and gets scared to see her killer's face. Lee realizes he wasn't mistaken in thinking that Haeun is jealous of Haeyoung. Lee thinks it's not right because he wants a simple brother and sister relationship and not this intense relationship. Lee thinks it's strange and wonders where he made a mistake in his plan. Meanwhile, Haeyoung thinks she has endured enough and furiously wonders how he dares to use her. Haeyoung thinks Lee should wait and see how long he can continue to look down on her. While going back, Lee hears some voice from a corner, but there is nothing, so he tells Park that he is starting to have auditory hallucinations, and it looks like they are getting close. Lee says they should lower their voices from here because it's reacting sensitively to human voices. Suddenly, Lee again feels something and says he is starting to sense feelings around them, but Park asks what he means and asks if he sees hidden monsters or something. Suddenly, Kim says that from before, he could sense a weak magic power, and it seems it's related to a nearby attack, especially from the place up front. Meanwhile, Lee thinks Kim knows everything, but he is just dropping hints, and Park says Kim is frustrated. Suddenly, Park runs ahead and asks what is exactly in front of them, while the others tell him to wait and not carelessly go forward. Suddenly, Park stops, and they are shocked to see stairs leading to a basement. Meanwhile, Kim says it seems there is something important hidden in the basement, and Lee is glad Kim is a swordsman and not an actor because only his face is actor-worthy. Lee thinks he should just match what Kim is trying to say, and when Kim says it is an obvious setup, but the steps to the basement seem like an entrance to the tutorial dungeon, Lee agrees. After going to the basement, Park asks if they just need to find the monsters in this area. Kim says it's a good plan since it is a bit too much to start an attack. Kim, while scratching the wall with his sword, says he thinks it is best if they come back on the next expedition and says for today, they should start where it is a bit further away. Suddenly, Kim says it's nice timing because he sees the monsters have arrived. Kim says it looks like there is a textbook example right in front of them. Kim says Park and Lee will take 2 of the monsters while he kills the 3rd one and leaves the last one for training purposes. Kim tells Haeyoung and Haeun to stand near Lee, and Park immediately attacks a monster, telling Lee to leave it to him. Park tries to push both monsters simultaneously, but says it is a shame that his shield is not made of vibranium. Suddenly, Lee asks for help from God to give him power, and using fire magic with his spear, he stabs one of the monsters, which starts burning in fire. Meanwhile, Kim cuts down those monsters' heads, and Park, while blocking a monster with his shield, says only one is left. Suddenly, Kim calls Haeun and Haeyoung, but Lee sees Haeyoung is not there, so he asks Haeun where Haeyoung is. Haeun says she was beside her just a moment ago, and Lee says that she should be back soon. When Kim asks if they should look for Haeyoung, Lee replies with a no and says it's fine. Lee says this is the end if something happens, and they lag behind. Furthermore, Lee says that since Haeyoung was just here, she'll be able to come back to herself. Suddenly, a dagger stabs through the monster's head, which shocks everyone, but the monster pulls it out, and Lee wonders where that one suddenly flew out from. Simultaneously, the monster kicks away Park, and Lee gets worried, but the monster is about to attack him. Lee gets terrified, but Kim immediately cuts off that monster's head and saves Haein and Lee. Kim asks if they are okay, but suddenly, they get startled to hear a scream. They see Haeyoung arrive running and, while apologizing, says he fell over while following them and got behind. Haeyoung says she tried to be of help, but she threw the spear wrong. Lee gets furious to hear this and thinks that because of this crazy girl, all the monsters are gathering here. Lee immediately, while running, yells that it's dangerous now and they should retreat, but Haein is shocked. Meanwhile, Haeyoung is smiling because now Lee, who was acting as if he were the king, is running away. Haemin thinks Lee incited the people to act like the king of the camp, but he wants Lee to look closely and see that if he lags behind now, he is only worth that much. Lee tells Haein and everyone to hurry up and run, but suddenly, they see monsters coming towards them from the front. Park says he'll take the bait, but Kim tells the four of them to take a detour and go back to the shelter. Meanwhile, Lee sees Haein staring at Haeyoung and asks them what they are doing because they should not keep standing there and run. Haein follows Lee, but when she looks back, Haeyoung shows her middle finger. While the monsters are chasing them, Lee wonders if it was a mistake to bring Haeyoung along. Lee thinks they still have Park and Haein with them, so they have a chance to survive. Suddenly, Lee uses fire magic and attacks the monsters, which makes Park happy because the monsters are getting killed. Lee creates a huge fireball and burns the monsters while Park is getting excited. Suddenly, Park asks Lee why they are alone there and says he cannot see Haeyoung and Haein. Lee gets worried and wonders where Haein and Haeyoung are. When Lee asks Park why they were gone, Park replies that they disappeared just a moment ago and apologizes to Lee. Lee tells Park that it is not his fault because he should have paid more attention to himself. Lee thinks it would not have mattered if only Haeyoung disappeared, but the problem is that Haein also disappeared, and it is no small thing for her to get lost here. Lee tells Park that they should retrace their steps first because he is sure they are still around there somewhere. While following their steps, Lee asks if Park knows where they lost them. Park says he is sure they were still with them when the monsters attacked them. Lee thinks it is strange because he knows no matter how dull Park is, there is no way that he didn't notice that two people went missing at the same time. Lee thinks something must have happened and fears that Haein did something. Suddenly, Lee feels strong magic wave coming from the front, and he is terrified. Lee tells Park to go in the other direction while he takes a look in the front. Park goes in the other direction, and Lee runs in the direction of the magic wave, hoping it's not what he is thinking. On the other hand, Haeyoung thinks it's great and that where she is far enough to lose them. Haeyoung says she knew it was a great choice to memorize paths in advance. Suddenly, Haein appears there, and as she says it looks like Haeyoung's leg is fine, and she fell on purpose to kill Lee. Haeyoung gets startled. Haeyoung asks Haein what she is doing there and wonders what magic Haein is using. Haein apologizes to Haeyoung and says no matter how hard she thinks, she does not think she has a choice. However, Haeyoung asks what nonsense Haein is spouting and asks what this magic is. Suddenly, Haein uses wind blade magic, which cuts Haeyoung's legs, and she falls. Haeyoung screams for help, but Haein says she blocked out the sounds with magic so that not even monsters would come here. Haeyoung asks Haein why she is doing this to her and apologizes to her, admitting it's all his fault. Haeyoung begs Haein to let her live. Haein says she is being noisy, so she should shut her mouth. Haein ties Haeyoung's mouth with magic and asks how it feels and if it hurts a lot. Haein says Haeyoung should suffer as she did and that she really felt like her heart was being torn out when Haeyoung took Appa-Lee away from her. Haein says she'll feel uneasy if Haeyoung continues living, which is why she'll kill her. Haeyoung starts crying with terror and thinks she can't die like this, but Haein uses Wind Blade. Meanwhile, Lee arrives there and says he is glad Haein is fine, but suddenly Haeyoung's arm flies in front of him, and blood spills on his face. Simultaneously, Haein is startled to see Lee there, and Lee is shocked to see her covered in blood stains. Lee sees Haeyoung has lost her arm and thinks he knew this would happen. Lee thinks he wanted to stop something like this from happening before it could, but it has already happened. Seeing Haeyoung's arm, Lee thinks it's scary, and he is terrified, so he wonders if he should run away or feign ignorance. Suddenly, Lee decides he'll not run. He walks towards Haein and asks if she is okay and what happened to Haeyoung. Lee asks Haein what happened to Haeyoung's arm and leg, but Haein starts sobbing and says she doesn't know either. Lee was shocked, and Haein says all of a sudden, when she opened her eyes, she was separated from others and Haeyoung was like this. Meanwhile, Haeyoung is shocked to see Haein lying, and when Lee asks Haein if she is fine, Haein replies that she is fine and hugs Lee. Lee, while comforting Haein, thinks she did well, but Haeyoung, seeing them, thinks they are devils, and she dies. Meanwhile, Lee says Haeyoung might have triggered a trap in the dungeon, and that if they had thought about the basement stairs from before, it would not have been strange for this place to have magic traps as well. Lee, while walking towards Haeyoung, says Haein might not have known about this because she entered the place through a wall made of magic, to which Haein replies he is right. Lee sees the cuts on Haeyoung's dead body are too clean, and if left like this, Kim will find out, so he burns her body. Haein acts emotional, and Lee says it would be nice if they could take Haeyoung's body to the shelter, but it might end up being dangerous for them. Lee says they couldn't leave her body like that, so they should do at least this much for her because it's the right thing to do. Meanwhile, Haein grins and says he is right, but Lee thinks Haein is not the only one who has become a monster because he is also the same. After some while, they return to where Park is and Park asks if Lee is safe. But as he asks about Haeyoung, Lee disappointingly shakes his head. Park understands Haeyoung is dead, and when Lee asks him about the monsters, he says Kim lured them away so there are not many. Lee thinks it's a relief to hear Kim is away and tells Park that they should get back to the camp quickly. Suddenly, Lee feels dizzy, and when Park asks if he is okay, Lee replies it seems he has used too much mana. Lee says if he rests now, he'll be okay. But Park says this won't do and says it'll be better if they set up a camp here for the night before they head off. When Park asks if that's okay with Haein, she replies that it's okay and worries if Lee's shock at the situation from before is too much for him. A while later, Park lights a fire and says it's a shame Haeyoung died because it looked like she was at least putting in the effort to work hard. But Lee says they could have lost everything because of her. Lee says they should be thankful because they were even able to survive and says it's harsh to say this. But if Park and Haein died instead of Haeyoung, he would never have been able to deal with the shock of losing either of you. Park and Haein get touched to hear this, and Park says that would have been the case for him, too. Suddenly, Park says he will go take a quick look around and come back, but Lee asks if he has to go because he is scared to be alone with Haein. Park says it's just patrolling and tells Haein that it would be best if she could look after Lee a little. Haein immediately says Park can trust her, and Lee tells Park not to forget where the path is, but Park tells him not to worry and immediately leaves. Meanwhile, Lee checks his status window and sees his luck went up 2 points, so he wonders if it means this situation is not a bad one. Suddenly, Haein says it seems like Lee's stats have gone up, and when Lee asks about her stats, Haein says there is nothing too special, and only her magic increases a little more. Lee says it's a relief, but when he uses Mind's Eye on her, her overall rating says she is his #1 fan. Suddenly, Haein asks if Lee feels sad about earlier, and Lee thinks he would be lying if he said he doesn't feel guilty. Lee thinks even thinking about the situation earlier sends shivers up her spine. However, he hugs Haein and says he is glad she is not hurt and it's truly a relief that she is safe. Meanwhile, Lee is thinking he'll do anything he has to survive, and he'll grab onto her until the end, even if she loses her humanity along the way. Lee gets close to her and thinks that although it's nice to keep a platonic relationship, it might be faster to wrap her around his finger by dragging her into a relationship like this. Lee is about to kiss her, but Park arrives and apologizes for interrupting them. Haein gets startled, and Lee says it's nothing like that, but Park says he doesn't know if he came early or something. Lee asks why Park is saying stupid nonsense like that, to which Park replies that Lee doesn't need to play coy. Park says he knows Lee likes Nuna, but Lee asks why he is calling Haein Nuna and tells him Haein is younger than him. Park says he knows, but he cannot treat his future sister-in-law like his younger sister. Meanwhile, Haein is blushing, but Lee asks why Park keeps saying all this. Suddenly, Lee comes to think that Haein favoring him like this seems extremely out of the ordinary, but he wonders if Park was encouraging her this whole time. While in shock, Lee asks what Park did. Park says he didn't say it. but since Lee told him to take care of Hyan, he has been trying to push them together. Park says he is the famous love doctor and asks if Lee doesn't know about him. Park says he'll try his best to match them to the best of his ability, but Lee is extremely mad at him. Lee realizes that he and Hyan were originally cast as the main characters of the romance story the stupid Park made up. After some while, when Park is sleeping, Lee is furious that Park doesn't care what others are thinking and is sleeping soundly. Lee tells Park to get up, but Park asks if it's morning, to which Lee replies it's morning, so he should wake up and get prepared. Simultaneously, Lee calls Hyan, but she says wants to sleep more. However, as Lee tries to wake her up by touching her face, Hyan opens her eyes and furiously says she wants to sleep more. Lee gets terrified, but he cannot avoid her because he has to survive, so he decides to get close to her and affectionately tells her to get up. Hyan immediately gets up, and Lee says they are going to head back to the shelter, but he hopes nothing else happens. On the other hand, Ji-hai, while drinking her coffee, thinks the others are running late and hopes they are fine. Meanwhile, two people in the shelter see Lee coming, so they decide to open up the entrance, and Ji-hai comes running towards the entrance after hearing them. Ji-hai welcomes Lee and says Park and Hyan did a good job, but when she asks where Hae-young and Kim are, Lee replies that Hae-young is dead and Kim will be back shortly. Ji-hai is shocked, and when she asks what happened, Lee says it's a long story. Lee asks her what happened because the entrance was blocked, but Ji-hai asks if she can speak to her alone for a moment. Lee notices Hyan is getting furious, but he pats her head to calm her and asks if she will wait inside for him because it seems like something important. Hyan agrees and goes inside with Park, while Ji-hai says someone died, but Lee treats it as if an object dropped. Ji-hai guesses Hae-young must have done something, so she asks how Hae-young died. Lee replies that it could not be helped because she screamed in the midst of all the monsters. Lee says they almost died and barely survived, but he asks if Ji-hai wants to hear about it in detail. Ji-hai replies that there is no need because she can guess what happened, and Lee feels relaxed and does not dig for more information. Suddenly, when Lee asks why the entrance was blocked, Ji-hai says that the day before, a few people, including some heroes, had left the shelter. Lee is stunned to hear this, and when he asks why, Ji-hai says they made it sound as if they were going to rescue Hyun-sung or whatever. Lee thinks Seokwoo and the other stupid guys, since their positions were threatened, probably set out to do something for themselves. Simultaneously, some guys arrive there while Ji-hai tells Lee that they blocked the entrance in case those guys drag back all the monsters. Suddenly, Ji-hai sees Seokwoo, and the other guys have come back. Seokwoo asks how everyone is, but Lee wonders who is in the back. Ji-hai says someone who should have died came back in one piece, but the person who should not have died did. Meanwhile, Lee gets worried to see a scar-faced guy behind Seokwoo and wonders who that creep is. Lee feels that the guy is giving him goosebumps, and he tells Ji-hai that he has never seen the people behind Seokwoo. When Lee asks Ji-hai how many people are left with Seokwoo, Ji-hai replies that only 7 are left, and it looks like 6 of them didn't make it. Lee thinks it's expected that they all died after going out recklessly, and only Seokwoo survived after getting help from the others. Lee thinks the guys with Seokwoo doesn't look ordinary, so he uses mind's eye on Young Jinho. Lee sees Young is a calculative murderer, so he immediately tells Ji-hai to call Park and Hyan. Lee thinks they don't seem to be hostile at the moment, but a person can never be too careful, so he summons the power to burn his enemies. But suddenly, that guy greets Lee. Lee is confused, but that guy says it's nice to meet him and tells him his name. Lee also greets the guy, but he is shocked that Young seems like a nice guy when he smiles. While Lee wonders if Young is really a murderer, Young says he heard a lot about Lee from Seokwoo, and that he heard Lee advance to be a magician. Young says he heard Lee make fire from his hand, and says he wanted to see it because he has never met a magician before. But Lee gets furious that Seokwoo told Young everything and wonders how much Seokwoo told Young about him. Lee takes them inside the camp, and everyone welcomes Lee back, so Lee thanks them and asks if they have been well. Young looks around and says it is quite an area, and there are barely any more survivors at the start point that he ended up in, so he is a bit skeptical. When Young calls it an oasis, Lee wonders what he means by oasis and wonders if he is thinking of drinking everyone here. Lee knows his mind's eye is not wrong this time either, and thinks he doesn't know if it is because of his luck stat, but his 5 senses are telling him to get away from this guy. Suddenly, Park and Haein come running, and they ask what happened, to which Lee replies that they have newcomers. Park and Haein seem worried, so Young says he is surprised because he thought he would have been welcomed a bit more. Lee wonders if their expressions are too obvious and apologizes to Young, saying they are a little on edge because of the current situation. Young says they feel the same as well, and that he heard there were people hunting humans instead of monsters in the area. Young says that from what he can remember, there was an archer among those bad people, and there was someone carrying around a sword as well. While Young is saying this, he is carrying a sword, and his fellow is carrying a bow. When Young asks if Lee met anyone like that, Lee thinks he is a psycho, and if Young is announcing they are those bad people. Suddenly, Lee replies he has not met those bad people, but he realizes Young wants to have a fight, so they get ready to face each other. But Kim arrives there. Kim asks them what is happening, and Lee is relieved that Kim has arrived, but Young controls his anger and says it's nice to meet Lee. Kim asks Lee who these people are, and Lee replies that they are people whom Seokwoo brought. Young says he heard a lot about Kim and is glad they finally met, but Kim is shocked to see Young. Young says it's nice to meet Kim and offers a handshake, but Lee notices Kim is trying to suppress his anger, and it's his first time seeing Kim like this. Lee wonders if Kim already met Young, but he thinks it seems like it is Young's first time meeting Kim. Lee understands that it means before Kim's regression, Young was Kim's enemy in his first life. Lee touches Kim to help him come out of the shock, so Kim apologizes and greets Young. Meanwhile, Lee thinks that, based on what he has seen in Young's status window, he can draw two conclusions. Lee thinks the first is that Young is just a murderer. Simultaneously, Young says he heard from Seokwoo that Kim runs the camp and that now that he has seen Kim in person, he seems stronger than he thought. Young asks if Kim will be kind if he asks about his stats, to which Kim replies he is afraid it'll be a little difficult to tell him that. Young says he realizes Kim would feel uncomfortable to share that and says Kim truly is amazing because he gathered so many goods. Young asks from where Kim gathered so many survivors, but Lee realizes Young is controlling his emotions well. Lee thinks the second conclusion is that, based on Kim's reaction, Kim must have met Young during his first regression, and Young is a villain who killed Kim or the people around him. Suddenly, Young asks if it'll be alright if they also stay with them at the camp, which worries everyone. Young says he knows it must not be free, so he says they have some food to share, but Kim says it's not needed, and they always welcome survivors. Lee and Park are shocked to hear this, while Young thanks Kim. Meanwhile, the archers with Young say he is Kim Yi-jun, and Kim offers to give them a tour shortly. Simultaneously, a guy, Jicheol, tells his name to Lee and says he hopes they get along well, to which Lee replies he is Lee and says he hopes the same but wonders why this guy's name sounds familiar. Lee tells Park to guide them along with Jihai, but Park asks if Lee is alright, to which Lee replies it's okay now and tells Park to call him if anything happens. Park tells the newcomers to follow him and says it is not exactly comfortable, but it'll be better than wandering around in the wilderness. Young thanks Park for the consideration, but Lee wonders if Kim is keeping them close because they are enemies. Lee thinks it was surprising how Young got cold feet the moment he saw Kim and realizes Young is quick-witted psychopathic murderer. Lee smiles because he is glad they have something in common, and he is grateful that Young appeared at just the right time. Lee tells Kim that he wants to have a word with him, but he sees Kim is phased out, so he calls Kim again and asks if he knows one of them. Kim says Lee is right and says he knows one of them, although that guy doesn't know him. Lee says they all have relationships like that, but Kim says it's not exactly a relationship, and he is about to say something. Lee immediately says he won't tell anyone else. Kim feels relaxed, and while going back inside, Lee says Kim came back without a single wound and he is amazing. Kim says he just got lucky and is relieved that they are safe, but as Lee sighs, Kim asks if there is a problem. Lee says he has something to tell Kim, and Haein gets nervous, but Kim asks what it is. As Lee tells Kim that Haeyoung is dead, Kim gets shocked and asks how it happened. Lee says it seems Haeyoung has been taken down by an unidentifiable magic, which makes Haein nervous. Lee says he is confident about it, but he is still a beginner, so he doesn't know what exactly happened, but he is sure he sensed some form of magic power. Kim is shocked, and Lee tells him that after they split up with Kim, on their way back, he sees Haein and Haeyoung suddenly separated from them. Lee says he went after them, and he saw Haewon dying there with her limbs cut off. Haein starts sweating when Lee says he thinks that it could have been some kind of a trap in the dungeon. Lee thinks Kim must be suspicious because, in reality, there are no traps, and there is no way Kim doesn't know that. Lee says he wanted to bring Haeyoung's corpse back, but he lost his composure, and he thought that it would be better to burn her body than leave it for monsters to eat. Lee acts emotional, and Kim says it must have been tough for him. Lee thinks saying it as honestly as possible is for the best because the situation has changed, and a new suspect has appeared, which is Young Jinho. Lee knows Young's class is a magic swordsman, and after Haeyoung's death, a magic swordsman who is also the leader of the heinous group of murderers, so Kim thinks the killer is Young. After some while, Lee thinks it has been a while since he told Kim about the death of Haeyoung, and it's obvious, but he didn't tell Kim that Young killed Haeyoung because Kim needs to realize that himself. While drinking his coffee, Lee thinks he can keep on acting like he knows nothing. Lee thinks, as expected, that Kim is watching over the other people who are with them, which is why Lee moves more cautiously. As a result, Kim thinks that Young is the one who killed Haeyoung. Lee thinks Kim will think of Young as an enemy of the future and a crazy murderer who killed Haeyoung, so he thinks there is no reason for Kim to not get rid of Young. However, Lee thinks the problem is how to get rid of Young, and suddenly he says previously at the underground stairs dungeon, they came back without getting anything. So he asks Kim how about they try it again with the people who joined them recently. Kim asks what he means, to which Lee replies that Haein has just gotten her class as a magician too, and since Young and his people have joined them, they'll have enough manpower. Lee says he thinks it's time for them to make a decision, but Kim starts thinking worriedly. Lee knows if they go with the members he just mentioned, then it's obvious that the parties will split into Young's and Kim's parties. Lee says those who joined them recently are much stronger than those at the camp and asks if they don't seem the most suitable team of people for this. Lee says they cannot have something like what happened to Haeyoung again and thinks Kim is thinking that Young killed Haeyoung. Lee sets the whole plot and thinks this is Kim's chance because, with the dungeon raid this time around, Kim can meet the execution of the person who killed Haeyoung and also annihilate the cruel criminal group of the future. Lee thinks it is a beautiful plan, and he sets the stage for Kim, but all he needs to do is get on it. Suddenly, Kim tells Lee that it's a good idea and they can try going to that dungeon together, but he says he hopes they'll raid in two separate parties since he hasn't worked with Young before. Lee says his thoughts are the same, too, and thinks he doesn't like entrusting his back to a murderer after all. Kim says he'll bring this up with Young, and they still have things that need to be prepared, so he asks if Lee could get Haein Park here for him. Lee says he understands and thinks it's great Kim has decided. Lee plans to support Kim to the best of his ability so that his plan will work out. Suddenly, Lee hears some people saying Young is cool and amazing because he helps people who are carrying heavy stones. Young tells them not to worry about it because they all need to help each other while surviving like this and says if they need help from him, they can let him know. The people tell Young to rest because he and his fellows are already going out to get rations for them. But Young says it is not that tough and that it's better if they do it together and rest together. Meanwhile, Lee, seeing this, thinks it is scary that Young is acting like an ordinary person while his objective is the lives of those people. Lee wonders what Young is doing on Earth, but suddenly, he gets furious when he hears some guys saying Lee should go out to fight and bring rations instead of fooling around. They say that Lee's expedition also failed this time, but Lee thinks they are talking like that even though they know nothing at all. Lee thinks he is the apostle of justice who is saving them from that crazy murderer. Lee goes where Haein and Park are, and seeing Haein practice, he asks why she is practicing magic today as well. Lee says she is amazing, and Haein, while blushing, says she developed a new spell that uses air as a medium. Haein grabs Lee's arm and says it is all thanks to him, but Lee thinks she is getting bolder recently. Meanwhile, Park gets up and cheers for them, but Lee thinks he should really try to become a couple with Haein. Suddenly, Park asks if Lee's talk with Kim goes well because he is surprised Lee came back early. Lee says Kim has something to talk to them about and asks if they have time, to which Park replies that time is all they have. When Haein asks what Kim wants to talk about, Lee says it looks like they'll be raiding the underground dungeon with Young and his party soon. Park says he doesn't feel good about them and Lee says he feels the same way. But raiding dungeon is the top priority for now and it'll be better to set some distance between them. Park tells Lee not to worry about that, and Heian says she'll not talk to them. But Lee tells her that it's okay to talk to them, but that she should ignore Siakwu as much as she can. Heian says she doesn't pay attention to people like him anymore, and Lee says it's good to hear. As they go to meet Kim, they are startled to see that Kim has something in his hand. Park jokingly asks if Kim is hiding delicious food from them and says it looks like Park is taking savings out of a money pouch like his grandmother does. Kim says it's nothing serious, but he has something to give them while pointing towards a bag, and as he takes a shiny thing out, Lee gets happy and thinks he knew he could trust Kim. Kim takes out some jewels and says he wants to give them these items. Everyone is amazed and Park asks where he got these items from, to which Kim replies that when they split up previously, he discovered something like a treasure chest which contained these items. Park is impressed that there are all sorts of stuff around, and Lee thinks it is a great decision to follow a regressor as a boss. Kim tells them to take a look at the items, and Lee sees the items are an Iron Dwarf's steel bracelet, a sacred healing ring, and a magic shield ring. Lee thinks the bracelet seems to have found its owner, and simultaneously, Park says it seems it'll be better for him to take the bracelet. Park wears the bracelets and thanks Kim, but he also says they haven't done anything for Kim, so he'll repay this favor. Kim says there is no need for that because Park's kind words are enough, and Lee is happy that they fit Park perfectly. Lee thinks as they let Park choose it, the rest of the items are good enough, especially the magic shield ring. Lee knows it's a ring with which they can use magic shields twice a day with a single charge, and it cannot be compared with those common grade bracelets that only increase stats. Lee thinks the sacred healing ring also sounds good, but it would be better to give it to Heian. Lee feels that Heian will heal him with that magic if he gets hurt, and as Heian chooses the healing ring, Lee thinks it's great. Lee says he'll take the remaining and wear the magic shield ring, but he asks Kim if it is really okay to take these. Kim tells Lee that it's okay and says he also has one, but he says in case of accessories with special abilities, it seems like they can only activate one ability. Kim says he decided it'll be better to give them these items, but Lee thinks he hit the jackpot, so he thanks Kim. Heian also thanks Kim, but he says they don't have to be bothered by this and that they are now comrades. Lee thinks he is not a fool who can be tricked by that kind of goodwill. Lee thinks Kim wants them to feel indebted to him, but he thinks it doesn't matter because what's important is that the regressor wants to journey with them. Lee realizes that compared to the future great magician Heian and sturdy tanker Park, he is quite a question mark. Lee knows he doesn't have any other merits of his own except for not making mistakes during hunts and being able to think better than others. Lee realizes there are a ton of people who are like him over on the continent, but in order for Park and Heian to go with Kim, Kim will need him to be around. Lee thinks Kim has no choice but to bring him along if he wants to have the other two and thinks that in Kim's future kingdom, he can be something like an administrative officer. However, Lee thinks he has to keep showing Kim that he is capable of that position, and for that, he agrees with Kim that they are comrades. Lee thinks it's good that they are comrades who care for and protect each other and thinks it feels like it's starting to get more and more stable. Lee realizes that following them would be tough for him, but he needs to follow them to his best ability and get what he wants, bit by bit. Suddenly, Park says they sound cool, but he asks when they'll depart. Kim says it'll be good to depart as soon as possible, but he doesn't feel so good about Young and his group. Kim tells them to be prepared just in case because Young and his group aren't their comrades but enemies. Kim seems worried and says they don't know what will happen while they are underground with them, but Park says they should do a fighting cheer for those who are on the same page. All of them cheer for this expedition, and Lee thinks Young should look forward to the day when he'll receive the hammer of justice from the regressor. On the other hand, Siakwu asks him if it is okay for them to go with Kim's group to clear the dungeon. But Young asks if Siakwu doesn't think it seems a good situation for them and says they'll take this opportunity to kill Kim because he is the king of the shelter. Suddenly, Kim arrives there and apologizes for making them wait, but Young wishes them a good morning and sees they're all there. Kim thanked them for accepting his proposal, but Young said it was not a problem and that they would be able to get some clues after they cleared the dungeon. Moreover, Young says they should be thankful to Kim for proposing the plan to them. But Lee is worried as he knows Young is a calculative murderer. After some while when they go the underground dungeon, Young says Lee must have gone around this area a lot and says he never thought there would be a dungeon like this underground. Lee says they found it by chance and that Young must have heard of it at the start point, and that they have to either survive or clear to pass the tutorial. Lee says these are only his thoughts, but the survival conditions seem to be until someone succeeds in clearing the dungeon. Lee says if the assumption is correct, then someone must clear the dungeon for all of them to survive, but Lee says they cannot wait for someone else to do that. Lee says that since they met Young's group, they thought of it as a great opportunity to clear the dungeon, and Young says he never thought about it to that extent, so he is amazed. Lee says it's just a guess, but suddenly, he asks what Young did back on Earth, to which Young replies he was a butcher. When Young asks what Lee did, Lee laughs and says he would rather not say. Lee thinks this conversation will lower their guard towards them to some extent, and as Haein grabs Lee's arm, Young says it looks like Lee and Haein are always together. As Young asks if they are together, Lee gets furious and wonders if this guy is also a matchmaker. Lee wonders what he should reply, but as he knows it's necessary for him to get closer to Haein, he says Young is right. Haein blushes in shock, but Lee feels nervous while Young says they suit each other quite well. Meanwhile, Seokwoo is feeling extremely mad, but Haein is holding on to Lee's arm tightly, which is hurting Lee slightly. After walking for some while, Kim says it seems they have reached the underground dungeon, and they should head inside it. As they go down, Park opens a gate and suddenly an announcement window appears which says a rare rank quest, Survival begins. Everyone gets shocked and suddenly they see some horrible monsters coming towards them. Lee gets worried and wonders what the hell those creatures are, and if they are doomed. These monsters are three-headed, which terrifies Lee, so he tells everyone that they need to get out of there first. But suddenly, the gate from where they came shuts down. Seokwoo gets worried, but Young tells them not to run away because they can win this. Lee uses Mind's Eye on the demons and learns that they are evolved demons, but its overall rating says that although it has a big head, it has low intelligence and eyesight. Still, Lee is worried because these demons are much bigger, and there are too many of them. Suddenly, Kim says they can do it, and Lee thinks that if that's what Kim says, then they can do it, and he trusts in the Regressor. Lee calls Park, and Park says he is ready, but suddenly, they see Young trying to move first. Young tells Kim that he'll go head first and run toward the monsters, while Lee thinks he used his magic power sparingly in case there was an emergency situation. Suddenly, Kim attacks Young with his sword, but Young immediately blocks the attack and asks what Kim is doing out of nowhere. Kim says he is curious to know how strong Young is, but Young hits a monster with his shield and says Kim is too curious. Suddenly, Kim also slashes off that monster's head in a single stab, which shocks Young. Lee expects this from the Regressor and thinks he is the one for a reason, but he wonders if they are really humans. Lee thinks Park will feel discouraged, but Park also pushes back a monster with his shield, and Lee is happy to see it. Lee says Park can do this and thinks Park is no longer just a simple meat shield now. Looking at Park, Lee thinks that's what a model shield warrior looks like and is glad to see Haein summoning her magic power to destroy the monsters. Haein uses Wind Bomb to blow a monster, and Lee says it's a nice shot. Lee thinks Haein is pretty good at knowing what to do because she intentionally got rid of those monsters on their side while making the other monsters go after Young and his gang. Lee thinks things might turn out well for them and thanks Haein because they are able to catch their breath because of her. Suddenly, Lee gets close to her and says even if Young and his gang ask for help, she must never help them. Haein blushes and says okay, while Lee thinks they'll take this chance to get rid of them. Suddenly, Young's group asks Haein for help, and Seokwoo requests her to use the magic she just used, but Haein tells them to wait because she needs to recharge her power. Seokwoo tells her to hurry up, but suddenly a monster attacks Seokwoo and Young's group members from behind. Lee thinks it's a spectacle and thinks even the demons are on their side. Lee tells Haein that it's cool, and Haein says he is right. Lee tells Young's group that they can do this, but they ask Lee to provide support quickly. Lee tells them to wait for a while longer, and they can do this while pretending to fight a monster. Lee tells them to think of the people they have waiting for them on Earth and tells them to stay alive for their sake. Lee tells them to hang in there, but they tell Lee to shut up and use his magic. Meanwhile, Lee thinks 1 out of 5 humans is bound to be trash, and today, that trash is him. Suddenly, Lee uses fireball magic to attack the monster, which makes Young and his group happy, but they get worried to see it doesn't affect the monster. Lee half-heartedly uses a fireball to give the monsters a beautiful coat of fire and grants the name Blazing Demon to those monsters. The monsters transform into Blazing Evolved Demon, but Lee sees their stamina is decreasing and wonders if it is because they are on fire that their stamina is dropping quickly. Lee realizes this was more of a gamble, but they were enough to mess around with Young and his gang. Suddenly, Young's gang members says the situation has gotten worse and yells at Lee, but Lee apologizes and says he didn't think that things would turn out this way. They tell Lee to shoot up and put out the fire, but Lee again apologizes and tells them to hang in a little longer. However, Lee wonders what they are going to do now and thinks it's time Young shows his hidden cards. Lee wants Young to use his magic because he is a magic swordsman and wants Young to show it to them. Suddenly, Young tells everyone to not panic and maintain the formation, but he sees Siaku running away and tells him to come back. Lee gets upset that Young is trying to hide his true colors until the very end and thinks that if Young is going this far, it will make him think that Young is trying to live a kind life or something. Suddenly, a monster grabs Kichul, and Kichul begs Yijun for help, but he is terrified. Meanwhile, Young is also worried, so he calls Lee for help, but Lee pretends that his magic power is refilling slowly. Simultaneously, when Park asks Lee if they are not going to help them, Lee says they'll not help and says if Park goes to help, he might get himself into danger as well. Lee tells Park not to get involved no matter what happens and says he'll do something for them with Hayan. Lee tells Park to concentrate on what's in front of him, and suddenly, the monster eats Kichul, which makes Yijun cry in shock, but Young is furious. Meanwhile, Lee is happy and thinks that if Young had helped Kichul, he would have been able to survive. Lee thinks he feels sorry for Kichul, but this situation is turning in their favor. Suddenly, Lee looks towards Hayan, and Hayan immediately uses water strike magic to kill the monsters. Lee thanks Hayan for her help and thinks the first round is over now, but suddenly, Yijun furiously grabs Lee's collar and says Kichul died because of him. Everyone gets startled, but Hayan gets furious about how dare Yijun touch her appa. Lee apologizes to Yijun and says there was nothing he could do. Lee says he tried his best, and that's why Kichul is the only casualty, but Yijun furiously asks if Lee is serious right now. As Lee says, "Aren't they alive right now?" Yijun furiously punches Lee. Park and Hayan get worried, and Park furiously asks what Yijun is trying to do. As Hayan asks if Yijun wants to die, Lee tells them to stop and says it is okay, but he thinks, based on the situation, he did have to remember to get beaten up at least once. Lee thinks he needs to act feeble, too, and says since it was his mistake, there is nothing he can do. Yijun calls Lee crazy and is about to hit him again, but Young stops him and says he understands how Yijun feels, but further conflict won't benefit anyone. Yijun is furious, so Young, in a low voice, tells him that they have to change their plan because things have already gone down the drain since Kichul died. Young tells Yijun that they'll play along for now and clear this dungeon first, and then he apologizes to Lee. Young says his friend didn't have any bad intentions and says he just lost his cool due to the death of his longtime friend. Young requests Lee to understand this, but Yijun furiously yells that he cannot accept it. Yijun says Lee caused this trouble intentionally, but Lee immediately bows down and apologizes to them, saying it's all because he is incompetent. Lee sobs and says he is ashamed of himself, which makes his comrades worried. Lee says if only he was a little stronger, he could have saved everyone and says someone like him should just die. Lee pretends to hit himself with a sword and says he should die because he couldn't save Kichul, but his friends run to stop him, saying he did nothing wrong. Meanwhile, Lee feels pleasant about seeing this sight and is glad to see that many people care for him when he is actually about to become sad. Yijun furiously says he'll beat the hell out of this guy, but Young tells him to stop and asks how many times he has to tell him that. Meanwhile, Siaku says Young is right and tells Yijun to stop here. He says like he told Yijun before, that Lee is a wicked and cunning piece of trash. Siaku says Lee even took his fiancée Hayan like this as well, which shocks Yijun. Siaku says if they continue to push Lee like this, they'll be in danger, so they should let this go. Suddenly, Lee says he was thoughtless and says he cannot give Yijun any words of consolement. Meanwhile, Lee's friends are standing behind him with fierce expression and Yijun gets nervous with this situation. Yijun wonders why he is being treated as the bad guy and is sure Lee's expressions tell him that he is playing around with him. Finally, Yijun steps back, and Lee is extremely happy that no one believes Yijun. Meanwhile, Young thinks he is going to kill Lee but wonders if he should recruit him. Suddenly, Siaku says Lee must have it nice and that even if Lee does something wrong, the others are quick to be her shields. When Lee furiously asks what he means, Siaku immediately runs after Yijun and Young. Lee spits some blood and says it was a cheap taunt by Siaku, but simultaneously, Kim asks if he is alright. Lee says he is alright and apologizes that it was his mistake, but in reality, he is hurt. Kim gives Lee a hand, and Lee is glad he has such a caring regressor. But suddenly, he feels strong magic behind him and gets terrified to see Heian, who is furious. Lee wonders what Heian is planning to do this time, and thinks it would be fine if he just avoided the opposite sex. But it seems like it's forbidden for anyone to lay a hand on his body. Lee sees Heian putting his tooth, which had broken earlier, in her pocket and wonders why she is taking it. Suddenly, Lee again coughs blood, which worries Heian, and she, while sobbing, asks if he is okay. Heian says that Guy is a bad person, so she'll take revenge for Lee and punish that idiotic fool. Lee tells Heian it's alright, but he sees her eyes getting scary again. Lee thinks if Heian starts doing something and fires magic at them, then he will get hit, and everything else will go to waste. Lee thinks now that he has the enemies focused on him, it should be their time to sneak an attack on him and his group. Lee thinks he just needs to spark it, and meanwhile, he sees Siaku furiously looking toward him. Lee smiles and thinks it is so much easier than he expected. He wonders if Siaku knows that provocation is his specialty. Lee intentionally trips on Heian to make Siaku feel envious, but as he is really going to fall, Heian immediately grabs him, which shocks him, and she asks if he is fine. Heian tells him that he can lean on her, but Lee nervously says he is fine and thinks she has suddenly become a heroine. However, Lee is glad they accomplished their objective. And seeing Siaku burn with jealousy makes Lee feel amazing because it seems like he stole Siaku's lover from him. Lee thinks it looks like Siaku's eyes are going to pop out and is sure he is jealous. Lee gets close to Heian and wants Siaku to hit him. Lee asks Heian if it's tough on her to help her, but Heian says it's nothing compared to what he has done for her so far. Suddenly, Siaku interrupts their conversation and asks if she needs any help, but Heian says she doesn't need his help. Heian says she can help Lee herself and tells Siaku to mind his own business. Meanwhile, Lee sees Siaku's hand trembling because he is extremely furious and thinks if he had self-control, he would not have done that kind of thing to Heian back at the shelter. Lee thinks that now is the time and Siaku should hit him now, but suddenly they hear more monsters have arrived. Kim tells everyone to get into their positions and prepare for battle, but Lee asks Heian if she can go ahead and take care of the monsters with Park. Lee says he'll catch up right after, but Heian is worried that Lee is not feeling well. Lee tells Heian that he won't overdo it, so she should not worry about him. Heian believes Lee and goes ahead with Park, while Lee thinks Park is about 20 meters away. Lee thinks that if he wants to provoke Siaku, he'll let him get a good swing at him, and then he thinks that since the monsters are not very agile, he should be able to block their attacks. Lee knows Heian will then cast the healing magic on him at that time. And while fighting monsters, he thinks if things go wrong, he still has the magic shield Kim gave him. Suddenly, Lee gets close to Siaku, thinking it's time to turn him into a villain, and with a smile, asks if Siaku is jealous, which infuriates Siaku, so he immediately takes out his sword and stabs Lee. Lee bleeds and feels it hurts like hell, but he decides to endure it to turn Siaku into a villain. Suddenly, Lee screams, and everyone wonders what's happening. Siaku says he finally took care of Lee and killed him, while Lee is glad that at least one of Young's group members was a landmine. Meanwhile, Young is shocked and furiously asks what nonsense Siaku is spouting. Siaku says he said he could pull it off, and he did it. But Young furiously calls Siaku crazy and, while grabbing his sword, runs towards Siaku, which startles Kim. Simultaneously, Lee thinks Young is going to try to eliminate the rebellion of his group with his own hands. And it seems Young is saying that he has no intention of fighting against their party, but Lee thinks that won't do, and Young has to fight them. Lee thinks that now is Kim's chance, and that he should stop Young from doing what he wants. Simultaneously, when Park and Heian run toward Lee, he is happy to see them and thinks Heian will heal him now, but Yijun stabs Lee from behind and tells him to die. Lee is shocked, but he falls, and Heian can't believe this. However, she immediately checks to see if Lee is okay. Haein tries to wake Lee up while Park runs to beat them, but sees Young run before him to kill Seokwoo and Yijun. Young is about to stab them, but Kim immediately pushes Young away from them by blocking his attack. Kim tells Park that he'll leave Haein and Lee to him, and he'll take care of Young. Meanwhile, Yijun gets terrified and tells Seokwoo that they should run away, but Seokwoo says they shouldn't. When Yijun asks what he means, Seokwoo says he'll leave only after he ends Lee's life. Seokwoo says Yijun can go ahead and says he was cool earlier and is sure Kichul would be proud of Yijun. Yijun runs away after telling Seokwoo to kill Lee and says he'll see Seokwoo later. Seokwoo, while looking towards Haein and Lee, says he'll take care of every single one of them. Meanwhile, Park tells Lee to open his eyes and says he cannot die like this, but Lee acts like he is unconscious, and Haein cries that Lee is dying. Lee wants Haein to use her healing magic instead of screaming, and suddenly, Park reminds Haein to use her healing ring. Haein immediately uses the ring, and Lee's body heals. Lee is amazed that even his tooth that fell out earlier has been restored, while Park and Haein ask if he is okay. Lee says he is okay, and he thanks them, but he thinks he is about to die, so he'll throw the dice carefully next time. Suddenly, Park sees Seokwoo running towards them to kill Lee, so he furiously grabs Seokwoo and asks how dare he do that. Simultaneously, Lee sees monsters coming towards them, so he uses his ring to create a magic shield, but Haein has already left. Park notices Haein is not there, and Lee realizes she went after Yijun, but he thinks she is making her move at the right time. Park apologizes for his inadequacy and says that if he had arrived faster, this could not have happened, but Lee pats Park's head and tells him not to worry. Lee says he let his guard down earlier as well, and as for Haein, he saw her go earlier, so Park should not worry. Moreover, Lee tells Park not to cry because it doesn't suit his big body. On the other hand, Yijun, while running away, thinks he is thankful that Seokwoo took revenge on Kichul, but thinks he has no plan to get involved with a stupid that's all bark and no bite. Yijun thinks he knows Young doesn't have a speck of camaraderie, but he is furious and wonders how Young could abandon them like that. Even so, Yijun thinks he has to join Young again to defeat Kim, and after that, he'll rip Lee into pieces. While he is running, Haein suddenly attacks his legs with her magic, and he falls. Yijun is shocked because his legs are cut off, and he yells in pain, but Haein says she doesn't have a lot of time, so he'll finish it. Haein opens Yijun's mouth, and Yijun starts crying, but Haein uses an air bomb and blows his mouth. Haein asks him if it hurts and asks him why he did that to her poor appa. Haein says Lee must have been hurt so much and says she'll take revenge for him, while Yijun thinks she is crazy. Yijun wants her to spare him, but she says he has blood on her, and Lee will not like it. Haein says she'll end it soon and scold him today so he cannot do it again. Yijun thinks he cannot die like this, and that he is going to live no matter what, but Haein uses an air bomb again and checks he is dead. On the other hand, Park ties Seokwoo while he yells at Lee to let him go and asks if Lee thinks Young will let him get away with this. Seokwoo says Young must have taken care of Kim and is probably getting here right now to kill Lee and his comrades. Seokwoo says he won't forget Haein either, and that he'll make her regret not choosing him. However, Lee sighs and asks what they do now because it seems Seokwoo's precious senior brothers left him for dead. When Seokwoo asks what Lee means, Lee says they received an order from their senior Young that the plan is off because Kichul died, and then Seokwoo went through with it. Seokwoo, in shock, asks what Lee is talking about, but Lee feels he cannot control his laughter because situations like this crack him up the most. Lee tells Seokwoo that Young abandoned him and says he is thankful to Seokwoo because the ally that Young thought of his insurance is this much of an idiot. Lee says he managed to get closer to Haein because Seokwoo is trash, but Seokwoo furiously yells at him for using him this whole time. Seokwoo yells he'll kill Lee while Lee says all he did was eat from the table Seokwoo prepared. Lee says Seokwoo was the one feeding him when he didn't lift a finger, but this makes Seokwoo furious. Suddenly, Lee says the only way to cool Seokwoo's temper is to kill him, which terrifies Seokwoo, and Lee says the choice of whether to live or not is up to Seokwoo. Park also gets nervous, but Lee tells him to close his eyes if he doesn't want to see. Seokwoo asks what Lee is trying to do. Lee says he needs to experience it with his own hands once and is about to stab Seokwoo while Seokwoo calls him crazy. Seokwoo begs Lee to spare him, But Lee thinks he cannot lose his composure after coming this far. And since it's not the first time, he stabs Seokwoo. Lee remembers all the people that he killed. He refused to help and threw into a trap. Lee thinks he just has to stay calm and continues stabbing Seokwoo until he dies. Lee tells Park not to get too scared because, in this world, they either kill or be killed. Moreover, Lee says if he can do this, then Park can do this better than him. But Park asks if Lee is a Christian, to which Lee replies he doesn't believe in something like a god and he just came out. Suddenly, a new class opens for Lee, and he realizes the experience points go up after killing people, so he thinks the world is cold-hearted, whether it be on Earth or there. Suddenly, Lee, in a serious tone, tells Park not to dare to die, which shocks Park, and Lee asks if he gets it. After some while, Park and Lee are going ahead when Park asks if Lee is still thinking about which class he should choose and tells him to choose the one that sounds the coolest. Lee says they all sound cool, and that is the problem, so he wonders which class he should choose in order for the people to say that he made a great choice. Lee thinks he should consult with the Regressor on this later, and suddenly, he hears Haeun calling him from behind. Lee sees Haeun running towards them, and she immediately hugs him while crying. Haeun asks if Lee is hurt or in pain and asks what they should do about Seokwoo, to which Lee replies he is dead. Haeun gets happy to hear it, but when Park asks where did she go and what took her so long, Haeun gets nervous. Lee thinks he should help her and asks if she went to help Kim. Haeun immediately tells Lee she is not interested in Kim, and while fumbling with fear says Yejun hurt Lee, so she was angry and says she did it without realizing. Haeun apologizes to them, but Park tells her not to be sorry and says he understands what she is trying to say. When Haeun starts crying, Park tries to stop her and says he also wanted to chase Yejun at that time, so it's not Haeun's fault. However, Haeun says she cannot help but keep thinking about what happened. Park tells her everything is alright, so she should not cry, and calls Lee to help him. Lee thinks there is nothing to be sorry about, and while patting Haeun's head, he tells her it's okay. Lee wonders if she hates seeing him getting hurt that much and is thankful to her. Lee hugs her and tells her it's okay while thinking she is a warm and cuddly time bomb, but it's comforting. Lee tells her not to cry anymore and tells Park to come over and help Haeun. Suddenly, Lee notices Park's expressions and wonders if he set this up again. Meanwhile, Kim arrives there and sees Kim's rough condition. Lee realizes Young is not an easy opponent. Simultaneously, when Kim asks about others, Lee replies that he killed them, but he asks about Young, to which Kim replies that things worked out alright, and they were enemies anyway. Kim says if they haven't killed them, then those at the shelter probably wouldn't be safe and says it might be hard for everyone. But he hopes that all of them can think of this as having done something right. Meanwhile, Lee thinks he is also thinking of doing the same thing and is glad. Kim says they did the right thing and they'll meet similar cruel people in the future again. Kim says no one would criticize a decision like this and says he doesn't know if it'll be comforting, but he hopes they'll be able to overcome this. Hearing this, Lee feels much more lighthearted and thanks Kim. Meanwhile, Kim asks if Lee is alright, to which Lee replies that he is good as new, but says if not for the ring Kim gave, he would have died. Lee says he'll never forget the times he have been saved by Kim, which makes Kim happy. Kim says everyone must be toted, so they should rest somewhere nearby, and everyone agrees. Lee thinks suffering together, experiencing crisis together, and overcoming it together. It looks like Kim has same thoughts as him, that all of them has gotten closer and tighter. Lee thinks the four of them will definitely be able to continue maintaining good relationships even when they are out of there. Lee thinks that knowing that he'll be on this stable and comfortable bus known as Kim helps him feel quite safe. Lee doesn't feel tense anymore and thinks his precious treasures have done a good job. After some while, they find a place to rest, and Lee tells Kim that he is able to choose a new class. Kim asks if he could tell him what classes are available, to which Lee replies that he is going to consult him anyway because there are too many choices. Lee says there are summoners, magic lancers, black magicians, alchemists, and flame magicians, and they are all of a rare grade. While eating bread, Lee says he'll read their description starting from the summoner and says its additional stats would be an increase in stamina and intelligence by 1 point and magic by 2 points. Lee thinks it's a good class because he'll not have to fight a person because the summoned creature will help him instead. Lee says the next class is Magic Lancer, which uses magic and spear at the same time. The Magic Lancer class increases dexterity and magic power by 2 points. Lee thinks it's a pass for him because it's the same as previous classes in which he has to work himself. Lee tells Kim that the Black Magic class increases magic power by 4 points, and it allows them to borrow power from the devil, which increases magic to a different level. Lastly, Lee says there is an alchemist and flame magician, and Heian wonders what they should do because they are all the same good. Lee says it'll increase his magic power and intelligence by 2, and after this class, he can change his class to a potion maker, alchemy magician, or homunculus specialist. Lee thinks this class suits him the best compared to something that needs magic power because he has higher intelligence. Lee thinks he might be able to make mana potions to make up for the lack of magic power. Lee tells Kim that in Flame Magician class, in return for having huge firepower, it says that it would consume a lot of magic power as well. Suddenly, Lee says that is all, and he would like to hear Kim's thoughts on this, to which Kim replies that Lee's magic power is not on the high side, so Magic Lancer seems a no. Lee wonders if he is that bad, and Kim says Lee is also not good at using a spear, but Lee thinks he thought he did pretty well on his own. Kim says the Flame Magician class is a huge risk because of huge magic consumption, and for a black magic class, he thinks Lee can find himself in danger, so he thinks it'll be best for Lee to choose between the summoner and the alchemist. Lee says he was thinking the same, but he thinks this world feels like it's set in a medieval fantasy setting, so there could be some crazy religious groups who would go crazy and chase after the black magician. That's why Lee thinks it's a big no for him. But suddenly, Kim says he thinks that if Lee maintains summon beasts, he'll consume a lot of magic power as well. Kim says an alchemist might be a good choice for Lee because he has high intelligence. Kim says Lee can make potions, and if he needs to summon beasts, he could use homunculi, which are artificial humans, to fight for him. Lee also realizes it's a rare class that doesn't appear often, and thinks if it's a rare class, then it means they cannot buy potions there. Lee wonders if he tries doing business with some blue potions and says it sounds like a good option. Suddenly, Park, in a serious tone, asks what Kim is talking about and says Lee should become a black magician. Kim opposes it and says alchemist is best, but they both start arguing again, and Lee says there they go again. Park tells them to think about it and says it'll allow Lee to obliterate monsters with the power of darkness. Park says he can picture Lee as a black magician, but Kim says it'll affect the way the world would see him. However, Park says if anyone comes after Lee, he'll send them flying away. Park says in actual, the black magician not really suits someone who is as noble as Lee, but he can already see Lee's handsome appearance in a dark robe. Still, Kim says the black magician is a definite no, and Lee is worried about this situation. Suddenly, when Kim says the alchemist is a better choice, Park furiously opposes him, while Lee thinks he shouldn't have asked them. Meanwhile, as Heian interrupts them, they ask her what she thinks, to which Heian replies that she cannot choose between the two. Heian says to choose between the alchemist Appa, who uses intelligence, and the black magician Appa, who uses the power of darkness. It's confusing. Heian blushes, imagining Lee in those classes, but Lee also thinks it's really hard to choose. Lee thinks black magician is a class that has high risks, but it also has high returns. Park says that is right and tells Lee to become a black magician, but suddenly, Kim takes out something and says he totally coincidentally found it. Kim says it happens to be an item that only an alchemist can use and says if Lee chooses to become an alchemist, he'll give him this as a present. Lee uses Mind's Eye to know it's Ramus Tucker's introduction to alchemy, and Ramus was a famous alchemist who was a member of the Republic's military. Ramus earned his reputation as a leader in the field of potion synthesis and biology. But one day, he was purged from history for unknown reasons. Although Ramus died, his knowledge is still being passed in the form of a book. Kim asks if Lee doesn't want to possess this book, and Lee thinks he cannot reject this offer at all. Suddenly, Park says it's bribery, and that it's cheap for Kim to bait Lee with bribery. Kim says it's from the treasure box he found previously, and that because he is not an alchemist, he is unable to open this book, but it's a hero-grade item. Kim says he might not have any use of it, but it is something that Lee can have great expectations of. Lee is impressed, but he thinks it must be tough for Kim to come up with such excuses, and he believes the rings and bracelets Kim gave them were probably the items that he could not find in this place. Lee thinks that even if Kim is a regressor, It is far-fetched to keep pulling out items at such perfect timings. Lee thinks he doesn't know if an inventory came back together with Kim or if there is a store that exists, but they are unable to use it. Seeing as how Kim is able to pull out these items, Lee thinks there could be a lot more items inside of it than he can imagine. Kim requests Lee to become an alchemist, but Park insists he become a black magician, while Haein tells Lee to choose whichever he prefers. Lee thinks about it and says alchemist would be good for him, which disappoints Park. But Lee says he is not doing this because of the book. Haein gets happy and Lee also gets excited to see his stats increase. Lee notices Kim is also happy and wonders if he looks like a bit useful to Kim now. Lee thinks he is not just a somewhat useful administrator, but a listed stock, alchemist Lee. Kim congratulates Lee and gives him the book, and Park also congratulates Lee on his decision. Lee thanked them and told Kim that he felt bad constantly being on the receiving end, but he said he'd respond to Kim's expectations of him by doing his very best. Lee thinks he'll definitely increase the value for Kim, so he should keep investing in him. After some time, when everyone is sleeping, Lee reads the book and thinks he doesn't have any equipment, so it'll be difficult to use this class properly. Lee thinks it looks like he needs some kind of specialized catalyst as well and realizes it's an item-intensive class. Lee thinks it'll cost a lot of money to be an alchemist and thinks he can only try to combine this with the existing magic that he has been using for now. Meanwhile, Kim gets up and asks if Lee is not going to sleep, to which he replies he cannot sleep and there are a lot of things to digest from the newly obtained alchemy knowledge. Lee feels a little uneasy that Kim is so pleased with him and wonders if he is trying to turn him into a potion factory or something. Suddenly, Lee says they have not completed their survival quest, and that, looking at Kim's situation, he realizes there are not any monsters. Kim says he thinks the same way, and it seems it is the last stage of the tutorial dungeon. Kim says if they go a little further inside tomorrow, they might know what to do next, and Lee agrees with him. Lee thinks it's confirmed they won't be facing a boss mob for now and wonders if it means the exit is nearby. Lee thinks about the continent that the guide at the start point mentioned where only the minority of the survivors can go. On the other hand, a girl which seems like the one who is in the continent says it seems they have found the sword and the shield that could replace that person. The next morning, they go further ahead in the dungeon while Lee thinks everyone seems a lot more relaxed. Lee thinks they were all worried about how they would get out of this hellhole at first, but now they are relieved. Lee thinks this is why it is good to be in a Regressor's party. Suddenly, they reach a door, and Lee thinks this is the exit that Kim was talking about yesterday. Lee is happy to see Kim smiling, and as Park opens the gate, Lee gets disappointed to see they are not out yet. Suddenly, they see a magic circle on the floor, and as a rare grade compulsory quest opens, they are shocked. Park tells Lee there is a door across the room, and he tries to open it but says it's not budging even in the slightest. Lee tells Park not to touch anything recklessly and to come back because they have to meet certain conditions to open the door. Lee wonders how they should go about the conquest and remembers Kim mentioned that there wouldn't be a mass mob. Lee feels the magic circle is a hint here, and as Kim walks towards the magic circle and activates it, Lee gets shocked. Lee asks if all they need to do is just inject mana. Kim says that is right, and he just gave it a try, which turned out to be the right answer. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the rare grade compulsory quest had been completed. Everyone gets happy, and Lee thinks Kim's expression seems to be saying that they are finally done here, but as Kim's expression changes to serious, Lee wonders if the real start from this point on. Haein says the butterflies appearing there seem pretty, and Lee also thinks, considering this is an ending in such a shitty place, it's really pretty. Suddenly, the gate opens, and a girl congratulates them on surviving the tutorial, but Lee is shocked to see her. The girl says she is the administrator of the tutorial dungeon and the vice guild master of the Blue Guild, Lee Sang-hee. Sang-hee says it's truly an honor to be able to meet with everyone like this. Lee is shocked that Sang-hee is the goddess they saw in the beginning and she is the administrator. Lee feels she is very friendly towards them and wonders why is that the case. Suddenly, Park asks Sang-hee what she mean when she say she is the dungeon's administrator and asks if they were the ones who trapped them in that place. Sang-hee says that is not it and she'll officially introduce herself to them. Sang-hee says she is the vice guild master of the free guild named Blue. Sang-hee says that it is under the name of Goddess Venigor, and they are the people in charge of administering the tutorial dungeon this season. Sang-hee says they were also summoned here out of nowhere one day and were made to go through the trials as well. Sang-hee says they were just able to reach this place earlier than all of them, and they have yet to find out why they were summoned to this place. Sang-hee says their duty is to guide all of them who made it out alive after conquering the dungeon and rescuing the rest of them who are still inside. Sang-hee says they would also be helping and teaching all of them who would be living a new life on this continent. Sang-hee says they'll be focusing on helping them achieve basic living skills and knowledge. Lee asks if she is saying the tutorial dungeon's door is not always open. Sang-hee says that is right, and the door is only open for 3 days after the dungeon has been conquered. Sang-hee says they are unsure of the reasons, but they'll guide them out, and they need them to give their weapons to them before they head out. Lee gets shocked that the weapons were lent to them temporarily, and Sang-hee says they'll share the details of what is happening at the Blue Guild's base. Sang-hee tells Hwan to start searching for survivors in the dungeon, and says she'll bring the people here to the base first. Lee checks her stats are mostly heroic and thinks he cannot ignore this. Lee thinks if she wanted to, she could easily kill them here, but she is being so humble. Lee thinks it looks like Kim is fine with her for now and thinks her tendency is to be an idealistic mediator, so he doesn't have to worry. Lee thinks Sang-hee doesn't seem to care about whether those in the dungeon survived or not, which is a big difference from how she treats them. Lee thinks it looks like she is the kind that does her task well and realizes that those at the shelter will be rescued soon. Suddenly, as they enter the continent, they are happy that they have survived and are amazed to see the continent. As they see a griffin, Sang-hee says they are lucky to see one because it's rare to see one like they just did. Suddenly, Park goes to a food stall, and Sang-hee apologizes as she forgets they must be hungry. Sang-hee says they usually treat them to a meal, but since they are here, she can buy them what they want. Park gets happy and asks others if they want grilled squid, to which Lee replies they are not hungry. Lee wonders why Kim looks a bit serious and calls Kim. Lee says he hopes they'll work well together from now on, too, and hopes Kim doesn't cut him off here. Lee decides he'll be good to Kim, and Kim, with a smile, says he hopes so, too. After some while, they are riding in a horse carriage, and Lee feels comfortable, but he thinks being treated so nicely feels a little out of place. Suddenly, Sang-hee says it seems like they conquered the dungeon pretty quickly, but Kim asks if that is not the usual speed, to which Sang-hee replies that normally it would take around 6 months to clear the dungeon. Sang-hee says it's definitely out of this world for them that they completed it in 3 months, and it's probably the shortest time taken for a dungeon clear in the whole world. Park, with shock, asks if there are dungeons in other places too, to which Sang-hee replies that is right and that the Republic and the Kingdom Reliance are also managing a few tutorial dungeons. Sang-hee says they, the Holy Empire, are managing a total of 3 tutorial dungeons. Sang-hee says she'll tell them in more detail later, and says this place has people of different nationalities, and each of them has their own place and summon tutorials. Meanwhile, Lee, while looking outside, sees people wearing robes and thinks it seems like they are in the Middle Ages. Meanwhile, Sang-hee says it's normally prohibited for them to ask what happened inside, but she says she is really curious about how they conquered the dungeon so quickly and with only a small group of 4 people at that. Kim says several things happened, but it was only possible because each of them had to play a certain role. Kim says at the underground first level's survivor camp, there is a shelter, so he requests Sang-hee to rescue everyone that is there. Park says that's the shelter Kim made, and thanks to him, survivors were able to gather by themselves. Park says they left those who couldn't fight behind and made a party to conquer the dungeon by themselves. Meanwhile, Lee thinks he knows for sure why they are being so friendly with them and thinks Kim is a sly fox. Lee sees some soldiers gathering people, and they tell them to form a queue, but the people tell them to send them back home. Lee thinks it is normal for people to react like this after barely surviving the dungeon, and they cry and make a lot of fuss. Lee thinks that compared to those people, they have cleared the dungeon in the shortest time, and Blue Guild is starting to rise up again. Lee thinks they are the super rookies whose values are rising quickly, and Blue is a big organization that's trying to recruit them. Lee thinks this sly fox Kim told Sang-hee about their accomplishments because he is trying to increase their value while acting and bragging about it like it's nothing. Suddenly, they reached their destination, and Lee was shocked to see their base. Sang-hee tells them to come in, but Lee is shocked that the base is so big and it's not a headquarters. Lee thinks of Kim as his golden egg and thinks he can take his time to find out what his lovely Regressor's objective is here. Lee thinks that if Kim chooses Blue or any other guild, he is sure they'll be walking on flowery paths. As they go in, a band welcomes them to the Blue Guild, and they get startled. Sang-hee apologizes if they are startled and says they just want to hold a fancy welcoming party for them. Lee felt shocked because he thought monsters had appeared again. Suddenly, Sang-hee says she'll take them to the banquet hall because they must be tired and says she'll get the food prepared for them. Sang-hee orders the part-timers to stop what they are doing and prepare the food, but Lee is shocked to know that those who welcomed them are part-timers. Lee wonders why Sang-hee is doing all this herself because he remembers she said she was the vice guild master. Lee sees the banquet looks very grand and fancy, but it's a little overboard. While having amazing food, Lee thinks they look fancy and loaded with money, and it's praiseworthy for them to try and look good in front of them, but he feels they are a little dubious since a bit ago. Lee thinks the cutlery looks like pure gold, but when he takes a spoon, he wonders why it's so light. Lee realizes it's fake and suddenly, Sang-hee asks them to share their names, so Kim and Park tell their names and classes. Lee wonders why they are telling their classes, but then he thinks there shouldn't be a problem in doing that because he already changed his class twice, so he says he is an alchemist. Suddenly, when Sang-hee says Lee has already made his second class change, Lee gets shocked that how she knows that and she looks disappointed. Lee gets worried because Kim told him to choose this class and wonders if Kim is really trying to make him his potion factory. Lee hopes that is not the case and thinks their kind Kim can't do that to him. Lee thinks he must trust Kim and thinks he must make it so that being an alchemist stands out. Lee thinks if they don't treat him well, he'll just have to make it so that they'll treat me well. Lee decides to trust Kim for now, and he wants to talk about the main topic, but the timing is not right. Suddenly, Park says the food is delicious, and it's been so long since he ate such warm food. Park says his grandmother told him not to trust people who give free food, but he is so hungry that he doesn't care about that now. Meanwhile, Kim says, as Park said, that they are thankful for the food and do not complain about it. But they ask if the reason they are treating them so nicely is that they need them. Sang-hee says they are amazing people and that if she cuts to the chase, that is right. Sang-hee says she would like to recruit all of them into their guild and says she knows it'll be hard for them to give them a definite answer now, but says if they are all okay with it, they have prepared great terms for them. Sang-hee says they have favorable terms for them, but Kim says he would like to talk about the details first, which shocks Lee. Shanji agrees and tells them that this land is called the continent, but Lee thinks Kim is interested in joining them. Lee is worried because he knows everything is fake here, but he thinks Kim would only show interest if there is something that is worth keeping a secret from them. Lee thinks Kim could also have been a part of the Blue Guild in his first life, but he is nodding way too much even though. Lee thinks Kim needs to look like he doubts them a little and plays some mind games with them. Lee wonders if the Blue Guild has something on Kim, and he feels frustrated because he can't figure out what he is thinking about. Lee thinks maybe Kim was a pushover in his past life who worked like a slave in a shabby guild during his first life, but he is still unsure why Kim is trying to come back here again. Lee gets emotional thinking about that, but he is firm that he doesn't share what belongs to him, and he'll never let anyone take it away from him. Lee wants Kim not to worry because he'll make sure Kim holds a ton of gold in his hands in this life. Lee hopes Kim doesn't trust anyone from this point on and just trust him. Simultaneously, Sang-hee tells them that the land known as the continent has not just the Holy Empire of Beniger, but also the large countries like the Republic and the Kingdom Alliance. Sang-hee says they work together by maintaining balance between each country, and there are also other neutral countries and kingdoms beside the three he has mentioned, but they can be said to be the top 3 nations. Sang-hee says that although they do live on the continent with the natives that lived here from the start, people like her who came from the earth are foreigners here. Sang-hee says they have a complicated relationship, and they try to understand and live alongside each other. Sang-hee tells them that among the natives, there are races other than the human race, such as elves, dragons, and lizards man. Lee is listening to this with interest, and Sang-hee says that the Blue Guild, the other free guilds, and clans have a certain autonomous right to operate outside of the Empire's influence. Sang-hee said, however, that all of them have come to mutual agreements with the countries they reside within to cooperate with each other, and the price of that freedom is that when war breaks out in the country, they must send military support and resources to each other. Sang-hee says even if the guild's authority is powerful, they won't stage a coup d'etat to take over the country, which means each of the top 3 countries possesses an incredible weapon that helps them to stand their guard against large guilds. Sang-hee says the dungeon that was used to test every one of them opens once every year, and the current place that all of them are in now is entrusted to the foreigners who manage tutorials by the Holy Empire. Sang-hee says various small, medium, and large guilds decide on whose turn it is to manage the tutorial. Sang-hee says once the tutorial has ended, the guild in charge of the tutorial that year is given the chance to first interact with the raiding team for that year's season. Sang-hee says that is like their current position, the Blue Guild and Kim's raiding team. When Park asks if Sang-hee means they belong to the Blue Guild, Sang-hee says that is not the case and that they are the corporation that is scouting them. Sang-hee says they can think of them as recruiters who are trying to recruit them into their company and negotiating their annual salaries with them. Sang-hee says she can see this food is all the bribe and laughs while Lee thinks it was expected, but the problem is she is way too honest. Lee thinks if he was in her position, he would have lied about half of whatever she just said. Lee realizes that the Vice Guild Master is someone else's puppet, which means they are using her upright nature as a shield to cover up whatever they are hiding. Lee thinks there is a chance that Blue Guild is trying to show that they are upright and honest like her, and he feels they seem desperate right now. Suddenly, Lee asks what position the Blue Guild holds in the Holy Empire, to which Sang-hee nervously replies that the Blue Guild once represented the Holy Empire. Lee says she used the past tense, to which Sang-hee replies that she can only tell that they met situations that were beyond their control. However, Sang-hee says she hopes all of them will consider the possibilities the future can bring, and that the salary they are going to offer them won't be lousier than any other guild. Lee understands they are a guild in the midst of going down the road of ruin, hoping to recruit them and revive the guild. Lee realizes that is why they are so humble, and even spend so much despite not having the budget to do so. Lee gets that they are sincere, and they put in extra effort to make everything look nice to them, but he thinks that is their business. Lee believes they are not pushovers and wonders if they are expecting them to sign with them despite knowing it'll be an arduous journey. Lee wants Kim to get out of this place and thinks with Kim and Haeun, they can easily get into a large guild. Suddenly, when Kim says what Sang-hee said sounds good, Lee gets shocked. Kim says it might be hard to give them an answer now, but he says they just need to hear the details of the terms, and that would be fine. Lee is worried that Kim is acting like this, but when Kim asks Lee if he is right, Lee unwillingly says he is right. Lee gets worried, but he hopes Kim is acting like this for a good reason. Lee is sure Kim was a pushover with that kind of personality in his previous life, and yet he is going to choose to be with the Blue Guild in his second life. Suddenly, Lee wonders if it could be that Kim is making use of this guild, which means he was not simply a pushover in the Blue Guild. Lee thinks Park must have been the guild master of the Blue Guild in his previous life. Lee thinks about it again. Kim is a legendary player to the point where even the overall rating says it's impossible to estimate his ratings, and it would be weirder if he wasn't a big shot in the future. Lee thinks that, in such a sloppy guild that's on the verge of collapse, Kim is definitely someone with a huge influence. Lee doesn't know if Kim's real objective is to save the world, but thinks it would definitely be more adventurous the higher the position Kim has. Lee can't think of another reason for Kim to join this messed up guild, and Kim's attitude also shows that he knows Sang-hee well. Sang-hee thanked them and hoped they had a good rest, but asked what they thought about meeting the Human Resources Department tomorrow. Kim says they'll do that, and Sang-hee says she'll guide them to their accommodations. Meanwhile, Haeun asks Lee if he enjoyed the food, to which he replies he did. Lee is sure Kim wants to go back to the Blue Guild because he wants to give them important positions in the guild because they are all talented, and he is glad Kim has planned this all out. Lee thinks the Blue Guild is delicious prey, and after taking them to their rooms, Sang-hee gives them keys for the guest usage and tells them to let her know if they need any help. Sang-hee says she'll take a leave, and Lee thanks her. After she leaves, Lee says they should go to their rooms, but everyone is looking at him, which feels awkward, and Kim wants to know how Lee feels about this place. Lee wants Kim to not just use his eyes to ask this question and wants him to ask him for real. Lee thinks that if this goes on, he will be worried about Mind Reader in his next class changes. Lee tells Kim that they should go in and talk because he knows Kim is curious. As they go in, Park gets excited to see such a huge room with a bed, and Lee thinks it looks like he'll enjoy his time here as he plays mind games. Lee tells Kim to sit anywhere and says he never thought he would see structures like these again. Lee says he can't get used to this type of treatment, but in reality, he is living it. Park also agrees with Lee and says things like contracts and empire make his head hurt. Haein says she has got a rough grasp of things. Suddenly, Kim says they are in a position where this guild wants to treat them well, and this applies to the other guilds as well. Kim says that after the first round of negotiations ends, the other guilds will probably send their offers to them as well. Kim says it'll be good for them to think of the guild that would benefit them the most. He says he cannot help but think this guild can be better than others. Kim says they don't know what the terms might be, but a place that needs them will treat them well. When Kim asks what Lee thinks, Lee says if that is so, they'll go with this guild, and Haein says she'll go with Lee. However, Lee says he'll only know for sure tomorrow, which worries Kim, and Lee says it'll be good for them to have that freedom of choice for now. Kim says that is right, and there are a few things they need to consider for their future, so it'll be good for them to think through those as well. Suddenly, Lee says they should rest and explore the guild together later, and tells them to meet in front of his room in 15 minutes. Lee thinks going back to Blue Guild might be the key to succeeding in Kim's second life. Suddenly, Kim says he is going back to his room and thinks what's important right now is to succeed in the negotiations. After going to his room, Kim remembers the scenes from his past life in which a girl, while dying, told him to run because the enemies would be there anytime and apologized to Kim, who was the guild master at that time. In the previous life, Haein died, and sang he cried at her death, while saying they must protect the empire that killed its citizens. Kim's guild was annihilated by the masked people, and he remembers all of it, so he says he'll not let this happen this time. Kim, while crying, thinks it's different this time because of his comrades and thinks he'll make sure to save all of them this time around. The next morning, when Lee leaves his room, he is startled to see Haein outside. Haein asks if he slept well, to which Lee replies he did sleep well, but wonders what she is doing there. When Lee asks if she is waiting for him, she replies that's right, and she wants to go to the interview with him. After some while, a guy arrives there and calls Kim for an interview, so he says he'll leave. Lee wishes him luck and thinks if it was a group negotiation, he could fudge his way a bit. Lee hears applause from the room and wonders if it could be that it is not just an interview and they are actually giving a test or something. A while later, Kim comes out, and it's Haein's turn. Lee heard Haein getting applause, so he felt nervous, and he hated this feeling. Meanwhile, Haein comes out, and Park is called in, but Lee gets more nervous to hear Park being applauded. Lee hates this feeling of everything being exposed and him being exposed as this party's burden. After Park, Lee is called for an interview, and he thinks his stats are at least a lot better than before. Lee thinks he has higher intelligence and mana than Park, so he hopes he'll get a similar reception. After Lee goes in, he is shocked to see so many judges in front of him, and an old man says, if he recalls, Lee said his class was an alchemist. Lee says that's right, and he started out as a mage, but he chose alchemist when he advanced to his second class. Lee says because the choice of alchemical magic was available to him, he chose not to walk the path of a standard mage. Suddenly, Lee sees some judges laugh, and the other judge who asked a question tells Lee that alchemical magic is not that efficient of choice and says it might be a different story if Lee had plenty of mana to spare. So he asks what is the stat value if Lee's mana. As Lee tells them it is 8, he gets shocked, but the other judge says it's not very high and says, considering Lee changed his class twice, he hoped his mana stat was 10. Lee says it hasn't been rising as fast as his intelligence compared to his mage teammate. The judges doesn't give a good response, which makes Lee nervous, and he wonders why they are not even making him take the test. Suddenly, Sang-hee says they should move on to discussing the contract conditions and offers 1,500 gold, which is $150,000 in Earth currency. Sang-hee says like others the contract duration will be 7 years with an annual salary of 700 gold. Sang-hee asks what Lee thinks and says the renegotiation of the annual salary is possible, and they'll also provide him with what he needs to the best of his ability. But suddenly, Chief Lee Seolho says that'll only happen if Lee joins with others. Sang-hee immediately asks what Seolho is trying to do by being so disrespectful, to which Seolho replies that she knows well enough and says even 1,000 gold would be wasted on that alchemist. Songhee gets furious, but others agree with Seolho, and Lee can hear all of them. Lee can hear others saying that they offer him such good conditions because of his fellows and says he wouldn't have a chance at a different guild. They say they were sure Lee was lucky enough to somehow join the team in the tutorial dungeon and was carried away. Meanwhile, Lee, while checking their stats, realizes they are making him out to be a complete idiot and thinks there is no ability like Mind's Eye in the statuses of these idiots. Lee thinks they shouldn't know that his dormant ability is lower average and thinks the only reason his score is lower is because of his alchemist support class and his relatively low mana. But they are overlooking his most important thing. Suddenly, Lee asks Songhee if that is all for the conditions, to which she replies there are various benefits and basic insurance akin to accident or life insurance will be provided. Songhee says financial support for marriage and childbirth and various insurances will also be provided. Songhee nervously says they'll also prepare a lab for support classes like Lee's, and if Lee wants, they can provide him with a personal alchemy instructor. Suddenly, someone tries to stop Songhee, but she says Lee is also a member of the current clearing team, and she believes in his potential. Songhee says the Blue Guild can offer only this at the moment, but renegotiation is possible at any later date. Lee likes that Songhee is showing respect and not forgetting her urgency, but the problem is the boomers next to her. Suddenly, someone says he doesn't know how close Lee is to the other members of the clearing team and asks if it is not a norm for the tutorial clearing team to part ways after a while. The guy tells Songhee that they should lower the contract fee and says giving Lee 1,500 gold just to recruit the other three is a bit much. Meanwhile, Lee thinks these guys are like stale, moldy bread, but he thinks not everything they are saying is nonsense. Lee thinks, as they say, this is a place where their bonds as teammates, who went through life and death together, no longer really apply. Lee is sure there must be a lot of situations where the clearing team breaks apart due to joining other groups due to money and personal circumstances. However, Lee thinks that this doesn't apply to them because Kim, Haein, and Park are different from others. Still, Lee thinks seeing the reaction of these people pisses him off, but he is also happy about it and thinks if it is going to be like this, he would rather have them neglect and scorn him more. Suddenly, Lee says he is not sure, but these sound like good conditions and says he can see Songhee has given it a lot of consideration. A guild member again says that no matter where Lee goes, no guild will offer a contract at this level to a beginner alchemist. The member says if they were to put in a good word for the other three who Lee came with, they could even plumb it up a little more and ask what Lee thinks. As Lee replies he'll think about it, the guild member furiously asks what he means, to which Lee replies that he is looking at it positively for now, but he wants them to give him a little time to think about it. The man says they want him to give an answer as fast as possible and says they might not have time once the demonstrations start next week. Suddenly, some guild members start wondering if Lee is going to refuse, and they say they happen to be a bit low on production classes, so Lee will be pretty useful if they teach him a bit and set him on making potions. Meanwhile, the other member says he hopes Lee puts in a good word for them with others. However, Lee, while leaving, wonders if there will be more offers from other guilds like Kim mentioned. Suddenly, Songhee stops Lee and gives him Blue Guild's brochure and the original contract. She says it'll be helpful if Lee reads this while he is thinking. Lee thanks her while taking it and says he'll read it later while Seolho thinks of Lee as an impudent fresh rookie. Meanwhile, Lee thinks there is no need or worth in reading the brochure because the whole content of it is going to be changed in a few days. Lee comes out thinking that if they had been so desperate, they should have taken a more submissive attitude, but Park and Haein tell him that these people treated them well and that they seemed nice. Kim agrees and says from the guild's perspective, they are also taking a bit of a gamble, and they must be feeling the pressure to successfully complete this recruitment. Kim says it might be early to make the call, but asks what Lee thinks and says he thinks it'll be better to guarantee great treatment here instead of going to another big guild. Meanwhile, Park says as long as it is fine with Lee, he is in, and Haein also says the same. Simultaneously, Lee thinks that, as he expected, Park and Haein will not betray him, but the problem is Kim. Lee thinks Kim has no concept of push and pull in his dictionary, and he is too obviously agreeable and impatient on top of that. Lee also thinks that choosing Blue is the most sensible decision rather than moving independently or being squashed by a big guild. Swallowing the already set up infrastructure in a guild of around this size is the best move. Lee thinks if they have to start somewhere, starting at the head of a snake is better than starting at the tail of a dragon, because Kim and Park are skilled enough to make that possible. However, Lee says it would be best if they think about it a little more. When Kim asks if Lee doesn't like this guild, Lee replies that it is not like that and says he thinks they can increase their asking prices a little more and try to get as much as they can. Lee says there is already a way to do that and asks Kim if he is not saying it right. Everyone gets shocked, and Kim says he understands what Lee is trying to say. Lee is talking about demonstrations, and he knows Blue has already used its priority rights, so they are in a position where they must allow the other guilds to see their skills in person and attempt to scout them. Kim realizes he was a little hasty, but Lee says it is fine, and there is no real need to rush the contract. Lee thinks they are a party that cleared the tutorial in an unprecedented time, so there is a high chance that the hottest offers in the world will come their way. Lee realizes that the longer this drags out, the more anxious the Blue Guild will be, so all they have to do is make it clear with a boom that they are the grand prize. Lee says they'll prove their worth one more time very clearly, but suddenly, Park and Haein worriedly ask if he is thinking of going somewhere else. Haein emotionally hugs Lee, so Lee says he'll never leave them or Kim, and Kim says though fate joined them in a strange place like this, he wants to stay together with them all. Park says he feels the same and they should have a nice drink, but Lee says they'll do it when everything is over. For now, they should stay sharp and work hard to prepare for the demonstration. Lee asks if Haein gets it, but Haein asks him to go on a date with her and says she'll study hard if he does that. Lee says they'll do that after the demonstrations because he also has to study a bit more, but Haein says she'll not study then. Lee feels she is having an especially difficult day, although she is usually obedient. Suddenly, Lee agrees and Haein gets happy, but as Lee says they'll all go together, Haein gets frozen. Lee asks if it's okay with others, to which Kim replies that he is okay with it, but Park tells Kim to read the mood, so he immediately says he has some training to do. Park says he also has something to do, so they should go and have some quality time, but Lee says it's fine. Lee tells Haein that everyone has to work hard and asks if she still insists on going out to play with him despite knowing that. Haein says spending time with him is more important for her than studying, and Lee thinks he cannot blame her. Lee realizes he has not been able to pay much attention to Haein these days and knows their demonstration will flop as a whole if Haein isn't able to focus on her magic training and is just obsessed with him. Lee thinks he can't permit that, and no matter what it takes, he'll make all three of them a flashy success and make sure that Blue's chief executives get that straight. Suddenly, Lee cutely asks if Haein wants to play with him that badly. He asks if they start by going out to eat together and asks Park and Kim to come with him. Lee says they'll do everything Haein wants to do, and they all agree. Haein gets happy, but suddenly, she tells Lee that they can slip away from Park and Kim later, but Lee gets nervous. A few days later, Lee asks Park if he is looking at the brochure, to which Park replies that he is right. Seeing the menu, Park asks who thought he would become such a big success in a place like this. Lee says Park will be treated even better from now on, and they start laughing. Suddenly, Park gets a weird feeling and asks Lee if Haein is okay, but Lee asks what he means. Park says Haein holed up in her room and cried for several days since Lee refused to see her. Park tells Lee to take care of her a bit more, but Lee says he knows that well and thinks it's necessary. Lee thinks the sweeter something is, the harder it is to quit. But when Park says it's extreme, Lee stuffs bread in Park's mouth and tells him not to worry because he knows more about Haein than him. Lee knows how important Haein is for their team and thinks other than Park and Kim. The reason this party is the grand prize is that they have a future archmage with a legendary rank growth potential. Meanwhile, Lee sees he has only 2 heroic rank stats, intelligence and luck. Lee knows Haein is in the middle of a terrifying growth period for her mana stat, and Lee remembers that during their first date a few days ago, she advanced to her 2nd class as the Elemental Mage, a class both Kim and Lee recommended. Lee knows Haein can grow far and far faster than she is now because that is the level of dormant potential she possesses. That's why Lee wrote a little cheat sheet while they were in the tutorial dungeon. Whenever Haein makes progress, Lee throws out a carrot from his side, and on the flip side, when there is no progress, he gives her a somewhat cold reaction. When they went on a date, Haein wished time could stop, and Lee said the same. But suddenly, he said they shouldn't see each other until the demonstrations. When Lee said if she scored 100 points, he'd see her then, Haeun was shocked. Lee told her not to worry because it was for a short period of time, and if she did well, he'd give her a prize. Haeun couldn't listen to what Lee said, and she got furious, but it was expected. Lee thinks she became the very picture of a student working hard in order to get praised. Lee tells Park that he is simply trying to distance himself for a little while because she can't focus while he is here, and asks if Park thinks it will fly for someone to cling to their fiancé without studying during an exam period. Park says that is true, but she has been crying miserably for so many days, so it's natural to get worried. Lee says he also feels bad for her, but that's a place where Blue Guild's board of directors and the scouts of other big guilds will be gathered. Lee says botching things because of him is not a good thing for Haeun, so they decide to be together if this succeeds. Also, Lee says Haeun needs to learn how to be apart from him, and he can't always be by her side, so this is a good opportunity. Park says they really are a beautiful couple, a really rare sight these days. However, Lee thinks the problem is that Haeun's feelings go way beyond that, and thinks if it wasn't for Park's designs, he and Haeun might have been spending harmless days with a close brother and sister relationship. Suddenly, Lee imagines Haeun being mad at him, but he immediately shakes that idea off and thinks, in the end, the better Kim and Haeun perform during the demonstrations, the more their asking prices will jump, going up 2, 3 or maybe 4 times. A few days later, the demonstration day arrives, and the host announces that in a little while, the tutorial raid team's demonstrations. Meanwhile, a guy tells Lee and his team to move to their designated positions. Simultaneously, Lee thinks it's nice because it is a totally different game compared to the tutorial because it's high class and safe. Even though Lee didn't like those old guild members, he felt like they were being protected. Suddenly, they see that the people from the shelter are also there, but Lee notices that Jihai is not there. Lee thinks it's a little disappointing because there were times when he missed her persistence. Lee thinks that if the two of them were together, making those old guild masters from Blue Guild kneel in front of them would be nothing at all. Suddenly, as they enter the arena, the audience welcomes them with loud cheers, and Lee thinks this is who they are, so things should be at least this grand. Meanwhile, Sang-hee goes to the rostrum and tells the guests from various countries and everyone that it's been a long time ever since the foreigners have been on this continent. Sang-hee says they, who are in charge of hosting this event, feel like it was yesterday when they were roaming aimlessly in the tutorial dungeon. Sang-hee says the tutorial dungeon's doors were open this year as well, and with that, new heroes have stepped onto this land. Sang-hee thanked all the guests and raiding teams and said they at the Blue Guild hope that the blessings and light of Goddess Beniger will always be with them. Sang-hee tells everyone to welcome the raiding team that cleared the dungeon in the shortest time and has already drawn a lot of attention to themselves with a great round of applause. Lee and Park are happy to hear the praises, but Haeun seems worried, and she is standing in the arena. Lee thinks it looks like Haeun is looking for him and wants her to cheer her up because he thinks she has practiced a lot. Suddenly, when Haeun looks toward Lee, he gets worried about seeing her nose bleed and thinks it looks like she really practiced very hard. Suddenly, Park also notices Haeun in the arena and says she looks thin, which makes Lee wonder if she overworked herself. Lee feels she doesn't look like she is in a good condition. Meanwhile, the host announces that the 11th demonstration will start now, and the first person will be the newbie magician, young Haeun. The host tells Haeun to give him the signal when she is ready, while Haeun thinks Appa will be disappointed in her if she fails. Haeun thinks Lee will say that she fooled around without practicing, and will think that she is a useless and pathetic fool. Haeun is sure Lee likes people who are capable, so she fears if she fails, he'll not meet her. Haeun doesn't want to disappoint Lee, and she doesn't want to be abandoned again. The host calls Haeun, but she is lost in her thoughts, and suddenly everyone gets startled by an earthquake. Lee gets worried that this cannot go wrong because this will determine their worth and hopes Haeun does well. Simultaneously, Haeun summons elemental explosion from the sky which shocks Lee, and as the blast happens everyone closes their ears. Lee thinks his eardrums will burst, and as the explosion ends, everyone is in shock. Suddenly, Haeun, with a big smile, calls Lee, and Lee immediately praises her, but he is still in shock. Lee tells everyone that she is a genius magician at their party, says he is Lee, and tells everyone to give them tons of attention. People agree with Lee that a genius magician has appeared, and they want to have her in their guild. Lee is thankful to Heian for doing great, but while she is running towards him, he wonders what kind of reward he should give her. Heian immediately hugs Lee while other guilds ask her to spare them a minute. Meanwhile, Strategist tells Karina to get him that magician's profile, to which she replies that she understands while Strategist thinks Heian is interesting. Lee uses Mind's Eye and is amazed to see Heian's magic ability, which is already 41 points, but he sees those who look strong there have 60 to 80 magic powers. Lee wonders how strong Heian is, and as he sees the host trying to tell people to go back to their seats, he thinks the situation is out of control. Lee tells Heian that she did a great job and says it was tough on her, to which Heian replies it was not tough at all, but she did hold on for a full week. As Heian asks what he is going to reward her, Lee gets worried because he was expecting that. As Heian asks for a kiss, Lee thinks she is cunning because she is trying to tell people that he is her. Simultaneously, when Lee notices the officials of Blue Guild are watching, he thinks it's not that bad, and after telling Heian that she did well, he kisses her head and says he loves her. Lee plans they'll keep going like this, and they'll look like a loving couple that couldn't be separated even if someone tried. Seeing others shocked, Lee thinks it's a beautiful picture that tells them that if they want Heian, then they must take him along as well. Lee is happy because his plan to look close to Heian is a great success, but suddenly, Heian hugs him tightly, making it difficult for him to breathe. The people feel awkward, and as they go back to their seats, the host calls Kim, and Kim, while taking off his coat, says he'll be back. Park and Lee wish Kim good luck, and Lee thinks Kim looks handsome. Meanwhile, Park says he feels excluded when he looks at Lee and Heian, and says he should also find a lover here. Lee tells Park to focus on sparring for now and tells Heian to leave him now. Lee thinks it'll be quite a sight to see Kim's demonstration because he has to spar with an experienced swordsman, and Kim's opponent has higher overall stats than Kim. As the spar begins, Kim dominates the opponent, and Lee wonders how this brat is so strong. Kim continues hitting with powerful strikes, and Lee thinks this is the first time he has seen Kim fight properly. Lee thinks that even he, who knows nothing about sword techniques, can see that Kim isn't exactly overwhelmingly powerful. Lee thinks this is the second time Kim is doing this, and he knows if Kim really wanted to show his strength, defeating this opponent would be a piece of cake. But if Kim shows off everything he is capable of, then he'll receive unnecessary suspicion, so he is just playing it cool. However, Lee notices all the swordsmen there look at Kim as if they have witnessed a genius. Lee realizes their true pride is Kim and sees Kim manages to make his opponent's sword fall, but his own sword also falls, which shocks Lee. The opponent takes a deep breath, and as Kim rushes to punch him, the opponent pushes Kim away by blocking his attacking with such a pressure that Kim gets hit against the wall there. Everyone gets worried, and the opponent rushes toward Kim, saying he didn't mean to do that, and asks if Kim is okay. Kim, with a smile, says he lost, and Lee smiles, thinking Kim is cunning because, as expected of the Regressor, Kim displayed that he has high dexterity and endurance while holding back and without showing all of his cards. Meanwhile, the host tells the guests that they can freely interview anyone after all the demonstrations are done, so they should not leave their seats for now. Lee thinks although Heian, as a magician, left a more impactful impression, the large guilds will probably not want to lose Kim either, so they'll be desperate. Host announces that next up will be the story of Park and says tankers and healers have always been key people to have at a party for a long time, and Park is one of those key people. The host calls, and Park says it's nerve-wracking, but Lee tells him not to feel too pressured because his stamina has improved a lot. Lee tells Park to show them what he has, and Heian and Kim also wish him the best. As Park's demonstration begins, he gets punched in the face by a monster, and the host announces that this demonstration is a test of endurance. While Park blocks the attacks, the host announces that if Park manages to withstand a tutorial monster's attacks for 3 minutes, that means he is good. The host says they have placed safety measures on the monster, so there is no need to worry, and after the demonstration is over, Park will be treated with healing magic by professional priests. Meanwhile, Lee thinks it's too barbaric that his meat shield is getting punched like this. Suddenly, Park hits the monster with his shield, making it fall, and he also falls with exhaustion. Surprisingly, Park does a fist bump with the monster, and Lee wonders what the hell he is trying to do. After Park's demonstration is over, Park asks if Lee is going down now and says he is sure Lee will do well. Lee thanks him and thinks it's always encouraging to see how heartwarming these guys are. Meanwhile, the host says it's rare that Lee joined the raid as an alchemist and says they'll see how capable he is. However, Lee thinks it is his first time fighting a real battle, and there is no real need for him to show them anything new. Lee knows that the ex-executives from Blue Guild already know what he is capable of, and on top of that catalysts are expensive and cannot be rented, so he can't let those old rats get in his way. Lee is glad that he got Park to get branches earlier and uses them to create a magic circle, but he thinks it seems ineffective. Lee knows alchemy is about the exchange of equivalent value, and in his case, he needs to make that exchange with more of his stamina instead of magic power. Lee creates a fire pillar and make it blue because they are aiming for the Blue Guild. Lee thinks the output looks amazing and realizes that alchemy circles do help increase magic power. Lee knows the fire power he is demonstrating now is much more than what he usually have, but it is draining, so he cannot use it in real fight. Suddenly, the host thanks for the great show and announces that with this all the demonstrations have ended. Seeing the guests get up from their seats, the host tells them to not leave their seats yet and follow the instructions. However, the guests start offering them to join their guilds, which makes everyone nervous, but Lee wants them to relax because everything is going according to the plan. Suddenly, Lee gets an offer of 2,000 gold coins if he joins that guild with his party, but the offers continue increasing, and someone offers 6,000 gold coins. Lee is glad at this change of events because there are guilds who want to get him and give him their business cards. Some guys offer Lee and Heian to come together and offer them the best treatment. Lee is glad to see this scene because now the Blue Guild is freaking out, and Lee wants to ask if he still looks like a fool to them. Lee thinks that if they had thought they could exclude him and hire the rest with what they offered, then they would have made a mistake right there. Suddenly, a girl jumps in front of Lee, which startles everyone. She immediately corners Lee and Heian against a wall by kicking it with her heel and asking them if she can talk with these cuties. Everyone gets shocked, and Lee wonders what kind of strength she has because he thought he was going to die. Lee wonders if she is the boss of a big guild and uses Mind's Eye on Chahira to check her stats. Lee is shocked to see her monstrous stats and is amazed that her strength is 97. Lee thinks she is the strongest out of everyone she has met so far, and he cannot understand what her title is, Blood-Crazed Woman. Lee doesn't like things he cannot control and wonders where does she come from. Cha says it looks like she has been disrespectful and says when she get excited, she just charged straight forward without thinking. Cha says she had a good time watching Lee and Heian's demonstrations just now and says she is the guild master of Red Mercenaries, which is one of the 3 big guilds of the Sacred Empire. Cha says it is nice to meet them, and suddenly, Lee feels she looks like a saintess. Lee thinks it is good he stuck close to Heian and says it is nice to meet Hira. Suddenly, Lee notices something is wrong with Heian, and Heian murmurs to him, telling him not to shake hands with this lady because she is weird. Her clothes are also weird, and she almost killed them. Still, Lee shakes hands with Hira because she is a VIP, and he doesn't want to leave a bad impression on her. Hira also says it's nice to meet Heian, but Heian hides behind Lee, so Lee apologizes and says that Heian has a somewhat severe fever for strangers. Hira offers them $2 million and an annual salary of $500,000, which shocks everyone because $2 million is around 20,000 gold in this world. Lee wonders if they can just go in this guild, but he notices from Kim's expressions that it is a no. Lee thinks it's a whopping $2 million for one person, which is 15 times better than Blue Guild. Lee thinks, for now, it's natural that he should hear her out, and Hira says from Lee's expression that he seems very pleased with the price. Hira says, as he might be able to tell from their name, that the Red Mercenaries was a guild with a focus on close-range fighters. Hira says they probably know all this, but in these parts, priests or talents who can use advanced magic are valuable, so the executives in her guild were nagging her to take a more active stand on nurturing mages. Lee asks if she intends to make some changes. Hira replies that is right and says Lee may be an alchemist, but he is a magic class, and he can provide heals in the form of potions in the place of a priest. When Hira says she thinks they are the perfect talents for their project, Lee remembers how Blue Guild degraded him. Lee thinks Kim should think about this one more time and thinks that no matter how he slices it, they have been taken as total pushovers by Blue. Lee thinks it is still not too late and they should go to the Red Mercenaries, but suddenly, Hira says her offer extends to the magic classes only. Hira says their guild has been oversaturated with close-ranged frontliners for a while already. Lee gets worried to think that in order to avail this offer, he need to cast aside Kim and Park. Hira says it is difficult to bring others in, so they only need Haein and Lee and ask if that is possible. Lee says he finds it a very interesting project, and Kim and Park get worried, but Hira says she can't tell whether he is sincere or not. Lee says he is sincere, and he is also very happy with the conditions she mentioned, which worries everyone, but Lee understands where Hira is coming from. Lee knows she herself is already the perfect sword and shield and thinks if it was him, he would put greater emphasis on nurturing mages like Haein instead of close-ranged frontliners. Lee says he and his friends have grown close while clearing the tutorial together, and if Hira can't take all of them, then he unfortunately can't accept her offer. Lee apologizes to her, and Kim feels relieved, but Park asks why Lee scared them like that. Lee thinks it's a shame, but the regressor is not something that can be bought for $2 million. Hira says it's amusing that Lee made it sound like he was interested, but he turned around and said she didn't peg him as the type to be caught up in that sort of thing. Hira says it's her principle to not change someone's mind once they have made up their mind, but this time, it's really a shame. Hira says Lee's face is her type, and as she touches Lee's face, Haein gets furious. Hira says their little Miss Genius mage should learn how to suppress her blood thrust a little. Hira tells Lee to take a good look and see what happens to the things that are precious to him if he defies her. Lee gets worried and wonders all of a sudden what is going on with this situation. Lee asks if she can let go, but Hira says it's his punishment and kisses him in front of Haein. Lee gets terrified because Haein is watching, and he can't move an inch, so he hopes Haein understands that it is an accident. Lee sees that Haein and Park are equally shocked, and as Hira leaves him and ties a pendant in his neck, Lee falls because his head hurts. Hira says she would have liked to play with him a little longer, but if Haein is unable to manage her bloodthirst the next time, she will not let it go. Lee is furious about how she can do that when Haein is right here and fears what Haein will do now, but suddenly, he wonders why Haein is so quiet. Lee thinks he has to get it together because it's all ruined and wonders what the hell that pendant is. Hira says it's a gift and leaves, saying she'll meet him next time. Lee sees it as a mana pendant that raises magic power while simultaneously amplifying the effects of one's magic, so he thinks it's not bad. However, Lee feels a bit flustered, but considering that Hira gave him a present even though he refused her offer, he almost wants to call her Nuna. Suddenly, Lee puts the pendant in his pocket before Haein sees it, and he has to settle things there. He apologizes to others for causing a fuss and says they'll be going now. People say Lee has become the fresh wind that will change the public sentiment on alchemists, but Lee says he is a little embarrassed because he wasn't able to show much compared to others. Meanwhile, Park says he is furious about how Hira messed with Lee and Haein and asks Kim to say something too, but Kim sees Lee enjoying the fame and says it's not a bad thing. When Park asks how he can say that, Kim replies that it's his intuition. Simultaneously, Lee also realizes that from Kim's point of view, he is sure that even though he refused the Red Mercenaries, it's not a bad thing that he made a connection with Hira. Lee thinks there was a slight incident, but Hira is one of the strongest people in this country. Lee thinks he should be thankful that if the price of offending the boss of a big guild was his lips, then he got off pretty lightly. However, Lee wonders what's going on in Haein's head to act this calm, and it's making him anxious. While going back, they meet the executives of the Blue Guild, and they seem embarrassed. Lee asks Sang-hee if she has thought about changing the contract conditions at all, and thinks they probably have realized now that these negotiations have been off from the very start. Lee thinks the Blue Guild has no choice but to think this way, especially after seeing how different their raiding team is while staying with them for over a week versus the demonstrations today. Lee thinks now they should be certain that Lee's words carry weight on Kim, who was always the party leader. Suddenly, Sang-hee asks if they can talk to him for a moment because they need to speak to him again about the contract conditions. Lee says he welcomes the chance and tells his team that he'll be off for a bit, so Haein should follow Kim and head back first. Haein, with a weird expression, says, "Alright," so Lee feels he should think a little about how he should manage a situation like this. A few minutes later, the negotiations begin, and Lee wonders how much they will raise the numbers. Sang-hee offers a fee of 10,000 gold and an annual salary of 5,000 gold. In addition, she offers weapons of heroic rank and armor and accessories of rare rank. Lee wants to laugh, but he has to hold it back, and simultaneously, she offers to construct a personal alchemy workshop for Lee. Lee says that sounds decent to him, but he asks if there is anything else. Sang-hee replies that they'll make the distribution ratio of the byproducts acquired in dungeons or hunting grounds favorable. Still, Lee wonders if that's all, but Sang-hee also offers to make it so that they can strengthen and repair their gear free of charge from the professional blacksmiths in the guild. Meanwhile, Lee wonders if this is all they can do. However, Sang-hee nervously offers that they can also extend the contract period by an additional 3 years. Suddenly, Sang-hee says just for their team, instead of integrating Lee into existing parties, she'll allow them a new independent squad. As Sang-hee says this, the other executive gets shocked, and when Sang-hee says the authority of the party leader will be on par with their administrative team leader, Lee thinks he just needs a little more. Furthermore, Sang-hee says that although they are newcomers, the party's management and decision-making are fully entrusted to the party leader. Lee is shining with joy, and Sang-hee says they'll restructure the administrative staff for the non-combatant personnel. But Lee wants a little more, so she yells they'll make Lee the team leader of non-combatant administrative personnel. Lee thinks it's wonderful and wants a little more benefit, but suddenly, Seol-ho furiously shouts that it is enough. Seol-ho exerts such a strong bloodthirst that Lee can't breathe and wonders if he overdoes it. Sang-hee asks if Seol-ho has gone crazy and tells him to stop. But Seol-ho asks how dare Lee try to lead Blue Guild by the nose and tries to attack Lee. But Sang-hee tells team leader Seol-ho to stop. Lee remembers that he had heard in the past, too, that Seol-ho was the administration team leader and realized that Seol-ho didn't want to share the same position with him. Lee thinks he needs to change out the dirty water. But Seol-ho furiously asks if Lee thinks they want to invest in them. Simultaneously, Sang-hee commands Seol-ho to immediately retract his mana, and another executive says it'll be troublesome if another guild sees or hears this. Seol-ho says all he needs to do is erase Lee without anyone knowing, but Lee tells him to try and kill him if he can, which shocks everyone. Seol-ho asks if Lee thinks he cannot kill him, but Lee asks if he thinks Chahira will let Seol-ho go if he kills him. Seol-ho gets shocked and asks if Lee is talking about the mercenary queen, to which Lee replies that it is right that he is talking about his Nuna Chahira, the red mercenary queen. When Seol-ho is struck by a shock, Lee feels he can breathe again, and Lee realizes Chahira's influence on this continent must be crazier than he thought. Lee, showing off the pendant she gave, says he has a special relationship with her and says she gave him a present. Seol-ho asks what nonsense Lee is spouting and tells him to cut the crap. But Lee tells him to wait and see. Lee asks if Seol-ho hadn't seen them earlier and says that's the proof that they are close. Seol-ho furiously asks Lee to tell them what relationship he has with Chahira, and Lee thinks whether he knows her or not. But it's true they made contact, so he'll make good use of her from now on. Lee says it may be because of Seol-ho's old age that he is not reading between the lines and says it's between him and Hira that they went from friends to lovers. Lee, while walking towards Seol-ho, says the important thing is that the Blue Guild, the holder of the negotiation rights this time, threatened the newcomer. Lee says if Hira knows about what happened, things might get very troublesome for the Blue Guild. Seol-ho grinds his teeth with anger, and Sang-hee tells him to stop. Lee thinks they have to go for him because he has one more card to threaten them with. Suddenly, Lee says he heard a rumor and says it feels like something important is missing from the Blue Guild. When Sang-hee asks what he means, Lee thinks even Hira of the amazing Red Mercenaries came to pitch her proposal in person. So there is no way the measly Blue Guild would hide its leader for no good reason. Suddenly, Lee asks where that person could be, the Blue Guild Master. Sang-hee understands Lee knows about their guild master's absence, so she asks if Lee happened to hear this from someone. Lee is amazed that he got it right and thinks that seat belongs to Kim, so it's good. Now, Lee is sure that something big has happened here internally. Suddenly, Sang-hee says she'll inform Lee of the details once he joins them and says, in case he might misunderstand, their guild master is alive. Simultaneously, Seol-ho furiously shouts that Lee intends to disgrace not only the mercenary queen, but also their guild master as well. Seol-ho says Lee needs to know his place and asks how dare he attempt to challenge Blue's authority. Lee knows Seol-ho is putting on an act doing this all for Blue, but he fears losing his status more than anyone else. Lee thinks Seolho is a pain in the head, and he getting down on his knees and begging him to join wouldn't be enough. Lee says he is not aware of the details, but he doesn't think Seolho has any right to speak that way, considering Blue's current circumstances. Lee says Seolho might as well let go of the negotiation power he has left, and in exchange, Blue Guild will lose its chance as its renaissance, but says looking at Seolho's behavior, he doesn't think Seolho will have any regrets. Seolho tells him to shut it and asks if Lee thinks they cannot see he is trying to eat away at Blue like a little rat. However, Lee thinks they are the ones eating away at Blue, while his side is just trying to pick up the crumbs dropped by the Regressor. Lee tells Seolho to listen carefully and says he didn't come here to fight, but came to negotiate. Lee asks if Seolho doesn't think acting like this while ignoring his superior is clearly problematic and asks if he has lost his ability to ascertain the situation and realize that kind of problem. Seolho tries to punch him, but Lee dodges it. Lee says if they want to show him how much like a family Blue Guild is, free and full of trash, then they did a good job. Lee says it's people like Seolho who bring a group to ruin, and they call people like them stagnant water. As Lee says this, Seolho pushes Sang-hee away, and while grabbing Lee's collar, he asks how dare he act like he knows everything. Seolho furiously asks how dare Lee run his mouth when he knows nothing about his Blue, but Sang-hee stops him and asks if he has gone mad. Sang-hee tells him to let go of Lee, but Seolho says he is going to put an end to this brat. Lee thinks Seolho is just throwing around the name of the Vice Guild Master and thinks Seolho either lost it or has known Sang-hee for a long time. Lee says he doesn't care how they decide to view him and that he knows they think Kim and Haein are the real gold mines. Lee says he understands they don't want him, but says Seolho should not act out so much. Lee says even if the continent operates on the law of the jungle, Seolho has gone too far. Lee says he is not his subordinate and asks if Seolho understands. Seolho gets furious and tries to attack, but Sang-hee immediately moves her hand to hit Seolho and says she told him to stop. Sang-hee says this is the final warning, and Seolho stops, but Lee thinks Sang-hee is the type to be swayed by her emotions, so he doesn't like her as a leader. However, Lee knows she is the only normal person, and suddenly, Sang-hee orders her guards to take Seolho away. Seolho, while leaving, tells Lee to wait and watch how he'll make him regret both joining Blue and standing up to him. After Seolho leaves, Sang-hee apologizes to Lee for Seolho's conduct and says Seolho always had a fiery personality, but he is not actually this senseless. Lee asks if Seolho is actually unwell, to which she replies that it is not that, but with the guild master's absence, he has become more and more worried. Sang-hee says everyone in the guild has become sensitive, but Lee thinks they are happy that the master is gone. Lee knows Sang-hee is trying to dress these old geezers like this because they are her people. Sang-hee sincerely apologizes to Lee and requests him to not tell anyone what happened here. Lee says he understands and says he should be the one apologizing because he spoke up without taking Blue's pride into consideration. Sang-hee thanks Lee and Lee tells her to not worry about anything related to the contract, so she gets happy that Lee is looking favorably upon their contract. Lee thinks it's because of Hira that his value has gone up, and Lee tells Sang-hee to keep in mind what she said regarding the executive staff position. Lee thinks he'll give her the taste of the treasure, which is the Regressor's party and Red Mercenary. Sang-hee says it won't take long to form a new organization, and Lee thinks he has no guarantee that those geezers will not give him hell from now on. In order to prevent something like that, Lee needs authority immediately and thinks if it is a political battle, he'll welcome it gladly. Meanwhile, Sang-hee says they won't be able to prepare the heroic items immediately and hopes Lee understands, but says they'll make sure they settle in as soon as possible. Lee wonders if heroic items are that rare and remember Kim pulled heroic items out of his bag like it was nothing. Lee says he understands, and Sang-hee thanked him again. Lee says he'll see her again, and Sang-hee tells him to take care of her, but she also thinks she'll never let this happen again. After leaving there, Lee smiles and thinks getting on people's good side is easy, but now he has to turn that absurd nonsense he said into reality. After some while, Lee meets his team and tells Kim he needs to go to the Red Mercenary because he needs to discuss something with Hira. Haein immediately yells he can't go, but Lee says he is just doing what he can to help the party. However, Kim asks for the reasoning, To which Lee replies that he thinks it would be nice to have someone watching their backs, and says he'll make sure to give details after he has worked out something. When Kim says he understands it, Lee realizes Kim likes that he is going to make ties with the mercenary queen. Suddenly, Haein starts crying, which startles everyone, and Haein, while sobbing, says he cannot go there. Lee gets worried because he doesn't know how to handle Haein now and thinks this matter is of vital importance to their party. So if he gets caught lying here, it's right to the stake with him. Suddenly, Lee tells Kim that he'll get going after talking with Haein, and Kim tells Lee to take care of it. Park tells Lee to let him know if anything happens, so Lee says okay, and then he takes Haein's hand and leaves. Lee knows that Haein would normally go red in the face, calling this a date, so he feels like this matter with Cha-hira really was a shock to her. Suddenly, when Lee tells Haein not to worry, she tells him not to go, but Lee says nothing is going to happen, so she tells him to take her with him. Lee realizes he hasn't spent much time with her recently, so he thinks that going on a walk with her and playing like this will help, but suddenly, he feels a terrifying mana emitting from her body. Suddenly, Haein tells him not to go and asks if he wants her to go insane. Lee tries to say something, but Haein asks why he is not listening to her and tells him to listen carefully when she is talking. Haein furiously tells Lee not to leave her, and Lee feels chills in her body. Lee sees Haein is going insane, so he immediately gets close to her, which startles her, and he says he loves her. Haein is shocked to hear this, and Lee says he'll never leave her because she is all his. Lee affectionately smells her hair and says he loves her while thinking he'll never toss aside his legendary magician, the 3 Heavenly Guild Master, and his meat shield. Lee realizes he is the one who is worried about being tossed aside, but not her. Suddenly, Haein also hugs Lee and says she loves him too, but Lee says he is doing this to protect her and that he'll be glad if she is safe. Haein says she feels the same way, and Lee says that is why he is doing this, to stay on that woman's good side. Lee says he needs strength, and that way, he'll be able to protect her. So Haein also says if that is all, then she can also help him. Lee says if she really wants that, then she has to become stronger for his sake, much stronger than she is now. Lee wipes her tears, but Haein gets emotional that he has to sell himself to that woman for their team. Lee says he knows she is worried, but says what happened last time won't happen again. Suddenly, Haein kisses Lee and says she must become far stronger than the mercenary queen to protect Lee. Meanwhile, Lee feels happy to see her expression because she looks reliable now. Lee knows Haein has realized how powerless she is, so she'll now put her all into training. Lee knows she'll stand against every danger the world has to offer in order to protect her love. After that, Lee heads out to meet his new master, and as he reaches the Red Mercenary Guild, the guard outside recognizes that he is the one their queen kissed. Lee says he is there to meet Cha-hira and thinks he doesn't know if she'll like it, but he comes wearing the necklace she gave him. While going in, Lee wonders if Hira will like the conditions he is going to lay out for her. Suddenly, Lee notices the scale of this building is really huge and thinks they are the real deal. Lee can see they are no fakes like Blue Guild, and he can smell the air of true masters. After going in, Lee sees a door and knocks on it, but no one replies, so he wonders if anyone is there or not. Suddenly, the door opens, and Lee gets scared to see Hira shouting that she told them not to wake her up when she is sleeping. Hira is shocked to see Lee there, but suddenly, she gets happy and asks if he has changed his mind, to which Lee replies that it is not it, but there is something else. Hira then asks what he is there for and says she is telling him this beforehand, that she just hates guys who want a taste of things. Hira tells him not to say that he left his love behind because he can't forget her and asks him what he wants. Lee thinks she is hard to predict, but she has a dynamic personality, so he decides to go out with a bang. Suddenly, Lee tells Hira to be his sponsor, but she asks what he means. Lee says it's embarrassing to say again, but he wants her to be his sponsor. So Hira smiles while saying it's interesting and tells him to follow her. Hira says no one has ever been so upfront with the mercenary queen and says he is her type because she likes cunning, pretty boys like him. Lee thinks she is taking this well, but suddenly, Hira calls him to sit with her and charm her up first, which shocks him. Lee gets worried because she misunderstands him and says that's not what he means, but Hira asks what it is then. Lee says he thought if she invested in their party, they'd be able to do some good business. Hira asks if Lee thinks she doesn't know that and says that when she said she would invest in them earlier, it was on the condition that he and his lover would come to her guild together. Hira reminds Lee that he refused to do so and asks him if he is joking that he wants her to support his entire party. Hira asks why she should watch his back after he decides to join another guild. Hira says it'll be better to play around with him for a bit since he is her type and then give him some money back. Lee doesn't want this truth barrage, but he says he fully understands her and that he is not asking her to sponsor them without anything in return. Hira says Lee must have confidence in his terms, seeing how big he is talking, and Lee realizes she has been toying with him all this time. Lee thinks getting authoritative protection from something like this isn't bad and thinks he couldn't care less about his pride if it would benefit him. Lee thinks becoming an obedient little puppy for her wouldn't be bad, but he is starting to dislike that way of thinking about profits and losses right now. Suddenly, Hira asks what he can offer her other than his body, to which Lee replies that he doesn't know if she is eyeing Haein or Kim, but he'll offer both of them to her for employment as allied forces. Lee says he is sure she understands because she watched the demonstrations and says they might become a part of a handful of the strongest people of the generation on this continent. Lee says he is sure it'll be of great benefit for the mercenary queen to have a cooperative relationship with them. Lee says they both have great looks as well, so he is sure they'll perfectly satisfy her. But when Hira gives a boring expression, Lee asks if there is something she doesn't like. Suddenly, Hira asks what matters to her, whether they grow stronger or not, and says she is already one of the strongest people on the continent. Hira says she can use magicians from Magic Tower or from other guilds when they need them because their guild has enough capital for that. Hira says the same goes for close quarter fighters like Kim, who are overflowing with talented swordsmen already in their guild. Hira says those two are attractive assets, but she doesn't need them, and an alliance means they are not hers. Hira says she wants people who will swear their loyalty to the Red Mercenary, and Lee gets worried, wondering what will happen if she doesn't like other conditions. While Lee wonders if he really has to become her due, Hira says if he is just going to go on about nonsense like investments, then he should just sit next to her and flirt with her. Hira says he'll make sure to pay him enough so that he doesn't regret it. He says he never knew she might sponsor his whole party. Lee gets furious because he feels that things will end up like this, no matter what he says. Lee thinks he doesn't have a choice, so he has to go with Plan B, and he furiously throws the necklace Hira gave him towards her. Hira gets shocked and asks what he is doing, to which Lee replies that he has been going on like, "Look here, look at this all this time," but he doesn't need something like this. When Hira asks if he is crazy, Lee says he doesn't need gold or artifacts because he wants her, the name of mercenary queen. Lee says he needs her strength and reputation, and he doesn't need anything else. However, it's a lie, and he wonders if she'll return him that necklace. Suddenly, Hira furiously asks if he understands what he is doing right now. Hira says it seems like he doesn't understand his place since she has been giving him favorable conditions until now. Lee says he understands his place very well, and he can feel a chill running down his spine right now because of the fact that with one word from her, he can disappear from the face of the world and nobody would know a thing. Lee says he is a member of a famous party, but right now, he is a novice who is not capable of a single thing. Lee is going with Plan C, which appeals to her emotions, and with Plan D, which is the final combo. Lee gets on his knees and says that's why he needs her, but wonders if it is working. Suddenly, Hira says he is pretty cute, and that no man has ever acted like this in front of her. Hira says there are not many who can be frank with her, and the more she sees him, the more she likes him. Hira says she'll think about it, and is sure Lee has more for her, to which Lee agrees. Suddenly, Hira says they should have an equivalent trade and says one or two party members don't make a difference, so they have to present something worth her investment. When Hira tells him to speak, Lee takes out the book Kim gave him about alchemy and says what he has for her is a stake in the potions that he'll be concocting and selling from now on. Hira gets shocked that it's a lamb's tucker and asks where he got something this valuable. Lee thinks he should have said this first, but now, when Hira asks about the stakes, Lee offers her 1% of that. Hira asks if he is joking, to which Lee replies that it might sound presumptuous of him, but he doesn't know how much he'll make with his potions. However, he says as the market is like the ocean, he'll be able to find an island of wealth out there if he sails it well. Hira tells Lee to continue, so he says she can also have an amicable relationship with the Blue Guild. When Hira asks if he is joking, Lee says he is not joking, and that Kim's party will only grow stronger, and they'll soon be the new generation that leads Blue onward. Lee says Blue will become the guild that represents the Empire, and they'll forever stand by their red mercenary guild as blood brothers. Lee says that with such an inconsequential investment, she'll be able to form good relations with them from now on, and that she'll have priority over any other guild or authoritative force. When Hira asks how he can guarantee that, Lee thinks that's a secret he can't spill. Lee says they'll offer the magician she needs and shows her the register he has been able to fill out in his spare time. Lee says all she has to do is pick a few names from here, which shocks Hira, and Lee likes her expression. Furthermore, Lee says these names are from the list of survivors Blue Guild is taking care of, and some of them are better than she would expect. Lee knows he is speaking rubbish because survivors are all hopeless, but thinks there might be some worthwhile people from other regions. Hira says it sounds interesting but asks if he is able to do that, to which Lee replies that he'll soon become an executive at Blue Guild with the right to do such negotiations, and says the second thing is a secret. Hira says he must be acting up, but Lee thinks he cannot reveal that he can see someone's potential with mind's eye. Lee says he won't tell her any more than this, and if she wants to know more, she has to agree to his suggestions. Hira starts thinking for a while, and suddenly, she gives a look that terrifies Lee, and he thinks she'll refuse his offer. Lee wonders what she is thinking about to light a fire in her eyes, and he is ready to bid farewell to his sister and friends in his mind because he thinks he is going to die. Suddenly, Hira says she wants 3% of the stake, which shocks Lee. Hira says she also needs a list of useful wizards and a list of close combat fighters, and then she'll decide on what the protection method is. When Lee asks what she means by protection, Hira says she swears by her name that no one will ever touch him, and she'll decide how she does it. Lee thinks it is nice, but it sounds a bit suspicious, so he asks how she'll do it, to which she replies that he'll know it by today. Hira asks if Lee is going to agree or not and asks for his answer, but Lee wonders if she is trying to give him a handicap. However, Lee thinks anything would be better than the deal falling through, so he says he is in and he'll be in her care. Suddenly, Hira tells Lee to leave for now, and he leaves her room wondering if it is really a done deal. Simultaneously, Lee sees Hira's people go inside to ask what she thinks of Lee's deal, and Lee hears them saying they'll do what she wants and they'll protect Lee. Lee is happy to hear this, and after leaving their guild, he jumps with joy. Lee is rushing to tell his team about this, but suddenly, he gets a notification that he achieved a new title. As Lee checks his new title, the lover of Mercenary Queen, Lee gets shocked, and Lee can't believe this is what she meant. 2 weeks later, the negotiations with the Blue Guild progressed smoothly. As soon as Lee opened his own account, he got the down payment right away, and the executive position he had been promised was also given to him. Lee is happy that they are moving to the base today. Lee remembers that until the last moment, he had thoughts about whether it would be okay to go with the Blue Guild, but the more he got to know, the fewer bad things he noticed in Blue. Lee thinks that unlike the other guilds, where the center of authority is the guild master, the organizational system is divided into several parts. Lee thinks it is easy to move without needing to be conscious of the higher-ups, and as they promised, they created a special 7th party for him, which he likes. The party leader is Kim, but the most important thing is that Lee is the non-combatant special administrative officer. Lee thinks it's important that his position seems to be the same as Lee Sealhos, and he is glad they made a position for him so quickly. Lee realizes it is unusual for a guild member of a combat party to sit in administration, so it means Blue is quite considerate of him at the moment. Suddenly, Lee is going to enter the pantry when Kim warns him, but Lee has already opened the door, and he falls because the pantry is packed with letters and gifts. Kim immediately holds Lee, and Lee feels embarrassed because these gifts are sent to him because he is the lover of the Mercenary Queen. However, Lee is glad to receive rare items like drug-making alchemy kits as gifts. Simultaneously, Lee hears some guild members talk about how it's unfair to Heian and that Lee is not doing right. However, Lee thinks he has achieved what he wants and knows there is no one who is crazy enough to mess with the Mercenary Queen and her lover in the Empire except for one person, Heian. Lee remembers when Hira started to be aggressive with her presence, and rumors spread. Heian's expressions felt like she had lost her country. Lee was worried that he was throwing an elemental bomb at the pile of presents. Seeing as how she was shedding tears and looking away from Lee, she was stressed that she could do nothing for Lee. Lee told her that there was nothing going on between him and Hira, but Heian began to spend a lot of time quietly concentrating on training magic. Lee thinks it's good to focus on training, but if Heian loses her mind, it'll be a headache. Suddenly, Kim asks if Lee can tell him what he talked about with the mercenary queen, to which Lee replies he should have told earlier, but he was quite busy. Lee says he asked Hira to sponsor them, and she agreed, but he doesn't know why she has been sending all those things to him ever since. Kim remembers Hira used to be hot-headed with him, but seeing all this, he says he is relieved that Lee left a good impression on her. Lee realizes Kim must be both flustered and proud since Hira must be quite different from what he knows. Suddenly, Lee thinks Heian must be at the lake and that she must be practicing multiple attributes of magic. Lee knows Park is building a boat next to her because Heian said she wanted to go on a boat ride, so Lee is worried about what they are planning. Suddenly, Lee asks Kim what he has been doing, to which Kim replies that there have been a lot of discussions about the dungeon at the party leader meeting, and the name of the dungeon is the Garden of Terror. Kim says it is a rare ranked dungeon that has been recently discovered and that there is a high possibility that their new party will be in charge of raiding it. Lee is surprised to hear this, and Kim says they have plenty of time to prepare for this expedition, but they have to see if there are additional members who will want to join their party. Simultaneously, Kim asks if things are going well for Lee, to which he replies that it's hard to keep up with all the meetings, but now he knows a little bit about the Blue Guild and the continent. Lee tells Kim to choose good candidates for their squad because he'll pay them with his down payment, and Kim thanks Lee for that. After Kim leaves, Lee thinks that whatever Kim does for their party, he will support everything he does. Lee realizes Kim is looking for the people he met in his first life, but he does feel Kim is entrusting him with the role of administrator of this project. Lee thinks it's still not enough, and he needs to gain more of Kim's trust because he fears he might get backstabbed by Regressor if he doesn't produce anything useful. First, Lee needs to make a list to send to Hira, so he decides to go see the faces of the survivors he missed. On the other hand, Sang-hee asked Seolho if there was any additional contact from the army, to which Seolho replied there wasn't any contact from them, and the only contact they got was about them having reached the sea site. Sang-hee is worried because she thinks they have advanced pretty far inside, and they must be running out of rations by now. Sang-hee tells Seolho to let the guild master know that we will provide them with extra rations and supplies. Seolho says as Sang-hee commands, and suddenly, when Sang-hee calls Seolho uncle, he gets startled because she calls him uncle after a long time. Sang-hee says she'll bring the newcomers over to Lindell, so he should take care of the things here after she is gone. Sang-hee tells Seolho to stop giving newcomers a hard time, keep his temper under control, and try not to get mad if possible. Seolho says he is not intentionally trying to give them a hard time, and it's all for the sake of Blue Guild. Seolho says he is disappointed that Sang-hee doesn't understand his good intentions. Seolho says that even though they are not related by blood, they are a family that has been together since the tutorial, and it is not only the case between him and her, but for Seungjun too. Seolho says he'll take care of the things and contact Seungjun, so she shouldn't worry too much about things here. Sang-hee understands and says she'll be heading to the meeting now, but she tells Seolho to let her know as soon as he hears back from Seungjun. Seolho says he'll do that and tells Sang-hee to let him know when she arrives at Lindell. After Sang-hee leaves, Seolho sits on her chair and calls someone to tell them that the Vice Guild Master wants them to provide extra rations and supplies to the Guild Master's army. Seolho laughs and tells that person to just pretend he is sending the supplies. He says they need a puppet like Sang-hee to make their plan run more smoothly. Seolho says they just need to make sure Ju Seung-jun doesn't come back alive because everything will go to ruins if he does come back. Seolho is sure his allies will not want that to happen and hopes they cooperate with him. Suddenly, the person on the call tells Seolho to rest assured and says he heard one of the newcomers give Seolho quite the trouble. When that guy asks what Seolho will do about it, Seolho furiously asks Wanyang if Seolho looks like someone who would let a greenhorn like Lee do as he pleases. Seolho says Lee will die on his own if he throws him in a dungeon, so Wanyang doesn't need to worry about someone like him. Seolho says they should have a meal together sometime at Cilia and says he'll bring heroic rank items that Ito will like. After the call, Seolho furiously breaks the device with which he called. And on the other hand, Lee visits a place where an instructor of Blue Guild greets Lee and asks the reason for his visit. Lee replied that he had some time left before his departure, and that he thought he should have a look at the survivors or trainees now. Lee says that since he was guaranteed an undeserved position, he wanted to show everyone in the Blue Guild how hardworking he was. Suddenly, a female instructor announces to the trainees that they must receive an offer from each guild or apply to join them. Meanwhile, Lee sees the Black Swan Guild arrive there, but the trainees are shocked to see Lee there. The instructors introduce trainees to Lee and tell them that Lee is the Blue Guild's non-combatant special administrative officer. The instructors tell everyone to show respect, but they are stunned, and they can't believe the raid team became executives of Blue Guild. They regret they should have joined the raid team, but Lee wonders if they think the raid team was a joke because he knows they can't even light fire from their finger. Seeing their faces, Lee thinks it's great to have authority and thinks he really needs to follow the right people. Lee thinks they were sent here together, but the difference between him and them is heaven and earth. Lee thinks it is almost like telling everyone with his current self that his past choices were not incorrect. Suddenly, Lee is happy to see Jihai there, and she smiles at him. In the dungeon, Jihai said Lee is going to make a big decision to try to get rid of Jinho and his team while raiding the dungeon. Jihai realizes Lee was pretty serious about that because he was making armor late at night. Jihai thought Lee hated gambles, to which he replied he hated them, but he was not stupid enough not to participate in a winning gamble. Jihai said that's why he liked Lee, but Lee told her to stop saying useless things and asked if she wanted to join in the raid, to which she replied she'd pass. Jihai said it was scary and said she had her own way of walking. Back to the present, Lee thinks he is smart and quick-witted, and he has been so busy lately, so it'll be good to have her work for him. Lee thinks it'll be a waste to let some other guilds have her. Simultaneously, Sang-hee arrives there with Kim and says if Lee sees someone he would like to bring in his 7th squadron, she'll allow him to do so, and the guild will also try its best to support him. Lee thanked her, and Sang-hee thanked everyone for their hard work until now. Sang-hee says they were dragged here forcefully and have had a hard time until now, so she thanks them for enduring it. Sang-hee says they'll be heading to the city of freedom, Lindell, and tells them it's a city where 3 major guilds, Blue, Red Mercenary, and Black Swan, coexist peacefully. Sang-hee says some of them may have been contacted by the said guilds, and some of them may even start their own guild, but if not, then some of them may live their lives as non-combatants. While Lee wonders if Sang-hee is planning on picking someone from here, Sang-hee says there are many ways to lead their lives in this world, but she does have one piece of advice for everyone. As Sang-hee says they should try to survive, Lee gets shocked, but then he smiles, thinking Sang-hee is heartless. Lee thought she was trying to pick someone out of sympathy, but he understood where she was coming from. Lee is also having a hard time finding people to put down on the list. Suddenly, when a boy yells at Kim that he is there all by himself and it's selfish of him, Lee and Kim get startled. The boy says they promised them that they'd be together with them and would take care of them, but they entered the guild all by themselves, and now they are ignoring them. Lee thinks he is spouting nonsense and remembers he is the guy who cursed Haeun while she was working in the camp. Lee thinks Kim went out of his way to create a shelter for them and share his rations with them, but wonders why Kim keeps taking care of them. Meanwhile, the boy says that if Kim promises to take care of them, then he should see it through until the end. But Lee gets furious at this shameless guy and thinks that is why he told Kim to abandon these people from the start. Suddenly, they all start shouting at Kim to help them, but Lee wonders why Kim is not shutting their mouths. Suddenly, Kim says he apologizes for their acquaintanceship ending there. Lee is satisfied to hear this, but the boys ask Kim if he is joking, to which Kim replies that it'll be better for the survivors to go out and live their own lives instead of staying together with him from now on. The boy yells what kind of nonsense this is and tells Kim to say something responsible. While Lee thinks this boy is crossing the line now, Lee decides to take over and tells that guy that there is no obligation for him and Kim to take care of them. Lee says he assures them that they'll be safe inside the city and they might not have the most comfortable lifestyle, but their life won't be endangered by the monsters. However, that guy asks who Lee is to tell him something like that and calls him Kim's underling, which infuriates Lee. But he repeats that neither he nor Kim is obliged to take care of them and says they are technically strangers. The boy curses them and furiously asks who they think built the stone wall in the camp. But Lee says he understands and throws a bag of 5,000 gold towards that guy. Lee tells that guy to take it and says it is a pity to have to call it the end. But this is his gift for everyone and says he is sure everyone will be able to take the share. The people thank Lee and are going to grab the gold, but that guy immediately picks up the bag and thanks Lee. Lee says welcome to him, but in his mind, he is wishing them luck in their survival. Lee tells him to take care of himself, and that guy says he hopes to see Lee again. But the other survivors are mad at that guy for taking all the money. Meanwhile, Lee thinks there'll be no next time because he knows these guys will start fighting with one another for money and eventually kill themselves. Simultaneously, Lee, while leaving, thinks he didn't even give them 50 gold. Meanwhile, Ji-hai, looking at him, thinks he is still the same, and Lee also notices she is looking at him. Lee is worried to see her expression because it looks like she is saying he is still the same and wonders if she wants to go with him. Lee wants to confess to her that he wants to see her, and he also wants to talk about his new business project proposal. Suddenly, Ji-hai says she doesn't need to stay with him, which shocks Lee, and he wonders if she is contacted by other guilds. Lee hopes she doesn't ignore him the next time they meet because it's worrying him. Suddenly, Sang-hee says Lee is a kind person, and Lee feels shy, but he asks if they are going to Lindell now. Sang-hee says that is right, but they should understand that they need to travel there on foot due to their circumstances. Sang-hee says it won't take them very long and tells them to let her know if anything bothers them during the travels. Lee gets worried to hear they have to walk and wonders if she is kidding. Meanwhile, Park and Haeun arrive there, and Park asks what they are doing while he is dragging a boat there with him. Park says he was hoping they could ride on this boat if they had some spare free time. Park says dragging it will help build his stamina and says if Haeun gets tired while walking, she can get on it, and then his training will be quite as effective. Suddenly, Haeun says she is looking forward to riding it with Lee, but Lee gets nervous because he doesn't know why, but he doesn't want to get on this boat. Simultaneously, Kim said they'd be departing soon, so they should put the boat with the other luggage. Lee also agrees with Kim. Suddenly, Kim thanks Lee for helping him earlier, but Lee says it's not a problem and thinks he unintentionally got bonus points from Kim. They start their journey, and a few hours later, Lee gets furious because he is tired. Meanwhile, Haeun tells Lee that she wrote new spells today and that she tried combining the attributes of water and wind. Lee says it's amazing, and Park says she really split the lake in half. While everyone is laughing and enjoying, Lee is extremely tired of walking. But Lee is glad Haeun is doing better than before. Meanwhile, Lee notices Kim looks perplexed and wonders if the world was a dystopia during Kim's first life. Suddenly, Sang-hee says they are almost there, and Lee sees a clock tower and thinks it must be Lindell City, where people from Earth live their lives in the Holy Empire. Lee thinks this is their loved Regressor's front yard, and Kim remembers the burning image of the clock tower from his past life, which upsets him. Suddenly, Kim sees Park joking with Lee and Haeun, which makes him smile, and he thinks that in this life, he won't repeat the tragedy from the previous time. As they enter the city, everyone gets happy, and Lee thinks they are heading to the stage where their beloved Regressor will begin the main act. Seeing the vibe of the city, Lee feels as if he is on a road trip abroad. Suddenly, Sang-hee tells Lee that Lindell is also where many Koreans live, and Lee says she told him that people from all around the globe are summoned. Sang-hee says that Koreans, Japanese, and Taiwanese usually get summoned into the Holy Empire, but in Lindell, it's mostly Korean, and in Darwin, it's mostly Taiwanese. Sang-hee also says that the Japanese live in a place called Cilia, but Lee asks about the Republic, to which she replies that Chinese and Russians get summoned there. Simultaneously, Lee hears people looking for priests to go hunting with them, so he realizes priests are rare and wishes they had one. Suddenly, a girl runs to an alley in front of Lee and Kim, which startles them because she stole from a food shop there. Lee immediately gets worried about his wallet, but is relieved it's not stolen, and Sang-hee asks everyone if they are alright. Lee says he guesses there are slums like this, to which Sang-hee replies that is right and it's quite unfortunate, but things like that happen occasionally. Sang-hee says this city has a welfare policy for slums in place, but its effects are not all that significant, and Lee thinks she is trying to hide it. Lee thinks the gap between rich and poor here is no joke. Suddenly, Lee notices Kim is staring at those beggars, and it makes him nervous. but he wonders if Kim wants to start a volunteer camp here. Meanwhile, Park points towards the Blue Guild's building there, and Sang-hee says they have finally arrived. Everyone is amazed to see the main headquarters of Blue Guild, and Lee thinks it is dope. Sang-hee welcomes them to the Blue Guild, and Lee thinks he'll be in Kim's care for a while. As they go in, Park's eyes shine to see a bar there, and he gets excited that they can drink there. Sang-hee says this place is used for drinking, and it's where they serve people from other guilds to bond and share information. Lee thinks their headquarters is much better, and it doesn't feel like they are a guild on the verge of collapsing. Sang-hee says there is a dining hall underground, and they can feel free to use it. On the second floor, their private rooms are prepared. Park is surprised to see those rooms, and Sang-hee tells him to feel free to choose whichever room he prefers. Lee now thinks it feels like home, and when Haein says she feels like a newlywed, Lee tells her to stay in the room next to his and hopes Park doesn't try anything rubbish this time. Suddenly, Park tries to say they should share the room, but Lee slaps his mouth and tells Haein that people say they won't get tired of each other if they use separate rooms. Haein blushes and agrees, and before leaving, Sang-hee tells them the training and exercise rooms are behind the building. Suddenly, Sang-hee says she has prepared Lee's own space at the end of the hallway, so she requests that he follow her. Sang-hee takes them to a room, which shocks everyone because it is the personal alchemy lab that Lee will be using from now on. Sang-hee says this is where Lee will work and tells him that they even placed disinfecting artifacts to ensure that no impurities bother Lee in his research. Sang-hee says there is also basic defense magic in place in case of unexpected incidents. Lee wonders if this is all a dream, but Sang-hee says she did want to make it bigger, but it is the first time they have prepared something for non-combatants. However, Lee says it is more than enough, and he appreciates it. Lee notices they also organized all the gifts from Chahira, and he feels this is new because he never had a place of his own, even back on Earth. Lee gets emotional while Park says this feels like a lab for scientist Lee. Lee wonders if there is any alchemist on this continent who is starting off in a better environment than him. Lee thinks he can make anything he wants in these conditions and thinks it will be embarrassing if he doesn't gain any achievements when they spoon-feed him with all the materials. Suddenly, Park says they should eat and have a drink, but Lee apologizes and tells Park to eat first. When Park asks the reason, Lee says he wants to experiment on a few things, so Park should eat with Haein first, which makes them sad. Lee thinks he finally got the opportunity to find his identity as an alchemist, so he couldn't pass up on this opportunity. Meanwhile, Sang-hee says he was thinking of having a group meal tonight, but thinks that'll have to wait and says she'll also get going. Park also says he'll go train and organize his stuff, but he asks what Haein is going to do. Haein says she also has something she needs to study for, and as Kim says, he'll go visit the slums, and everyone gets shocked. Lee thinks he needs to stop Kim because he can't let him waste precious resources like that again. Kim says he has some business he needs to attend to there, but Lee wonders if Kim is really trying to be a savior of the slums. Park says it's a problem that Kim is too nice, but Kim says it's not, and that there were a lot of people in the plaza earlier. Lee says he saw that, too, and they were looking for parties, so Kim says he was going to look for people with whom they could work. Everyone is shocked, and Park says that he is looking forward to it. Lee wishes Kim luck, but wonders if Kim is really going for this. As Kim leaves, Lee realizes that their party's fifth member is in the slums from earlier. After some while, Lee is working in the lab making potions and realizes in alchemy, he needs to be delicate. Lee knows that before doing actual experiments, he needs to form countless theories and perform virtual experiments because materials are rare and expensive. Suddenly, Lee fails to create a new catalyst mixture, and the materials used are also destroyed. Lee thinks an actual alchemist should be extremely delicate, but since he is not one, he decides to spend money on his own, and he doesn't worry about the cost of the materials. Lee pours all the materials in first and thinks to hell with virtual experiments. Suddenly, he discovers a new recipe and thinks he just needs to focus on the results, so he decides to skip the theory aspect and jump straight to conclusions. Suddenly, a notification appears that he has successfully synthesized the emotional amplification of the potion. This potion can amplify the emotions of the person who drinks it, and the person can become addicted to it. Lee said he made this for fun, but it should be useful someday. After that, Lee creates a health and vitality potion and synthesizes a new catalyst mixture. Lee also mastered Ramus Tucker's introduction to alchemy and basic potion recipes, and now he can create most store-bought potions on his own. Lee sees both his intelligence and magic power increase quite a bit as well, and this is particularly about buying stat points with money because, in 1 week, he used about 2,000 gold. Suddenly, Park and Heian arrive there with a package, but Lee asks why Park is bringing the package for him when there is a person dedicated to this job. Park replies that this is the only way he can see Lee and says he will never get to see Lee if he doesn't do this. Park asks why it is hard to see Lee's face when they live in the same house and asks where he should leave the boxes. Lee tells him to put them anywhere and thanks him, but when Heian asks if he has eaten, Lee replies he has not eaten yet. Suddenly, Heian says she prepared a boxed meal for him, which surprised Lee and Park because it actually looked good. Heian says she tried making meatballs, but she doesn't know if it tastes good. Heian says she made it thinking about him, and Lee thinks it is cute of her to cook for him. Lee thinks Heian is a cute girl except for the times she acts crazy, so he says he'll take the food gladly. Suddenly, Park faints after eating a meatball, which startles Lee and Heian. Park tries to say something is wrong with meatballs, but now that Lee thinks about it, Lee wonders what kind of meat Heian used. Lee gets nervous, and Heian, in a scary tone, asks why Lee is not eating it and if something is wrong with it. Lee thinks it smells weird, too, but suddenly Heian says she'll feed him herself, and Lee gets terrified thinking about what she put in them. As she feeds Lee, he suddenly faints, but when he wakes up after a while, Heian says thank God he wakes up. Heian says she was worried because he suddenly fell asleep, but Lee, seeing the meatballs, thinks he shouldn't question them. Lee thinks that if the third party watches this, they will be curious about what she put in those meatballs, but since he is too scared of Heian to do that, he decides to end the meatball mystery here. Lee is grateful that he even woke up, and suddenly, he sees Park is not waking up, so he gives him the potion he made, which immediately wakes Park up. Park feels extremely good and says energy and endorphins are overwhelming his body. Park says this potion can bring a person back from death, and it's amazing, but Lee says it's not that effective and it is only for healing light injuries and rejuvenating energy. Park says with this, it is only a matter of time before Lee gets rich, and Lee agrees that he is focusing on potions that can make him money. Lee thinks in order to keep going forward after the support from the Blue Guild, Chahira, and Regressor, he needs to be able to earn money by himself. Suddenly, when Lee asks about Kim, Park says he headed to the slums after training with him and also took some food with him. When Lee asks if he does that every day, Park says Kim is a good guy, but he is overly concerned about the people in the slums, and sometimes he sees him frowning, so he can tell Kim has many worries. Lee realizes recruiting is not going well, so he says he is going to the slums himself, which shocks Park and Heian. Lee says it's better if he checks it out himself, and he is curious about who Kim is looking for. Suddenly, Heian says she'll go with him, and Lee thinks it is good because there is no better person than Heian to protect him. Park says if Heian is going, then he doesn't need to worry for Lee, so he'll not be going and tells them to be careful. Suddenly, Lee grabs the motion amplification potion with him and thinks it is better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. While Lee and Heian are riding towards the slums, Lee thinks it feels like a city tour and the buildings that looked cool at first. He got used to seeing them so many times. When the driver of the carriage asks why they are heading towards the slums, Lee replies that there is no big reason, and that they are new here, so they look around the city. The driver says he normally avoids these routes because slum areas are usually a bit dangerous, and the environment is a bit rough, too. Looking at the people there, Lee thinks he doesn't know if these people are scared to beg or if they lost their will to beg, but all he sees are lifeless bodies on the ground. Lee sees their stats are also useless, and suddenly, when the driver says this area is not as bad as the other areas because of the Saintess, but there is still no reason to come here, Lee wonders who the Saintess is. Suddenly, Lee sees someone with legendary holy power and is shocked to see it's a woman, Sun Hee-young. Lee reads that her stats are amazing and that she is the priest of the sun. Lee immediately tells the rider they'll get off here, and he immediately runs with Heian towards that girl, thinking she is Heian in priest form. Lee is sure she is the talent Kim has been looking for, and he is glad because he wants a priest at their party, too. Suddenly, Lee stops and gets worried to see someone offering Hee-young that their guild can do so much more than simple donations, and that they can save all the poor in that area. Hee-young says she'll gladly accept the help, but she has no intention of leaving that place, and she wants to continue helping people with her own hands. Hee-young refuses all the offers, and Lee gets worried about seeing people competing to recruit her. Lee thinks Kim's friend is extremely popular, but he wonders where Kim is because he is not there. Lee sees everyone dying to recruit her, so he wonders how he should approach her. Lee sees it's obvious that those guilds are pretending to help the poor and act nice, so he thinks they should just leave because he can act better than them. Lee is not annoyed at them because they are ahead of the curve, but he is astonished that those who seem like they would never get involved in any charity work ever in their lives are trying hard to get on the good side of that one person. Lee thinks it feels like he is looking at the final evolution of the survivor camp in a way, and the priest reminds him of Kim. Lee thinks she is just a pushover caring for some lazy pigs. Lee was planning on joining that clown fiesta to recruit that priest, but he has changed his mind because he can't stand doing what the other guilds are doing, and doing the same will go against him. Suddenly, Lee asks if these are the slums to catch Hee-young's attention, and she asks if he is a visitor, but Lee says everyone looks like a pig here, which shocks Hee-young. When Hee-young, in shock, asks what he says, Lee asks if she can't hear him say these people are pigs. As Hee-young again asks what he said, Lee asks how many times she'll make him repeat and says these people don't look like humans to him. Hee-young gets furious, but Lee understands why Kim has not been able to recruit her yet. Lee thinks it looks like he has found the real issue here, and Hee-young tells him to apologize immediately. The people there also tell Lee to take his words back, and suddenly, they recognize he is from the Blue Guild, so they ask what a collapsing guild is doing there. Lee thinks they have lost their minds, but Hee-young says these are the people thrown away by society for different reasons, and they are good people deserving of help. Hee-young says from the standpoint of a priest who has a duty to offer salvation to these young people, he can't accept the dehumanizing action that he has displayed just now. Hee-young tells Lee to apologize and leave this place, but Lee understands her priority is salvation for the Forsaken. Lee thinks she is obsessed with helping the poor and doing charity work, so there is no way she would have the time to join the guild and support their cause. Lee realizes he cannot change her mind the same way the other guilds are trying to do it, so when she again tells him to apologize, he asks what if he does not want to do that. Lee asks if she thinks all these people are really deserving of her help, and says these people are human trash who do nothing of their own accord and just wait for her to offer them free food while lazing around on the ground. Lee says they are just pretending to be good in front of her and says weak doesn't mean good. Lee says these people are using her because life here is more convenient than the outside world. Lee says if that is not true, they wouldn't be asking her for help with things that even a child could do alone. Hee-young tells him to shut up and asks who gave him the right to comment on these people. He says they simply came here as a last resort because society offered them no other option. Hee-young says no one here has chosen or wants to keep living this way, and that it's natural that someone like him can't understand the poor. Hee-young says this country favors strength and talent, and those who cannot keep up are simply treated as trash. Hee-young says someone like him, who was born with a special talent and got into a good guild, can't understand those who live life without those benefits. Suddenly, when Hee-young says that he is going around everywhere, causing havoc, it means he is the real trash who has nothing to do, and Lee gets shocked. Lee gets furious, but he thinks she is wrong to believe that he has a special talent. Lee thinks she doesn't know how hard his life has been, and when she is about to leave while saying Lee has nothing to say now, Lee calls her a zookeeper, which startles her, and she immediately asks what he means. Lee says he understands that the person who made these people act like this is her because she is the zookeeper who has been taming these pigs. Everyone is shocked to hear this, and Lee says Hee-young is just like them, pathetically trying to defend herself when she knows he is right. Hee-young furiously says Blue is a filthy guild because the poor exist because of the trash elitists like them, but Lee asks if she wants him to show her the reason why Lindell is rotting away. Lee says that with this opportunity, he'll help her realize the truth she has been avoiding, and that, starting now, he'll hire everyone there to work for him. Hee-young and the other guilds are shocked to hear this, and Lee says he can offer positions from construction to clinical experimentation. Lee says he'll pay 30% more than the usual wages, and hot meals are also included. Lee also offers sleeping rooms and says he'll assign everyone a place to stay based on how hard they work. Lee asks if they'll continue to live as cockroaches that rely on others for a living, or if they'll take the opportunity he is giving them to live as a member of society. Everyone hides their faces while Lee says it's their time to make a living for themselves. Hee-young calls Lee a scammer and asks how people could trust him. But a guy asks if he'll really offer 30% more, and another guy asks if the meat will be included in hot meals. Lee is glad because it is going as expected and thinks the priest should buckle up because it is time for her to wake up from the delusional world she has been living in. Hee-young gets worried when that guy asks Lee if he'll really hire them, and Lee replies that as long as they work hard, the Blue Guild will never betray their hard work. Lee says if they don't believe him, he'll make the priest the advisor of the Blue Guild, which shocks Hee-young, and she asks why Lee is deciding all that by himself. Simultaneously, a member of the Black Swan Guild says the priest will go with them, but suddenly, the people start agreeing to do work for Lee. Hee-young, with worry, asks what they are doing, but Lee offers her to come with him to the Blue Guild so she can watch over him. Hee-young says it's ridiculous, and she has no intention of joining the guild, but Lee says it seems she doesn't like him. Lee asks if she knows he doesn't dislike altruistic people like her. Lee tells everyone that they'll start working tomorrow and tells them to come at 9 in the morning. Hee-young says she still can't trust him completely, but thanks him for providing everyone with a workplace. Lee tells her not to worry about that and says it's not like anything will change. When Hee-young asks what he means, Lee asks how long she has been volunteering here, to which she replies it has been 3 years. Lee asks how many people she has taken care of have actually gone back out into the real world, to which she replies nothing. Lee says he knew that no one actually wanted to get out of there and asks if she doesn't think about the same thing when she looks at them. Lee knows she thinks she should go and find a better future for herself and asks if she has doubts. Lee likes her worried expressions and wants her to think about it. Hee-young says as a human being, she admits such thoughts have crossed her mind before, but says she couldn't bring herself to sit and watch the abandoned suffer. Hee-young says no matter their attitude, it's an undeniable fact that they are socially underprivileged people. Hee-young says she wants to turn Lindell into a place where the underprivileged and the kind don't have to suffer anymore. Lee says she is too naive, and it is a waste for someone like her to be spending their time caring for that trash. Lee thinks she doesn't realize how valuable she could be as a healer, but Hee-young says if he tries to get in her way, she won't sit and let it happen. Meanwhile, Lee is happy because he doesn't dislike her expressions, and he knows she is wondering if Lee is right and why nothing has changed at all. Lee thinks that just by making her doubt herself, he has accomplished half of his goal and thinks it'll be perfect to have cheap labor and the enlightenment of Sun and Hee-young, along with the trust of Kim. Seeing Hee-young, Lee thinks he can test out his potion on a real subject. Hee-young doubts those poor people, but suddenly, she asks for God's path of light and wonders when Lindell will become beautiful. In the next scene, when Lee wakes up, 3 days have passed, and he thinks about what kind of dream he had. Lee comes out of his camp and wonders if he feels tired because he slept in a new place. Lee thinks there hasn't been a trace of Kim for 4 days, and he feels bored. Lee thinks it is longer than expected because some workers actually worked hard, but his potion testing was a success, so he does gain something. Lee knows they'll probably start slacking off soon enough, so he says that is not a problem. Lee knows people don't change, and they'll want to go back to their caretakers soon, so he thinks if he exposes their true selves to Hee-young, she'll come with him to the Blue Guild. Lee is standing in front of the slum development area, and when he goes inside, he sees people lying in corners and thinks things are going according to his plan. Lee hears a guy telling the other person that he would rather laze around and get food from the priestess rather than work. The people think the slums are a paradise for them, and Lee sees the priestess serving food to people there. Lee thinks these people are helping him and is sure Hee-young will scold them. Suddenly, Lee calls Hee-young and says he has something to show to her and asks if she'll come with him for a second. But she asks what it is, to which Lee replies that she'll know when she sees it. Lee shows her the drunkards and tells her that it's been 3 days since they started working, but they have already quit. Lee says this is their true nature, and she is nice to them, so they act pitifully in front of her. Hee-young is embarrassed, and Lee asks her who she thinks are the people bringing Lindell down to ruins. As the drunkards make filthy comments, Lee says she can't be deceived by them, but suddenly Hee-young says it is PTSD. Lee is shocked to hear this and asks what she means, to which she replies that they have to resort to alcohol to alleviate their pain. Lee wonders if she is also drunk and tells her these people are not good, but Hee-young says Lee offended them first by calling them pigs. Lee furiously says she knows the truth and asks why she is acting like this. Lee says these people are offenders disguised as victims and a cancer to their society. Hee-young says they are simply underprivileged people who are holding their own against Lee, a person with power. Hee-young says she is not saying they are innocent, but Lee is the last person who can say anything to them since he is privileged. Lee thinks he is careless because Hee-young's underdogma is way too strong. Lee asks what Hee-young thinks about when these drunkards harass the other residents of the slum and asks what about when it's towards someone with the same status. Lee asks if she is justifying their actions in that case as well, to which Hee-young replies that Lee is slandering them now. Hee-young says these people are like family, and she knows them very well, so they'll not harass each other. Lee says she only sees things the way she wants to and asks if she is interested in putting reality to the test. Hee-young says she doesn't want it and that if Lee wants it, he can do it himself because he seems to have a lot of time on his hands. Hee-young leaves, saying the things he is expecting won't ever end up happening. Lee thinks she is being stubborn, and this calls for a drastic measure. Suddenly, a drunk guy hits a bottle in Lee's head and says he is the cunning idiot who snitches on them. That guy says Lee is the reason the priestess started looking at them weirdly. All the drunkards attack Lee and ask him what else he told her, but Lee immediately apologizes to them for calling them livestock. Lee requests them to stop, but one of them punches Lee and tells him to take responsibility for ruining their lives. They start hitting Lee while saying the priestess tells them it is self-defense, so this won't be a problem. Lee thinks Hee-young lets these people get away with such things because she believes he holds a higher social status than them. Meanwhile, Hee-young thinks Lee deserves this because sinners are bound to be punished by their own vileness. The drunkards ask if Lee thinks the priestess will trust someone from a big guild like him. Lee thinks it has to be someone kind enough for the priestess to want to protect, and it would be even better if it is someone who can bring out the true nature of these losers. Lee thinks it only leaves him with one choice, and he acts fragile. The drunkards ask if he is even a man, and they say his looks are not the only thing that's feminine about him. They wonder if Lee is a girl who dresses up as a guy, and they think he will be perfect to sell off as a slave. Lee thinks they are probably talking about cross-dressing guys and remembers he was always confident in cross-dressing. Lee even won a competition with it back in college, and there were people who harassed him back then, too, so he made sure to ruin their lives. Lee thinks the harsh reality is that the ones who are actually at a disadvantage can't even get a little bit of help. Lee wonders why these kinds of people are alive, whether it's here or on Earth. Lee thinks he never really liked stepping up himself, but his life became easier thanks to the losers like them. Seeing Lee smirk, the drunkards think Lee has gone insane and then decide to beat him really badly. Suddenly, one of them asks if they are sure they can sell him into the slave market and get some good money. Suddenly, they see that Lee has escaped from there, and Lee immediately runs to the tents where he and Haein are staying. Lee wakes up Haein, who is asleep, and Haein gets worried to see Lee's condition. Lee says it is nothing and asks Haein if she can cast transformation magic on him, to which she replies she can do that, but there is a time limit. Suddenly, Lee tells her to turn him into a beautiful woman, as fragile and vulnerable looking as possible. Haein can't understand what Lee is trying to do and says she has never done something like that. Lee tells her to do it immediately and tells her to make his clothes look like the ones people in slums wear. Haein immediately uses the transformation magic to turn Lee into a beautiful lady. Haein says Lee looks like a succubus, and Lee asks if he really looks that amazing. When Haein shows him the mirror, Lee says he looks the same, but Haein says he is a beauty. Lee says at least his body looks vulnerable and tells Haein they should go, but Haein asks where they are going. Lee says they are going to watch the priestess teach those losers a lesson, and Haein immediately follows him, saying she is excited. Lee tells Haein to call him Kion, so she calls him Kion Unnai. On the other hand, the priestess remembers the things Lee said, but she thinks there is no way these people are using her and thinks she trusts them, which is why she hasn't given up on this place. Suddenly, Hee-young hears a scream, and she gets worried. 10 minutes ago, the drunkards were discussing if Lee would snitch on them to his guild and were worried they would be screwed. They plan to catch Lee and kill him before he leaves, and the most important thing for them is that the pushover priestess doesn't suspect them. Suddenly, Lee appeared there while Heian was hiding nearby, and Lee asked what they were saying. The drunkards ask who she is, but Lee asks if they called the priestess a pushover. Simultaneously, Heian runs to ask the priestess for help and says some men are harassing a woman. Hee-young was shocked, and she immediately ran to help, thinking she thought it was a misunderstanding. Hee-young still cannot believe it and hopes it's not true, but as he goes there, suddenly blood falls on her face, and she is shocked to see a drunk guy beating Hee-young. Hee-young herself witnesses the harsh truth of reality, and she is in shock. Meanwhile, Lee thinks Hee-young must have never seen such scenes and thinks she kept him waiting for so long. Suddenly, a drunkard yells how dare she act without knowing her place, and Lee is glad they are showing their inner thoughts louder, and he wants them to make things so ugly that Hee-young passes out upon hearing what they say. Suddenly, they kick Ki-yeon and tell her not to think she is getting out of there alive. As Ki-yeon begs for help, Hee-young immediately runs to stop them and asks what they think they are doing, but they push her away in their madness. As Ki-yeon with worry says priestess, the drunkards get scared to see the priestess there, and they wonder what she is doing there. Ki-yeon acts like she is in pain, and the priestess says she is really foolish because of her selfishness. Hee-young wonders how many people suffered because she avoided looking at the truth. Hee-young says she wanted to create a beautiful Lindel where everyone was united as one. Hee-young says the continent is way too rotten for that to happen because power justifies everything they do, and they act only for their benefit. Hee-young thinks there is no way to protect the numerous number of people who are suffering under them, so she wants to protect them. Hee-young grabs Ki-yeon's hand and, while sobbing, tells her to wake up, but Lee thinks it is time to pull out his awesome lines now. Lee cosplays as a girl, apologizes to Hee-young and says she couldn't hold herself back after she heard those guys insulting the priestess. Ki-yeon coughs, so Hee-young tells her to stop talking and says everything will get better now. Ki-yeon says it's over for her and tells the priestess to get away, but Hee-young tells those guys that she is really disappointed in them. Hee-young says she pitied and took such great care of them, so she asks how they can do something so evil. Hee-young tells them to leave this place right away, and Lee is happy that his plan is working out. But those guys ask what she is saying out of blue, and they say there is a misunderstanding. Hee-young says she doesn't want to hear any excuses and tells them to leave the slums right away because this is not the place that their filthy, evil souls should be in. Those guys get shocked to hear this, and Hee-young starts to heal Ki-yeon, but Lee wants Heian to stop her. Heian uses her magic to stop the holy power from entering Lee's body, and Hee-young is shocked that the holy power is being rejected. Hee-young gets worried that the girl is in such a critical state that even the holy power doesn't heal her. Hee-young blames herself for this and says it is all because she wanted to avoid seeing the truth. Hee-young says Lee was right, and he kept telling him the truth, but she didn't listen to him. Suddenly, Ki-yeon coughs blood, which terrifies Hee-young, but Lee is glad his capable Heian is here because if he came with Park, he would be screwed. Hee-young begs Ki-yeon not to die, and Ki-yeon says she hasn't been here for long, but she has seen the priestess as a noble person. Ki-yeon says the priestess wakes up as soon as possible for the sake of others, picks up trash from the floor, and cooks soup for everyone. Ki-yeon says the priestess distributed the soup every day without discriminating, and she shared everything she had. Ki-yeon says she respects what Hee-young did for them and calls her their savior. Ki-yeon tells Hee-young not to blame herself for this and says she is someone worthy of respect. Hee-young wonders if she deserves this respect and calls someone for help, but no one is there. Hee-young remembers she loathed the strong that trampled on the weak and destroyed peace, so no one was there to help her. Hee-young starts crying, and suddenly, one of the guys calls her foolish and tells her to look at her pathetic self. Meanwhile, Lee is glad, but Hee-young gets furious to hear this. Suddenly, that guy grabs Ki-yeon's arm and curses Hee-young for calling them filthy. But Hee-young thinks she doesn't want to become someone who is loathed by the people she loves. Simultaneously, the drunkards say they didn't like her from the start and ask who the hell she is to pity them. Hee-young starts crying, and Lee wonders if she is finally awakening. He gets happy to see black tears in her eyes. Hee-young furiously tells them to leave Ki-yeon, but they tell her to shut up, and one of them takes out a knife. Lee gets worried, and those guys say if they kill them here, there'll be no witness. Lee gets scared as they touch his face with a knife, so he wants Hee-young to turn to the darkness and save him. Meanwhile, Haein is getting furious, but Lee wants her to calm down and not do anything yet. Suddenly, Hee-young starts praying, and Lee wonders if she really is just praying when Ki-yeon is about to die. The guy is about to stab Lee, but suddenly, Hee-young cuts off that guy's head with a single attack in front of Lee's eyes, and everyone gets shocked. Meanwhile, Haein is impressed, and Lee sees Hee-young's class changing to Dark Priestess. Lee is shocked and thinks Hee-young sounds scary when she says they'll all die here now. Suddenly, Hee-young cuts off another guy's head, and Lee thinks he did want her to go to the dark side, but not to this extent. Lee doesn't care about the lives of those losers, but he wonders how Hee-young is going to clean up their corpses. Lee wonders if he should ask Haein to use the cleaning magic after this is all over, but suddenly, he sees Hee-young smiling. Lee thinks it seems as if she wanted to do this from the beginning and notices Haein also looks excited. Lee wonders if Haein is feeling sympathy for Hee-young because they are similar to each other. Suddenly, Haein gets worried to see her transformation magic is undoing, and Lee gets worried that it's happening there. Meanwhile, the last drunkard asks for mercy, but Hee-young cuts off his head while saying there is no mercy. Lee is terrified that this crazy woman will find out he was lying all this time, and she'll kill him as well. Suddenly, the magic is undone, and Lee turns to his original form while Hee-young also manages with those guys. Hee-young runs towards Lee, who is hiding in his cape. He thinks it's Ki-yeon and she is alive, but he is shocked to see it's Lee. Hee-young asks what he is doing there, asks him about the girl from earlier, and asks if he was deceiving her. Lee says he'll not try to hide it and that he just wants her to see the truth about this reality. Lee thinks he'll go volunteer with her from now on and hopes she leaves him alive. Lee makes a puppy face, but Hee-young's expressions change, which terrifies Lee, and he thinks he is going to die. Suddenly, Haein comes forward and tells Hee-young to stop because if she kills Lee, then everything will end. Haein asks if Lee is alright, to which he replies he is fine, but suddenly, Hee-young raises her hand, which terrifies them. Lee tells Haein to use the protection magic, but suddenly, Hee-young uses a magic that doesn't harm them, and they are shocked. Hee-young says she'll not harm them and says they are free to laugh at her all they want since she is no longer a priestess nor a saint but a mere fallen livestock slaughterer. Hee-young says she felt relieved after doing what she did and says she is a hypocrite, so God himself will not forgive him anymore. Suddenly, Lee tells her not to feel guilty and says he doesn't think her choice is wrong in any way. Lee says the ones who did wrong were those guys, and if it wasn't for Hee-young, the other girl would have died. Lee says Hee-young cleaned up trash from Lindell, which is another form of volunteering. Lee wonders if his words are working on Hee-young and says from now on, if she has to take someone's life to protect another's, he'll be together with her through this. Hee-young is impressed, and Lee asks if she'll help him create a beautiful Lindell together. Hee-young, while holding Lee's hand, thinks this person is definitely a messenger sent by God to awaken her, so she tells Lee that they should get rid of the evils of this world to protect the weak. Hee-young says she'll be in his care, who saved him from darkness, and Lee checks her stats, which shows that she is now a saintess for the abandoned. Lee gets extremely happy, and when she takes her with them to the Blue Guild, he is glad to see her bonding with Haein. Lee is sure Kim will be pleased to see Hee-young and thinks Kim will gladly guide him in the future. Suddenly, Haein thanks Hee-young for saving Lee and says what she did really moved her. Hee-young says she is glad there is someone other than Lee who understands her and says she is sure this is all a blessing from the goddess and Lee. As they say they'll continue to protect Lee together, he gets worried about seeing them get along perfectly. Suddenly, Lee sees Kim has arrived, and Kim says it is a coincidence to see Lee in a place like this and asks if he is on a walk with Haein. Lee is excited to tell Kim about Hee-young, but he tries to control his emotions. Meanwhile, Kim notices Hee-young and asks Lee who she is, which shocks Lee that Kim doesn't know Hee-young. Hee-young says she is pleased to meet Kim and that she is here for volunteer purposes, so Kim shakes hands with her and says he hopes they can get along. Meanwhile, a little girl is standing beside Kim, and as Lee sees her, he gets worried and wonders if she is the one Kim is looking for. Lee checks her stats and finds out that Kim Yari is a 14-year-old archer with legendary and heroic stats. Lee is shocked because no one other than Kim has their stats in the legendary and heroic rank. and he thinks he should have known when he didn't see Kim in the slums. Lee wonders if Kim really doesn't know her and thinks there is no way Hee-young didn't stand up to his dear regressor in his first life. Lee thinks Hee-young must have been killed by the slum residents in her first life, and that's why Kim could not find her, but he thinks the reason doesn't matter now. Lee thinks 2 winning lotteries have been presented to them and thinks he needs to start getting along with the kid Regressor brought them. When Lee asks who this girl is, Kim apologizes for the late introduction and says he met her coincidentally in the slums, and her name is Kim Yuri. Kim says he thought she might have talent because she is a deep thinker and she already has a class. Kim says she is shy, so it might take some time for Lee to get to know her, to which Lee replies that he understands it and says it is nice to meet her. The girl hides behind Kim without replying to him, and Lee realizes it'll be hard to get close to her. After that, they head back to the guild, and Lee thinks they just need to enjoy the benefits of being with the Regressor for now. Lee thinks his position is the most secure one out of everyone on the Regressor's team. A few days later, Yari wins an eating challenge against Park, and Lee is glad that they have already become friends. Suddenly, Kim tells everyone that it is sudden, but he wants them to go and raid a dungeon with him. Lee asks if Kim is referring to the thing he talked about earlier, to which Kim replies that he is right, and it's a dungeon called Garden of Horror. Lee thinks it is nice, but Kim says there is one problem. Other guilds will be joining them in the raid. Kim asks for their opinion, and Lee feels worried because they'll have unwanted guests with them. When he asks which guilds will be joining them, Kim replies that they'll include Red Mercenaries, the Sorcerer's Guild, and the Black Swan. Lee thinks that if it is Hira's guild, then he is all for it because they'll protect him. Lee thinks he did want to see what kind of guild the Black Swans were, and although they had to divide up the reward among them, in the end, it would be beneficial for them. Lee thinks they could think of this as an opportunity to raise the Blue Guild's performance. Kim says they'll divide the reward according to the contribution rate and says his goal with this dungeon raid is not money or items in the first place, but it is experience. Lee understands Kim wants them to raise their levels. Meanwhile, Seolho and Youngyeon hear their conversation, and Seolho thanks her for doing as he said. However, Seolho says the other dungeons have to join them, but Youngyeon says they can't do much, and it's a dungeon they all discovered together, so Black Swans really wanted to join the raid. Seolho asks if Youngyeon has heard about the new person who joined Black Swan because everyone is talking about him. Seolho says he wanted to get along with Team 7, but Youngyeon says she never thought Seolho would be so considerate of Kim's party. Youngyeon asks if Seolho has some kind of ulterior move, to which he replies he doesn't want anything like that and says she watches too many dramas. Seolho says he is trying to make sure people in their guild have good items and asks if Youngyeon is not the one with ulterior motives. Youngyeon gets nervous, and Seolho says he knows she has feelings for that guy in Team 7. Youngyeon furiously asks how he knows, but Seolho smiles and says he doesn't think there has been a new party that got this much attention. Seolho says they are handsome, but Lee has a bad mouth and thinks Lee can't do much by himself, so he plans to use him as a source of money to give to Ito. A few days later, the expedition day arrives, and the Black Swan member tells the reporters to draw them well. Suddenly, Kim and his team arrive, which catches the reporters' attention, and they start drawing them because there are no cameras there. Suddenly, a guy says hello to Kim and says it's been a while since he saw Kim in the guild leaders meeting. The guy says he is Choi Yoongi of Red Mercenaries, and he recognizes Lee because he has heard a lot about him from Hira. Choi says it is nice to meet his brother-in-law in the raid, but Lee gets nervous because he senses something scary behind him, and he knows it is Haein getting angry. Lee sees everyone has impressive stats there, and they have good equipment too, so he thinks they are the perfect meat shield for their party. Suddenly, a girl asks Lee if he is actually entertaining the dungeon because he looks too fine to go on a raid, but Lee asks what she means. The girl says she knows he is just here to leech off experience points, which shocks Lee, and she wonders how she knows. Lee uses Mind's Eye and gets to know she is Petra Apre, a calculative strategist and queen of bossing around. Lee understands she is provoking him on purpose, and when she says they even brought a kid to raid, Lee gets furious. Petra says that's why she didn't join the Blue Guild, and Lee thinks her type of people makes him furious and wonders who she thinks she is by playing politics like this. A while later, the raid begins, and they enter the dungeon Garden of Horror. Lee knows Petra is an official of the Black Swan Guild, and she has the class of an assassin and the title of queen bossing around. Lee thinks since they are the least experienced, she'll try to bring them down and increase her contribution to the party. In this case, Lee thinks it is best to play politics back at her, but suddenly, a monstrous plant attacks Park. Choi immediately stabs down that plant, and Park thanks him, while Lee feels that Choi is reliable. Suddenly, Petra says she can't believe people from Blue Guild are also here on the raid and asks if they are not the killers someone hired to kill the leaders from all the guilds here. Lee hears her, which makes him mad, and the other members of the Black Swan Guild tell Petra to keep her voice low because someone can hear her. After some while, Park gets tired, and Choi is helping him walk, so he apologizes, but Hoi says it's normal when they are beginners. Choi says they should take some rest and tells everyone to set up a camp, while Lee thinks it is good, and Choi should send the Blue Guild people to the rear because they are too inexperienced. Meanwhile, Kim sees Lee smiling and thinks he should laugh while he can. Suddenly, Lee distributes some health potions to the Red Mercenaries team and says he just wants to show his appreciation to them. Lee notices Petra is furious and thinks the basics of playing politics is making allies before making any enemies. Choi thanks Lee and says he is really kind-hearted, just like Hira told him. Choi says his master told him that back on Earth, Lee was her savior at the lowest point, and they two met again in this world, like fate. Lee can't believe what kind of rumors Hira is spreading, but Choi says he'll never forget the favor he owes Lee until he dies. Lee thinks Choi is making his job easier and says he hesitates to say this, but he noticed something about Petra. Lee says he cannot say this, but Choi asks if something happened and says his master gave him a mission to protect Lee, so Lee should tell him what happened. Lee said that when Petra was making fun of them earlier, she asked him if he really thought that the stupid Hira could protect him here. Choi is shocked to hear it, and Lee, while crying, says Petra said the Blue Guild are killers hired by Hira to kill everyone here. Lee, while wiping his tears, tells Choi not to get him wrong and says he is sure Petra doesn't mean anything bad when she says that. Lee says she must have said that on a whim, but Lee sees Choi getting furious, and Choi says how dare she ridicule their master. Lee knew Choi was loyal and thought it was good. He was slowly building up anger towards Petra while he made some more allies. Lee also gets the Sorcerer's Guild on his side by acting smart. But suddenly, Petra tells him to stop trying to act all friendly. Lee says he doesn't understand what she means, but she asks if Lee can't see how he is ruining the entire party. Petra says he is slowing them down, but Lee says she should just tell him directly if she wants the rewards that the Blue Guild will be getting. Petra furiously asks what he said, to which Lee replies that if that is not the case, then why is she being hostile toward the Blue Guild? Petra furiously asks if Lee thinks it is funny and asks if he knows who she is, but suddenly, she notices the reporters drawing her. Petra is worried, and Lee says he should know she is a greedy jerk who is trying to steal from none other than newbies. Petra furiously says Lee finally shows his true colors and asks him who he has on his back. Petra asks if he is acting like this because he has Hira on her back, but Lee thinks it's time to show Choi what he said is true. So he says she is right and says he is not scared of her at all. Lee says Hira will protect him if anything happens to him, and as expected, Petra asks if he thinks that stupid Hira will protect him here. Choi gets angry after hearing this, and when Petra says no one will know if Lee dies here, Lee asks if she is threatening him. Lee says he understands why Black Swan strongly expressed their interest in participating and, of all people, they sent her. Lee whispers to her that the Black Swan officials want her to die here because they can't bear watching her taint the name of their guild any further. Lee says he heard she was once an official herself and asks if she was demoted, which infuriates Petra. She asks if Lee has a death wish. Lee says he feels bad for her and says the killers she was talking about are actually her underlings who will ambush her from behind after they clear this dungeon. Petra tries to hit Lee while Lee acts to apologize, but suddenly, Kim grabs Petra's arm and tells Lee there is no need to apologize to her. Petra gets worried, and Lee thinks the ones who have his back are his loved ones. Simultaneously, Lee's allies are rushing toward him to ask what happened, and Lee thinks this is why they should always be on their best behavior. Lee thanked Kim for help, but Kim asked what she had said, to which Lee replied that Petra had told him to stop acting friendly to everyone. Petra tries to control her anger because she knows the reporters are drawing everything, so she says she is the victim here, but the reporters are impressed with Kim. Lee knew it, but the reporters from the Black Swan Guild seemed a bit different when they were taking orders from Petra compared to when they were looking at Kim. Lee doesn't know if they are his fans, but he thinks they are quite friendly to the Blue Guild, unlike their stupid employer. Lee wonders if he should test it out a little and apologizes to Kim for causing problems. But Kim says he doesn't need to apologize. Lee wants to show the Blue Guild's heartwarming brotherhood and realizes from the reporter's expressions that things are getting pretty advantageous for him. Suddenly, Petra tells the reporters to do their job properly, and, while freeing her arm, tells Kim to let her go. Kim tells Petra that Lee did nothing wrong and that even if there is a problem, she doesn't have the right to interfere. Kim says she is overpassing her authority, and if there is a problem with his party member, then he should be the one taking responsibility as party leader. Petra gets furious, but Choi says Kim is right that she is the one bringing them down here, and the Sorcerers Guild member says they did have to delay things a little, but Lee brought their mood up. Petra is frustrated and says she wouldn't have done this if the Blue Guild was a normal party, but she asks how she can hold back when they're clearly getting in their way. Lee sees she is trying to act like she is doing this for her party and is furious at how weak she thinks Blue Guild is to look down on them. Choi says she should not be saying that if she was in the slightest way interested in their battles. Choi says Kim and Haeun took care of many monsters, and Hee-young's healing magic took care of them. Choi says this is Blue Guild's first expedition and that he can't hold back anymore. Kim asks her not to let something like this happen again and says that if she has a problem with his party, then she should tell him. Petra apologizes to them, but she says they are pissing her off, and Lee thinks she should not be a politician because everything she says is making everyone hate her more. Lee wishes she would just leave this party like this. Kim and his party start the raid again, and Kim apologizes to everyone because he thinks they started the raid for a learning experience. But he doesn't realize they are being treated less than street dogs with such horrible scorn and humiliation. Suddenly, Kim takes out his sword and says things will be different from now on, which startles Lee and Park. Lee thinks it seems Kim will start to show his true power, and Lee thinks he cannot sit still, so he'll make sure Petra pays the price for getting on his bad side. After some while, they face the second boss, and Kim immediately attacks the monster with multiple stabs, and everyone is shocked to see this. Petra can't believe Kim acted up all by himself, and Yuri also attacks the monster's head with her fire arrows. Suddenly, Kim tells Lee and Haeun to use the spell when he signals them, and they simultaneously summon the power of flame and wind to create a giant fireball. Lee asks if Haeun is happy that they matched their spells, but suddenly, Park tells them that monsters from all over the place are approaching. Meanwhile, Kim tells Park to lure the small fries toward the boss monster and tells Choi to do the same. They immediately run to do that, and Lee is happy because that's the Kim he knows, and he is showing true leadership. Meanwhile, Petra is stunned to see Kim's movements and asks if he is really a beginner because it looks like it is his second life. Lee thinks she is right, and they are not an average newbie party. She knows she was trying to stress that they are a newbie party and put on the news how she was able to lead the expedition to success despite a newbie party holding them back. Lee is happy that her plan will not work anymore, and simultaneously, the reporter sees him smiling, so he writes about the two faces of Lee. Suddenly, the reporters run because the monsters are coming there, but Kim attacks those monsters with Park and tells them to keep moving forward. In no time, they manage to gather all the small fries near the boss monster, but as the boss monster secretes poison, Kim tells everyone to be careful. Kim signals Lee and Haeun, so they immediately attack the boss monster with a storm of fire, and Kim cuts down its head. Everyone is amazed to see the Blue Guild's teamwork, and they praise them. Choi says they are amazing, but Kim says they are just copying what they are doing. Choi calls Kim humble and says they are the hope of the future of the Blue Guild. Lee thinks that even if Petra causes a scene again, no one can say they are getting in the way. Suddenly, Lee sees a reporter's notebook and sees some drawings in it while Petra starts creating a scene again. Petra asks why Kim ran out of formation like that and asks Kim if he keeps doing things on his own and then what they are supposed to do. Petra asks if Kim thinks he can do anything just because this is their first expedition and tells them to know their place. Choi furiously asks what she is, but Petra apologizes for not telling in advance and says she doesn't think it was a lot to handle on the rear. Petra says it was their mistake and asks if she made an official complaint to the guild so they could listen to her. Lee sees everyone looking at him with "help me" eyes, so he asks Kim if he can say something. But Petra asks what more he has to say and calls him Hira's slave. Lee says that before this expedition, they had thought long and hard about whether they should participate in it or not. Lee says even though they were only coming for the experience, but he was offered they'll only get in the way since they were inexperienced. Lee says he tried his best to be very helpful to everyone, but he doesn't think his best was enough. Petra wonders why he is acting like this all of a sudden, but Lee says he tried to get himself back together to do even better. However, now that he thinks about it, he realizes what the problem is. Petra asks if he is trying to say she is the problem, but Lee says he himself is the problem. Lee sadly says he thinks his whole party caused trouble to this expedition, and he sincerely apologizes to everyone. Lee says he doesn't think he can bear causing trouble to everyone like this anymore, but Kim interrupts him and apologizes, saying as the party leader, he cannot bear watching his party members in such agony anymore. Kim says it is right for their guild to leave this expedition, but Choi asks what he is saying and says the Blue Guild should not be the one leaving. Choi says as the leader of the expedition, he was holding back because they were allied guilds, but now he cannot hold back anymore. Suddenly, Choi asks Petra to leave the expedition party, which she can't believe, and says she knows Choi was on Lee's side from the start. Petra asks if the mercenary queen said Choi will gain something by being nice to her husband, but Lee says she is going a little too far. Lee thinks all he needs to do is put a little bit of bait in the right place at the right time so everything will play out perfectly for him. Lee says Hira has nothing to do with it, but Petra tells him to shut up and calls them crazy. Suddenly, Choi furiously punches the wall behind her and asks how dare she say that about his master. Choi says he is telling her for the last time to leave immediately, and Petra furiously leaves while cursing. The Sorcerers Guild members say if Petra behaves like this, they can't work with the Black Swan Guild anymore. Petra thinks she won't forget about what Lee did to her and asks a reporter there if she saw how the blue and red mercenary guilds worked together to threaten the Black Swan Guild. Petra warns the reporter to write what happened if she doesn't want to die, but Lee thinks he also can't forget this. After Black Swan leaves, the expedition ends peacefully, and Lee asks Choi if they can give some contribution credit to Black Swan. But Choi is amazed that Lee still thinks about them after what she did to him. Choi says he is ashamed to calculate his gains and losses for a single item, and Lee thinks, in reality, he is planning on charging her consolation money. Suddenly, Lee asks reporter Kim Sung-kyung from Lindell News if he is looking for something there, and he plans to get this reporter on his side. Suddenly, Lee shows the reporter his notebook, which shocks him, but Lee tells him not to worry because he won't say anything bad about it. Lee says it must be hard living as a reporter in a place where power is everything. Lee says he can give the reporter what he wants and offers him to work with the Blue Guild instead of the Black Swan Guild. Lee asks if he doesn't want the news that is simulating enough to flip this boring continent around and authority. A few days later, the Lindell Daily News printed the news that Black Swan had abused its authority in the recent raid. Petra gets furious as she reads this news and says she'll kill Lee. Petra is terrified that the guild will kill her now, and suddenly, a guild official arrives there, saying Petra failed again. The official asks if she can talk to Petra for a second, but Petra is scared. On the other hand, the people of Lindell also read this news, and they say the Black Swan Guild deserves to go to hell. The people think Blue Guild is impressive because they didn't get intimidated by the bigger guilds, and they think Lee seems an amazing person. Simultaneously, Lee is happy while reading the newspaper and calls himself a symbol of resistance. Suddenly, Hee-young informs Lee that Black Swan officials have come to meet him, and Lee knows this will happen. Lee goes to meet them, and the Black Swan workers tell Lee that the officials will come to meet him now and tell him to allow her to introduce them to him. Lee thinks Petra will arrive, but he is shocked to see Ji-hai arrive as the newly appointed official of the Black Swan Guild. Ji-hai says it's been a while since they met and says she is Vice Guild Master Ji-hai, but Lee's jaw drops with shock. After some while, they are sitting in the drawing room with Petra, and Ji-hai says it's nice to see Lee again like this, but Lee asks what is going on here. Lee says he never would have expected her to become the vice guild master, but Jihai says she knows Lee is changing topics because he is embarrassed. Jihai says if it is about Petra, then Lee doesn't need to worry because she has already resigned. Lee says they must have forced Petra for that and says he is impressed that Jihai has already found a way up the power ladder. Jihai says she doesn't understand what Lee is talking about, but Lee asks if she thinks he would not know that this entire thing is her doing. Lee says Jihai sent Petra to the same dungeon exploration party as his on purpose because she thought he'd take care of her. Lee says Petra was nothing more than a sacrifice used as a stepping stone to get up the power ladder. Lee says Jihai used him as a tool to get rid of Petra easily. Jihai says Lee catches on fast, and Lee says he is seriously impressed by her, but he wonders if he did something wrong for her to use him like that. Suddenly, Jihai says she is here as an apology, and Lee sees her tendency to be an egotistical ambitionist has not changed. Lee can't let his guard down because she has already used him for her benefit. Lee says she needs to prove to him first that she has no malicious intent towards him, and then he'll decide for himself to trust her or not after hearing about the deal. Suddenly, Jihai tells Petra to explain to Lee what the Black Swan Guild can provide him, but Petra furiously curses Lee and tries to punch him while asking if he really thinks he'll get away with this. Suddenly, Jihai slaps Petra down before she gets close to Lee and apologizes to Lee because they have not educated Petra well, but Lee is shocked. Petra immediately begs Jihai to spare her, and Lee thinks he is not trying to go this far, but it is relieving for him. Jihai tells Petra to behave, and she explains to Lee that the Blue Guild will be included in the alliance of the Great Guilds, and the contribution that was given to her will be passed to Lee. Lee is happy that it's going according to the plan, and then Jihai tells Petra to leave. Jihai says that other than that, the reward from the dungeon and the land documents are all hers, and they also promise to donate to Kim's party. Jihai asks if this is enough to show her apologies, and Lee thinks it's not bad because Blue Guild will join the Great Guild Alliance, but he realizes there is something else Jihai is up to. Suddenly, Lee says it is too good to be true and says it is suspicious, so he asks why she is going this far. Lee says he is sure he is not the only one she needs to do this to, so he asks what she thinks about the Mercenary and the Sorcerer Guild. Lee says if it was nothing but a fight for authority within the guild, she wouldn't have to make so many external enemies, so he asks why she used him despite those risks. Lee says he doesn't want to think that after doing all of this for him, she'll betray him in the end, so he asks what she is really after. Suddenly, Jihai asks if it is something personal, but Lee asks what she means. Jihai says she is disappointed and asks if he remembers the first time they kissed. Jihai gets close to Lee and says she told him she is into ambitious men, but Lee moves her hand away and tells her to stop playing around. Jihai asks if he really thinks she is joking and says she came to the Black Swan Guild after the tutorial, but it was a mess. Jihai says the previous guild masters worked with Petra and engaged in acts of conclusion and tyranny. Jihai says that, as a result, a coup d'etat started with her and the current guild masters as the initiators. In the middle of that, Jihai wanted to contact Lee, but it made her a bit frustrated. She thought he wouldn't bother to look for her, so why should she go out of his way to look for him? Jihai says she kept hearing about all the girlfriends he was making, and Lee is shocked that she is serious. Lee wants to say it's a misunderstanding, but Jihai says he even became Hira's concubine when he already had Heian. Jihai complains that he didn't even try to look for her, but Lee is in shock that she is jealous. Lee doesn't want her to turn into his enemy, but suddenly, Jihai says she doesn't care who he sleeps with and says if that's what is needed for her to take her to a higher position, she is all for it. Jihai says it is because she knows he'll choose her in the end because she'll put him on the safest throne. Suddenly, she kisses Lee, and Lee thinks she knows her worth and how to play around. Lee thinks that he knows for certain why Kim chose her to oversee the shelter, and that she is really skilled and helpful. Jihai asks if he understands where their relationship stands now, to which he replies he is in her care, but thinks he'll go along for now. While leaving, Jihai tells Lee to contact her again, but for a personal reason. Lee asks why she chose him because someone like her can get anyone she wants. Jihai says she doesn't know, but she guesses it is because she took a liking to him. Suddenly, as she opens the door to leave, they are shocked to see Heian standing there, and Heian, in a serious tone, asks why they are together. On the other hand, Kim wakes up in his room and is glad that he is back. But then he starts sweating and wonders if he is really back. Kim asks himself this every morning and thinks his body doesn't reek of blood anymore. Kim can't hear the cries and screams for help anymore. Instead of the dark and ominous magic power, he feels he is now surrounded by the bright light. Kim thinks the accident in the tutorial didn't happen. He saved a lot of people, and he has corrected as many mistakes from before as I could. Above all, Kim was able to get rid of young Jinho, the leader of the criminal group, and he thought that the criminal group shouldn't exist anymore. Kim was also able to bring Haein and Yuri under his wings earlier than he had expected. Kim thinks everything has gone much better than expected, and the person at the core of these changes is undoubtedly Lee. Kim knows that in the future, a war will engulf the entire continent, and the great magician says something incomprehensible before hanging herself. The shaman who was leading Celia was killed, and it was not clear whether the mercenary queen was still alive. Kim remembers his fight with the masked guy, and when he tried to attack the enemy, he blew Kim away with his attack. Kim's guild member, Lee Sang-hee, gives him his sword, tells him to live on until the end, and forcefully makes Kim stab her. Back to the present, Lee is worried about what he should do and what excuse he should make in front of Haein. Suddenly, Ji-hai says Lee's girlfriend is waiting for him and asks if that is why he tried to reject her. Ji-hai says it makes sense why Lee doesn't give her a chance, and as she says he has a cute girlfriend, Haein gets embarrassed, thinking she was misunderstanding. Lee immediately hugs Haein and tells her she is the only one for him, while Ji-hai shows him a thumbs down, telling him that public displays of affection are prohibited. However, Lee says Haein is lovely in her eyes, to which Ji-hai replies that he is head over heels for Haein. On the other hand, Kim thinks it's been a while since he last had such a dream and thinks he'll definitely find that masked guy. Suddenly, Park calls Kim for breakfast, to which Kim replies he'll be there in a second. After that, Kim wakes up and goes to have breakfast with others. Kim apologizes to them because he accidentally slept longer, but Lee, while serving him, says it is good to be humane at times. Lee thinks Kim is a competent advisor because he allowed them to come to the Blue Guild with very good conditions and developed relations with the mercenary queen. Moreover, Lee managed to establish an alliance between the guilds, and he also recruited and took care of team members such as Hee-young and Park. Kim thinks Lee helps him stay on the right path and produce the best results, and he has already caused a butterfly effect in his second life. Kim wonders why he couldn't find Lee in his first life and thinks maybe Lee died amidst the war in his first life. Simultaneously, Lee notices Kim looks sad, but suddenly, Sang-hee arrives for a morning meeting and tells them to continue eating. Everyone gets startled, but Kim thinks this time he won't let her die and save everyone. Sang-hee apologizes for interrupting their meal, but she says an emergency regarding their guild master has come up, and in order to prepare countermeasures, the officials have been summoned for an emergency meeting. Sang-hee tells Kim and Lee to come to the conference room immediately, and Kim thinks that in order to protect everyone, this is a very important time. They immediately follow her, and Lee asks if it is really that important, to which Sang-hee replies it is important and says their guild master has been locked in a cursed dungeon. Sang-hee says she'll tell him more details once they are inside the room, but Lee wonders if their guild master has been kidnapped. Suddenly, Kim calls Lee, which scares him, but Kim tells Lee not to worry too much because it'll be alright. Lee thinks that if Kim says it's alright, then there is no problem, and Kim is determined to save everyone this time. Kim thinks it is the most important point because, at this point, he'll become Blue Guild's guild master, and he has to make better decisions in order to protect everyone from the masked man and change the future because this is the reason he regressed. A long time ago, even before the time of Goddess Beniger, in a village, there lived Saint Jedrick, who worshipped the god of blessings, and Saintess Juliana, who worshipped the god of curses. One day, by the irony of fate, they fell in love with each other. But this was a love that couldn't come true, and this couple ended up angering the gods. In order to protect them, they made a small temple to hide themselves in. But the gods put a wall between them, where they'll forever suffer in agony while longing for each other. Even after their death, they still long for each other in that same place, and that place is the dungeon called Cursed Temple. Sang-hee tells this story to everyone in the meeting and says their guild master is trapped in this place. As Lee asks why he went there, Sang-hee immediately replies that he was exploring by himself and went into a dungeon he found. But as soon as he opened the door, He was cursed by the dungeon. Sang-hee says they prepared a rescue team as they heard the news, but they haven't heard back from the rescue team since last night. So she is planning to head to the cursed temple to rescue the guild master. Meanwhile, Lee notices Seolho smiling, so he is sure Seolho is behind this. Suddenly, when Sang-hee says all of their forces, including Seolho, will be joining them, he gets shocked and asks who will then protect the guild. Sang-hee says since she'll be gone, Kim's party will be in charge of the Blue Guild, and Lee is surprised. Lee thinks it is an opportunity to get to an even higher position, so she says they'll gladly help her. Seolho gets furious, and when Sang-hee says she'll be in their care, Seolho says that won't do. Seolho asks how they can entrust the guild to such kids and says since they are in desperate need of more people, they should bring the 7th party with them. Sang-hee furiously tells Seolho to watch what he is saying and says they can't be bringing the 7th party with them because it is too dangerous. Sang-hee says the Cursed Temple is a hero rank dungeon, and it is on a whole other level compared to the Garden of Terror. Seolho says they didn't spend so much money on the 7th party for nothing, and says they invested in them for desperate times like these. Seolho says it seems they are already well known among the people, so they'll be of great help this time around. Seolho says Lee is being useless in the Blue Guild and asks if Sang-hee doesn't think it is about time they get their money's worth. Lee wants to shoot Seolho at the moment and wonders if Seolho thinks they'll lose Blue Guild to him. Lee thinks Blue is Kim's guild, and whatever belongs to Kim belongs to him. Lee thinks Kim will say it is alright and they'll participate in the party as well, and Kim says the exact same thing. Lee knows Kim can't go without helping those in trouble, and he also has the power to back up his words. Lee thinks he never regretted choosing to go with Kim, but at times like these, he gets frustrated. Suddenly, Kim apologizes to Lee and says he was thinking about going on another exploration for the sake of their party's next class advancement. Lee doesn't think the next class advancement has to be done in such a dangerous dungeon, but he wonders if there is an item that Kim can only get from there. Lee thinks it is something important, so he decides to let Kim go off the hook this once, and Seolho is also happy with Kim's decision. Seolho says he is impressed by how much they are thinking about contributing to the guild, but suddenly, Sang-hee tells them to be quiet and says she is disappointed by the way Seolho is acting right now. Sang-hee tells him to be ashamed of how he is acting in front of the newcomers and says she wonders how sad Master Seung-jun would be when he comes back to see the guild in such a state. Sang-hee says she'll leave the guild to Seolho and tells him not to disappoint her any further because she is placing her trust in him. Meanwhile, Sang-hee thinks Seung-jun will soon die, but Lee thinks they need to get rid of Seolho. In the meantime, for the first time, he can see that the Regressor is thinking the same. On the other hand, Lee writes a letter to Ji-hai and asks her to look into someone from their guild. Furthermore, he says he'll spend some private time with her after all of this is over, and Ji-hai wonders if he is asking her out on a date. Ji-hai reads the hidden message in the letter that she needs to get rid of that person for Lee, and she immediately goes to see if she still has her little melting blood poison left. Ji-hai thinks Lee should be thankful she is helping him. The next day, Lee wakes up everyone and tells Yuri he has packed her bag, so she should take it with her. Lee tells Kim to double check to see if they have forgotten anything, but suddenly, a servant arrives there and tells Kim that the doctor has sent a diagnosis. Lee wonders what kind of diagnosis it is and reads the note. He says the doctor has confirmed his requested medical issue, and they will be prescribing him the proper medicine, so he should be rest assured. Lee understands it's a message from Ji-hai and wonders what kind of amazing solution it is for her to call it a medicine. Lee looks forward to her solution, but suddenly, he gets terrified by a weird feeling and gets startled to see Haein looking at him. Haein is worried to see a letter in his hand, but Lee immediately tells her it's a medical diagnosis, so she shouldn't misunderstand. However, Haein gets more worried that Lee is sick, but Lee tells her it's just a cold. Still, Haein wants to use her healing ring, but Lee tells her to put it away and asks if she has finished her packing, to which she replies she has finished it. At night, their journey begins, and Sang-hee apologizes to them because she didn't mean to put them all in danger. Kim says it is not a problem at all, and he is glad to be of help to the guild, and Lee says Kim is right. Lee says since they have already received a lot from the Blue Guild, it is only right for them to repay them for their favors. Suddenly, an undead appears there, which terrifies Yuri, and Sang-hee says most of the monsters here are of dark elements. Meanwhile, Lee sees Hee-young and Haein acting like they are walking through a festival. Suddenly, Sang-hee says if she had been a more competent leader, this wouldn't have happened in the first place, but she says those who are helping to rescue the guild master will undoubtedly be rewarded greatly. Sang-hee takes the names of Kim's team members, but they see Park is missing, and everyone gets worried. Suddenly, Hwang Young-yeon says Park is running late because he went to get some stuff, but Lee asks who she is. Hwang tells Lee her name and says she is a sorcery scholar and Park's lover, which shocks everyone. Suddenly, Park arrives running and apologizes for being late, but he also tells everyone that Hwang is his partner. Hwang says she is there to assist them, and she couldn't attend the meeting due to personal circumstances, but she is also one of the officials of the Blue Guild. Hwang says it is a pleasure to meet them all, and Park tells everyone to take care of her. Meanwhile, Kim tells Lee that she is the one who made it possible for them to go to the Garden of Horror, and Lee immediately checks her stats, which are ridiculously good. Suddenly, someone curses the couple to die and starts to put a curse on them, which worries everyone. Sang-hee tells everyone to be careful because she feels strange energy, and Lee wonders if Juliana is furious because of the couple. Suddenly, Sang-hee says everyone will head inside, so they should be prepared for the battle. As they enter the temple, Lee finds himself alone in that place, and he hears a voice calling him a vile creature. Lee is shocked, and the voice says he sends chills down her spine because of his petty tricks and says that is why his parents left him. Lee wonders what kind of pathetic situation this is and wonders if this is a curse, but he also wonders where everyone else is. Suddenly, Lee sees the boy he left for dying on the first day of tutorial, and the boy, while crying, says it hurts because Lee stole his food and ran away. Lee thinks this is going to drive him crazy and says he is sorry, but he has no choice because he has to survive. Lee wonders if this is psychological trauma magic and thinks being exposed to it for too long will be harmful. Lee thinks it'll not affect him since they are fake, but suddenly, he sees Hae-young appear there, and she says he killed her and chose to let her burn alive. Hae-young calls him a vile and cunning murderer and says he is rationalizing his actions to make himself feel better and asks if he thinks he can get away from the guilt by doing that. Lee says it's petty that she developed a bad mouth during the time they didn't meet and asks what is wrong about rationalizing his actions. Lee says humans are built that way, and their brains are built to think in a way that is advantageous for themselves. Lee says he just chose what is best for survival. But suddenly Jinho appears there and says Lee always protects himself with that kind of thinking. Jinho says to him they are the same person. But Lee furiously asks how dare he suddenly pop up out of nowhere and say things like that. Lee tells himself to calm down because it is a fake, but Jinho calls him selfish, so Lee says he can say whatever he wants. Lee says nothing can change the fact that he is living while they are biting the dust in the afterlife. Lee says that even if he goes back in time, he'll do the same things and survive no matter what. Lee tells them all to go to hell and immediately runs from there, but the voice says he'll soon be joining them in the afterlife. Lee manages to get out of that psychological trauma and thinks it's more dangerous than he thought. Suddenly, when Kim puts a hand on Lee's shoulder, Lee gets terrified, but he sees it's Kim, and Kim apologizes for scaring him. Kim says he'll restore Lee's mana, but Lee says he is fine, and simultaneously, he sees others are also trapped in that curse. Suddenly, Lee sees Haein sitting quietly in a corner and wonders if she is fine because he thinks she will cry uncontrollably. Lee asks Kim if he is alright and asks if there is a way they can wake them up, to which Kim replies it'll be best to wake up Hee-young first. Kim tells Lee to wake Haein up, but Haein sees the scenes where Lee is with other girls, and she says she'll kill them all. Meanwhile, Lee hears her, and he gets terrified to see her saying she'll cut their legs off. Lee gets worried to see Haein's tendency change from his love to unknown, and suddenly, Haein's clone attacks him from behind. Lee faints, and Haein apologizes for using such a rough method, but she says she has cast some anesthetic magic, so it won't hurt. Haein says she'll regenerate the blood he'll lose, too, and says they'll live together forever in this place. After some while, Haein cooks soup for Lee and says she hopes he likes it. Haein says she is embarrassed because she is wearing an apron like a newlywed's, but she tells Lee not to be worried that others will see her because she killed them. Lee is tied up, and Haein says there won't be any idiots who will try to separate them anymore except Park. Haein says she figured Lee would be sad if Park disappeared, but she noticed Lee is still sad. Heian says it is weird, but suddenly, she asks if it is because his legs were severed. Suddenly, Heian starts crying and asks Lee if he is really uncomfortable. She says she shouldn't have done this, but it is all his fault. On the other hand, in real life, Lee sees Heian's tendency now change to his fallen supporter, and Lee, while crying, thinks the real boss of this place is neither Juliana nor Jedrick, it is Heian. On the contrary, Sang-hee tells everyone that the owner of this place is Juliana, and she uses complicated techniques and skills that are hard to deal with. Kim realizes she is not an opponent he can defeat using basic class. Meanwhile, Sang-hee says their goal is to rescue the survivors and the guild master, but if they cannot find a way to break the curse, they'll give up on the expedition. However, Kim thinks he cannot go back because his goal is Juliana's sword, which is a legendary rank item. Kim needs the party members to grow as well and thinks Lee shares the same thoughts. But Lee thinks his goal is to stop Heian from massacring the human race. Lee leaves others in the hands of H-Wang, and she tells him not to worry, so he decides to stay by Heian's side. Lee thinks what she needs most right now is faith that he'll always be by her side. Lee asks Heian if she is okay, but as Heian says H-Wang is Lee's new girlfriend, Lee gets terrified and asks what nonsense she is spouting. Lee says H-Wang was introduced as Park's wife, but Heian gets nervous and says all the humans should die. Lee sees the situation is getting worse, and suddenly, Heian ties Lee while saying she is the only one who can be by Lee's side. Lee is worried about what is going on and tells Heian to let him go, but Heian says they'll be together here. Heian takes out a magic knife and asks if he thinks the same, but Lee tells her to stop it because she promised not to use magic on anything apart from his body. Lee knows Heian used different types of magic to spy on him using his tooth, which she picked a long time ago. Lee knows she put a ton of magic in his room, but he doesn't stop it because he thinks it was done for his protection, and that it isn't a bad trade to handle a genius magician. Lee realizes it is different now, and Heian says she'll leave him once she kills everyone in this world. But Lee gets terrified and thinks he has to prevent this ending somehow. Lee calls Kim and Sang-hee for help, but they can't hear him because Heian has cast a magic spell around Lee and herself. Heian puts a magic tape on Lee's mouth, and Lee starts crying because no one can hear or see him. But suddenly, H-Wang asks Lee what he is doing. Meanwhile, Kim tells Lee he'll search for Jedrick with Sang-hee, but he sees Lee is not here and wonders where he go because he is having a bad feeling. Kim notices Heian is also not there, so he gets worried that they are in danger and immediately runs to look for them. On the other hand, Lee wonders how H-Wang can see the glass prison, which even Kim can't see. H-Wang says she has brought the antidote Lee requested, but says Lee seems to have fallen into a trap. Lee uses Mind's Eye and gets to know that H-Wang is wearing magic glasses, which help her detect hidden curses, but he realizes this is not a time for this. Lee immediately asks H-Wang for help because Heian is carrying a knife, and he tries to give her the antidote himself. H-Wang says he'll free him, but he has to buy food for her and park in a restaurant after they leave this dungeon. H-Wang manages to take off the gag, but she can't break the prison, so Lee tells her to use brute force and tells her to get Park there. Suddenly, Park arrives there and offers food to H-Wang, but she tells Park that Lee is trapped there. Park gets worried, and he immediately starts banging on the glass prison wall, asking if Lee is really there. Park uses H-Wang's magic tool to see Lee, but Lee asks how long Park claims to have dated H-Wang. Park emotionally replies it's been about 100 days, but he asks why Lee is asking, to which Lee replies that they both must save the world. Lee tells them to save the world and live a long, happy life, but he asks if Park remembers what Lee told him before. Lee says if he can do it, then Park can do it better, and Park repeats this phrase with Lee. Park says they must save this world together because he can't live without Lee and says he'll get Lee out of this prison. Park uses a megaton punch, but it doesn't work, so he says he doesn't think his power will be enough. Lee tries to make Park emotional by saying he wants to see what kind of house Park and his family live in the future, which makes Park and H-Wang cry. Park says he'll definitely save Lee and asks Lee if he really wants to attend Park's wedding. Park tells Lee not to say anything stupid, and suddenly, Park feels mana flowing through his body. Park says Lee and Heian will live together until their hair turns white, and he immediately breaks the prison with a fierce punch. Park saves Lee, and H-Wang gives Lee the antidote. So Lee says he'll not only cover the expenses for their date, but also prepare a full date program himself. Suddenly, Haein sees Lee is free, so she furiously runs towards him, yelling at H-Wang to stay away from Lee. Lee immediately makes Haein eat the pill and kisses her. Meanwhile, Kim arrives there and is happy to see Lee and Haein are okay. Lee signals them to be quiet because Haein is crying. Haein says she is back and she'll be a good girl from now on, but Kim gets shocked and wonders if Haein is also a regressor. After that, Lee cured everyone with the pill, which made the conquest easier, but Sang-hee felt she was unqualified to be the one responsible for everyone. Sang-hee leaves the rest to Kim, who becomes the party leader, and the Blue Guild goes into Juliana's boss's room. As they go in, Juliana thinks Jedrick has arrived and says she waited for him so long, but she gets furious to see that it's not Jedrick. Juliana furiously asks how dare they come inside like this and says she'll guide every single one of them to death. Lee vomits blood after hearing her powerful crying, but Sang-hee tells everyone to prepare for the battle because she is a high-ranking monster that can't be aggroed. Sang-hee says they'll divide the party into front and back lines and take a defensive approach. Sang-hee tells Kim to proceed, so he runs in the front, and Park follows behind him, but Juliana throws Park away with her darkness. Lee thinks it is up to Kim now, but suddenly Juliana scratches Kim's face, making it bleed, which shocks Lee. Lee didn't expect Lim to face this much trouble against this boss, but he also noticed Juliana's attack patterns were irregular, so it was hard to approach her because of the barrier around her. Lee thinks it'll be different if Hee-young focuses her buff and protection magic on Kim, but if she does that, they'll be lacking protection. Suddenly, Juliana attacks the others with a dark ball, but they are protected by a barrier. Still, Lee wonders if the barrier will hold it, and everyone gets worried. Suddenly, Lee gets on his knees and calls Juliana his beloved, which startles Juliana, and she falls to the ground. Everyone gets shocked, and Lee thinks he'll die if he messes up here, but Juliana's barrier deactivates. Juliana asks if he is Jedrick, to which Lee replies that he is right, and says he is the Jedrick she has been waiting for. Suddenly, Lee calls Juliana his love and says they are married. Lee grabs her hands and says he really misses her, but Juliana asks if he is really Jedrick, to which Lee replies that he is the love she was looking for. Suddenly, Juliana says he is not Jedrick because Jedrick is a blonde hottie and screams that even his eye color is different. Juliana gets furious, but Lee says he has reincarnated. Juliana asks how dare he impersonate Jedrick. Juliana says she'll cut him into pieces, but suddenly, Lee grabs her hand and says he even missed her angry face, but he wishes for her to be happier. Lee says he truly loves her smile, and he likes it even more when it is directed towards him. Lee reads Jedrick's dialogues using Mind's Eye, and Juliana believes he is Jedrick, but suddenly Lee leaves her hand and says someone is oppressing him. Lee tells her to escape while Park drags Lee back, and H-Wang says Juliana's lover is in their hands. Park says if she wants to save him, she should listen to what they have to say, but Juliana furiously asks if they are the followers of the Knight Templars. Simultaneously, Haein uses her magic to tie her, but Juliana summons her blade, brings forth a curse, and says she'll send them to their deaths. Suddenly, Lee tells Hee-young that the back line is safe now, so she should focus her spells on Kim. As Hee-young activates her Prayer of Saintess skill, the blessings of the light enhance all stats. Kim's class advances to hero rank, and he immediately attacks Juliana, but she blocks his attack. Julian's is pushed back a few steps, but she immediately raises her power level and says she'll kill them. Lee is shocked to see a sudden increase in her power, and she is about to kill Kim, but Lee immediately yells at her to stay away from Kim. Juliana gets shocked, and as she gets distracted, Kim immediately stabs her. Juliana falls, and Lee says he'll remember her death forever, but Juliana says she'll also be by his side forever. As the quest completes, Sang-hee appreciates them, but suddenly, they see Juliana's sword raised in the air, and the legendary weapons ownership ritual begins. Sang-hee says it'll likely go to Kim since the item is a sword, and Kim was the one who defeated it. Lee understands Kim came here for this sword, and he congratulates Kim on obtaining it. Kim thanked Lee and remembered that in the past, Jinho had used this sword to bring destruction to the continent, but he was glad that he would obtain it this time. Kim tries to grab the sword, but it goes berserk, so Sang-hee tells everyone to calm down and tells Kim to try holding it again. Suddenly, the sword tells Jedrick to hold it, and Lee gets startled as his hand starts moving on its own. Meanwhile, Kim also tries to grab the sword, but suddenly Lee grabs it easily, and everyone gets shocked. Juliana says she became a sword, and she'll always be by Jedrick's side, but Lee gets terrified and tries to open his grip to leave the sword, but he can't do that. Lee feels bad to see Kim's sad face and thinks he really didn't put on that show to steal Kim's sword. Suddenly, Lee gets a lot of notifications about the weapon's effects, and Lee reads the sword moves on its own to protect its owner. Attacking an opponent with this sword will inflict a high-class curse that causes mental damage, and Lee can summon and unsummon the weapon at will. Lee's magic power also increases by 15 points, so he feels extremely good and immediately accepts the weapon. Lee thinks he is someone who doesn't have much power, so all these abilities mean nothing to him, but the fact that the sword automatically protects its owner makes it perfect for him. Lee apologizes to Kim and says he didn't expect things to end up like this, but Kim says it is alright and that they can do nothing about it because the sword chose Lee. Moreover, Kim says Lee was the one who had the highest contribution in this raid, not him. But Kim says now that it has come to this, it'll be good if Lee learns to wield the sword. Kim says he'll teach Lee the fundamentals, so he should come to the training ground 3 times a day. He says he is looking forward to the day they can have a sword duel. Lee wonders if Kim is annoyed because he is detecting a little salt in his words. Suddenly, the other party members tell Sang-hee that they have found the guild master, so Sang-hee gets happy, but Kim is very serious. A few days later, the guild master dies and they hold a farewell funeral for him. Sang-hee gets emotional and starts crying, but Lee notices Kim is calm and realizes it was supposed to happen. Lee can't understand that the guild master died so easily, so he wonders if it would be a stretch to call it a murder based on what happened earlier. Lee sees Seolho snickering during the funeral, which means he is really enjoying it. Lee remembers the guild master who had mysteriously passed away a few days after being sent back to the guild. Lee thinks that was more than enough time for Seolho and the other geezers to make their move because the promised enforcement didn't come either to help them. Lee thinks things are aligning perfectly, so this will be interesting to look into. After some while, Lee is having tea with others when suddenly Seolho arrives there and says they made it back alive somehow. Seolho says this is not meant for Haein or Park. It is for someone who probably leeched off their party members to clear this dungeon. Seolho asks Lee if he is telling the truth, but Park asks how dare Seolho talk to Lee like this. Seolho says he can understand Park and Haein's anger, but they had to drag that dumb Lee around in the dungeon while trying hard to save their guild master. Yet, Seolho says the guild master passed away alone while everyone else was asleep. Seolho, while shedding crocodile tears, says he can understand their pain and sadness, and he empathizes with them. Seolho says he is glad everyone managed to come back alive, but Lee asks if he really expects them to believe what he is saying. When Seolho asks what he means, Lee says it is Seolho's fault that the guild master died, which makes Seolho nervous, but he says they hired reinforcements to save the guild master, and they worked day and night to support them. So he asks how dare Lee say such words. However, Lee says those enforcements never came, to which Seolho replies that it was because they couldn't find any. Lee asks why Seolho is so proud to declare that he couldn't find any. Lee says Seolho should say he didn't find any instead of saying he couldn't. He says Seolho himself said the guild master died when everyone was asleep, which he finds quite odd. Lee says Seolho is saying it as if he were there to witness it, but Seolho furiously asks what Lee is trying to say. Lee says Seolho's emphasis that the guild master died alone sounds like a cover-up for the fact that Seolho killed him himself. Seolho loses his cool and asks how dare Lee say this rubbish, but Lee starts barking, which makes Seolho ask what he is trying to do. Lee replies that he is just showing what real rubbish is and says he has only told him facts. Lee asks why Seolho is getting all worked up about this and asks if he is guilty. But Seolho gets mad and asks if Lee has a death wish. Seolho tries to attack Lee, which infuriates Haein, but suddenly, Lee's sword comes out to kill Seolho. Seolho gets shocked, and Lee tells Juliana that she doesn't have to get worked up on this. Lee tells Seolho that it's an item he acquired by chance in the dungeon, and says it has quite useful abilities. Lee tells Seolho to stay away from it, and says he is busy, so he'll leave. But he tells Seolho to fill the report forms and send them to Sang-hee and him. Lee tells Park to take Haein upstairs because he has some work and, while leaving, thinks the important thing he wants to do is to Seolho. Meanwhile, Seolho is extremely angry and thinks he won't forgive Lee no matter what. After that, Lee goes to meet Jihai in the Black Swan Guild, and Jihai tells him about the Yamato Guild, which is located in Cilia, the City of Freedom. Jihai says she looked into it and found reports indicating that Seolho was working with them. Jihai thinks Seolho tried to give Blue Guild to the Yamato Guild, and it's possible that he used Blue Guild's funds to help the Yamato Guild. Lee understands that this is the reason that the hero rank items were being delayed so much. Jihai says she has been to Cilia once, and things weren't great there. But she also says Lindell, Cilia, and other freedom cities aren't allowed to show hostility towards each other, so she doesn't think anything will happen anytime soon. Lee tells Jihai to never let her guard down and says Blue Guild is in a state of chaos, so if the enemies plan on invading them, then this is the right time. Jihai says that is right and that she looked into the guild master's death, so she doesn't think it is related to Seolho. Jihai says she couldn't find any evidence that points to Seolho being the culprit, and she thinks it's a natural death. However, Lee says if there is no evidence, then they need to make up some, but Jihai asks what he is talking about. Lee wonders why she is acting like this, but suddenly, Jihai asks if he doesn't know she usually prepares such things before being told to do so. Jihai shows him the melting blood poison, and Lee wonders if she is his long-lost twin. Jihai says this is the medicine she has thought of before, and she orders her subordinates to spray it on that geezer Seolho's uniform. Jihai tells Lee to feel free to use the rest however he likes, and Lee happily takes it, wondering if Jihai is actually reading his mind. Suddenly, Haein arrives there, and Lee asks what she is doing here because he told her to stay in the guild with Park. Haein apologizes to Lee, replies that she is worried for Lee because of Seolho's matter, and tells Lee to rest assured because she'll protect him. Lee is relaxed that it doesn't matter now because they are just about done with the important things. Lee goes out with Haein and says they have got lovely weather today. Suddenly, Lee asks if she would like to go out on a short walk before they head back, to which Haein replies that she'll love it. Lee says they should also eat out, and Haein asks if he has anything he would like to eat, but suddenly, she sees someone is about to attack Lee, so she immediately comes forward and uses protection magic. Suddenly, some assassins come out, and as they rush to attack Lee, Lee wonders if it is Seolho's doing, but he wonders if Seolho is mad because they are in the middle of Lindell's streets. Suddenly, Haein uses a wind explosion to throw these assassins away, and she furiously asks how dare they disturb her date with her Lee. Lee gets worried to see Haein's villainous and sees her class upgrade to hero rank. Suddenly, Haein grabs Lee's arm and tells him not to worry because she'll protect him, but Lee sees her face getting scratched while trying to protect him. Haein is about to use a wind blade, but suddenly, she trips, and Lee immediately grabs her. Lee tells her not to push herself too hard and says they should escape while casting spells together. Haein is shocked, and Lee thinks he should get hurt instead of her because she is his most precious card, and he can't hurt her like this. Lee takes care of the assassins by summoning Juliana, and it cuts off one of the assassins' heads while Lee decides to hold out until the reinforcements come. Suddenly, the other assassin throws a dagger toward Lee, so Haein immediately uses the wind's protection. But Lee sees it's not working because the difference level is too high. Lee knows the body of an archmage is fragile, so he yells at Juliana to move fast, but suddenly, Haein comes in front of Lee. Lee asks what she is doing, but in the meanwhile, the dagger hits her back, and Lee gets shocked. Haein says she is glad Lee is not hurt, but Lee is extremely worried and asks Juliana what the hell she is doing. Haein, while crying, tells Lee not to call Juliana and call her name instead, but Lee tells Haein to come to her senses. Lee remembers he told Haein to become stronger for him and wonders if she did that because he pushed her too hard. Suddenly, Lee sees another dagger coming towards them, so he immediately uses the magic ring to create the magic shield, but the dagger breaks the shield and hits Haein. Lee and Haein fall to the ground, and Haein apologizes to Lee, saying she wants to live with him forever. Lee tells Haein to move aside, but Haein says she so won't and again uses wind protection, which infuriates Lee, and he, with tears in his eyes, tells her to stop saying this. Lee can't believe that Haein is dying and wonders if this is the result of him using Haein. Suddenly, the assassin throws more daggers toward them to kill Lee, but Hyen is holding on to Lee and says she loves him. Lee, while crying, says they should be thinking of surviving together and yells at why she is trying to die by herself. Lee tells Hyen to move, but she doesn't listen to him, and suddenly, Hira appears there and kicks that assassin away. Hira says it is ridiculous that she was away on an expedition for only a short time, and they started to take her lightly. Hira furiously asks how dare they attack the mercenary queen's man. Simultaneously, another assassin tries to stab Lee from behind, but Kim arrives there in time and cuts off that assassin's head. Park and Hee-young also arrive with Kim, and they worry about who did this to Lee, but Lee is happy to see them. Lee is 100% sure Seol-ho is behind this attack, but he tells Kim he doesn't know who did this. Lee says he had some business at the Black Swan Guild, and while they were heading back, the assassins attacked them. Lee really wants to tell Kim and Hira that it's Seol-ho's doing and let them take his head, but he thinks now that Seol-ho has made him see Hyen in this situation, he is going to break Seol-ho himself. Lee tells Hyen to wake up and repeats that he loves him, but she doesn't reply. Lee gives her a potion and kisses her, but suddenly, he feels she is moving, so he immediately hugs her while crying because she is alive. After that, they take Hyen back to the guild, and Lee has a talk with Hira. After knowing that Seol-ho is behind everything, Hira says she understands Lee wants to deal with Seol-ho himself, but she says she is holding back a lot that they even dared to attack the mercenary queen's man in the middle of Lindell streets. Hira says this is a challenge to her authority and asks if Lee takes Seol-ho himself and then who she should let her anger out on. Suddenly, Lee tells Hira that the Yamato Guild of Cilia had some dealings with Seol-ho, so he thinks of blaming them for this incident. Hira understands that what bothers Lee is the fact that Seol-ho is part of Blue Guild and says if one of its members turns out to be the person behind this attack, the whole guild's reputation will suffer. Lee says that is right, and the most important thing is to earn support from the Lindell community. Lee says Seol-ho was a spy from the Yamato Guild, so the Blue Guild is a victim too, and this is the only way for their reputation to not suffer. Lee says in order to achieve this, they need to make the Yamato Guild into the Lindell community's common enemy, and the moment they come to attack them, Hira just needs to destroy them. Lee says even though the Yamato Guild is from a freedom city, they have plenty of reasons to attack them because the Yamato Guild is behind the incident. Hira says Lee knows how to get her excited, and, while hugging him, says even though he is a piece of trash, she likes him a lot. Lee realizes the moment he shows that he is upset, this battle will be as good as lost. After some while, when Lee goes back to the guild, Sang-hee worriedly asks who did such a thing to Lee, while Seol-ho says they must have been bandits who were after Lee's legendary weapon. Seol-ho says seeing how Lee is able to walk back on his own is not a big deal, but Lee says they were a group of professionals, and he knows why they attacked him. Seol-ho asks what he is trying to say, to which Lee replies that it is hard for him to accept too. But Lee, with a smile, asks if Sang-hee will believe him if he said that he found out the truth about the potion that Seol-ho used to kill the guild master. Meanwhile, Lee is holding the potion Ji-hai gave him, and Sang-hee is shocked to hear what he is saying. Sang-hee asks Seol-ho if Lee is telling the truth and tells him to explain himself, but Seol-ho gets nervous and says it is not true. Seol-ho says he is sure there is a great misunderstanding somewhere and swears that he didn't kill the master, but Lee says it is not a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, Sang-hee says now that she thinks about it, there are a couple of strange things about the guild master's death and asks Lee to tell her everything he knows. Seol-ho gets worried, but Lee says the guild master slowly recovers when he is transported back to the guild, but he dies out of nowhere a few days later. Lee says he has no choice but to be suspicious about it, and later, when he investigated the guild master's records, he found evidence that the Blue Guild stopped providing him with supplies at some point. Lee says the seniors of the guild seem to be oddly happy after the guild master's death. Lee says he started suspecting that the guild master was killed by someone from the outside guild or someone from the inside. Lee says Seol-ho told him that the guild master died alone in the middle of the night, which makes him wonder how Seol-ho knows that. Lee says as the guild master's aide and Sang-hee's deputy, he inquired into Seol-ho with the Black Swan Guild that specializes in the investigation, and astonishingly, he was able to find evidence of Seol-ho purchasing a potion from Cecilia. Seol-ho says he never did such a thing, but Sang-hee tells him to shut up and tells Lee to continue. Lee says that after the funeral, Sang-hee allowed him and H-Wang to inspect the guild master's body, and they found the same substance as the potion from Cilia in the guild master's body. Sang-hee is shocked, and Lee says after that, he went to Seolho's room, where he found a secret box sealed with a spell that had that potion in it. Lee says he found about everything, and that's why Seolho sent out his subordinates to attack him. Lee says Haeun risked her life to save him, and he tells Sang-hee that Seolho is not the same uncle she used to know. Lee says Seolho is a terrible murderer, but Seolho says Lee has made up quite a story. Seolho tells Sang-hee not to let Lee fool her and says if Lee is telling the truth, he should have reported Sang-hee about the potion before. Seolho says he has nothing to do with the guild master's death, but Lee immediately apologizes for not telling Sang-hee earlier and says he was planning to report her, but he was attacked. Suddenly, Sang-hee says shut up, which shocks Lee, and Seolho gets happy. Seolho thanks her for trusting him and tells the guards to throw Lee into the prison, but Sang-hee furiously tells Seolho to shut up. Seolho gets shocked, and Sang-hee says she knew there were plenty of suspicious things about him and that she shouldn't have trusted him in the first place. As Seolho says Lee is framing him, Sang-hee points her sword at Seolho's neck and asks him who he is working for because she knows he couldn't have done everything by himself this whole time. Sang-hee says she would love to slice him in half right now, but she'll end it with just one arm for the time they spent together. Sang-hee again asks him who he is working for, but suddenly, Lee apologizes for interrupting and says the Black Swan Guild has managed to figure out the person behind it. Lee uses floating magic to show the scroll, which contains information about the Yamato Guild of Cilia behind Seolho. Lee shows more evidence he received from Black Swan, and Seolho is shocked to see them. Lee says Seolho is especially close to the Yamato Guild's guild master, Ito Sauda, because he gave 80% of the Blue Guild's fortune to the Yamato Guild. Lee says this traitor purposely pushed them into the crushed temple, hoping for them to be annihilated in the dungeon, and all of this was done with the intention of taking over the Blue Guild with Ito Sauda. Sang-hee tears up and says because of Seolho's greed, they face everything, but Seolho nervously says he'll tell her the truth. Seolho says it's true he is in contact with the Yamato Guild, but it is all for the future of their guild. Seolho says the Blue Guild was collapsing, so he had no choice but to borrow help from the outside to rebuild the guild. Seolho swears to Goddess Beniger that he has nothing to do with the guild master's death, but Sang-hee is in shock. Seolho says he really thought of her as his family and says from the tutorial days in this place where he has no kin, they become his true family. Seolho says he considered them his companions and children and says Seung-jun was extraordinarily optimistic and enthusiastic, so he looked up to him even though he was younger than him. Seolho, while crying, tells Sang-hee to trust her uncle, but Lee says she can't let him fool her. Lee thinks he told Sang-hee to get rid of Seolho already, so she should join Kim's party instead. Suddenly, Lee says he does have evidence that Seolho is behind the guild master's death and shows the poison. But Seolho yells that the evidences are all forged. Seolho says he never touched that bottle in the first place, but Lee says he doesn't know why Seolho is claiming that the evidence is forged because the truth will always reveal itself no matter what. Lee says Seolho can't cleanse himself of his sins and says these potions tend to leave traces as well. Lee says the moment Seolho opened the cap to kill the guild master, the gleaming particles in the potion would have found their way to Seolho's clothes or deep into his body. Seolho gets shocked, and Lee says the answer will reveal itself very quickly if they analyze Seolho's clothes right now. Suddenly, Lee says that is not necessary and uses magic on Seolho, which shows Seolho's clothes are covered with the gleaming particles of the poison. Seolho gets terrified, and Lee tells Sang-hee that this proves Seolho is the culprit, but Seolho begs Sang-hee that he didn't do it. Seolho begs Sang-hee to believe him and sees Lee making faces to mock him. As Lee mouths that he knows Seolho didn't kill the guild master, Seolho reads his lips and gets extremely furious. Seolho furiously asks how dare Lee make a fool out of him and manipulate the Blue Guild with his slay tongue. Seolho runs to attack Lee while yelling at him to die, but suddenly, Sang-hee cuts off his arm, which shocks Seolho, and Sang-hee says he is worse than an animal. Sang-hee tells the guards to send everyone to the prison who is related and says there'll be no mercy. The other officials get scared, and they tell Sang-hee that they don't do anything, and they are just carrying Seolho's orders. Seolho begs Sang-hee for forgiveness, but Sang-hee asks if this is what she gets for trusting him. Sang-hee says she was fooled to think the three of them could return to how they were before. but says she was leaving the fish with the cat. Seolho says Lee is framing him, but Sang-hee tells him not to say her name, and he is no longer a part of Blue. Sang-hee says he is a disgusting traitor, which shocks Seolho, and he starts crying. After some while, Lee visits Seolho in the Red Mercenaries' underground torture room where Seolho is and says he is glad Sang-hee didn't kill him. Lee says he really wanted to end Seolho's life himself, but Seolho furiously asks if Lee thinks he can get away with this. Seolho asks what Lee is planning to do to him, but Hee-young arrives there and asks if Lee has called for him. Lee asks her how Haein is, to which Hee-young replies that she hasn't opened her eyes yet, so Lee says they should then get started. Suddenly, Seolho sees his arm growing back, but they immediately cut it again, and Hee-young repeats this punishment for him multiple times while he yells in pain. Hee-young calls Seolho a trash in society with evil thoughts and minds and tells him to die while cutting his arm again. Seolho begs Lee to save him and says he'll do whatever Lee says, but Lee says it is too late for that and that he is crueler than Seolho thinks. Lee says he shows no mercy towards his enemies and says he should have taken care of Seolho earlier when he baited his fangs at him. Lee says he almost lost someone precious to him because of that, so he says he'll always remember Seolho's screams and helpless plea for help. Seolho starts trembling with fear, and Lee says he'll devote Seolho's painful death to his precious Haein, who risked her life for him. Lee says he'll make sure Seolho dies in the most painful way possible in exchange for her smile, and will make this a lesson for himself not to be naive again. Seolho begs Lee to spare him, but Lee tells Seolho to make sure he remembers that he'll kill everyone who lays their hands on what is his and kills Seolho. On the other hand, Haein wakes up saying she dreamt of Lee giving her lots of rewards and that it feels good. In their past life, Haein saved a family. They thanked her for saving them, and Haein was glad she did that. Kim was grateful to Haein for accepting their offer, and said it was a difficult decision for her to make. Kim thanked her for joining the Blue Guild, but Haein told him not to mention that and said she would have felt bad if she were to stay inside the magic tower at a time like that. Haein said that seeing everyone laugh brings her joy and that she wants to use her magic power to end the war. Kim remembers Haein attempted suicide in the past life, so he kills all the assassins who were hiding in Lindell and hopes these are the last of them. Kim can't believe they did something like this in the middle of Lindell's streets and thinks he was being careless. Kim thinks this hadn't happened in his first life, so he never thought something like this would happen while he was busy with Sang-hee. Kim thinks he should pay more attention and is upset because he almost let Haein die again, who is the strongest archmage in human history. In the past, Kim blamed himself for her death, but Haejin told him it was not his fault. Kim says if he didn't call her to the battlefield, this would not have happened, and she says she must have been going through a lot of stress. Haejin says that this is not true, and he is not the only one who calls her to the battlefield. Haejin says that despite Haein's personality, which would not allow her to kill even a single ant, everyone on the continent needed Haein's power, and although she looked fragile, she was determined. Haejin says if Haein wanted to run away from everything, no one would have been able to find her, and yet she willingly stepped on the battlefield. Haejin says Haein was prouder than any one of the things she protected, which is why Haejin doesn't think Haein decided to commit suicide because of her guilt, and she tells Kim not to blame himself. When Kim asks if they are still investigating Haein's death, Haejin gives him a letter they found next to Haein's bed in the Mage Guild after she passed away. Haejin says they couldn't confirm the contents, but they found multiple similar letters in the study of the magic tower she frequented. Haejin says she doesn't want to believe it either, but it could be a means of communication with the enemy, and it's possible that they blackmailed Haein for a long time. Haejin says in Haein's suicide note, there was a line saying, "I am sorry, I was wrong," and Kim is shocked to see the magic used in the letter, because it indicates that a powerful black magician was involved. As Haejin says she thinks the masked ones are related to Haein's death, suddenly a blast happens outside that blows the windows of Kim's office, and Haejin yells they are under attack. Haejin says they need to evacuate, but Kim sees the masked man outside the window smiling at him. Back to the present, Kim, while hunting the assassins, thinks of his first life when the masked man got rid of his biggest threat, Haein. He slaughtered over half of the human population, and this time, from what Kim heard, they were after Lee and Haein. Kim believes Seolho and the Yamato Guild are just a facade, while the one behind all this is very likely mass trash. Kim thinks they are probably gathering their forces somewhere in Lindell to take over the continent, and they must have noticed Haeun's potential in this life just like they did in the previous one. While killing an assassin, Kim thinks it is similar to how he dealt with Jinho, an ally of the masked trash, in advance. But this time, Lee almost dies too, just because he is Haeun's lover. Kim thinks if it wasn't for Lee, Haeun wouldn't have stayed in the Blue Guild in the first place, so Kim thinks he needs to pay closer attention to that couple. Kim gets worried about the times when he is not with Lee and Haeun and wishes Hyejin was here with him. Hyejin's nickname was Godly Spear, and she received it because she dominated the battlefields with a single spear. Kim remembers she died trying to save him, so he thinks he really needs someone who can help him look after Lee and Haeun when he is not around. Kim knows Blue Guild's Guild Master inauguration is soon, so he thinks he must find Hyejin after that. Kim says he'll make sure to save her this time, and after that, he'll slaughter every single black magician on the continent. On the other hand, Lee visits Haeun with Yuri, but sees she is sleeping, and Park is not there. Yuri says she'll go to search for Park, but Lee tells her not to go too far and understands she is trying to leave him with Haeun. After Yuri leaves, Lee stands close to Haeun and remembers she was hurt so badly that she lost consciousness while protecting him. Lee thinks he'll make sure to hold on to her until the end, so he thinks the most important thing right now is Kim's Guild Master's inauguration, and he has to tell Kim to make Haeun an official of the guild. Lee tells Haeun to wake up, and as he sees some movement in her eyes, so he asks if she is not going to greet him. Lee says he knows she is awake, and she'll not get anything from pretending, so she should wake up. Haeun still pretends she is asleep because she wants a kiss, but as Lee says she'll miss him wearing special clothes during the inauguration, Haeun wonders how handsome Lee will look, and she immensely wakes up, yelling she'll not miss it. Lee smiles at Haeun, and she emotionally hugs Lee, saying she is glad he is alright. Lee says he is glad she is alright, too, but she should leave him because she is going to break his bones. Meanwhile, Park and others arrive there, and they blush to see Haeun and Lee together. Park says they should leave them together, but Lee wonders how far Park is thinking. Suddenly, Lee sees Kim entering the room covered in bloodstains and wonders why Kim looks like that. Kim says he went to check if there were other assassins remaining in the area and that he is glad Lee and Haeun are fine. Kim says that next time, as a party leader, he'll definitely take extra precautions, but Lee says that none of this is Kim's fault, so he shouldn't worry much. They tell Kim to cheer up, and Kim, with a smile, says they'll head back to their Blue Guild together. A few days later, the day of the Guild Master's inauguration arrives, and Lee is happy because he has been waiting for the day the Blue Guild takes over. Suddenly, Sang-hee says that she announces to every Guild Master that is with them there that now is the time for the Blue Guild to undergo changes. Sang-hee says she'll now step down from her position and lie to watch the birth of a new Blue Guild. Sang-hee says she'll introduce them to the person who has accomplished countless feats as the former leader of the 7th Party and will now become the Guild Master of the Blue Guild, Kim Hyun-sung. Kim says it is his honor to take up the role that he is unworthy of, and says the Blue Guild has gone through a series of very unfortunate incidents, but it persisted through the hardships and still stands strong. Kim says they'll start a new one and start over from a blank slate. Kim says the Blue Guild will change, and the change begins now, but suddenly, he says he would like to introduce the new officials of the Blue Guild to them. Lee feels extremely excited to think that Kim will appoint him as the Vice Guild Master, and thinks his wait is worth it. Park and Haeun are happy because they think the same thing. But suddenly, Kim says he will appoint Lee as the Director of General Affairs and the Director of Personnel. Meanwhile, Lee thinks he is ready to do everything for Kim if he gives him so much power. But Kim says they'll create a new dungeon expedition strategy team where Lee will be the Director of Strategy and Item Distribution. Simultaneously, Kim says they'll establish a strategy division and a damage resolution committee, and Lee will be the director of both committees. Suddenly, Lee feels it is too much, but Kim continues and says he'll appoint Lee as the Chief Administrative Officer in charge of overseeing general administrative tasks and also appoint him the manager of the Pension Strategy Planning Office. As Kim further announces that Lee should be given other administrator positions, Lee feels horrible and wants Kim to stop. But Kim says all the outside tasks will be taken care of by Lee. Lastly, Kim says Sang-hee will remain as an advisor for the Blue Guild while he'll be in Lee's care. Kim says he believes in Lee, but Lee wants to tell him not to believe in him because he gave him too much work. Lee says it is his honor to take up those positions. Lee says he'll do his best, but he is mad that Kim is going to make him work like a dog for the Blue Guild. Lee thinks he should have expected this when Kim wanted him to become an alchemist and wonders if Kim wants him to die from overworking. Lee thinks that now that it has come to this, he'll overhaul the Blue Guild and this old-fashioned guild. Lee plans to fix the employees' outfits first, and he'll make sure that by the time he is done, every single aspect and part of this guild will have gone through his hands. A few days later, when Lee does that, he thinks they'll discard all old traditions and they'll start afresh. Suddenly, Lee gives a signal, so Haeun and Park destroy the rooms that were used by the geezers and repaint the rooms blue with a spell. Lee plans to gather cheap and capable people to create the new Blue Guild, and says they'll spread their influence to the entire continent. Lee plans to make Blue a guild where the dream jobs lie and thinks that'll be the start of their era of success. Lee makes the guild members and executives all stand equal in the Blue and spreads this news in Lindell. Lee will host an event to recruit new guild members. Lee says the Blue Guild has two friends, Jihai, who is number 2 in the Black Swan Guild, and Hira, who is the Queen of Lindell. Lee says that every night in Blue, they enjoy drinks and have fine dining, and Blue Guild welcomes everyone with open arms if they are thinking about transferring. On the other hand, amid articles about the Blue Guild's rising prestige, Ito is extremely furious, but Lee doesn't care about anything. Suddenly, Lee sees a girl named Kim Mi-young in the audience. She has nice statistics and is a hardworking lawyer, so he asks if he can have a look at her resume. After taking the resume, Lee tears it, which shocks her, but Lee congratulates her because she has passed and calls her manager, Mi-young. A few days later, Lee is extremely exhausted because of the workload and tells his staff to reschedule everything. Lee tells them to publish the expedition logs for the Cursed Temple and the Seolho incident and tells them to make it sound as heroic and dramatic as they can. Lee also tells them to check the auction house and see if Seolho has sent any more items to Yamato Guild. Lee is mad at Kim for making him work hard and wonders if Kim thinks offering him one nutrition shake will make up for all this work. Suddenly, Blue Guild's Legal Affairs Manager, Mi-young, and General Affairs Manager, Park Jun-gi, arrive there. Mi-young tells Lee that she has generated a report about the task she was assigned, and Lee thinks the recruitments they have hired this time are quite competent. Lee is happy that the normal guild members finally have a chance to work after having been oppressed by Seolho for so long. Mi-young says their children love the guild house, and they thank Lee for what he has done for them. Lee says they should continue working together, but he knows his workload hasn't decreased. Lee wonders what kind of grudge Kim had against him in his previous life because he is working Lee to the bone. Lee goes to Kim's office, but he is shocked to see Hira there and asks what she is doing there. Hira says they were just talking about them, but Lee gets a bad feeling and wonders why Kim looks worried. As Lee asks if something has happened, Kim replies that not yet, but Hira asks Lee to join her in attacking the Yamato Guild. Hira says Kim knows that the Yamato Guild worked with Seolho to attack her darling, to which Kim replies he knows that, and that is why he is warning her about the dangers. Kim says that even if Hira is there with Lee if the Yamato Guild ambushes Lee, what will they do? Hira tells Kim to watch his mouth and ask who he thinks he is speaking to. Simultaneously, Lee tells them to calm down and asks if they are going to Sicilia. Lee doesn't want to go there because he has so much work undone, and he doesn't have much information on the Yamato Guild, but Hira says they are going to the Empire, which shocks Lee. Hira says they'll go to the luxurious party of the Empire, and Lee thinks it is nice, but Kim says she is referring to the social gathering that happens annually in the capital. Hira says the Red Mercenary and Black Swan are invited this time and asks if Lee knows the guild masters of big guilds associated with the Holy Empire will be invited to an annual social event hosted by the Empire. Hira says Yamato Guild is also invited as it's one of the 3 big guilds in Cilia, and she heard Ito Sauda will be there at the gathering. Lee thinks they didn't invite Blue because it is still under redevelopment and thinks this could also be the work of Ito Sauda. Meanwhile, Haeun hears Hira and Lee are going to a social gathering. Hira says she wanted to give Lee a break from all the work and ask Kim if it would be fine if she took him with her for a couple of days. Kim asks HR who will take care of the work if Lee is gone and tells Lee there is no need to force himself if he doesn't want to go. Kim asks Lee to tell them what he really wants, to which Lee replies that he would like to go because he just wants to escape from this work-filled hell. After some while, when they reach the Holy Empire, Lee sees Haein also snuck in to come with him. Suddenly, Hira introduces Lee to her godfather, who is waiting for them to arrive, but Lee is shocked to see that Victor Hart has 99 strength. Victor Hart says he is their escort for the social gathering, and Lee says it's a pleasure to meet him. Lee wants to leave a good impression, so he says he is serving as Hira's aide and Blue Guild's Vice Guild Master. Simultaneously, Haein says she is Haein, and she'll be marrying the Vice Guild Master soon. Lee says they have not decided yet, but Haein says that has been decided. Suddenly, Victor Hart looks at Lee closely and says Lee lives a promiscuous life, as he has heard. Victor Hart tells Hira to break up with Lee, but Hira tells him to stay out of it. Meanwhile, Lee realizes he cannot leave a good impression anymore, so he decides to give Haein some attention before her obsession with him becomes a problem again. Suddenly, Lee hears a voice asking him if he can hear her, and Lee wonders if someone is using telepathy. Lee gets nervous, and the voice says it seems Lee can hear her, so it's a relief, but Lee wonders who is doing this. Suddenly, Hira sees a person she knows and asks how she came so early because she is usually the last one to arrive. The girl says it has been a while since they met, and Hira says that is right. Hira calls her shaman but asks if she calls her the guild master of the Ninth Sky Guild, which is one of the 3 big guilds in Cilia, Kasugano Yono. Lee wonders if she is the one who spoke with him through telepathy. Suddenly, Lee gets a notification that the target's trait is resisting against Mind's Eye, which shocks Lee. Lee wonders what it means and if she knows he was trying to peek at her stats. Suddenly, Yuuno allows Lee access to her stats, and Lee wonders why she opens her stats all of a sudden. Lee sees her trait as having an eye to see through the truth, past, and future. Suddenly, Yuuno starts crying, and Lee wonders why she is crying. She replies to him through telepathy, knowing that he is the one she is looking for. Lee says he doesn't know what she is thinking about, but she got the wrong person. Yuuno points at Lee, which makes him nervous, so Hira immediately grabs Yuuno's hand and tells her to stop because Lee doesn't like it. Moreover, Hira says Lindell doesn't regard Cilia with friendliness after the recent incident and says she doesn't know what Yuuno wants from her darling, but she better not do anything rash if she doesn't want to die. Yuuno, while wiping her tears, tells them to pardon her rudeness and says the Blue Guild's Vice Guild Master looks similar to someone she knows. Yuuno says she was mistaken, and that if Cilia has done any other wrongs, then she'll apologize on their behalf. Yuuno tells the mercenary queen to forgive her behavior, and Hira accepts her apology, so Yuuno says she'll leave now. While leaving, Yuuno sends a message to Lee to visit her at her accommodation in the east of the royal capital if he has time, and Lee thinks he knows she is going to do this again. After some while, Lee goes to see Yuuno and thinks he had a hard time separating from Haein because she was watching him with an abandoned puppy eye, but he asks Hira to take care of Haein. Lee is upset that Yuuno knows about his Mind's Eye trait because this is the only weapon he possesses that allows him to survive in this cruel world. Lee thinks that the fact that someone knows about his trait bothers him, and he feels like that shaman can see right through him. Lee thinks she is acting as if she has known him for a long time and thinks it can be a trap, but he has Haein, Hira, and Juliana with him. Lee thinks he has plenty of ways to protect himself, but if the worst comes to worst and he is in danger, he will have no choice but to get rid of the shaman. As Lee enters the room, Yuuno says she has been waiting for him and asks if he knows about the Ist life. Lee wonders how he knows, to which Yuuno replies that he must be shocked. Yuuno says it can also be referred to as past life or a world of pitch-black illusions. Yuuno says she received a revelation from Goddess Benigur to bring Lee here, but Lee wonders what the goddess wants from him, and it gives him bad vibes. Suddenly, Lee's Mind's Eye forcefully gets activated by an outside influence, which terrifies Lee, and Yuuno says she is the one who possesses the eye that sees through the truth, past, and future. Lee gets terrified to see Yuuno's eyes turn dark, and she tells Lee to allow her to show him neither the present nor the future, but the dark world of the fated dimension. Yuuno tells Lee to remember those memories, and suddenly, Lee finds himself in the illusion of his first life. Suddenly, Lee sees himself sitting on the floor covered in blood and wonders if he survived in the first life, but he wonders what happened to Park and Haein. Suddenly, Lee sees his past self fall, and he wonders if he is dead, but he is startled to see Yuno arriving there, and seeing his body calls it unfortunate. A few days later, Lee wakes up in Yuno's place, and she says she is worried because he didn't wake up for a few days. Yuno tells Lee to get some rest because it can be uncomfortable for him since it's a foreign place, but she hopes Lee will be able to make himself comfortable in it as if it is his own home. When Lee asks why she saved him, Yuno replies that she sees the future with Lee, and she'll explain the details in time, but he must understand that she is on his side. Yuno narrates to Lee that time passed and they lived a happy life together, but Lee can't believe that. Suddenly, Lee sees his past self point a dagger at Yuno and furiously asks if she thinks he'll forget everything just because he looks happy, but Yuno calls him a poor soul. Suddenly, Lee feels his eyes will pop out and wonders if this is the side effect of sharing the vision of a higher-ranked eye. Simultaneously, Yuno, who is sitting in a bridal dress, says now that Lee is awake, they should proceed with their wedding because he has seen they were lovers in the past life. Lee understands why she approached him and says this is the side effect of looking too much into the dark world. Lee says they are not the same people as they were in the past, but as he asks if it is true that they loved each other, Yuno says her selfishness may have altered it a bit, and she blushes. Lee thinks this should not be allowed, but he thinks it is good because she is his only source of first life information, and having Yuno by his side grants him the same benefits as having Kim with him. Lee thinks he'll be able to peek into Kim's life, which only Kim knows about, and he'll be able to live an easier life if he knows what'll happen in the future from now on. Lee asks if Yuno is able to see the dark world whenever she wants, but Yuno says she can only see it in her top condition, or when Goddess Beniger allows her to. Yuno says if it happens without Beniger's revelation, she'll receive many memories at the same time, but they'll all be jumbled up, and her stats will be drained if she uses the eye. Lee doesn't understand what the goddess wants to tell him, but he thinks Yuno is useful, and she is also in love with him, so he thinks it is a perfect opportunity. Suddenly, Lee says he owes Yuno his life because of what she showed him in the dark world, but he says it seems he betrayed her and even tried to kill her. Lee says she still tried to protect him back then, but he asks what will happen now. Lee says she could have killed him whenever he wanted to and asks if there is any guarantee she'll not hold a grudge against him for his betrayal in the first life. Lee says he is not the same person from the past and asks if she wants to stay with him despite knowing that she should give him something that can reassure him. Yuno says the way he suspects everything is just as she remembered and just as she has loved. Yuno says if that is truly what Lee wishes for, she'll gladly devote her flesh and blood in full to him. Yuno spills her blood and tells Lee to offer his blood to the magic circle, which scares Lee, but he does it. Yuno asks the primordial sources if they can hear her and says she'll now become Lee's glorious servant and devote her everything to him. Yuno says no one will be able to break this blood pact, and no one will be able to come between them. Yuno's incarnation sounds weird to Lee, but suddenly, she says she is done and calls Lee her master. When Lee asks why she is calling him master, Yuno says she doesn't know why, but she regards Lee as her master in her previous life. Lee gets furious at her previous self and calls himself trash. Lee feels bad for taking advantage of this poor woman's heart, but with this, he has a legendary rank shaman who is loyal to him. Lee says it's great, but she should not call him a master in public, and Yuno agrees. Lee, while leaving, says he doesn't know if it is too late to say this, but he is thankful to her for what happened in their first life. Yuno blushes, and Lee thinks he'll take good care of his beloved servant from his first life. While going out, Lee bumps into someone, and that guy says he came to see the shaman, but he seems to have run into someone unexpectedly. The guy says he never thought he would meet Lee, the famous boy toy of the Mercenary Queen and the Vice Guild Master of the Blue Guild. Lee is worried about seeing that guy and wishes Heian was here because this guy is Yamato Guild's Guild Master. Lee uses Mind's Eye on Ito while he is holding the newspaper, which has the headline that the culprit behind the terror attack is Yamato Guild. Ito asks who Lee said was behind the terror attack, but Lee thinks he looks so much like a villain. Lee says it is true that Ito funded Xiaoho, who was responsible for the attack, but Ito asks if Lee has proof. Ito furiously asks how dare Lee frame the innocent Yamato Guild and asks if he thinks the Holy Council will forgive him for this. Suddenly, Yuuno arrives there and asks what the matter is, to which Ito politely replies that it is nothing and says he is trying to catch a rat before it causes more trouble. Suddenly, Lee sees Ito has the same tendency to be a cautious strategist as him and understands Ito is trying to taunt him just like he taunted Seolho back then. Lee realizes that Ito is not doing this because he is mad at him for framing him. He is trying to screw him over. Lee thinks it is dangerous, so he should run from there. He says he'll talk about this later with Ito. Ito looks at Lee, which means he is asking if Lee is scared. But he gives an expression that he doesn't know what Ito is talking about. Lee thinks he'll get offended by such an obvious taunt and thinks Ito doesn't have mind's eye like him. So it is Ito's loss. Suddenly, Lee feels a killer intent from Ito, which infuriates Juliana, and it rushes to attack Ito. But Lee yells at Juliana to stop because it is a trap. Juliana kills the guy behind Ito by cutting its throat, which shocks Lee, and Ito says it seems what Seolho told him about this sword is true. Ito, with a smile, says he lost one of his trusted subordinates because of this sword, so suddenly, Ito yells that Lee attacked them and calls for help. Lee gets furious, but suddenly, some guards arrive there, and they grab Lee on Ito's order. Lee says he didn't do it and wonders if he should use Ito's sword to stab himself because he is well versed in self-harm and fabricating evidence. Meanwhile, a guard asks Ito if he is okay and asks how dare Lee attack someone like Ito, who is the candidate for the next bishop of the Holy Council. Lee understands the Holy Council has Ito's back because he gives them bribes and remembers in the Beniger Holy Empire, the Pope is as powerful as the Emperor. Lee realizes if he is not careful around Ito, he might lose his life. Suddenly, Yuuno furiously tells everyone to stop and says Lee is her guest, so she won't forgive them if they lay their hands on him. Ito and the guard warn Yuuno, and Lee also tells her it's alright, but Yuuno is worried. Lee says he'll cooperate with their investigation, but before that, he'll talk to Yuuno and give her a piece of paper while telling her to contact the person written on it. They arrest Ito, and Lee thinks Ito is not only the terrorist behind the Lindell attack, but he has also framed the innocent and righteous Lee. They confiscate Juliana, and Lee thinks Ito looks more like a devil than a bishop candidate. Lee plans to make sure Ito experiences hell from now on, but they put him behind bars. Suddenly, Han arrives there and furiously says she'll kill everyone who put Lee in here. But Hira apologizes to Lee because getting him involved in something like this is not the reason why she brought him here. Hira says she is ashamed of herself for shouting at Kim and declaring that Lee will be fine because she'll be with him. Lee says it was just an accident, so there is nothing that can be done about it and tells them to stop worrying about him because he has a good idea to get his revenge. A few days later, Jihai says Lee makes it look so comfortable in the prison that she can't even sympathize with him. Jihai asks if he is planning something for the gathering and asks how he is going to execute it, to which he replies that he came up with a plan with Hira and apologizes to Jinhai because he cannot tell her the details yet. Jihai says it is disappointing, but she'll find out when the time comes and ask him how he is going to get out of there because the gathering is tomorrow. Lee says Hira will take care of it and that it is nice to have authority. Lee says the problem is that even if he attends the gathering tomorrow, people won't have a good opinion of him, but Jihai tells him not to worry about that because she'll try to change people's opinion of him. Lee says it's not going to be easy because Ito Sauda has a high approval rate, but suddenly, Jihai tells the guard there to bring him Lee's Juliana. The guard apologizes because Juliana is confiscated, but Jihai yells at him and asks if he is saying that he'll take full responsibility if someone from Yamato Guild comes to attack her client. The guard gets nervous, and Jihai asks if he cannot see Lee suffering from terrible mental trauma. Jihai asks if he wants to leave her client without any means of self-defense and says she'll sue all of them for this ridiculousness. Jihai asks if they know how much Juliana costs and says it's a legendary weapon, which shocks the guard. Jihai says it is way too valuable to leave in their hands, and if they put a dent in it, how will they pay for the damage? The guard says Juliana is under their strict supervision, but Jihai furiously asks if he cannot hear her and tells him to call the person in charge there. Jihai asks Beniger to punish the devil's minions who mistreat an innocent soul. The guard apologizes to her and immediately goes to bring Juliana, which makes Lee happy. After some while, the guard arrives there and tells Jihai that they'll lift Juliana's confiscation, but they'll return it after the gathering for security reasons. Moreover, the guard says Lee will be personally protected by Victor Hart, so ask them for understanding. Jihai asks Lee if it is enough and says aside from getting back Juliana, Lee will receive protection from the strongest warrior of the Empire, Victor Hart. Jihai says many people will be convinced that Lee is innocent because of this, and public opinion will naturally turn in his favor. Lee thanks Jihai and says he really owes her. He says that with this, the biggest problem is out, but Jihai says the biggest problem is still there. When Lee asks what it is, Jihai pulls his cheek and asks if he is planning to go to the gathering looking like this. Jihai calls her girls and tells them to make sure Lee looks as pretty and fragile as possible so everyone thinks of him as a victim. The next day, when Lee goes to the gathering with Hira, everyone is shocked, and they wonder if he is really the person suspected of the brutal murder of the Yamato Guild member. Some people say Lee is framed, and this makes sense because he is protected by the mercenary queen and Victor Hart. They say seeing Lee's face makes them want to protect him, and Lee gets happy to hear things are going according to the plan. According to the Lindell News, the Empire approved of the quickly spreading rumors that Lee had been framed, and he was released for the lack of evidence. Jihai also expressed strong criticism towards the Yamato Guild, and she stated that incidents where individuals are unfairly targeted by large guilds should never happen. When Jihai asks Lee if her picture looks good in the newspaper, Lee replies that she looks good, but he asks how long they are going to use physical newspapers. Jihai says they can do nothing about it, but they at least have a way to take pictures. Suddenly, Jihai says thanks to this news article that she got a chance to join Lee and the beautifully dressed mercenary queen at the gathering. Jihai, while fixing Hira's necklace, says she is honored, but Hira says flattery won't get this black peacock anywhere. Hira says it is true Jinhai was a big help in getting Lee out of prison, but Jihai says Hira is flattering her. Suddenly, Hira asks about Lee's arm, to which he replies it is bearable, but in reality, he thinks it is extremely painful. When Jihai asks why they injected Lee, Lee says Hira's magic power is running wild within him, and the moment Hira gives command, the powerful red dragon of Red Mercenary will explode. Jihai excitedly asks if he is telling the truth that his arm is a bomb and says it's dope, but Lee thinks she is a psychopath. Lee tells Jihai to keep it a secret from Hyan because she'll be shocked if he finds out about it, and Jinhai says he understands it's all for the sake of his dear Hyan. Meanwhile, Hira tells Lee to take care of himself because losing his life can be a matter of seconds. Suddenly, Hyan arrives running, and Lee asks if she delivered the letter correctly, to which she replies that she delivered it to the Blue Guild just like he said. Suddenly, Lee says it's great, and she looks pretty, which makes her blush. Lee is relieved he managed to distract her. The reason he needed to do this is because some beautiful ladies have been looking his way for a while. Lee says he is pleased to meet them, and they think he is cute, but suddenly, he acts to collapse and apologizes to them. Lee says he drank a little and got dizzy, which shocks the ladies that he is a fragile young man, and they ask if they adopt him. Meanwhile, some guys there seeing this say they don't think Lee is a murderer, and they doubt he could even pick a knife. Lee is happy he is gaining approval from the people in the banquet hall and wonders where Ito is now. Suddenly, Lee sees Ito has arrived, and the ladies surround him immediately, which makes Lee think Ito has already acquired the core fandom. Lee hates to admit that Ito is quite skilled, but he hears a lady saying Ito framed Lee and sent him death threats. Simultaneously, when another lady says they still don't know the truth, Lee thinks the public opinion is currently split 50-50. Suddenly, a lady bumps into a waiter, and the drinks are about to spill from the waiter. However, Ito immediately saves the drinks from one hand and the lady from the other. The people are impressed by Ito's moves, and they say there is no way he is a murderer and a terrorist, but Lee thinks Ito is a cringe. Meanwhile, Ito smiles at Lee to tell him that he applauds him for coming all this way, but he is nothing more than a squirming worm. Ito thinks Lee is nothing against someone like him who has been building up a positive image to the public for so many years. Suddenly, Ito tells the respected guests that he would like to take this opportunity to make a suggestion to Lee and says depending on Lee's response, the Empire will either remain in peace or go to war. Ito says he is saddened about Lee killing one of his subordinates, but as the Holy Council's bishop candidate and a citizen of their beloved empire, he doesn't think it is a good idea to continue the conflict between Lindell and Cilia. Suddenly, Yamato asks what Lee would say about forming an alliance with the Yamato Guild. Lee asks if Ito is threatening to start a war if he doesn't form an alliance with him. But Ito requests Lee not to say that and says he is trying to make a peaceful compromise. Ito says he is just providing them with the easiest method to achieve peace in the empire. But Lee knows Ito is trying to take the Blue Guild in the easiest way possible. Ito says it is up to Lee to decide whether he wants to take his hand or not. But he says he cannot guarantee that the Empire's civilians won't think badly of Lee if he refuses to take the path that'll lead them to peace. Lee gets extremely furious, but he shakes hands with Ito, saying it sounds good and they have an agreement for peace. As Lee shakes the hand, which is currently a bomb, Lee and Hira give a sneaky smile, which makes Ito wonder why they are giving such expressions. Suddenly, Lee's arm blows up, and Ito is shocked that he blew his own arm. But Lee yells that it was a trap. Simultaneously, Jihai screams that Ito blew up Lee's arm and is attacking him, and Lee says Ito has finally revealed his true colors, but Ito is in shock. Lee says Ito is a devil's minion disguised as a bishop and thinks it's time to end Ito with fabrication and public anger. On the other hand, Kim receives Lee's letter in which he tells him they are fine and they are trying to resolve the recent issue with Yamato Guild as peacefully as possible, and the false rumors about the war between Lyndall and Cilia will die soon. Simultaneously, Hira attacks Ito with multiple punches and asks how dare he attack Lee. Meanwhile, Lee is acting like he is having a stroke, and Heian starts crying, but Jihai tells the people to immediately call a priest. On the other hand, Kim is happy to read Lee's letter, and he feels relieved that Kim and Heian are fine. Simultaneously, when Park asks about Lee and Heian, Kim tells Park and Yuri that they are safe, and they don't need a rescue mission. Park and Yuri are also relieved to hear this, and Kim thinks that now that he knows they are fine, it's time for him to be on his way. On the other hand, the guards arrive there and tell everyone to freeze, which relieves Ito, but Hira kicks his face. Meanwhile, Lee is happy to see Hira doing great, and it'll not be bad if she kills Ito here. However, Lee realizes there is one dangerous thing. Ito is taking all the attacks without resisting, and he is defending himself just enough not to die. Lee thinks it makes Ito look more like a victim than he does, and if Hira kills Ito when they don't have enough evidence that he was attempting to kill him, Lee might end up at a political disadvantage later. Lee knows Hira is also aware of this fact, but he wonders why she is so mad at Ito, and he wants Hira to stop. Hira is about to punch Ito again, but suddenly, Victor Hart grabs her fist and tells her to stop. Hira tells Victor Hart to move because she is not done yet, but he says she is too worked up and that it is not a training ground. Victor Hart says he is here as the captain of Imperial Knights, not her godfather, and their actions here are decided by the rules of the palace. Victor Hart says if she refuses to comply, then he'll draw his sword, but she stops and tells Victor Hart to take Ito. While leaving, Ito says he didn't do it, and that he'll cooperate with the investigation, but he swears it wasn't him who harmed Lee. Ito says the truth will be revealed, but they take Ito, and Lee gets happy. After some while, when Lee gets treated, he asks about Heian, to which Hira replies that Jihai will take care of her until she is calmed down. Suddenly, Lee starts laughing loudly, but Hira tells him to stop it. Lee says it's funny and asks if she didn't see Ito's expressions, but when he says if not for politics, they could have killed Ito right there at that place, Hira tells him to shut it down for a second. When Lee asks why she is serious, Hira furiously asks why he abuses his own body like that. Lee asks what is wrong with it and says she already knows. Lee says it ended well, and they said it'll grow back because the treatment went well. Hira says she didn't know he was going to blow away his entire arm and asks if he doesn't understand that he could have died for real. Hira says it is her fault for trying to have a serious conversation with someone as crazy as him, but Lee wonders why she is acting so upset. Suddenly, Lee realizes Hira actually likes him, so he asks if she is actually worried about him. Hira says it's not good for him to act ahead of himself and says she was thinking about her own self, but Lee kisses her forehead and thanks her. Hira blushes, but she angrily tells Lee it is dangerous, and while leaving, if he has a death wish, he should tell her, and she'll gladly beat him. Lee doesn't know what Hira sees in him, but he thinks he has successfully tamed a beast. As Hira leaves, Lee tells Yuuno to come out and ask if she has done what he told her, to which she replies that she has carried out his commands. Yuuno says they have already made a profit exceeding 20,000 gold just from the ones that have been released to the market, and Lee appreciates her good work. Lee knows Ito must be dying to kill him, so he thinks he should be prepared to attack Ito while he is in prison. Lee tells Yuuno not to let Ito find out about their plan and warns her to watch her back. But simultaneously, a tamed crow is listening to their conversation through the window. A few days later, a guy asks his fellow reverend if he thinks what Lee said before passing out could be true and asks if he heard about the rumor that Ito is the devil's servant. The guy says Ito's bishop candidacy is also in danger, and he heard from Duchess Katarine that Ito is actually the overlord of the underworld. Reverend tells his friend to watch what he says because he is sure Cardinal Basil will take care of it. Meanwhile, Lee hears their conversation and thinks he knows it is a good thing to attend the tea party before coming here. Lee knows the communication center of the Holy Empire is a place where if a secret is spilled, it becomes the hot topic of the Empire in the next 3 hours. Lee badmouthed Ito while having tea, and it's already spread throughout the Empire. After that, Lee goes to see Cardinal Basil, who welcomes Lee. On the other hand, the crow that heard Lee and Yuuno's conversation had a magic locket in its neck that recorded everything. And now Ito is listening to everything while he is in prison. Ito's man tells him that Lee is making a large sum of money with illegal trading through Yuuno, and it has already been confirmed by the black market. As the guy reports to Ito about the item Lee is illegally dealing with, Ito immediately tells that guy to let the Holy Council know that Ito will request an inquisition. Ito says this is Lee's end, but on the other hand, Lee is having a drink with Cardinal. Lee gives him wine specially made by him, and Cardinal thanks him, but he asks what Lee wants to talk about with him. Lee says he'll be straightforward with Cardinal and tells him to cease all support for Ito Sauda, but Cardinal says that'll be too difficult. Cardinal says Ito has contributed a great deal to the Holy Council, but Lee says he'll give more money as an offering. Cardinal says that is not the issue here, and suddenly, a guard barges in, saying Ito Sauda has requested an inquisition. Lee expected this, and the guard immediately arrests Lee for heresy. But Lee tells Cardinal that he must watch out for Ito Sauda, a devil who seeks to corrupt the Holy Empire. While the guards drag Lee, he yells that the Empire is in danger, which makes Cardinal worried, and he asks what Lee is saying. Suddenly, Cardinal feels his head spinning, and he wonders what is going on. But he doesn't know it is because of Lee's wine. After some while, in the Beniger Holy Empire's divine courtroom, the judge begins the inquisition of Lee, who has been accused of heresy. They ask the plaintiff, Ito Sauda, if he is ready to begin, and he gladly replies he is ready. They say lawyers are not allowed for heresy, but to take into account the mercenary queen's request. They especially allow it once and ask if Jihai is ready, to which she replies she is ready. After they ask Lee is also ready, they start the trial with Ito, and Ito shows the hallucination potion that Lee created. Everyone is shocked, but Jinhai asks if Ito has proof that Lee created it, to which Ito replies that if they take a look at the journal for the Blue Guild's Cursed Temple expedition, they can find that the pill Lee created is very similar to this potion. Ito says that after investigation, they found out that many unidentifiable ingredients were used to create this potion, and as far as he knows, Lee is the only person skilled enough at alchemy on this continent. Jihai objects that it still doesn't prove that it's an illegal drug, but the objection is overruled, and the judge asks if Lee admits that he is the one who created the potion. Lee agrees that he is the one who created it, and suddenly, a guard standing behind him hits his head with a wand. As the judge asks if he agrees that he created an illegal drug, Lee replies that it's not true because the hallucination potion is not an illegal drug, but a medicine. Ito says that it is a facade to be able to distribute it to the public, but Jihai objects and says the hallucination potion is only being traded as a medicine. Ito asks her to explain why the potion includes a hallucinogenic effect, to which Jihai replies that it is used for mental illness, and based on the type of medicine. Ingredients that include hallucination are often used in the medicine. Ito objects and says there is no reason to put such a substantial amount in the potion. Ito says the amount of hallucinating ingredient used in this potion is greater than that of illegal drugs, and the user of this potion slowly loses their mind. Ito says there is no such medicine in this world, and Lee thinks Ito did a good job investigating it in a short time. Ito says Lee also has an accomplice here in court, Yuuno, who is sitting on the witness stand. Ito says he was wondering why she didn't show up at the gathering. He says it seems she created a guild called Sky behind their back and was working with Lee to distribute an illegal drug. When Yuuno is asked if it is true, she says she doesn't know what they are talking about and says it hasn't been that long since she and Lee last met. Yuuno says she didn't attend the gathering because she was ill, but Yuuno takes out the voice recorder and plays it in front of everyone. The judge says the voices are of Lee and Yuuno calls Lee master in the recording, so he asks if Lee is her guild master. Ito says Lee is the vice master of Blue Guild and the master of Sky Guild, and Yuuno is his vice master. Ito says the reason why Blue Guild started growing after Lee took over as the vice master is because of the income they acquired from drugs. Ito says after the drugs started destroying the economy of the black market, the other criminals involved in the black market trading realized their positions were endangered by Lee, so the Lindell terror attack and Juliana incident happened, as well as the Empire social gathering assassination attempt. Ito says that all those incidents where Lee acted as a victim were due to the crime guild drug cartel. Suddenly, Jihai says everything Ito is saying is to cover up his own wrongdoings and says in Juliana's murder incident, the victim was Ito's subordinate and asked if he is admitting that his subordinate was related to the crime guild. Ito replies that it is true and says his subordinate had two identities. He was a member of the Yamato Guild and the secret crime organization. Ito says the master of the Shadow Guild, Seolho, was behind the Lindell terror attack and says that the attack was an infighting between the two officials of the Blue Guild. Ito says if this truth was to be leaked, there would be an investigation on the drug cartel, so Lee attempted to frame him as the perpetrator of this entire scheme and tried to murder him. Suddenly, Jinhai says these are all acquisitions, and they have evidence that Seolho had a connection with the Yamato Guild, but Ito says all that data is fraudulent. Suddenly, the judge tells them to keep quiet and asks Ito how he knows everything by himself. Ito replies that the Yamato Guild is on the side of justice, so they cannot sit by and watch while the devils are corrupting the Holy Empire. The judge gets influenced and says the charges have been proven, but when the judge asks if Lee admits to heresy, Lee refuses, and suddenly, the heresy inquisitor tortures him on the order of the judge. Heian gets worried while Lee is being shocked, and Lee thinks after 10 more minutes, Ito will be dead meat. Lee bears the shocks while thinking he'll not let Ito get away with this, but Ito asks the judge if he can start the interrogation, to which the judge replies he can go ahead. Ito takes the shock weapon from the guard and asks Lee how he is feeling. Ito whispers to Lee that thanks to him not knowing his place and doing something stupid, he actually managed to catch 2 birds with 1 stone. Ito says he must extend his gratitude towards Lee because he is able to use this opportunity to get rid of that eyesore. Yuuno. Ito says this is the last bit of magnanimity that he'll grant Lee and tells Lee to hand him over the Blue Guild. Ito says in terms of guilds, their glorious Yamato can be used as a stepping stone in order to take their first step in conquering the Empire. There is no guild as equipped as the Blue Guild. Ito says he'll spare the life of the shaman Lee loves, but Lee starts laughing, and Ito furiously asks why he is laughing. Lee says it is because he thinks it is funny that how similar their mentalities are and says his eyes don't lie to him. Suddenly, Lee asks if it is okay for Ito to spill all his plans in front of his face like this, which infuriates Ito, and he shocks Lee, making him scream with pain. Lee wants Ito to keep going and make him look more miserable. Ito yells at Lee to confess, get on his knees, and beg to be saved, but Lee thinks this devilish look looks nice on Ito. Meanwhile, Heian and Jinhai are extremely worried, and Jihai requests the judge to halt the torture immediately because, at this rate, Lee will die. The judge tells Jihai to be quiet and says the only reason he was lenient to Lee was because of the mercenary queen. But Lee's heresy has already been proven, so from now on, he shall be given the same punishment as those who advocate for blasphemy. However, Lee thinks these demons are doing a good job, and that he will make them regret it. Suddenly, the judge asks Lee for the last time to acknowledge that he is a heretic, to which Lee replies he does, which makes Ito happy. But Lee continues his sentence that he does this Vatican, and he acknowledges this Vatican as heresy. When the judge asks what he means, Ito says Lee must be desperate to die and says they should execute him. Suddenly, Lee snaps, and a tide monster appears there, but Lee tells everyone that there is no need to be surprised. Lee says this is the portion of the body of a low-grade monster he summoned using alchemy. Lee says it is incredibly weak and restrained, so there is no chance of it hurting anyone. Lee managed to advance to a new class by repurposing Heian's stalker magic, and now he has a unique bioalchemy summoner class, which is of heroic grade. Lee is the only one who has this class in this world, and Lee says they'll understand why he accused the Vatican of heresy without fear when they sprinkle the illusory potion on that monster. The judge asks how dare a heretic tell them what to do, and Ito says listening to Lee is pointless, but Lee tells them to try it and asks Cardinal Basil. Cardinal says it'll be for the best if they try it, but Ito wonders why Cardinal is suddenly speaking up. Suddenly, as they sprinkle the potion on the monster, Ito feels relieved to see the monster wobbling around and thinks Lee is digging his own grave. Suddenly, the monster burns to death, which shocks Ito, and people see the holy light emitting from the potion. Lee says it is a potion that can bestow the blessings of healing on humans while also providing death to certain monsters. Lee says the identity of the illusory potion is the holy water, but Ito says there is no way it is possible because they investigated it. Lee knows that Ito got the report that the illusory potion was an illegal drug from an underling of his who was a Black Swan spy. Lee says the reason why Ito could not detect the holy water in the potion is because only people who are kind can feel the effects of the holy water. Lee says Ito, who cannot detect the light aura, and the believers in the Vatican who follow him must be heretics. Suddenly, the other people there get nervous, and they start saying that they can also feel the light's blessings. Lee says he secretly cures those who are mentally suffering, and the one practicing deceit is not him but Ito. Suddenly, Lee requests a retrial in the Holy Court with the ultra-heretical devil, Ito Sauda, as the defendant. Lee says Ito is a heretic who dared to call the holy water a hallucinogenic drug, and Ito feels trapped. Suddenly, Cardinal Basil says Lee is telling the truth, but as Ito asks Cardinal Malin, who is the judge, to say something, Malin gets shivers and tells Ito to shut up. Malin orders to put Ito for immediate execution, and Heian immediately attacks Ito to tie him with her magic, but he dodges it. Meanwhile, the Holy Knights rush to arrest Ito, but he blocks their attacks with a shield and asks how they can do this to him. Ito says he gave so much to the Vatican, so the cardinal should listen to him, but Cardinal Basil attacks him while telling him not to say his name from his dirty mouth. Ito dodges the attack, and Lee knows Cardinal Basil will not listen to Ito because he drank Lee's illusion potion, which cures trauma and shows the consumer the illusion they want to see. Lee can also show the consumer an illusion that he wants to see through this potion, and the wine he gave Cardinal Basil had some illusory potion mixed in it. For Cardinal Basil, Lee created a special illusion where the evil Ito Sauda would turn the Holy Empire into a sea of flames and make Cardinal the hero who went against the devil worshipper. Suddenly, the Inquisitor who gave Lee shocks earlier heals Lee while apologizing to him, and Lee says it is all right. Lee tells everyone to combine their forces to capture the devil, but Ito immediately summons the Windblade to save himself. Lee says Ito's actions are blasphemous, so the need to capture him alive and execute him for the sake of Goddess Beniger. Ito dodges the attacks and runs towards Lee to kill him, but Lee asks if he'll be able to pass through the Inquisitor, Yuuno and Heian. Lee sees the raid of devil worshippers start, and in the first trial, he has to battle Priest Inquisitor Helena. Helena uses Lightning of Goddess, but Ito easily dodges it, and Yuuno uses Butterfly Dream, which Ito also destroys. After that, Heian uses a Wind Blade, Magical Chain, and Air Shot, but Ito dodges all those attacks, which shocked everyone. Jihai asks Lee if they should run or call Hira, but Lee says Hira went to find Juliana. Ito rushes to attack Lee while Lee says he doesn't think they need to run away, but he gets worried to see Ito is about to stab him. Suddenly, Juliana blocks Ito's sword, which shocks Lee, but he gets happy because he knows Juliana will come to save him. Simultaneously, Hira also makes her entry by kicking Ito down, and Lee gets happy to see it. The Holy Knights arrest Ito, but Ito yells that they have been scammed by Lee and that they should let him go. Meanwhile, Lee asks Ito why he became a devil-worshipping heretic, but Ito says Lee made this up and asks why he is doing this to him. Lee says people will misunderstand if they hear Ito and says Ito should not have made Goddess Beniger into his enemy. Lee says Ito has gone too far to come back, but he'll go to a better place after he dies. Since Ito has too many sins, Lee says he doubts Ito will be able to go to heaven, so he says he'll purify Ito's soul. Lee prays that the holy water of Goddess Beniger cleanses him and tells Ito not to make the wrong choices in his next life. Ito says he'll make sure to kill Lee with his own hands, But Cardinal Basil prays to Goddess Beniger to let the devil worshipper suffer a heavenly vengeance. Suddenly, they start drowning Ito in the holy water, and Lee thinks he cannot let Ito live because he will eventually get in his way. Lee thinks he has no choice but to eliminate Ito, and this is the only way he can survive. Lee thinks it's too bad he was Ito's opponent and thinks he was desperate while Ito wasn't, and that is the reason he lost. Meanwhile, Ito dies by drowning in the water, and after that, the Holy Council of Beniger shows their appreciation to Lee for protecting their country from devil worshipper Ito Sauda. The Holy Council appoints Lee as an honorary bishop, and he is the first outsider to hold this position. When they ask Lee to say a few words, Lee says justice will always win, but Victor Hart thinks Lee is a scary guy. After some while, they raid the Yamato Guild's storage and take all the goods in their possession. When Lee and Heian go back to Lindell, Lee sees Park excitedly running towards him, and Park spins Lee with excitement while saying if Lee hadn't written the letter, they would have gone to rescue him. Park asks Lee why he brought back so many gifts, to which Lee replies that the black griffin is for Kim, and the white one is a gift from the Imperial Palace. Suddenly, Lee sees Kim arrive there with a girl and wonders why Kim is walking side by side with her so casually. Lee also thinks Kim never smiled like that before and wonders what the hell happened to the guild while he was gone. Kim says he is seeing Lee after a long time and thanks Lee for his hard work, but Lee asks who the girl is besides Kim. The girl replies that she is Cho Hyojin, the newly appointed chief secretary and the guild master's aide. Lee wonders if she is saying she is Kim's right hand, but he laughs while saying Kim has found such a wonderful person while he is gone. Kim also says she is an absolutely wonderful person, but Lee thinks he should be in her place and is mad that Kim cheated on him while he was on a business trip. Kim says Hyojin is from Keslock, but due to personal circumstances, she ended up coming to Lindell. Lee says it hasn't been long since he met her, but she is very talented, so he brought her to their guild. Lee thinks it is obvious she is one of Lee's subordinates from his previous life and wonders what the point of all his efforts is until now. Lee sees her class as a heroic rank spear master class, and she is the stubborn lady of Keslock. Lee doesn't like her because he wants to be the beloved Regressor's #1. Suddenly, Kim says Hyojin was a big help while Lee was gone, and she is very talented and strong, which makes Lee feel devastated. Lee is disappointed and thinks if it continues like this, all his efforts will be futile. Lee thinks if it continues like this and they encounter a dangerous situation where Kim can only save either him or Hyojin, he'll choose Hyojin. Lee thinks what his beloved Regressor should want to save is neither Hyojin nor the world. It must be him, Lee Kyung. Lee thinks a knight who cannot protect his king is useless, so he plans to start the Regressor training manual, and for that, he has to begin with Hyojin's background check. Lee gives a letter to manager Myung to deliver it to Madame Marilyn of Keslock. After some while, during Lee's welcome party, he sees Hyojin sitting alone, so he goes to her and asks how she likes Blue Guild so far. Hyojin says she thinks the Blue Guild is better than she expected, because the place she was in before wasn't as welcoming as this. Lee wonders if something happened in her previous guild, and suddenly, she says she thinks Kim especially trusts Lee, which shocks Lee, and he asks what she means. Hyojin says that when she was on her way to greet Lee, Kim didn't stop talking about Lee, and it was quite unusual because Kim is not the type to laugh too often. Lee is amazed to hear this, and his heart is melting, but he tells himself to get a grip because he can't forgive Kim yet. Suddenly, Park tells everyone the soup is ready and that it tastes amazing, but Lee and Hyojin are shocked because it is extremely delicious. Lee asks if Kim made the soup, and Kim replies that Hyojin didn't have an opportunity to bond with them, so he was hoping this would provide them with an opportunity to get closer to each other. Hyojin gets emotional, and Lee wonders if Kim and Hyojin are more than just a guild master and his secretary. Lee thinks Kim will throw him away the moment love gets the best of him, and thinks that no matter what kind of relationship Kim had with Hyojin in his previous life, Lee thinks he is the one who worked like hell in this life. Lee furiously slams the plate on the table, which startles everyone. Park asks if Lee is done eating, to which Lee replies that he doesn't feel good, so they should ignore him and continue. Lee, while leaving, thinks the soup tastes good and wants to eat more, but he can't forgive Kim because friendship comes before love. Meanwhile, Kim is worried about seeing Lee leave, and Lee gives him a rude look while wondering if Kim really doesn't know why he is mad at him. After some while, Lee hands out presents to everyone and gives a shield and newspaper to Park, a new pair of glasses for Hwans, and a necklace for Sang-hee. As for Yuri and Hee-yeon, Lee prepared a self-defense dagger for each one of them. But for Haeun, Lee says he got a new staff and love. Moreover, Lee apologizes to Hyejin because he wasn't able to prepare anything for her. But he gives her a blue seal plush from the Yamato Guild storage, for which she thanks him. Meanwhile, Kim is excited about his gift, but Lee ignores him, saying it's done, and tells Haeun they should go now. Kim gets disappointed, and Lee, while leaving, says he brought something for Kim, but he doesn't have it anymore. Lee says he lost Kim's gift on the way, and Kim will have to wait until next time. Lee knows Kim is wondering why he is acting like this, and he wants Kim to think about what he did wrong. A while later, in the guild's dining hall, some guild members say that there seem to be waves of monsters invading Keslock, and they are recruiting mercenaries right now, so they should head to Keslock as well. Suddenly, Hyejin leaves her food and says she doesn't feel good, so she has to go to the restroom for a second. Kim worries and asks if she is alright, to which she replies she is fine, and she'll be back very soon. Lee notices that the mere mention of Keslock makes her sick, so he wonders what happened in her previous guild. Lee needs Madame Marlin to reply quickly so he can find out what happened, but suddenly, Kim asks Lee if he is upset with him about something. Lee says he doesn't understand what Kim is talking about, but Kim asks if it is because he recruited Hyejin without consulting him first. Lee says it is not at all this reason and says he is perfectly fine that Kim decided to recruit someone new and put them in an important position in the guild while he wasn't here. Lee says Kim is the guild master, so why does his opinion matter to him? He tells Kim to continue doing what he has been doing until now, but Kim says he thinks Lee is misunderstanding something here. Lee asks what Kim means by that and asks if Kim thinks he'll be upset over something like that. Kim says that's not what he is saying, but suddenly, Lee says he'll be heading out because he'll be preparing for the Keslock incident. Lee tells Kim not to worry, but Kim gets worried and says they have not finished talking yet. Kim tells Lee to stop and says he didn't mean it like that, but Lee requests Kim not to follow him. Suddenly, Kim grabs Lee's arm to stop him, and Lee thinks this is a scene from a romance drama. Meanwhile, Hyejin arrives there, and as Kim tells Lee that he has been hiding it until now, Lee gets terrified of what Kim is about to say. Simultaneously, Hyejin falls with disappointment because she thinks Kim is saying he likes Lee, but Lee immediately stops Kim from talking and tells him everyone is misunderstanding. Kim apologizes and says he always wanted to hire someone capable like Hyejin to assist Lee because he feels like he is burdening Lee with far too many tasks up until now. Kim says he coincidentally ran into Hyejin and thought that she might get along well with Lee, but he never thought Lee would be uncomfortable with it. Kim apologizes to Lee, and Lee thinks Kim's unhesitant apology is proof that he trusts him a lot, which makes him feel good because he knows he doesn't have to worry about being thrown away because of Hyejin for now. Meanwhile, Kim says he never meant to ignore Lee's words, but Lee says it is alright and tells Kim to follow him. Lee takes Kim to show the griffins, and Lim is surprised to see the black griffin. Kim tells Lee that it's amazing, and Lee says he just happened to pick it up on the way to Lindell. Kim gets emotional that Lee prepared it for him, and he doesn't know about it, but Lee tells Kim that it is nothing. Kim thanked Lee, and Lee thought Kim owed him one now, so he should continue to repay him from now on. On the other hand, Kim thinks Lee is kinder, friendlier, and more capable than anyone else, and if he met him in his first life, he is sure he would have been able to stop the extinction of the continent. Suddenly, Kim makes a fist while saying they have made up, but Lee is surprised, and he does a fist bump with a smile. Kim says he is reassured that he can rely on Lee, and Lee says he feels the same way. At night, Lee is happy to see that the system has alerted him of a new reward, which is the legendary Ranked Mind's Eye. Lee checks its additional features, including he is able to check the player's unique quirk, which is something stemming solely from their own personality and is independent of the system. Lee thinks it is good because it is too slow to check someone by their tendency and traits alone, and he'll be able to manipulate people better by checking their unique quirks. Lee checks Haeun's unique quirk, who is sleeping near him, and sees it is a love that overflows with blood, so he thinks this legendary skill is quite effective. Suddenly, Lee receives a letter from Madame Marlin about Hyejin's background, and he is shocked to read something in it. The next morning, they are going on an expedition, and Park is excited. But he asks if Lee is not able to sleep well because he looks like a panda. Lee says he is fine, and they are dividing up the carriages, so Park should go with H. Wong. Suddenly, Kim tells Park to get in his carriage, and Lee gets in while looking at Hyejin suspiciously. Lee is sitting with Haein while looking at Hyejin and remembers the letter he read last night. Lee read Madame Marlin wrote that Hyejin is a famous name in Keslock thanks to the whistleblowing incident related to the guild master of Keslock's Little Rock Guild. Lee thinks Hyejin is a whistleblower mentioned in that incident, and she is not a bad person, but sometimes a person cannot be too righteous. Marlin wrote that due to Hyejin, the public image of her guild was nearly ruined, so the guild retaliated against her and kicked her out of Keslock. This is driving Lee crazy, so he wonders what to do, but he also realizes that the things he has done are barely legal. Lee wonders if he should drive a wedge between Kim and Hyejin, but he thinks he shouldn't do that because if he gets caught, Kim will slice him. Lee decides to calm down first and wonders if there is anything he can do to bring Hyejin on his side. Suddenly, Lee checks Hyejin's unique quirk and becomes happy because he finds something to become besties with her. On the other hand, Marlin Keslock, the daughter of Lord Keslock, is very fond of Lee, who saved the Empire from the devil worshipper, and Lee sees her tendency, says she is an overly obsessive girl. Marlin says it's been a while and that she hasn't seen Lee since the gathering and the tea party. As Marlin says she has been longing to see Lee, Haein gets furious, and Lee sees her expression as too scary. Marlin offers Lee a cup of tea with her, but Lee says that is not possible. Hae says she doesn't know her, but Lee is already her lovely slave. Suddenly, Marlin asks if Hyejin is also here, but she immediately apologizes, saying that she doesn't mean it in a bad way, and that she is surprised to see her so soon after the incident. Marlin apologizes for making her feel uncomfortable, but Hyejin says it is okay, and that no matter how much people in Keslock criticize her, she is innocent. Suddenly, Hyejin gets startled when a guy says his angel is already here, and Marlin introduces him to everyone. Marlin says Song Jeongwook is in charge of this monster wave, and he is the Little Rock Guild master. Lee is about to greet Song, but he ignores Lee, which infuriates Lee, and Song goes to Hyejin while saying it's been a while. Hyejin tries to control her anger while Song says he was wondering where she went and that he gets it that she betrayed them because she wanted to go to a bigger guild. Song calls her a traitor, which infuriates her, and Kim tells Song to refrain from making insulting remarks. Song apologizes and says he accidentally said it in front of the Blues Guild master. Lee checks Song's stats and finds out that he is a two-faced apple polisher. Lee organizes his thoughts that Song is the guild master of Little Rock that Hyejin used to be in, and he is the one who kicked her out after hiding his corrupt ways. Lee knows Hyejin is a whistleblower who cannot help but expose her guild master for the sake of justice, but she is being treated like Voldemort in Keslock. Lee knows what Hyejin wants right now is to exact revenge on the villain who framed her for his own crimes, so he thinks it's time to become besties with Hyejin. After some while, they are in a meeting room where Song formally introduces himself and says he is the representative of Keslock and the guild master to the Little Rock Guild. Song says he is appointed by the Lord himself to take charge of the monster wave, but Lee notes how Song feels about Marlin, which is glaringly obvious from the way he has been looking at her. Lee understands Song is trying to use the Lord's daughter to climb the social ladder, but Lee gets in the way because Marlin likes him. Suddenly, Song asks if Lee is also a commander because he is the person in charge, but Lee says he is not yet. Lee says they have some time before the expedition team comes back, so he would like to spread his potions to Keslock as well. Song apologizes because he doesn't intend to do business with Lindell and says he would rather be hired as a subcontractor of the Republic than do business with a countryside village like Lindell. Song says the name of Blue Guild is the only reason why Lee's potions are popular. Lee must have expected it to work in Keslock as well because it worked in Lindell. As Song says, Lee is quite ignorant of how the world works. Suddenly he falls from his chair while Lee is calmly drinking his tea. Meanwhile, Haein furiously asks how Song is calling ignorant and chokes Song while yelling that Lee is a genius who knows everything. Lee tells Haein that it is enough and says Song seems to be quite ambitious, but he needs a better pair of eyes to discern people. Lee says he possesses 70% of all the potion sales in the market and asks if Song really said his potions would not work in Keslock. Lee asks if Song really thinks alchemists are called alchemists for no reason. Lee says alchemists hit the jackpot with their alchemy and live the rest of their lives without working. He asks if Song is in or not, to which Song immediately replies he is in. Lee tells Song to stamp his thumb on the contract, and Song sees he has no choice in this situation, so he starts apologizing to Lee. Suddenly, Song says he has a good business prospect for Lee, but Lee asks what kind of proposal it is. Song whispers to Lee that it's called the black market, and after some time, Lee goes there with Hyejin in fancy dresses. Hyejin says Kim put her in charge of Lee's protection, but asks what Lee is planning to do by bringing her into the black market. Lee asks what she is saying, to which Hyejin replies she knows the black market is a playground for adults. Lee tells her to be quiet because people think it's her first time in this market, and Hyejin realizes she is misunderstanding Lee. Lee asks if Hyejin is misunderstanding him, to which she replies it is nothing. Lee says he knows his history with women is not clean, and he understands why she was thinking wrong, but Hyejin apologizes to him. Lee says if she is truly sorry to them, they should start their work and call her Alisa. While taking her in, Lee says his name is Kuros Tauma, and they are best friends. Lee asks if she wants to take revenge on Song, but Hyejin asks if he knows what happened to her in Keslock, to which Lee replies that Song told him about that. Lee says Song is really out to kill her, but Hyejin says she doesn't intend to take revenge because it'll result in retaliation, and she doesn't want to continue this meaningless fight. Lee thinks this won't work because Song has to die to become besties with Hyejin. When Lee asks what Kim thinks about it, Hyejin says Kim thinks she did the right thing. Lee says he knew she would say something like this, but thinks she didn't do the right thing, and he thinks she is stupid. Hyejin says she doesn't understand why Lee is trying to make her angry on purpose, while Lee thinks friends become closer after fights. Lee asks Hyejin why she did something useless to expose her guild master, and why she killed him in the first place, to which Hyejin replies that Song is a bad person, but he is not a piece of trash. Lee says Song is a piece of trash, but Hyejin doesn't understand how bad of a person he is. Suddenly, Lee starts stating facts to Hyejin that there are 30 years currently unemployed in Keslock, 5 years live with their mothers in slums, and 28 years jumped off the Keslock cliff because they couldn't pay off their hospital debt. Hyejin is shocked to hear this, and Lee says all these people are previous members of the Little Rock Guild who were fired because of Hyejin's whistleblowing and who are struggling to make a living. Hyejin says it is a lie, and Lee must be joking, but Lee says there is no guarantee that her actions caused no harm to others and says she still let Song go while all she had to do was kill him. Lee says Hyejin has the strength to do so and the intelligence to make it happen, but she still can't bring herself to kill Song. Lee asks if it is because the Little Rock Guild is the place where she has memories with her old comrades, and Lee is sure she was close to Song because she was with him since her tutorial days. As Lee says, Hyejin doesn't want to feel guilty, and she wants to keep the precious memories of her old comrades, but in society, they call such a person a hypocrite. Hyejin feels attacked, so she yells she is not a hypocrite and says Lee is not the one to speak. Hyejin asks if Lee thinks she doesn't know he is the true hypocrite, because what he shows to the public is completely different from what he really is. Lee realizes she found out, but he asks if she has proof, to which Hyejin replies his corrupt mindset itself is proof. Lee says he is the one who donated to the Holy Council and built a welfare center for slums, so she can't say anything about that. Lee says he is speaking hard facts, and she is furious, so he asks what she is going to do about that. Suddenly, Hyejin curses him and asks what he even knows about him, but Lee wonders if he taunts her too much. Lee says he is not trying to pick a fight with her, and he is on her side, but suddenly, a girl arrives there, saying Lee's unyielding face is also cute. Lee and Hyejin wonder who these ladies are. Suddenly, Hyejin says it feels like it's getting more and more crowded. Lee sees the quirks of these people and says they are sadistic masters and trash lovers, which makes him nervous, so he checks his quirk and gets a notification that he has a higher chance of being loved by dangerous people. Lee gets worried, and suddenly, a girl with a hunter arrives there, saying Lee looks like her type and asks if he has some time. On the other hand, Kim is following traces of monsters in the jungle and thinks the monster wave is going to happen sooner than expected. While Kim wonders why they are coming so early, a black flame dragon, Dialuja, rushes towards them. On the other hand, Lee uses mind's eye on that lady, Xiaolin, and her title says she is a sadist, which Lee doesn't like. Lee checks her quirk and says she is a choking Romanist, which makes Lee nervous, and when Haijin asks him what it is, Lee says he needs her help. Haijin tells Lee to figure it out on his own, but Lee tells her not to be like this and apologizes for what he did earlier. Lee requests Haijin to help him because he doesn't want to be eaten by the beasts, but suddenly Xiaolin says she wonders what they are whispering about. Suddenly, Xiaolin asks if they are lovers and says it's better because they can play together, but Lee thinks he is doomed. Lee apologizes to Xiaolin and says he is a bit busy right now, but Xiaolin asks if he is rejecting her and says it interests her more. Lee immediately begs Haijin to help him, and she tells Xiaolin it's enough because her young master finds this situation uncomfortable. Haijin says if Xiaolin keeps it up, she'll call security, and if she understands, then she should move aside. Haijin says her young master is a busy person, unlike Xiaolin, and while taking Lee's hand, she says they should leave. Suddenly, Xiaolin stops them for a second and gives her business card to Lee, saying she feels like she'll regret it if she lets him go like this. Xiaolin says she is planning on staying in Keslock for a couple more days so he can contact her whenever he changes his mind. Xiaolin says she might look dangerous, but she is an important person, so he won't lose anything by being friendly with her. After leaving, Lee feels relieved, but Haijin says he is quite the popular one, so she asks if he spray pheromones on his body. Lee says he wishes it was the case but asks if Haijin can walk closer to him, to which she replies she doesn't like that because it makes them look close. Lee says he doesn't want to act all friendly with her, but they have to let people know they are together because they keep looking at him, making him feel uncomfortable. Haijin wonders if Kim knows Lee is a psychopathic loser and wonders if Lee has earned Kim's trust. Suddenly, Haijin remembers what Lee said to her earlier, and it makes her angry, but she knows Lee is right. Haijin thinks she never considered the possibility of her actions causing harm to others and realizes she should not give up irresponsibly. Suddenly, Haijin says Lee must have brought her here to show her how bad of a person Song is and says he should show her more of what he knows about Song. Lee says he is glad Haijin understands quickly and takes her to a place where some monsters are caged. Lee knows Haijin exposed Song to illegal monster trading and says the illegal monster trade of rare monsters takes place in the place where they are present. Lee says that is on the surface because their real source of income is slave trafficking, and as Haijin sees it with her own eyes, she gets shocked to the core. Lee tells Haijin that Song traffics the valuable elves here, and meanwhile, a guy there asks them who sent them there. As Lee replies that Song sent them here, that guy says Lee is the customer of their owner and says he wishes Song had warned them that visitors were coming. However, that guy says they arrived at the best time, and as the elves cry for help, Lee notices Haijin getting furious. Lee is glad that her anger meter is rising and that she wants to kill Song. Suddenly, that guy says VIP customers are allowed to pick the slaves up first before they send them for auction and tells them to let him know if they like something. Haijin furiously rushes to punch that guy while cursing him, but Lee immediately grabs her, which startles Haijin, and Lee requests her to buy him an elf. Haijin is shocked, but Lee whispers that if she wants to save them, she should play along and asks her to buy those elves. Simultaneously, the guy asks if she just cursed him, but Haijin immediately grabs Lee by his collar and starts cursing him. Haijin says he won't stop whining at all and yells that he'll buy him those elves. Suddenly, she says she'll buy all the elves, so they prepare a carriage for them to Lindell. After some while, Haijin's journey begins, and the elves thank them for saving their lives. Haijin thinks there are people like them, but they are valued at only 50 gold per person, so she feels sad. Lee says he'll pay for the slaves they bought today, but suddenly, she asks why Lee is going out of his way to do this. Haijin says it is not like Lee has something against Song, unlike her, but Lee replies that he wants to take control of the evil in society. Haijin says that is a dangerous mindset, and she never thought Lee would expose his true intentions so easily. Lee says he just wanted her to know that tighter control is necessary for lawless zones such as the black market, so he is planning to purchase all those places and destroy them. Lee says he also wants to build an uncorrupt auction market that everyone will be able to use freely and legally, which makes Haijin wonder if Lee is really trying his best to bring peace to society. Lee says that is why Song, who is an owner of the black market, is an obstacle in his path. Lee sits next to Hyejin, saying that she has seen Song as a terrible human being and that if she eliminates him, he is sure she'll regret it. Meanwhile, the driver is listening to their conversation, and Lee realizes that, so he whispers to Hyejin that the carriage they are on right now is leading them to their deaths. Lee says they'll dispose of them and retrieve the slaves because he knows Song sent him there with the goal of getting him killed in the first place. Lee takes out an envelope and asks why Hyejin thinks Song sent him an invitation to a place like this. Suddenly, the carriage stops, which startles everyone, and the driver says they'll take a break here. Suddenly, the driver pulls out a sword and grabs Lee, which terrifies the elves, and Hyejin gets worried. Hyejin realizes Lee is right, so she furiously attacks the driver, but he manages to run away to save his life. Hyejin yells he can't get away with this, but Lee coughs, so Hyejin asks if he is alright. Lee says he is fine, and that she should check on the elves first, but Hyejin gets furious to see that Lee is hurt and thinks it is her fault. Hyejin thinks the innocent elves, the members of the Little Rock Guild, and even Lee are suffering because of Song, so she thinks the Song she once knew doesn't exist anymore. Hyejin helps Lee get into the carriage, and Lee is glad he bribed the driver. He knows the driver will die, so his plan will not be exposed. On the other hand, the driver is running away when Heian and Hyeon kill him, while Lee thinks the driver works for Song in the black market, so he doesn't feel bad. Lee thinks that now that he has swayed Hyejin to his side, it is time for his next plan. A few days later, in the secret garden of Keslock Lord's palace, Marlin goes to meet Lee and says she can't believe he called her out on a night. Lee, while kissing her hand, says it was a wonderful night and that he had a request for her. The next day, in Keslock Lord's castle conference room, Lord asks if it is true there will be a monster wave soon, to which Kim replies that it's true and it'll happen within the next week. Kim says he doesn't know the reason, but it happened much earlier than anticipated. As Kim says the dragon's footprints have been spotted nearby, Song gets nervous, and Hira notices it. Lord says from on, Keslock will be on a war footing, and it is an emergency, so they'll declare martial law and blockade the entire city. The Lord says he'll appoint the commander who will lead the battle on D-Day, and Song thinks it's time for him to shine. Song knows the commander's power is absolute during the battle because not only will he be able to command everyone as he pleases, but he will also issue orders on behalf of the Lord himself. Song plans to become the Lord of Keslock just like that and thinks that due to all his efforts to earn the Lord's trust, he'll become in charge of dealing with the monster wave. Suddenly, the Lord says he has decided to appoint Honorary Bishop Lee as the commander, which shocks Song, and Lee asks if the Lord is serious. Lee says this is too much of a responsibility for him, but in reality, he himself asked Marlin for this favor. Meanwhile, Hira says it is great, and Kim says he knows it'll be a lot of work, but they'll be in Lee's care. Simultaneously, Song congratulates Lee with a fake smile and says he knew Lee would be of great help to Keslock from the moment he saw him. Song says he'll do his best to support Lee and whispers to Lee to appoint the Little Rock Guild to the safest position. Lee knew Song would ask him this, so he immediately grabbed Song's hand and said he'd do his best not to disappoint Song, so Song thanked him. After some while, Hyejin goes to meet Lee in his office and asks if Lee has something to tell him. Lee says she must know he has become the commander of the monster wave battle, and that is why he wants her to be in charge of organizing the units. Hyejin asks what he means, to which Lee, while leaving, replies that she must put the Little Rock Guild and Song on the front line where the most monsters will be. Lee tells Hyejin to assign the rest as she wishes and asks if she still thinks Song deserves to live, to which Hyejin replies she'll do as Lee commands. After some while, when Song gets to know he'll be appointed on the front line, he furiously asks Lee if he is kidding. Song says Lee promised to appoint his guild in a safe position, but Lee says he made this decision for Song's sake, and he'll be safe if he gets placed in the rear. Lee says Song will be forgotten by the people without even having a chance to shine and asks if Song really wants it, but Song says Lee should have told him before. Lee says he was ignorant all this time, but after watching Song, he has actually been thinking a lot. Lee says Song is a great person, and he'll be the hero who will lead Keslock in the future. Song flatters, but he asks Lee why he thinks so, to which Lee replies that it is obvious from Song's aura to his business management skills. Lee tells Song to let everyone know of his name on the front line and says that together with Hira, Song will lead them to victory and become the hero of Keslock. Lee says that when that happens, Marlin will fall in love with Song and that he'll actively assist Song in getting into her favor. Song says it sounds good, but he asks how he can trust Lee, to which Lee replies he knows it is not much, but he'll put his life on the line. Lee says if he breaks the promise, Song can kill him, but Song says he doesn't need that much. Lee says he only throws the dice when he can win, and he truly believes Song will emerge victorious from this battle. The day of the battle arrives, and all the guilds are ordered to stand until the next order from the commander. While a member of the Little Rock Guild wonders how they ended up here, Song punches his head and asks if he has a problem. The guy asks Song if Lee is really a trustworthy person. Song replies that he worries too much and asks if he thinks Lee sent them there for no reason. Song tells his guild members that it is a part of the big picture and says they'll become the heroes of Keslock. Suddenly, Song asks the guy where the egg is, and the boy replies that he has stored it safely on the black market. Song says he thought his heart would stop when Kim brought up dragon footprints during the meeting. Song tells his man to make sure not to get caught because he had to go through a lot to steal it. Suddenly, Song notices Hira is looking towards him and thinks she is unbelievably beautiful, but he feels nervous because she is looking at him. Meanwhile, Hira tells Lee that this guy looks suspicious, but Lee tells her not to worry about it because Song always looks like that. Hira says that is not it, and somehow it feels like Song has something to do with the occurrence of the monster wave. Suddenly, a guard blows the horn, and Lee uses sound amplifying magic to announce that foul monsters are invading their great Keslock, so they must drive them away to protect the peace of Keslock. Lee announces that the Little Rock Guild will lead the front line, and the Red Mercenary will protect the central walls while the Blue Guild will secure the back. Lee tells everyone to charge and protect the Keslock so they can rush to attack the monsters. Suddenly, Yuri cuts down a snake monster, but the snake's body turns into two snake heads and is about to attack Yuri from behind, but Kim immediately cuts off those snake heads. Simultaneously, more snakes surround them, but Kim and Yuri start slashing their heads one by one. Meanwhile, Heian and Hira are also fighting with the monsters, and Lee is happy to see this scene, but then he gets upset to see Song is still alive fighting the monsters. Suddenly, Lee notices Song keeps looking at him, so he tells everyone to aid the forces at the first wall and assist the Little Rock Guild with everything they have. Lee salutes Song with a smile, and Song also smiles back at him, but then Lee tells Hyjin that they should get started. Meanwhile, Song thinks there is no end to these monsters, and suddenly, a monster eats a man's head near him. Song asks his man if the reinforcements have arrived yet, to which the guy replies that they'll die if they wait for the reinforcements, so they should retreat to a safer location. However, Song, while looking at Lee, thinks he trusts him, but they hide behind the outskirts of the first castle wall. Song asks his man if the monsters are gone, to which he replies there are still some monsters left, and he says Lee is trying to kill them. The guy tells Song it is not too late to run away, but Song tells him to stay put because they have to be more cautious at times like these. Song says the reinforcements must be running late due to some other circumstances, and they'll come. Song remembers Lee promised to make him Keslock's hero, and thinks Lee is calculative, so he probably plans to use him as a cover to obtain other profits. Song thinks it doesn't matter what that profit is as long as he can legalize the black market in Keslock. Song thinks that even if Lee has something up his sleeves, it is a win-win situation for them, and he thinks that he and Lee have nothing against each other, so Lee won't try to get rid of him right now. Suddenly, Song hears some footsteps behind him and sees Hyjin. Song asks what she is doing there, but Hyjin asks why he is surprised and if he thinks she is here for revenge. Suddenly, Hyjin says it is a joke, so he shouldn't worry. He says Lee has commanded her to help them out. Song says it is good she has a cone, but says he never thought she would be sent for their help. Song says they should let bygones be bygones and join their forces together to fight. But Hyjin points her spear at Song while telling him to let her finish her sentence and says she is here to help the monsters. Hyjin says that a few minutes ago, the Vice Guild Master ordered the reinforcements for the first castle wall to fall back, which shocks Song because he thinks there is no reason for Lee to abandon him. Hyejin says it looks like Song has no clue of what's going on and asks if Song thinks they don't know that Song tried to assassinate the Vice Guild Master. When Song asks what she is talking about, Hyejin tells him not to pretend and says she saw it all with her own eyes when she was at the black market. Hyejin says everything there was horrible, but the elf slave market that Song led was the worst of them all. Hyejin says they went there to free those poor people, hoping they could enjoy a better life. But not too long after, their hopes were drained when the coachman that Song hired tried to murder Lee. Song asks what she is talking about, but Hyejin says she made up her mind after that she'll kill useless trash like Song. Hyejin says she'll administer justice to uphold the peace of Keslock, but suddenly Song pushes her away, saying her righteousness is pissing him off. Song says her methods are quite vile for someone so righteous. Song asks if she is planning to draw a wedge between him and Lee by saying that he told his subordinate to kill Lee. As Song asks if she thinks she can get her revenge by doing something like that, suddenly, he hears a voice saying she can do it. Song wonders whose voice this is and recognizes it as Lee's voice. Meanwhile, Lee, using voice transformation, tells Song that Hyejin is speaking the truth and that she is just following the script he made, which shows Song trying to kill her Vice Guild Master. Song's subordinate asks what's going on, but Song is in shock, and Lee says he is using a transmission spell that only allows Song to hear his words. Lee says it'll be quite bad if the rest hear this conversation, but Song asks why Lee is doing this to him. Lee says he can't hear Song because he is too far away, and he says it is a shame that he can only see this beautiful scene through a telescope. Suddenly, Lee stands on the wall near Hyejin and Song, and they notice him when Lee says he has decided to make his way here. Lee says he knows Song planned to kill him and Hyejin one day and asks if he is right. Song understands that Lee tricked him, and he can't believe that Lee knows about his true intentions. Song thinks getting himself out of this situation is his first priority, so he gets on his knees and starts apologizing to Lee. Song says if Lee wishes to have the black market, he'll give it all to him and says he killed a lot of monsters, so the honorary bishop should reconsider his decision. Lee accepts that Song did come in handy many times, so as honorary bishop, he'll give him a special blessing and make him the hero of Keslock, the hero who died a miserable death while protecting Lee and Keslock. Song furiously takes out his sword and asks if Lee thinks the rest of the soldiers will stay still when they learn about Lee's true personality. Song says Lee came all the way to the first castle wall and dug his own grave because the rest of them would see Lee's true self. Hyejin tells Song not to worry because they are at a blind spot near the first castle wall and says she personally dispatched the soldiers so that she could lead Song and his guild to the current location. Hyejin says in this area, there is only she, them, and the monsters pushing in behind them. Suddenly, the monster attacks Song with a beam of lightning, and Lee asks if Song regrets trusting him. Lee says Song should have been nice from the beginning, and that he chose Song as the antagonist because he is a disgusting man related to Hyejin, and he doesn't like him from the very beginning. Lee says that was the start of Song's downfall, and that is why he should greet people properly if he is a Korean. Song furiously says he'll not let things go according to Lee's plan and jumps in the air to stab Lee, but suddenly, the monster punches Song and smashes him on the wall. Song dies, which makes Lee and Haein happy, and Lee thinks he'll put Song's black market to good use. Meanwhile, at the central castle wall, Haein uses the power to freeze the enemies, and as she freezes monsters, the soldiers feel relieved. Suddenly, they hear a blast and wonder what that noise is, but they see Lee on the wall, who tells them that the first wall has fallen. Lee tells them that General Song has died protecting Keslock, and his last words are that the demons will be the ones dying. Lee tells the army to massacre all the monsters as Song wishes and tells them not to let his sacrifice go to waste. The soldiers get emotional and they want to protect Keslock. Suddenly, when Hyejin also gets up on the wall, Lee asks if it feels nice to get revenge, to which she replies she didn't kill Song to get revenge. Hyejin says she just believed that Song's death was necessary in order to prevent any more losses, but she is not sure if listening to Lee's advice and resisting evil with a bigger evil was the right thing to do. Lee says it's a necessary evil and tells her to justify her methods for the sake of her goals because this world is hypocritical. Lee says there is no point in differentiating between right and wrong and says it's a choice she made for the sake of Keslock. Lee says it wouldn't have been bad to expose Song for who he truly was, but this method was much clearer cut. Also, Lee thinks that if they revealed the truth, it would make it difficult for them to use the black market. Lee thinks it is much more convenient for him to make Song, the hero, and Hyojin, his subordinate, because this will help him hide the truth. Suddenly, Lee says it's a shame that people think of her as a traitor, and that he'll take responsibility for this sin for her. Lee says they are accomplices, so they need to keep each other in check in case they perform acts of necessary evil. As Lee says he looks forward to working with Hyojin, she says he only cares about what he has to say, but there is something she must say, too. Hyojin shakes hands with Lee while thanking him for trusting her and fighting with her despite their different values. Lee is happy and sees Hyojin's unique trait, saying she has a friendship that blooms through arguments. After most of the monsters are exterminated, Lee's Keslock adventure comes to an end. Suddenly, Lee hears a voice and wonders if someone is crying, but as he looks back, he becomes terrified to see a hand. As Hira climbs up on the wall, she asks how Lee has been doing, to which he replies he thought she was fighting down there. When Lee asks why she is there, Hira says she has to check something and asks if Lee has ever seen eggs on the black market. Hira says she is talking about a big dragon egg, and Hyojin tells Lee she remembers something, to which Lee replies that he also remembers it. Lee says they have seen something similar in an illegal monster storage facility near the slave market. Suddenly, a soldier announces from the tower that there is a big problem. Dragons are coming along with a bunch of other monsters. Hira knew her instincts were right, and now she asked Lee if he remembered when she said Song was the cause of this monster wave. Hira says she thinks she was right because it's highly likely that Song stole the egg they saw on the black market from the dragon. Lee thinks he should have recognized that something was off, and Hira says they need to find that egg in order to end this monster wave. Suddenly, Hira asks Lee what he is thinking about, to which he replies there will be a change in plan and orders to keep the castle walls up while they look for the dragon egg. Lee tells Hira and Hyojin to block the monsters and stall him for some time. Lee says he understands why the dragon is mad, but he can't hand over the chunk of gold, the egg, to those guys when they've destroyed Keslock. Hira excitedly asks if Lee is scheming something, but then she says she doesn't care as long as she is having fun. Suddenly, Hira attacks a small dragon, and Hyojin starts stabbing the other dragon monsters. Lee thinks the mother dragon and egg will be great ingredients. Suddenly, Lee sees a noise near him and is startled to see the dragon egg is there and hatching. Simultaneously, Lee sees a big shadow, so he looks back and is startled to see the mother dragon behind him. Suddenly, the mother dragon emits fire from her mouth towards Lee, but Lee blocks it with his shield. Lee also got the egg on time and said it was nice he had the magic shield ring. Suddenly, Lee feels the egg is snuggling him and wonders if it thinks he saved him. Suddenly, the shield cracks due to the dragon's continuous attack, and it eventually breaks, but Lee gets more worried when the floor breaks, and he starts falling down. Lee wonders if this dragon is the mother of this egg and why she is attacking so recklessly. Lee realizes she doesn't know he has the egg, so he shows her the egg, which makes the mother dragon emotional, and she starts crying. Lee is happy to see her reaction, but he is about to hit the ground when Heian uses her magic to help him land safely. Lee thanks Heian for helping him and sees the soldiers are holding off the mother dragon, so he decides to use this opportunity to take the egg. But he is startled to see the egg is not in his hands. Lee asks if Heian sees the dragon egg he is holding, to which she replies that she sees something like that. Lee thinks he must have dropped it when he was falling and wonders what would have happened if it had died from the fall. Lee thinks Heian should have been sharp enough to cast protection magic on the egg too, but then he tells himself that it is not her fault. Lee realizes she didn't notice anything around her because she was focused on saving him and thinks it is his fault for depending on someone else. Heian asks Lee if something is wrong and apologizes that she didn't know the egg is important, but Lee tells her it's okay, so she shouldn't worry about it and save her mana. Heian feels bad, but simultaneously, Park arrives there and asks if Lee is alright. Lee, in a serious tone, he tells him to find the egg. Lee starts searching with it, but Heian realizes Lee is disappointed in her because she couldn't save the egg. Meanwhile, the egg is on the ground near them, and some monsters are about to attack it when Park sees the egg. Lee tells Park to grab it, and Park jumps to get it. But suddenly, wings come out of the egg, and it starts flying. Lee says the egg won't be able to fly far with its ting wings, so they can get it by killing the monsters coming in their way. Suddenly, Lee feels Haeun's terrifying energy, and she uses Storm Blade to kill the monsters that are about to attack her. Meanwhile, Park also uses his shield to kill the monsters, and Lee uses Juliana to get rid of some monsters. Lee is glad because swordsmanship is easy with Juliana and orders it to attack again. But suddenly Juliana disappears, and Lee gets a notification that he doesn't have enough mana to use Juliana. Lee gets worried, and simultaneously, Park also says they can't do it because there are too many monsters, and Haeun also seems exhausted. Lee tells everyone to run, but suddenly, a giant monster appears behind him, which terrifies Lee. Haeun immediately hugs Lee, and Park comes forward with his shield to stop its attack. Suddenly, they were shocked to see the monster being torn into pieces, and they saw Hira smash the monster's head. Lee excitedly walks towards Hira, thinking she is so dependable because she rips monsters apart with her bare hands. Lee thinks it is scary to see her covered in gore, but she is the best ally, so he says thanks to her, they are alive. However, Hira gives him a terrifying look. Lee is shocked to see her intelligence is falling while her strength is increasing insanely. Lee sees her ability change to madman crazy over blood, and her intelligence is temporarily decreasing to increase her attack power. The overall view suggests that Lee should not approach her because she has lost all her rationality, and suddenly, she rushes to attack Lee, but Park blocks her attack with his shield. Meanwhile, Haeun furiously asks if Hira is crazy and why she is attacking Lee. Haeun uses her magic chains to tie Hira, but she sees Lee as her prey, so she breaks those chains and punches Park away. Lee thinks it's a mess, so he starts running to save his life while Hira follows him. Simultaneously, Lee sees the mother dragon's attacks have toned down a lot after he let go of the egg, and she seems to have gotten much calmer to avoid harming her egg again. Lee decides to look for the egg later because he has to save himself first. He calls his white griffin, White Pole, and immediately arrives to save Lee, but seeing Hira's terrifying face, it flies away. Lee scolds the griffin and calls it back, but he is terrified to see that Hira is about to attack him. Suddenly, someone picks up Lee and runs from there, avoiding Hira's attack. Lee sees it's Hyojin, and she asks if he is okay, but Lee tells her to take him to the inner city where there are fewer people. Hyojin says instead of thanking her, he is treating her like a taxi, but while taking him to a safe place, she asks why Hira is chasing him and what about the egg. Lee says it is a long story and asks if Hyojin has a report on the current situation, to which she replies that she made the excuse that Hira and Lee are taking part in the forces to stop the other named monsters while the dragon is calm. Lee says Hyojin has gotten better with this stuff, but she asks Lee if Hira is acting like this because of a trait. Lee asks if Hyojin knows about it, to which she replies she heard of Hira's trait, but not in detail. Hyojin says it's a terrifying state that activates on special occasions such as war and says, according to the red mercenary soldiers, it's the first time Hira has totally lost her mind. Suddenly, Lee realizes something, and as he checks her quirk, it says she is a lioness devoted to her instincts. Lee realizes Hira finds him, her partner, in a state of frenzy because of her trait, and suddenly, he gets terrified to see Hira is about to catch them, so he tells Hyojin to run faster. Hira tries to punch them, and Hyojin dodges it, but Hira calls her prey to come and play with him. Hyojin tells Lee to hide behind her, but Lee feels things are getting messy, and as he remembers, his trait is liar's seduction, which means his possibility of being loved by a dangerous human will increase. He thinks it's nonsense. Meanwhile, Hyojin attacks Hira while telling her to stop, but Hira punches Hyojin away, and Lee gets worried. Hira, with a scary smile, walks towards Lee while Lee is scared and wonders if she is going to kill him. Suddenly, a blast throws Hira away, and Lee sees Kim and saves him by stabbing his sword into the wall behind him to cause a blast. Hira gets back on her feet while Kim tells Lee that he heard about the situation and Lee shouldn't worry because the other guild members will take Hyojin back soon. Suddenly, Kim starts running while picking up Lee and says they have to keep running until Hira calms down. Lee sees that there are 39 minutes remaining until Hira turns back to normal and notices that the place they are in is near the black market, so he takes out the card Kyolan gave him. Lee gives Kim directions of where to go, and as Kim asks if he has an idea, Lee replies that they might be able to get help, but he doesn't like this idea. Suddenly, Lee yells at Xiaolin to come out, and she immediately appears in front of them, calling Lee Appa. As she asks if she calls Lee a masked man because he was wearing a mask when they met for the first time, Kim's expression changes to serious. Lee says it's an honor to meet her, but Xiaolin says he looks more handsome without a mask. Suddenly, Lee notices Kim's terrifying look and wonders what's wrong with him. Lee wonders if he has done something wrong, but Kim asks Xiaolin how she knows that guy. Lee wonders if Kim knows Xiaolin from his previous life, and it looks like they were not on good terms. But then Lee sees Xiaolin doesn't seem to know Kim. Lee says he met Xiaolin at the masquerade ball when he infiltrated the black market and asked if Kim knew her, to which Kim replied that he didn't know her. Kim remembers Xiaolin as one of the strongest in the continent and an enemy of Lindell, but she is also one of the 5 Tiger Generals. Kim thinks Xiaolin is a dangerous character who caused them great damage in the war, which started with the masked trash in the first round. Kim wonders if it is true she met Lee at the ball and wonders if Lee is the masked trash deceiving him. When Kim sees Lee's innocent face, he thinks Lee is not that kind of a person, and he is thinking wrong. Suddenly, Lee says Hyejin was also there with him at the ball, while thinking he doesn't know what Kim is thinking. But Hyejin will be his alibi. Suddenly, Xiaolin asks if they are going to ignore her after calling her and ask if she should go back, to which Lee immediately says no. Lee felt it when he checked using Mind's Eye before, but now Kim's wariness proves how strong Xiaolin is. Lee sees Xiaolin's hero-grade whip and asks for her favor, which she understands what it is. Xiaolin asks if they want to fight the gorilla, Hira, and says it's not hard because it's a great chance to make that crazy gorilla indebted to her. Suddenly, Xiaolin takes out her whip and tells Lee to be grateful because she initially came to see him die, which makes Lee think she is crazy. Suddenly, Hira arrives there, and they get worried, but Xiaolin asks Lee to promise her that he'll go on a date with her as payment for her help. Xiaolin says the next time they meet, they'll have an amazing date, and suddenly, she hits Hira with her whip. A blast happens, and Kim continues to run while Lee wishes Xiaolin to hold on for half an hour. Lee tells Kim that they should return to the castle walls because he needs to search for the egg. Kim says okay, but while running there, he tells Lee that Xiaolin is a general of the Republic and, as Lee knows, the Holy Empire and the Republic are enemies. Kim says he'd like a proper explanation as to why Lee was in contact with the enemy nation's general. Kim hopes Lee is not that masked guy, and Lee says he'll explain to him, but he is doomed because Kim thinks he is a spy. After some while, they reach where the other guild members are, and they ask if Lee is okay, to which Lee replies he is fine. Lee sees the situation here seems calmer than before, and Huang tells him the dragon is gone, the monsters have calmed down, and the castle's defense is fine. Suddenly, a soldier asks there and asks Lee if the mercenary queen is okay, to which Lee replies she is fine, and says they'll leave the rest to the Red Mercenary Guild. Lee asks what happened to the monsters, and the soldier replies that they are all looking for the dragon's egg. When Lee asks if they have lost the egg, the soldier replies that they are checking where the monsters are headed and inspecting it, but they are not certain whether they'll find it or not. Lee wonders where the egg is, but suddenly, he notices Heian's abnormal state radar is going off and wonders what the hell she has done with the egg. Lee tells the soldiers to continue the inspection and asks Heian if they can talk. After going into the soldier's tent, Heian, while crying, tells Lee that she is jealous because he is obsessed with the egg, and he is disappointed in her, so he comes to the conclusion that she needs to get rid of the egg. Heian thought she might get caught if she used the magic that was too strong, so she just put the location tracker magic on it to take care of it later. Heian tells Lee that she had no intention of destroying it and apologizes to Lee, but Lee thinks it is good for him that she put a location tracker magic on it. Heian requests Lee not to hate her, but Lee says that it depends on the answer she'll give to him and asks if the egg is alive and where it is. Heian immediately points to the map where the egg is, and after some while, Lee goes to where the egg is with Hyejin and the soldiers. As Lee picks up the egg, suddenly, the mother dragon appears there, which terrifies the soldiers, but Lee puts Juliana on the egg and blackmails the dragon because he has her baby. Lee wonders what the worth of the horns and leather of the dragon is and thinks a precious bundle of alchemy ingredients just rolled right under his feet. Lee uses Mind's Eye and checks its stats to ensure it is of legendary rank. Lee's plan was to find the egg and return to the castle walls. so he had a few soldiers and Hyojin with him. Lee thinks fighting the dragon head-on is going to be difficult, but he has the ultimate weapon, so he scares the dragon by putting his sword on the egg. The soldiers are shocked to see Lee teasing the dragon, and Lee realizes his image is doomed, but Hyojin tells them not to misunderstand. Hyojin says he is not taking the egg hostage and he is protecting it from that monster, so the soldiers feel relieved and ask if they can attack the monster. Lee thinks, firstly, the dragon's child was stolen, and now it's held hostage by him, so he feels bad for the dragon, but considering the profits, he thinks it is right to kill the dragon and take its leather. Lee tells everyone to start attacking the dragon and says it's over if they get rid of this dragon, so they start attacking it. Lee sees the dragon is not fighting back, but it is stopping other monsters from attacking because of the egg. Lee thinks she is a loving mother but says it's her end and orders her to attack harder. Suddenly, the dragon starts crying, but as it opens its eyes, it emits light rays everywhere. Lee says he doesn't know what it is because he just wants its leather. But suddenly, Lee obtains the nickname of Dragon's Partner, which increases his magic power by 5 points. Lee reads the description and says it is a nickname that is given to those whose souls are connected to a dragon through the dragon's exclusive skill, Soul Wedding. The notification says Lee and Dragon Dialuja have sworn to be together in life and death, so if the dragon dies, Lee will die too. Suddenly, Lee sees the dragon is about to die, so he immediately tells everyone to cease fire and tells them to capture it alive. Lee gets worried because the dragon is extremely wounded and wonders if it's going to die. Suddenly, the dragon falls, so Lee wonders if it passed out. Lee tells Hyojin's team to stand by while he goes and takes a look. Lee goes forward with 2 soldiers to take a look at the dragon, but they cannot see it. Suddenly, they see a woman standing in the dust, and she tells them that she doesn't intend to attack. Lee sees she is the Black Dragon Dialuja in her human form, and she emotionally asks if her child is okay, but the guards stop her from getting close to Lee. Lee immediately slaps the soldier and tells him to get their hands off her because she is the dragon from earlier. Everyone gets shocked, and the soldiers say they need to detain her, but she faints in Lee's arms. The soldiers say they'll take her to the prison, and Lee doesn't need to check her right now, but Lee wants them to shut up for a second. Suddenly, Dialuja opens her eyes, and when Lee asks her if she is okay, she requests Lee to return her child, but Lee moves the egg away from her. Lee realizes it makes him look like a bad guy, but it'll be a problem if he returns the egg, and she transforms into a dragon immediately. Suddenly, Lee sees her unique quirk, which is that she is a giving tree, so Lee thinks it's good that she is gentle and giving. Lee wonders if she acts nice to her and if she will give her horns and leather to him for free. Lee is also glad that he can live as long as she does because their lives are tied, so he plans to arrest her and act nice to her. Lee asks if Dialuja will come with him, but she asks what'll happen to her child. Lee replies that she should not worry about it, but Dialuja says she can't trust humans. Lee says there is no way he'll mistreat her child and whispers to her that since he is now a dragon's partner, it is also his child. After some while, they are in Keslock's prisons, and Lee says Dialuja has no past records and she solely came to Keslock for her child, but causing a monster wave for that was too much. As Lee says, it led to great losses on both sides. Dialuja admits she did wrong but says her child has done nothing wrong. Dialuja says she doesn't care what will happen to her, but Lee should protect her child. Lee tells her not to worry because he plans to carry out his duties as the man of the family since he is married to him. Lee says he'll do it on one condition, if she provides him with her body, which terrifies her, but Lee says he doesn't mean it in that way. Lee says he wants her to cooperate with his research as he is an alchemist and says he'll tell her the details later. Lee tells her to think about it because they can't live separately since he'll die if she dies. Lee says he is in an important position in the human world, so staying with him and the child will be safer for her, and for that, she can help him with research. Lee says he should introduce himself and tells her he is the Vice President of Blue Guild and Honorary Bishop of the Holy Empire. Lee says it is a shotgun wedding and unplanned pregnancy, but it's nice to meet Dialuja. Dialuja is shocked and says she can't acknowledge him as her partner and can't trust him because he uses a child as a hostage. Lee realizes she'll relax once he returns the egg, so he, while giving her the egg, says it is sleeping soundly. But suddenly the eggshell cracks and Dialuja says it is finally hatching. Suddenly, the eggshell hits Dialuja's face while a cute baby dragon is giggling in Lee's hands. Dialuja is devastated to see the child laughing in Lee's hands, and Lee is also shocked, but he thinks it is good for him. Lee says it might be the child likes his father more than the mother because she went around breathing flames when he cuddled it. Dialuja says it was not intentional, and Lee, while giving her the baby dragon, says he'll do his best in this marriage. Lee says it looks like they cannot part for the sake of their child and says he'll now go back to work because he has a lot of mouths to feed. Suddenly, the baby dragon starts crying because Lee leaves, which makes Dialuja feel bad. Emotionally, she asks if the baby really likes that weird person more than mommy. On the other hand, Lee goes to the eastern walls of the Keslock castle and sees most of the monsters who have run away after Dialuja surrenders. Lee saves some soldiers from the monsters to make his hero image, but he also gets hurt during that process. Lee intentionally didn't take any recovery potion to maintain his image, and now he has to announce the end of the war. Suddenly, Lee announces to the soldiers that the monsters have surrendered after their long, courageous fight, which makes the soldiers celebrate. But suddenly, Lee feels dizzy, and he faints. Lee wonders if someone killed Dialuja, but suddenly, the system notifies him that not only does he and Dialuja share life, but also, the damage has been taken. Lee understands Dialuja has plenty of injuries that have caused his unconsciousness, but he thinks it's good because everyone will think the Supreme Commander fought with everything he had and passed out. After passing out, Lee woke up 3 days after the monster wave had been over. It was covered up as a dungeon abnormality rather than something caused by Dialuja. On the other hand, as the Blue Guild increased its shares in the spoils by taking Dialuja, several guilds started showing their greedy sides. But when it was revealed that Lee was a human chosen by the dragon, people quieted down. Because of Heian, Lee decided to keep the fact that he is the dragon's partner an eternal secret. In Keslock, they made a statue of Song to commemorate his valiance in fighting until the end. Hyjin doesn't approve of Lee's action, but she doesn't make a fuss about it, which makes Lee realize she has chosen the Dark Knight's path over the path of the Avengers. On the other hand, Hira, who lost her rational mind during the battle, went into hiding after a fierce fight with Xiaolin and after Lee passed a letter from Xiaolin. After going to the Republic, Xiaolin reports everything to a man and says for the black market, there wasn't anything that could give them a chance. The guy says it is enough for now, but Keslock is a strategic location since they share borders with it. The guy says Keslock may be a part of the Empire now, but they'll take over it someday. Xiaolin should keep an eye on it. As the guy says, Xiaolin seems to be in a good mood. Xiaolin replies that she can't hide anything from him and says there is one more person other than Hira who is indebted to her. Xiaolin asks the guy if he remembers the man who was accompanying the genius mage at the demonstrations. The guy understands she is talking about the Blue Guild's vice guild master and the first outsider to become the Holy Council's honorary bishop. The guy says, unlike the Republic, the Holy Empire is rather caustic towards outsiders and says that they bestow a position as important as that of Count to an outsider, and it'll be worth seeing how things turn out. Xiaolin says she has never seen him so interested in someone and says she also shares his curiosity. Xiaolin says Lee is important enough for him to send a letter to him, and meanwhile, Lee reads her letter in which she reminds him about their date, which he promised in exchange for her help. Xiaolin wrote to Lee that she is a member of 5 Tiger General, and Lee thinks it sounds like an important title, so he will have to date her even if she is some psycho Yandir. Lastly, Dialuja and the baby dragon are officially set to be under Lee's ownership and begin living in the Blue Guild. Lee goes to see the baby dragon and calls him Smarty, but Dialuja furiously says her name is Dialuria, not Smarty. Lee asks how Dialuja can decide the name on her own, to which Dialuja replies that naming her Smarty is even worse. While Lee is playing with Smarty, Heian hears their voices from behind the door and gets upset because she thought Lee was just chosen by the dragon. But they all look more like a happy family. Heian thinks she should have killed them when she had the chance, but she realizes it would be more painful to be hated by Lee. After some while, when Lee comes out of their room, he sees Heian standing outside. Heian tells Kim that Kim wants to have a meeting at a dinner party and wants Lee in the cafeteria. Heian asks how Lee is feeling now, to which he, while holding her hand, replies that he is healthy now and that he passed out because he ran out of mana. Lee asks her if everyone is already in the cafeteria. She replies that they are there, and that Kim has an important announcement to make, so everyone is waiting. As Lee joins the meeting, Kim begins the meeting, but before that, he says they need to lighten the mood a bit. Kim asks if they know what the most haunted place in Korea is and replies it's Seoul because it's like Seoul. No one laughs at this joke, so Kim apologizes and gets to the point where a new system called the 8 Seats of the Empire has been set in place. Kim says it is a system that picks the 8 strongest outsiders who have been summoned to the Empire to grant them authority. Kim says 2 people from the Blue Guild have been picked for it, which includes him, who has been recognized for his accomplishments in Keslock. And the other one is the continent's first human to be chosen by a dragon, Lee. Lee is shocked to hear this, but he realizes this step has been rushed into creation because of the Republic's 5 Tiger Generals. Suddenly, Park says Lee is powerful in many other ways, and he managed to bring this guild to where it is today with the non-combatant group. On top of that, Park says Lee was chosen by a dragon, so he deserves this position. Lee congratulates Lee, but Lee wonders if Park is feeling envious. Lee feels that Park must be ashamed because everyone has a heroic rank or unique class, and he is falling behind compared to everyone else. A few minutes later, when everyone is enjoying dinner, Lee sees Park's sad face, and it makes him worried, so he sits with Park to have a drink with him. But Park, while pouring him a drink, says he can't drink because he is feeling tired. Lee wonders how he should cheer Park and asks if he is refusing to have a drink with him. Park apologizes to everyone and says they can gather again someday. But as he leaves, Lee thinks he doesn't like Park to be anxious like this. Lee thinks Park doesn't realize he is strong enough and sees Hwang is also worried for Park. After the party, when Lee goes back with Haeun, Lee says it was fun. But when Haeun asks if he is drunk, Lee replies he is fine. Haeun seems disappointed, and Lee wonders what she would do if he was drunk. Suddenly, Lee says they should go for a walk before returning, but suddenly, they hear some voices, and they go to check what it is. Lee and Haeun secretly see Park and Yuri training, and Yuri tells Park that he still has many weak points. Suddenly, Yuri kicks Park and says she is leaving, but Park tells her to train one last time again because he can't keep falling behind the party. Park says everyone is getting stronger, and Lee is also a part of the 8 Seats of Empire, but Yuri tells him to give up because his skills are garbage. Yuri says if she had been serious, Park would have died multiple times by now and leaves while telling him not to overwork. Meanwhile, Lee gets worried to see Park emotional like this and wonders if Park thinks he'll abandon him. Suddenly, Lee sees that Park has reached his growth limit and further growth is impossible, which shocks Lee, and he thinks it's time to throw Park away. Lee thinks it'll be sad to see Park go, but there are plenty who can replace him. Suddenly, he hears Park say that if Lee can do this, then he can do better. Lee is shocked because that's what he has always told Park since the tutorial, and he is cheering Park on as the meat shield. Suddenly, Park starts stabbing the dummies while saying he can do better, but Lee knows even if Park tries harder, he cannot improve. Lee knows it is cold, but he has no other choice, and even if he keeps Park beside him, it'll be more dangerous for Park in the end. A few days later, Kim and Lee had to leave for the royal reception, so others told them to leave the guild work to them and have fun. It's the day of reception before the official announcement of the 8 Seats of the Empire, but Lee wonders if Haeun is coming too because she seems to think she belongs there. Suddenly, Dialuga arrives while yelling at Lee that he told them it's his day off, and they'll go on a picnic. Meanwhile, Dialuria is crying, so Dialuga furiously asks if Lee doesn't know how long it has been since he last hung out with Dialuria. Suddenly, Lee gives his credit card to Dialuga, saying he'll be back soon, so she should go shopping in the meantime and enjoy time with herself. While Lee says goodbye to Dialuria and tells her to be a good child while Daddy is gone, Haeun furiously asks how they dare call Lee a daddy. Dialuja immediately says they are role-playing and thinks humans are scary. Suddenly, as Yuri says Dialuria is extremely cute, Lee immediately asks if she likes cute things and says he'll buy her a whittle toy, but Yuri says he is annoying. Lee tells her to be honest and asks if they should redo her room with toys, but Yuri tells him that he is the one who is not being honest and says he pretends not to care, but he cares. Lee asks what she is talking about, but suddenly, Park arrives there running and apologizes because he slept in quite a bit. Lee asks if Park is training today, too, because he can smell him from a mile away, and tells him not to overwork himself. Suddenly, Lee understands what Yuri means, but he tells himself that he doesn't care about Park and thinks there is no point in comforting him. Suddenly, Lee sees Kim watching him, so he thinks he should not be so cold to Park. Lee tells Park to take care of himself while he is gone. Lee says if he can do it, Park can do better, and Park says he knows that because Lee has repeated it so many times. Park tells Lee not to worry about him and to enjoy his trip. As they fly away on the Griffins, Park thinks he cannot lose to them, and he can't fall behind as the party's tanker. Park decides to get back to training, but Lee thinks he should stop because training will not get him to the same level as Kim and others. After some while, they reach their destination, and Cardinal Basil welcomes them. Cardinal says he heard about Keslock and that Lee is the future of the Holy Empire, but Lee says it is all thanks to Goddess Beniger. When Lee asks what brings Cardinal here, he whispers to Lee that he is the one who recommended Lee for the position in the 8 seats of the Empire. Lee thinks it is good for him that Cardinal wants to form an alliance with him. Lee thinks in the Holy Empire, where people are split on supporting the Pope and the Emperor, the Holy Council's honorary bishop is chosen as one of the 8 strongest of the Empire, and this news will be a great push for the Pop Party politically. Lee believes the more power the Holy Council gets, the more value he has, and someday, he won't be the honorary bishop but a cardinal instead. For this to happen, Lee needs to be on good terms with Cardinal Basil, and while they are talking, a girl is watching them, and she says she doesn't like them. The girl is the princess, and she thinks it is all because her father has no power, so she decides she'll not let things go the way Lee and the Pop Party intend. After the reception, Lee tells Kim that they need to meet a few more people, but Kim is tired because he is really bad at networking and politics. Lee says he can do the meetings on Kim's behalf, and Kim thanked Lee for this. Lee wonders if Kim still doubts that he is a spy of the enemy because he got into contact with Xiaolan. Meanwhile, Kim, looking at Lee, thinks there is no way Lee is the masked man, but he thinks it'll be good to check. Suddenly, Kim asks if he can ask Lee, to which Lee replies he can ask, and when Kim asks what happened in Keslock, Heian says something in her sleep, and Lee says she seems tired. Lee asks what Kim is asking, to which Kim, with a smile, replies it's nothing, but Lee realizes Kim still doubts him. Suddenly, Kim takes Park's name, which startles Lee, but Kim says Park's growth seems to be slowing down, and he doesn't want to say it, but asks what if they take Park out of the party. Lee is shocked to hear Kim say this, but he says he is already going to do it because he would be a burden to the party. This makes Kim suspicious, and he thinks that if Lee abandons his friend so easily, then he can be the masked man. Suddenly, Lee asks if it would be okay to watch Park for a while. Lee says they can make up for what Park lacks with items, and there are many ways they can help him because he is trying really hard. Lee says Park trains every single day relentlessly, and he saw him duel with Yeri. Lee says it was amazing, but in reality, he knows Park was beaten to a pulp, and that Park is growing slowly, but he knows he has already reached his limit. Lee never felt that lying was so difficult, and he wondered why he was defending Park in front of Kim. Suddenly, Kim, with a smile, says he gets what Lee means and says he is worried that Lee will really kick Park out. As Kim says he trusts Lee, Lee understands Kim is testing him and thinks he is a sly fox. Kim leaves, saying they should rest there until the next event, and Lee says okay. Lee takes Han to her room while she is asleep, but he wonders why she is so heavy. After taking her to the room, Lee remembers Kim telling him to move Park to the second party because they have to take the future dangers into consideration. Lee is relieved that he has managed to escape Kim's suspicion, and Park has earned a chance. Lee thinks it'll be a waste to let Park go because loyalty and trust like this that have been built from the start are hard to obtain, but the problem is that Park's potential for growth has already been reached. Lee thinks there is only one solution to upgrade Park. He gets the SSR rank Captain Lindell. Lee needs to figure out the conditions in order to make this work, and he says he'll start by seeing what happens to Park in the future of the first life. Lee goes to see Uno, and she says she is waiting for him. Lee replies that he was also waiting to see his lovely shaman and one of the 8 seats of the Empire. Lee asks if she can show him how far Park would have gotten in 2 or 3 years if they were in the first life's world of pitch black illusion. Uno says as he wishes and forcibly activates legendary rank Mind's Eye to Lee, while Lee thinks he'll make Park stronger no matter what. Lee sees in their past life, he is with Park in the slums, and Park asks why Lee goes around with him. Park says Lee is pretty good with the spear, too, and there are countless tanks better than Park. Park says if Lee had gone with the people in the tutorial dungeon, he could have gotten into a nice guild instead of a slum. Lee says that is right, but he doesn't regret it because he has a shield that is stronger than others. Park asks if these words are supposed to be comforting, to which Lee replies he should focus on training more instead of thinking about unnecessary things because they need to get out of that place. Suddenly, a girl arrives there to meet Lee, but Lee tells Park to go in and ask why she came there. The girl grabs Lee's arm and says she told him to abandon this guy and come to her clan, but Lee tells her Park is a good guy. Meanwhile, Park hears them, and Park gets emotional when he hears Lee taking his side. After some time, Lee wishes Park a happy birthday with a loaf of bread and says he couldn't get good things, but he tried. When Park asks where Lee gets the money, Lee says he doesn't need to think about that and that he has to go out. Lee tells Park that he is doing everything for them to get to a better position in life. But Park asks Lee to promise him that he'll never enter the brigade led by the trash Young Jinho, and he'll not get into anything dangerous. Lee replies to Park with a smile that he cannot do bad things even if he wants to because of Park, so he should shut up and remember if Lee can do it, then Park can do it too. One day, their homes are attacked by the enemies, and Lee gets injured. Park, while carrying Lee to a safe place, apologizes to him because he said they should stay there, but Lee says it is not his fault. Meanwhile, the knights are chasing them on the Emperor's order to eliminate the plague, and Lee tells Park to leave him and let him die there. Psycho says he cannot do it because he knows Lee will cuss him out if he does, but suddenly, the knights order the mages to shoot arrows at them. Park says Lee always defended him, so now is the time for him to defend Lee and immediately take all the arrows on his back while protecting Lee. Lee can't believe Park died in his first life, and he feels like hell. But he gets it now that the plan to make Park stronger has to start now. Lee sees his past self crying with Park's shield, and Lee wants to console that Lee, but as he tries to touch Park's shield, it disappears in the air. Lee thinks he kept calling that pig a meat shield, and he actually ended up dying like one. Lee wonders if this is the result of his using Park as much as he wanted, but he calls his past self an idiot. Lee says he is different now, and once he has what he wants in his hands, he plans to use it as best as he can and never let it go. While crying, Lee says he is going to stay with those idiots for tens of thousands of years, no matter what. Suddenly, Lee wakes up crying, so Yuuno says he is the same soul. Yuuno says he is so fond of Park that he was going to kill her in the past. Yuuno says that a black world, a bygone or a future, will be shown to Lee, and she will show Lee what happens after the death of Park. After Park's death, when she brought Lee to her house in the past life, he took out a knife at Yuuno and asked her who she was and why she saved him. Lee asks how he can believe she is not one of them, but Yuuno sees cuts on Lee's wrist and thinks it is as if his body refuses to heal. Yuuno tells Lee to give her his arm because they need to heal his wounds first, but Lee tells her to let him go. Yuuno puts a bandage on Lee's arm while saying she has no reason and that it's just for a very long time that she loved him. Lee is shocked, but Yuuno says she won't get in his way and requests him to let her stay by his side. Looking at Yuuno's face, Lee remembers Park, and he asks why everyone around him is so annoying. Lee tells her to do what she wants, and he lets another person stay by his side despite knowing he will regret it. Yuuno started calling him master, making him regret his decision, but then she started getting closer to Lee, and time passed like that. Lee felt his wounds healing and felt the pain going away from his body. One day, Lee woke up in the middle of the night, and he couldn't feel any pain, so he took out a knife and started cutting his wrist. Meanwhile, Yuuno wakes up, and she gets terrified to see this. Lee decides to leave her place while she begs him not to leave her, but Lee says she knows they can't have a happy ending anyway. Lee says he is a shaman who can see into both the past and future, so she should stop messing with the future by using her stats. Lee says he is grateful for all she has done, but it's time for both of them to wake up from their dreams. Yuuno yells that she knows what pains him and says he needs to forget about that man because she saw Lee in the black world, and he is happy. Lee is shocked to hear this, and Yuuno says that in the future, Lee will look happy, as if he has gotten over everything and forgotten all his guilt for that man. Yuuno says it's a future where Lee forgot all about his suffering, but Lee furiously asks her what she is saying. Lee points a knife at her and asks if she suddenly sees a future like that because he was hanging out with her for a bit. Lee yells that he'll never forget what the hypocrites did to him, and he'll never forget how Park died until he has torn out the throats of the bastards who did that to Park. Lee says he thought she was a medicine for him, but it was the opposite, and she is a poison that happens to heal injuries. Lee says he is going to keep her cold corpse as a reminder of what she has done, and she'll be his reminder for revenge. Lee says she once asked him to let her stay by his side and ask if this is what she wants, but as Lee's tears fall down her face, she tells him not to cry and says if it is for him, she'll be happy to die. Suddenly, Lee wakes up from the dream of his first life and realizes that about 2 years from now, Park will die without having grown stronger, and Lee will run somewhere after betraying Yuuno. Lee thinks it was a pretty miserable story, but Park is still alive in his second life, and he just needs to help him grow stronger with his plan so that he won't die the way he did in my first life. Suddenly, Lee sees Yuuno sleeping next to him and wonders when this happened. But suddenly, the wall of the room breaks, which terrifies Lee, and Haein furiously asks him who that woman is. A few days later, Kim tells Lee that they need to start preparing to leave for Lindell, but he sees Haein and Lee sitting on the sofa. Kim feels something is wrong, but he tells Lee they should get going, and Lee says okay. After some while, when they fly back on the Griffins, Haein sits behind Kim, and she is crying, which makes Kim nervous. Suddenly, Lee tells her to shut up, or he'll give her a reason to cry, but Kim feels uncomfortable because of this atmosphere. Lee understands Kim is uncomfortable, but he cannot put an end to this for now. A few days ago, when Haein caught Lee with Yuuno, Haein furiously asked who she was, to which Lee replied they didn't do anything. Lee asks Haein what she is doing, and if she realizes she is being rude and embarrassing. Lee felt guilty, but he also didn't want to die, so he asked if Haein was trying to ruin the diplomacy of the Blue Guild, or if she wanted to end up in jail as a terrorist. Lee furiously asks what this act is, but Haein yells she is not stupid and asks what kind of diplomacy this is. Lee says he just told her that he didn't do anything, and that it was just a kind ritual, but Haein says it doesn't look like they have been carrying out a ritual. Lee is mad at Yuuno and wonders what she is trying to do with him, but he asks Haein if she is doubting him right now. Lee has no choice but to be a bit harsher, so he tells Haein not to talk to him until he is ready to apologize. He says he really didn't think she could be this rude and stupid. As Lee says, he is disappointed in her, and Haein feels terrible and worries about whether he is going to leave her. After that, she apologizes to Lee and Yuuno, but Lee still pretends to be mad at her because if she knows the truth, she'll kill him. Lee realizes he was a bit harsh, but he decides to be nice to her after going back. Suddenly, they stop to rest and have lunch, but the atmosphere is still weird because Haein is still crying. Lee thinks he caused this, so he has to take care of it because it'll be his loss if he ruins his relationship with the Great Mage. Suddenly, Lee politely calls Haein, and she wonders if he is not angry at her anymore. Haein immediately stops crying and wonders if he is going to kiss her, but Haein says she has a ham slice in her hair. Haein is happy to see this magic trick, and Lee apologizes to Haein for being harsh to her. Haein says it is okay, but she asks if they go on a date on their way back to Lindell, and Lee pats her head with love. After reaching Lindell, Kim says he'll be returning to the guild, and they should have a nice time. Lee notices a huge building there and says he thinks quite a few new things popped up while they were gone. Lee says he'll get Haein something as a gift so she can pick whatever she wants, and Haein gets happy. Lee also thinks spending time like this is not bad and thinks he should keep up the relationship with Haein. After seeing Park's death in his first life, Lee decided that there was only one way to make him stronger, and that was through a strength serum. Lee thinks in order to make Park captain of Lindell, he has to inject him with the strength serum to forcibly wake up his cells so he doesn't die while trying to protect Lee. Lee thinks that if Park doesn't die, Yuuno will not have a hard life looking after him, and this thought makes Lee sad again. Suddenly, Haein arrives with a bunch of stuffed toys and says she is done choosing, but Lee sees she really bought everything she wanted. Lee pays with the card, but the card reader artifact beeps and notifies that the gold withdrawal is unavailable. As the shop owner says, Lee has no money in the card, and Lee is shocked because he knows he earned a ton of money with his potions. The shop owner says he might be a bit rude, but Lee used too much money on the construction of the dragon's nest, but Lee asks what he is saying. Suddenly, Lee wonders if the giant building that he kept seeing is the Dialuria's nest. Lee doesn't want to believe this, but he remembers that he gave his card to Dialuga and realizes he is doomed. Lee immediately pays with his emergency funds for Heian's toys and tells Heian that he has some urgent business to do, so he'll call her later. On the other hand, Dialuga is enjoying herself in the amazing castle she spent money on when Lee furiously arrives, cussing her. Lee furiously says his bank account has zero money and asks what she is going to do about this. Lee says he took a look around, and she built a whole grand mansion, a forest, and a lake. When Lee asks what the hell this is, Dialuga says a nest is very important for a dragon, but she copied what human mansions look like for the convenience of Dialuria in learning to hunt. Dialuga says he seems happy, but Lee yells that he is not happy at all and asks about the money. Dialuga says he told her to use it, but Lee asks if she is out of her mind that she used it all. Lee says she has less social awareness than a lizard, but he immediately tells himself to calm down because money can always come back, and Dialuga is a great resource. Lee knows she is a monster, and there is no way human logic will work on her, and she asks if he cannot earn the gold again by hunting. Lee knows he cannot win an argument against her, so he says at least they are not in debt, but she doesn't say anything. Lee gets worried and asks if he is right, but Dialuga is quiet, so Lee asks if she also loaned money, to which she smiles. Lee yells that he'll make her barbecue, but she says that he'll also die and says she has her reason, too. Dialuga says she felt bad that she only took from him, so she built an alchemy lab for him. While crying, she says she didn't expect it to cost so much. Dialuga says he should be grateful, but Lee says it would not be a gift if she used his money. Suddenly, Dialuria starts crying, and Lee immediately picks her up to make her stop crying. Lee asks Dialuga if the alchemy lab is also as big as this mansion. She replies it is big, and she can fit in there in her original form, too. As Dialuria sleeps, Lee says they should go to the lab and tells Dialuga to stay in her original form there for a while. When Dialuga asks what he is going to do, Lee says she has to repay the debt, and he is going to scrape out everything that could be of value from her, not just the serum. After some while, Heian also comes to the lab, and she is excited to go in the dragon's mouth. Heian tells Lee it's cool to be inside a dragon's body, and Lee says that's right, and that he is going to do some research together for a few days. Suddenly, Dialuga asks why Lee brought this scary mage here, but Lee asks if she can speak their language in dragon form too, to which she replies she can only talk to her partner in dragon form. Lee tells Dialuga that he needs a large amount of mana to use the facilities in the lab, but there is no one he can ask other than Heian. Lee is also scared to go into a dragon's mouth alone, so when Dialuga says he can use her mana, Lee says she'll help him more by staying still. Lee says he is going further in, so she should not swallow him. She feels it's cool inside the dragon's body. Lee remembers, according to Dialuga, that she breaks down whatever she eats into mana and circulates it all around her body, and she can purify tainted mana, too. Lee thinks she is like a mana production center, and her heart is especially a mana storage device that everyone knows about despite having so little information about dragons in general. Lee knows the dragon's heart has operations like mana recovery, mana increase, and even more. Many mages have tried to recreate it but have failed. Lee notices Heian is also interested in it because she is also a mage, and as he extracts Dialuga's blood, she suddenly laughs so loudly that it terrifies Lee. Lee tells Dialuga to stop laughing because it's causing an earthquake for them and asks if she wants to crush him inside her body. Dialuga says it's tickling, but Lee continues his work. He gets a notification that he is the first one in history to extract a black dragon's blood, so he obtains a lot of EXP. Lee gets excited, and he starts discovering things inside the dragon's body and obtains the title of the first ever discoverer and the alchemist who has experimented on a dragon. Simultaneously, Lee obtains a new class, Dragon Alchemist, which is an exclusive legendary rank class. Lee says he loves Dialuga, but she reminds him he called her an insane lizard a few days ago. Lee tells her to forget it and start on a new foot. Lee checks he is the first one to obtain this class, so his mana reaches 45 points, and as he tries to check it by breaking a crystal he found in Dialuga's body, he fails. Lee then decides to check his mana on a rock, so as he pinches a rock, it immediately turns to dust. Lee is happy that he'll be like Hira now and able to fight his share during the battles. Suddenly, Heian arrives there and asks if Lee is done, but Lee tells her to come and see he has become stronger. Suddenly, Lee sees Heian exerting an immense aura, and as he asks what she has done, she replies she made a dragon heart. Lee checks her and sees she has earned a new trait, Great Mage's Heart. Heian says she created the same heart like dragon in her body while Lee was experimenting and says she wanted one for a while, too, so she is glad it worked right away. Lee knows countless mages who have failed to create that very thing for centuries. Lee thinks he cannot lose her, and he wants some special things too, not like a special class or a serum, but something special like Heian. Suddenly, Lee remembers there is one more thing that a dragon heart can do, and he decides to get started on his plan. On the other hand, Kim marks a place on a mage that has a dark mage when a guild member arrives there and informs him that they have received a letter from the Red Mercenary Guild. Kim takes the letter and realizes it is time for the next tutorial. He is excited, so he tells that girl to inform Lee. Kim says it is the Red Mercenary's turn next to bear the flag, and he doesn't want to interrupt Lee during his experiment, so the girl says she understands. Lee hopes there will be a lot of strong people so he can form a much stronger and more stable team than in his first life to capture the masked man. A few weeks later, Dialuga turns into her human form and asks Lee if he has made any progress, to which Lee replies he has made a lot of progress. Lee knows the other role of the dragon's heart is activating dragon breath, so he made the first ever combat-type potion in history inspired by it. Lee names it the Dragon Breath Potion, and it's a legendary rank potion. Lee asks if Dialuga wants to see it and says if he just imbues a bit of his own mana in here to activate it, it'll create a huge blast. Lee says it's a piece of art and that there is a risk before it explodes, but it should be more helpful than Juliana. Dialuga says it is amazing because she didn't think he could make something like this and asks if he made the serum, too. Lee shows her the serum and tells Heian to call Park. As Park arrives, Lee feels Park smells sweaty and understands he must have been training. Lee thinks Lee number 1 could not save Park in first life, but he can save Park and won't let him die. Suddenly, Lee passes the serum to Park and tells him that he can become Captain Lindell if he has this. Lee tells Park to let him know if he needs more, and then he'll make it for him. Lee tells Park to stay in the lab for a while because they need to see if it has any side effects. Suddenly, Park says he doesn't need it because he'll become stronger if he drinks it and asks if Lee is trying to trample on his efforts. Lee furiously asks if this is time to prioritize ego and says Park hasn't even gotten a class, so he asks if he wants to get kicked out of the party. Park furiously tells Lee to kick him out and hire someone else, which makes Lee more furious. Park says there is no point in catching up to everyone by taking a serum, but Lee thinks it is important for Park and, in a serious tone, tells him to drink it. Lee says he'll take care of everything else, but Park refuses to take it, so Lee forcefully tries to make Park drink it. They both start fighting, so Heian tells them to stop it, but suddenly Park pushes Lee away, and the serum also flies in the air. Lee gets injured, and Heian runs towards him, but suddenly, they see the serum is about to fall on Heian. Lee gets terrified because he thinks he'll actually die if Heian becomes that strong, but Heian immediately avoids getting hit by the serum using her magic shield. Heian furiously says she is sure she told them to stop fighting, but Lee tells Heian to calm down because she looks mad. Meanwhile, Park rushes towards Lee to ask if he is alright, but suddenly, Heian uses her magic, which makes Park feel he cannot move and sink into the ground. Heian, while crying with fury, asks how dare Park hurt Lee and says she can never forgive him, but Lee tells her to stop. Park tries to get up, but he can't, and he feels every single cell of his body is being pressed down by her mana. Park didn't know she was this strong because she used to be a crybaby, but now she is incomparably strong. Suddenly, Park feels bad that she is stronger than him and asks himself what he is good at. Park wonders if he is really nothing more than a burden to the party. Heian tries to attack him, but Lee tells her to stop. Lee says it is not like Park did that on purpose and that he is not even hurt, thanks to the artifacts nearby. Heian apologizes to Lee, but Lee tells her to apologize to Park instead of him. Lee notices Heian and Park are quiet, so he wonders what to do with this tension, but then he apologizes to Park and says he wasn't considerate enough. Suddenly, Park gets up, saying Lee did nothing wrong, and while apologizing, he starts walking away. Park says he hurt Lee even though he was looking out for him, and he also hurt Haeun, so it is his fault. Lee tells Park to stop, but Park is crying, and Lee gets worried for him because the serum is also wasted. After some time, Lee drinks with Ji-hae, and he is upset because he thinks he is doing all that for Park, but it all goes wrong. Meanwhile, Ji-hae says she didn't know he was such an affectionate person, but Lee says this is the last time he'll be affectionate and that he'll throw Park out if he fails again. Ji-hae tells Lee to cheer up and says she is sure there is another way if it is not the strength serum. Lee says there is one, but he doesn't understand why Park wants to get stronger without the help of strength serum. Lee says he just needs to provide Park with an environment where he has no choice but to get stronger and says he should throw him in hellfire because Park has never experienced a real threat before. Lee says whenever it got dangerous, the Blue Guild always took care of the things. Suddenly, Ji-hae and Lee simultaneously think of an idea to prank Park, and Lee says they are best friends for a reason. Lee decides to do the prank in the dungeon and asks if Ji-hae can secure a rare rank right away, to which she replies she can, but in return, she wants Lee to ask Kim to make some time. When Lee asks if she is interested in Kim, Ji-hae says it's not her, but her guild master likes Kim and says it's been a while since rumors of them dating went around. Ji-hae asks if Lee doesn't know. Lee starts remembering that Black Swan's guild master is Yeonjun, and she is one of the 8 seats of the empire. Lee knows Ji-hae and Yeonjun eliminated corruption within the Black Swan Guild, and Yeonjun may look like the kind of girl next door, but she is actually just as strong as Hira. Lee thinks it is great that someone like her is crushing on Kim, but the problem is that Kim has been rejecting every single one of her advances. As Ji-hae asks if Lee can help her in return for her help, Lee replies that he'll talk with Kim and thinks it'll be great for the Blue Guild if things go well. Suddenly, Ji-hae says she knows what Lee is thinking and that there are rumors about Lee too, but Lee asks what she is saying. Ji-hae tells Lee that people are saying that the reason Blue Guild was able to rise in the ranks was because of his popularity with women. Ji-hae says it is also true and asks how many women he is surrounded with. They are all strong, too. Ji-hae says he is charming, but he is not that good looking, so she doesn't know what those women see in him. She says she is also one of them. Lee thinks the reason for this is that he has a special trait, liar's seduction, which increases his likelihood of receiving love from a dangerous opponent. Ji-hae says there is also some book on the love between Kim and Lee, which shocks Lee. Ji-hae then says she'll get the prank prepared, so he shouldn't worry about that and asks if Lee will stop for some ramen. But Lee says he'll go because Haeun is waiting for him. While leaving, Lee thinks this is the last time he will look out for Park, and Ji-hae tells him to look forward to the prank. A few days later, Lee takes Park, Haeun, and Yeri out for a picnic in a dungeon, and says he thinks Park will be tired from all the training, so it'll be a nice little trip. Lee says it is an easy dungeon and apologizes for the last time, but Park gets emotional. Suddenly, Park says Haeun still seems mad, but Lee knows she is nervous because she has to act out the prank. Lee picked out 3 people other than Ji-hae's people, which included Haeun, Yeri, and another guy. Park thanks Lee for buying a whole dungeon for this picnic, but suddenly, that guy appears there and says their friendship is amazing. Park asks that guy who he is, but Lee is happy to see that guy as he is the real actor, and that guy replies to Park that he is a priest of the Red Mercenary, on Gimo. After some while, they stop to rest, and they tell each other that they fell into the game by pressing a button. On says that is why button spamming is dangerous, and Park agrees with him. Lee knows On is not famous, but he has plenty of experience with acting from back on Earth, and currently, he is a combat priest for the Red Mercenary Guild. Suddenly, when Park asks if they all get game invites, Yuri replies that it's a different case with her because she never got an invitation message. Yuri says she grew up in the slums in the first place, but she is not sad about it. However, everyone feels sad, and suddenly Park and On tell her to call them her uncle from now on. But Yuri asks what the hell they are doing. Meanwhile, Lee is happy because the atmosphere is just the way he wants, and suddenly, he signals to On that it's time to draw in the fishing line. As Park says this place seems pretty stable, On tells him not to let his guard down, and Park asks if something happened there. On says it seems Park doesn't know and tells him that a few years back, an entire organization was murdered here. On says the culprits were the Murderer Brigade, and everyone acts terrified to make Park feel the terror, too. Lee thinks he should bring On into his guild because he is so good at acting, and Lee almost believes that that organization actually exists. Murderer Brigade was a clan formed by young Jinho in his first life after surviving the tutorial that shook the continent, and Lee knew it because he saw it in the Black World. At that time, Lee didn't join it because of Park, but Lee's assumption is that he had a secret friendship with Jinho. Lee is sure he got some money from Jinho in the first life after working for him and thinks Jinho could have created the organization by now if he had made it in this life. Lee thinks since Jinho is dead, he is a recyclable psycho killer, but suddenly Heian starts crying badly and Yuri doesn't seem scared. Simultaneously, when Park asks if that organization is still active, On says if that clan were active, they wouldn't have even come here. On says the security guards make their rounds in the city, and there hasn't been any recent activity, so it should be fine. Lee says they just need to be careful, but Park seems worried. Suddenly, Lee says they should get going because it's getting darker, but Park says he doesn't have a good feeling about this picnic and asks if they should go back. But he also realizes Lee prepared all of this for him. Park says they should continue this, and Lee is happy to see his determination and is sure Park can overcome this. After some while, when they are in the middle of the forest, Lee wonders where Jihai's men are because they'll be acting as the Murderer Brigade. Suddenly, Park sees someone in front of the dungeon's gate. Lee thinks Jihai has arrived, but he sees it's just one person. Park asks if that person is lost, but suddenly that person gives a terrifying look, and they feel a terrifying bloodlust. On asks if Lee is sure that person is on their side, to which Lee replies he doesn't know what is going on. As Lee uses Mind's Eye, he is shocked to know that person is Yeonjun, guardian of Black Swan, and Lee wonders what the Black Swan's guild master is doing here. Lee wonders if this is supposed to be a prank on him, too, but suddenly, they see an attack approaching him, and Park tells everyone to run. They immediately start running to dodge the attacks, and Lee, while running with terror, wonders if the Murder Brigade actually exists. Lee thinks he shouldn't have doubted Jihai when she said she'd do really well on this prank, and thinks he didn't expect her to send her guild master. Suddenly, Park tells Lee to leave it to him and get out of there. But Lee says he is coming with them because Lee knows Park is no match for her. Lee thinks Park shouldn't worry because this is all an act, and as he gives her a signal, she pretends to attack everyone else but Park. Lee thinks if Park sees his friends fall one by one, he'll awaken as Captain Lindell. Lee thinks the cause of Park's stunted growth is that he has enough EXP, and he is not hurt anywhere, so the solution is to put his friends in danger to awaken his growth. In the meantime, Lee decides to test his new Dragon Breath potion and throws it towards Yeonjun, which she dodges, but the blast causes her eyes to tear up, and she coughs. Lee realizes she is mad, so he apologizes while running, but Yeonjun follows them furiously. Suddenly, Heian attacks Yeonjun, and Lee is impressed, but Yeonjun jumps behind him and asks where Lee is looking. Lee is startled and wonders when she gets behind him, but seeing her scary eyes, he wonders if she is actually going to kill him. Suddenly, Yeonjun catches the dagger Yuri throws at her and says it's true there are talented individuals in the Blue Guild. Yuri tries to kick Yeonjun, but she dodges it, and while kicking, Yuri says it's over for all of them. Yuri gets thrown away by the kick, and Lee asks what they should do now, but he sees Park has frozen. Meanwhile, Park is worried to see Yuri covered in blood, and Yuri acts like she is dead. On runs to check Yuri, but he also gets stabbed in the back and falls. Lee tells Park to get out of there while Heian attacks Yeonjun, but Yeonjun blocks all the attacks with shield magic. Yeonjun summons blades and attacks Heian with them, making her look injured. Lee acts worried, but he thinks these special effects knives and blood looks actually real. Heian acts like she is dying, and Lee cries while carrying her in his arms, so Park furiously yells he won't forget the enemy for this and runs towards Yeonjun to stab her. Park says he'll get revenge, but Yeonjun dodges all his attacks, and Lee thinks it's no use as Yeonjun is toying with Park. Suddenly, Yeonjun kicks Park on the ground and immediately jumps on a tree, while Lee thinks now it's time for him to die. Simultaneously, Park yells at Lee to save himself because it's not too late for Lee, but Lee says they'll die together and takes all the daggers on his back while saying, "Park." Lee, while acting to die, tells Park to remember that if he can do this, then Park can do it too. Lee faints on the ground and breathes a little to give Park hope that he is still alive. But Park starts crying loudly. Lee feels bad for Park, but he knows Park will think that he needs to protect Lee and everyone. Suddenly, Park stands up, yelling that if Lee can do this, then he can do it better, and the system notifies that player Park has surpassed his limits. Finally, Park achieves a class, and Lee uses Mind's Eye to check his class, Shield of Faith. Lee is amazed that it's a legendary rank class, and Park has also achieved an ability called Noble Sacrifice, which allows Park to absorb the damage and impact instead of the chosen target for a certain amount of time. Suddenly, Park activates the Noble Sacrifice ability, and all the daggers move toward him while Park is ready to block them with his shield. But Lee knows this is 0 damage because of the damage nullification spell. Lee wants Park to stop here because this will destroy their prank, and Park will find out that it's a setup. Lee signals Yeonjun to leave immediately, but she thinks he is telling her to attack Yuri, so she moves the direction of the daggers towards Yuri. Park immediately changes the target trait from Lee to Yuri to save her, but Lee thinks their plan will flop at this rate. Suddenly, On comes forward in the way of daggers and gets stabbed. Meanwhile, the Black Swan Guild arrives there and tells Yeonjun to stop. But Yeonjun says that the next time, the Blue Guild won't be lucky and runs away. The members of the Black Swan Guild immediately start rescuing the injured and tell Park that they are the rescue team of Black Swan. When Park asks how they knew that they were attacked, Lee coughs to divert Park's attention, and Park worriedly asks if Lee is okay. Park, while crying, says they must all live because if they die, he'll die too, and tells the doctors to let him go inside the carriage to see them. Meanwhile, others are lying inside, and Yuri asks Lee if they did well, to which Lee replies that it may hurt their conscience, but they achieve their goal. While Park is crying outside, Lee says he'll never do something like this again, and On says he feels like a trash human being. On the other hand, a boy hunts a monster during the tutorial dungeon, and he says they can eat it, but the girls say it is gross. The boy tells the girl not to sound so weak because of the need to survive to get to the continent. The girl says that's right, and while lighting a fire, she says they'll see how great she is. The next morning in the Black Swan Guild, Lee tells Park to stop crying because he is fine now. But Park says he cannot worry about Lee, considering Lee can't do anything for days because Lee's arm is injured. Lee is proud of Park, but he thinks that was the most touching part of Park's telling him to save his life and run from there. Lee thinks his treasured party members, who were willing to lay down their lives for him, were nothing more than tools for him at first, but now he has grown attached to them. Suddenly, Lee asks Park how his new class is, and he replies that he trained with other guild members, but he is not really getting the hang of it. Park says Kim complimented him, saying he got a lot better, but Park can't tell if that is true or not. Lee pats Park's head while saying it's good and he is doing great, but Park asks if it's true. Lee says it is true and says he was the one who tried to push Park despite it, but says it's not because he didn't have faith in him. Lee apologizes to Park and says he trusts Park because whatever he can do, Park can do better. Lee congratulates Park on his class, but Park starts sobbing and hugs Lee. Lee tells him to stop crying because he is sick of it. After that, On returned to his guild, and Lee spent one more week at the Blue Guild's hospital. Hira also visited Lee after hearing the news, but she was embarrassed by her last incident and immediately left after seeing he was fine. On the other hand, Jihai used this incident for politics and said the 8 seats of the Empire were ambushed by a terrifying assassin organization. So she called the Red Mercenary and Blue Guild to work together with the Black Swan Guild to protect the city. On the contrary, Yeonju, who participated in the plan on the condition that Kim would go on a date with her, felt hopeless because Kim didn't contact her. Several months passed, during which Lee took care of late work and repaid Dialuga's debts. Now, it's been a year since they arrived on this continent, and a new group of the tutorial survivors has stepped foot on the continent. The Red Mercenary welcomes them because they are in charge of the tutorial at this time, and people notice that the exploration team looks pretty unique. Some people say they heard the mage in the expedition team is especially skilled, and when they say they wonder who will win if she fights the great mage of Blue Guild, that new mage with a shock asks if there is already a great mage. On the other hand, in the Red Mercenary Guild, Lee meets Hira and says they are running a tutorial academy for this round of survivors, but it's just a training center because they don't have any uniforms. Hira asks if Lee is getting serious with the newbie training this year. Lee replies that they were in a mess last year, but it's different this time. Hira says her guild also needs to be perfect, and she is hiring one of the most skilled individuals to be the instructor. Suddenly, Hira says she hopes Lee will take care of the production of the thing she requested, to which Lee replies it's an honor, but he doesn't think people would be interested in that field. Hira says that is why she needed it to be done. In their continent, where strength was placed above all else, Lee was the one to turn everyone's attention to manufacturing jobs. Hira says she is not the only one who wants Lee to take that instructor role. The numerous guilds and clans that learned of the importance of manufacturing from Lee are hoping for a world where non-combatant professions are more respected. Hira says all of the Empire's citizens wish for Lee to take this role, and Lee feels flattered. Hira says it's not for free. Lee will be compensated accordingly, and he'll have the right to choose which newbies to take under his wing. Lee says those are amazing terms, but he asks if Hira is sure. However, in reality, he is happy. Suddenly, Lee says he heard there was a good mage among the newbies and says Hira's guild is lacking mages, so it'll be too big of a loss if he takes that mage. Hira says it is not a problem if she can make it up to Lee with this, and that it's also a token of apology. As Lee asks if this is a token of apology for the Keslock incident, Hira furiously says he'll kill him, but Lee immediately apologizes to her. A few days later, at the Red Mercenary Academy, Lee thought he would be able to start teaching right away, but there was too much work to be done at Blue Guild, so Heian and Hee-young began teaching first. When Lee arrives at the academy for his first lecture, Hee-young says they'll have lunch before his lecture, and Lee says it looks like she is enjoying her job. Hee-young says she actually worked as a teacher before on Earth, so it is a nostalgic experience for her. Suddenly, Heian says she also dreamed of being a teacher when she was a kid, and Lee says he is sure she would be great, but he wonders how she teaches the kids. Lee orders lunch and asks Heian about the lessons, to which she replies that it was more fun than she had expected. When Lee asks Hee-young about her lessons, she says Class C's students are like angels, and Heian agrees with her. Lee thinks this is unexpected because he remembers that last year, students were the worst. When Lee asks if they are struggling with anything, Heian replies that it seems no one understands what she is trying to explain except for one student who was on the expedition team. Lee wonders if she is the mage he heard about in rumors and thinks she must be good if Heian is bringing her up. Heian says that the kid is an interesting child, and she admires Heian a lot. After lunch, Lee separates from them, and while going to his class, he thinks the newbies are great this year. Lee is excited because he also has the right to choose which newcomers to take, and he has prepared well for his lecture, so he hopes there is a lot of talent he can take to Blue. As Lee opens the door, he hears students discussing whether they should ditch this alchemy class, and they ask each other what is the point of taking a non-combatant class. Lee remembers how Hee-young and Heian praised Class C, and while hearing the students' comments about alchemy, he gets extremely furious. Simultaneously, the students notice the instructor, and they ask if he is cosplaying because they think his costume is too much. But Lee wonders if these pieces of trash don't know who he is. Suddenly, the newbie mage tells everyone to quiet down because they are making it difficult for the instructor, and the students immediately listen to her. Lee understands this girl is Sora because Heian told him about her, and Lee thinks he'll make sure to take her to the Blue Guild. But suddenly, Sora completes her sentence and tells the students to be quiet if they can consider someone a non-combatant class as a real instructor. Lee realizes he was an idiot to get excited, and as he takes a deep breath, Sora laughs at him that he is pretending not to be hurt. Sora says he is useless and he should give up, but suddenly Juliana, in a split second, heads towards Sora and stops in front of her face. Sora starts sweating, and she freezes while Lee says her name is amusing. Lee, while taking off his cape, says kids like them who are arrogant end up dead first. Lee says he understands that they look down on the non-combatant class because ever since they were summoned into the tutorial dungeon filled with monsters, he is sure they have realized how important strength is for survival. Lee says he is sure they think alchemy and factory production are useless, but while looking at their stats, he says that what they need the most is not strength. Lee says trash like them won't even last a month, and it's obvious, so they should think about contributing to society by learning alchemy or some kind of labor. Suddenly, a student, Kim Changrul, catches Lee's attention because his class is Archer, and it's a rare rank class, but Changril wishes to be an assassin class. Lee also notices Yu Ahyun, who has a jobless class, but her strength is above legendary rank. Lee likes that Changril wants to be an assassin and thinks he will be useful as an informant too. While Yu can be a great sub-tank, Lee gives them a last piece of advice as their instructor. Other than Changed and Yu, none of them have any other means of increasing their chances of survival except by working in production, so they should not even try to become stronger. As Lee says, he already has a monopoly over the production market, so there'll be no space for them, and the students get worried. Suddenly, Lee calls Juliana back and, while leaving, says he'll see them in the next class and curses them with a smile. As he leaves, the students start crying and regretting looking down on him. After some while, Sora furiously asks if Changril sees how arrogant Lee is. Changril replies that he doesn't know because Lee seems pretty realistic. Sora tells Changril to think about how someone in production can be an instructor in a dangerous place like this and says Lee is just hiding behind his mage girlfriend. Sora says she bet all the things Lee created are Heian's creation and calls Lee stupid, but Changril warns her that if she is thinking of taking revenge, she better give it up. Changril says he doesn't have a good feeling about Lee because Lee smiles on the outside, but he has some kind of big secret, so they might end up dead if they try to do something to him. Changril tells Sora to keep quiet and not do anything, but she tells him not to worry because she will make sure no harm comes to the expedition team. Sora says she can't live after being embarrassed like that, so she says she is going to make Lee pay for looking down on her and mocking the person she respects the most. Sora tells Changril to do his duty and says that on her way to see him, she sees Yu Ahyun and Kim Kichul again. Changril gets furious to hear this, but Sora leaves to wish him good luck. A few days later, Lee, sitting in his office, says he counts Yu Ahyun and Changril scouted, but he cannot choose the third one. Lee remembers Kim saying he believed in him when he knew Lee was appointed as an instructor, so Lee thinks he cannot disappoint Kim. Lee thinks this new party formation will be his chance to recover Kim's trust in him, so he needs to do well. Lee knows Sora is good, but he still doesn't want to take her in because he hates her rotten personality, and her good grades also don't matter to him. Suddenly, Sora comes to his office and asks if they can talk, but Lee asks if she has come to blackmail him or something. Sora furiously says he is damn arrogant and says they should see if he can keep up this attitude after seeing the envelope she has. As Lee checks the envelope, he gets mad to see his pictures of Jihai, Hira, and Yuuno. Lee wonders where she took these pictures from, and Sora says she did a bit of background check since it seemed like he had some issues with women, and as expected, he is a gold digger who only pursues women in positions of power. Sora says he is having an affair with the Red Mercenary Guild Master, so she asks him what he'll do if Heian finds out about it. While Sora is saying all this, Lee quietly sits because he knows Heian already knows everything, and she is thinking of killing them if she gets the chance. When Lee asks what Sora wants, she tells Lee to break up with Heian and quit Blue Guild because they don't need a parasite like him. Sora says she'll grow the Blue Guild into a great magic guild, and says if Lee doesn't agree, she'll expose him for threatening his students and ruining his life. Lee calmly sits and asks if it is true and summons Juliana on Sora's neck with a snap. Lee tells Sora to try it and says he doesn't know what she can do without any evidence. Sora tells him to return the photos to her, but Lee asks why his Heian will grow a guild with Sora when she only needs him. Lee can eliminate Sora and those pictures right now, but he wants to know the source of those pictures. Sora yells at Lee to give the pictures back because she worked hard for them, but Lee says he knew someone was helping her and says now that he thinks about it, someone on her team seemed like he would be skilled at this kind of stuff. As Lee says this, Sora gets nervous, but she furiously tries to snatch those pictures, and Lee thinks she is just going off. Meanwhile, Heian heads towards Lee's office, thinking she loves being an instructor because she can be with Lee every single day. She also has a really cute and kind student, Sora. Suddenly, Heian hears some voices and wonders why it is so loud in Lee's office. Heian immediately runs towards the room while Sora is fighting with Lee and asks Lee if she can come in. Sora recognizes Heian's voice and asks Lee what he is going to do now if Heian sees him threatening a student with a sword. Lee immediately puts Juliana away, which shocks Sora, and she yells at Lee to give the pictures back. Sora tries to grab Lee's collar, but she trips and falls on Lee. Lee's shirt rips open, and Lee asks her what she is trying to do, but Sora is embarrassed. Meanwhile, Heian entered the room and furiously asked what they were doing right now. A few days ago, when Heian met Sora, she was amazed that Sora could shape her mana into various forms, but Sora said that was basic. Heian showed Sora a magic trick by creating bunnies in the air, and Sora was surprised because she could sense the amount of mana in them. Heian told Sora that she could do it too if she tried hard because the world of magic has infinite possibilities, and Sora was impressed. After that, Heian and Sora grew very close, and Heian offered to come to the Blue Guild, where she could teach her more. Sora said learning magic from a respected great mage in the guild that she is in would be great and agreed to join Blue Guild. Heian said she was sure her boyfriend would be happy too, because he loves to take in talented people, and she showed Sora some pictures of Lee she had taken. Sora wonders why the pictures look like Heian was sneaking those pictures and asks if she really likes her boyfriend, to which Heian replies that he is the most important person in the world to her. Sora realizes Heian is a bit unique, but she is a kid and thinks if it is someone that Heian lives that much, then her boyfriend must be a great person. However, when Sora saw Lee with Hira, she thought he was a piece of crap and wondered how dare he cheat on Heian. Sora knows Hira is the guild master, so she realizes Lee is a gold digger, and she gets extremely furious, thinking Heian is being deceived. That's why she tried to make fun of Lee on his first day, but Lee embarrassed her in front of the whole class, so she decided she'd make him pay for this. One night, when Changrol was gone, she looked around. Although he told her not to do anything, she thought he also went around investigating others. Sora found some pictures in Changrol's documents, and was happy to find the evidence that Lee was cheating on Heian. But Changrol saw her sneaking out of his room that day and realized it would cause trouble. Back to the present, Sora fears that Heian will kill her now because she knows Heian has an unhealthy obsession with Lee. Heian leaves crying after seeing Sora with Lee. Sora yells that it's a misunderstanding, but Lee tells Sora to run off because she'll die if she chases after Heian. Still, Sora goes after Heian to tell her that there is nothing between her and Lee is hanging around with other women. But Heian says she already knows that, and she can't kill those women because they are helpful to Lee. Suddenly, Heian says Sora is completely useless, so she should die, and Sora realizes she shouldn't have gotten close to Heian because she is a crazy woman. Heian furiously asks why Sora tried to seduce her boyfriend and why she got close to him. Heian says she knows everyone other than Lee is garbage and chokes Sora to kill her, but Sora thinks she cannot die and she has to fight back. Sora tries to attack Heian, but Heian stabs her hand and asks if she still has the strength to fight back. Heian says she should have rendered Sora powerless while Sora is crying because the mage that she respected was an insane psychopath whose entire world was comprised of Lee. Suddenly, Heian says she'll first take out her dirty eyeballs, and Sora screams with pain as Heian does it. After some time, Hee-young tells Lee that Sora's injuries are not lethal, but she won't be able to use magic power anymore because her mana paths have been severed. Meanwhile, Heian is also sitting there hiding her face, and Lee thinks that is why he tells Sora to run away when she has the chance. Lee thinks Heian did worse than he expected because Sora's face and body are completely covered with bandages. Lee thinks he knows it's a misunderstanding, but Heian tried to kill the very first friend she made just because she harassed him. Lee thinks this part of Heian is scary, but he thinks she is so cute that he can barely handle it. Heian apologizes to Lee, but he tells her not to worry because she is just trying to protect him and tells her to leave everything to him. Lee says he has a plan, but Heian should form a mage guild with Sora, and Heian asks why she would do such a thing. Meanwhile, Sora cries while hearing them, and she wants to die because she has lost her eye. A few days later, on the day of the Red Mercenary demonstration event, Hira begins the event, and as Kim Kitchell demonstrates his talent, Lee sees his stats with mind's eye. Lee knows Kitchell is the tank of the expedition team, and he looks more like a delinquent, but he is not bad. Lee tells Kim that this reminds him of the old days and asks if Kim likes anyone, to which Kim replies that he likes one guy, and he looks at Changrol, who is perfectly shooting his targets during his demonstration. Lee knows Kim is interested in Changrol, and he also likes him at first until he finds out that Changrol is the one investigating him. Lee doesn't think Changrol meant to do any harm to him, but he decides to push off and eliminate Changrol for now and just keep an eye on him. Suddenly, Lee tells Kim that he has a favor to ask, and after Changrol's demonstration, Kim goes to Changrol while Lee is standing there with a smile, and Kim asks if Changrol wants to try fighting him. Changrol wonders what this sparring offers out of nowhere, but he understands that Lee must have figured out what has investigated him. Changrol hopes it's not a trap and wonders if Lee is trying to test him, but he also thinks it is not bad. Changrol thinks things have been ruined thanks to Sora, but his goal was Blue Guild, so he decides to play along and warns Kim that he'll not go easy on him. They go to a quiet place for the fight and Lee is sitting on a bench near them. As the fight begins between Kim and Changrol, Kim feels Changrol is not bad for a beginner, but he also understands why Lee wants him to do this. Kim dodges Changrol's blade attacks while thinking his attacks are way too conspicuous, and he is missing the element of stealth that is vital to all assassins. Suddenly, Kim cuts a strand of Changrol's hair, which shocks Changrol, and Kim thinks Blue is a strong and talented individual to prepare for the trials they'll face in the future. Kim thinks if Changrol really wants to join Blue, then he should fight like he really means to kill him. Suddenly, Changrol puts his daggers away, and as Kim asks if he is surrendering, Changrol replies that his shoelaces are undone. Kim can't believe this situation, and Changrol ties his laces, but as he grabs some sand in his fist, Kim smiles because he thinks it's basic, but it is not a bad move. Suddenly, Changrol throws sand at Kim and instantly blows a poisonous needle at Kim, but Kim dodges his attack and catches the poisonous needle. Kim is impressed because a lot of opponents wouldn't have expected a poison needle, and Lee understands that is why Changrol always wears a mask. Suddenly, Kim shows a thumbs up to Lee, which means he thinks Changrol is good enough to receive their financial support. Lee is glad he asked Kim to do this fight because he is going to send Changrol to the goddess side if Changrol is not good at combat. Suddenly, Jihai says she wants Changrol too, but Lee gets startled and asks what she is doing here, to which Jihai replies she is also scouting. Jihai says Changrol will be perfect for the Black Swan Guild because he has assassin class, so he asks if Lee will be nice enough to give him to her, but Lee says he doesn't know how to be nice. Jihai says she has done so much for Lee, but he says that's a different issue. Jihai then says he must be happy to take someone like Changrol into his guild so she'll back off. Lee says he is glad they came to an understanding. Suddenly, Jihai says she stopped by for another reason, and when Lee asks if something happened, Jihai replies that something really annoying happened at Lee's guild. On the other hand, some students at the academy discuss that they heard Sora was trying to steal something from Miss Heian's office and became crippled because she touched some experimental equipment. Meanwhile, Yu Ah-hyung is hearing those students, and they say Heian also quit teaching because she felt like she was at fault. Yu Ah-hyung remembers that Sora was a lot of help in the tutorial dungeon, so she wonders if she should visit her. Suddenly, Kichul arrives there. Ah-hyung is happy to see him and says she heard he did well in the demonstrations. Suddenly, Kichul says he heard Ah-hyung got a scout offer from Blue, to which she replies that it is right, and that it's been a while since Instructor Lee said it would be nice if she joined Blue. When Ah-hyung says she doesn't know why Lee chose her, Kichul says that's right, and he also wonders why Lee chose her. Kichul tells Ah-hyung to be honest and asks if she slept with Lee, but Ah-hyung is shocked to hear this. Ah-hyung asks what he is saying, and Kichul says it is strange because she has no class, and she is not on the expedition team. Kichul says they must have gotten really close while he was busy, but Ah-hyung furiously asks how he can say something like this because she has been cheering him on all this time. Suddenly, some students call Kichul and ask if he doesn't have to go to his Keslock interview, to which he replies he is coming. Ah-hyung tells Kichul to wait, but he, while leaving, tells her to reject that offer because she is not fit for somewhere that great. Kichul offers her to come with him to Keslock and says if she refuses, he is not sure what he might do. Meanwhile, Lee is watching all of this and wonders if they are dating, but he thinks Kichul is a real piece of trash. Lee sees Kichul's quirk as Luo Fox and thinks it is trash, too. Lee thinks he cannot let Ah-hyung leave Keslock, so he goes and helps her. Suddenly, she starts punching the wall furiously, which terrifies Lee, and he quits the plan to see her. After some time, Lee meets Kim, and Kim tells him that Changrol is pretty talented at combat. Kim says, according to Changrol, he has gotten his class as an assassin, and he is certain Changrol will choose them. Kim says it is all thanks to Lee, and Lee thinks it's been a while since Kim smiled so warmly at him. Simultaneously, Kim tells Lee not to worry about Haeun and says she has been a little less energetic recently, but she is doing well. Kim leaves, saying he'll see Lee at the guild, and Lee thinks he just has one more student to pick from now. But that is as long as Changrol doesn't reject them because of Kim's bad jokes. As for Ah Hyung, Lee thinks what happened earlier is a bit concerning, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Suddenly, Lee felt a killer instinct behind him, and as he turned back, he was shocked to see Kichul's dead body on the floor. Lee wonders who did this in school, and suddenly, when Changrol comes out, they are both shocked to see each other. A while ago, when Lee went to see off Kim, Changrol checked his newly obtained class, Assassin. Changrol didn't expect his EXP to increase this much after just one sparring session with Kim, but suddenly, he heard Kichul's voice. Changrol saw Kichul talking with his girlfriend, who was asking Kichul if he was using Ah Hyung to get into Blue Guild, to which Kichul replied that's true. That girl told Kichul that it would be great if Ah Hyung cheated on him with Lee, but Kichul said he didn't want to get into Blue anymore. As the girl asked if Kichul was jealous, he replied he would never get jealous because of her and said he was using her as his bodyguard. When Kichul said Ah Hyung was more like his personal slave, Changrol was shocked. Kichul says her strength is pretty useful, and it was convenient for him when they went hunting because everyone thought it was him doing all the hard work. Kichul says he told her to do as he said if she didn't want to hurt others to gaslight her, and she believed him, too. Meanwhile, Changrol is trying to control his anger, but as Kichul says, he takes Ah Hyung out of the expedition team so that she won't get scouted by someone, and Changrol loses his cool. A while later, Kichul is sitting on the bed with his shades broken and a scratch on his face because his girlfriend dumped him. The girl said he was a poor excuse of a human being, and she didn't want to do anything with him. Kichul asks how dare she dump him, but he says it's fine because he doesn't care about anyone other than Ah Hyung, his own personal battle slave. Suddenly, Changrol grabs Kichul's neck from behind and asks how dare he use Ah Hyung. Changrol says once when Kichul left after the hunt, a leftover monster ambushed him, but Ah Hyung saved him without hesitation, even though she was tortured by the idea that she had to hide her power because of Kichul's gaslighting. Changrol, while choking Kichul, says Ah Hyung is not his battle slave. She is Changrol's savior and someone who won't hesitate to help others. Suddenly, Kichul dies, and Changrol gets worried because he meant to only knock him out. Meanwhile, Kim sees Changrol and thinks he tried to see past all the things Changrol did. But he has to handle this murder case, too. Still, Lee thinks it is not bad because he had to get rid of Kichul to take Ah Hyung, and suddenly, he tells Changrol that he is not good at controlling his strength. Lee says it is best to be careful since Changrol just got his class and says he didn't know Changrol was the emotional type, but it seems he really likes Ah Hyung. Changrol realizes he failed, and Lee says he knows Changrol did a background search on him because of Ah Hyung too, because he was worried that Lee would do something to her with the excuse of taking her into the guild. Changrol thinks he should have been more stealthy, and Lee says he doesn't know how much Changrol knows about him, but the fact that he didn't get rid of his pictures is enough to tell him that he kept them in case Lee grows too close to Ah Hyung. When Lee asks if he is telling the truth, Changrol wonders if he should kill Lee, but suddenly, Lee asks if he wants to negotiate. Lee says he is not trying to use his weakness to blackmail him, but it's something that will benefit both of them. Lee says he likes him from the beginning, and he knows Changrol's quirk is loyal darkness, which means he'll never betray the person he acknowledges as his master. Suddenly, Lee burns Kichul's body while saying he'll support Changrol in becoming his shadow and asking what he thinks. Changrol knows Lee will kill him if he refuses, and even if he accepts the offer, he'll become one of Lee's countless chess pieces and end up dying in battle fighting for him. But Changrol is fine with that. Changrol wonders why Lee's outreached hand feels so inviting and comfortable, even though he knows he is going to be abandoned. Changrol feels as if he has been waiting for this moment, and when Lee says he'll pay him handsomely, Changrol says he just needs a quiet little room and a weapon. Changrol also whispers that it'll be better if he gets a room next door to Ah Hyung's, and Lee agrees. Changrol wonders who could be more fitting to stand beside Lee than him and feels the darkness of the devil. Lee, wearing the face of a saint, is the perfect place for someone like him. Changrol says he looks forward to working with Vice Guild Master Lee, and Lee feels relieved. A few days later, on the last day of the academy, Hero wishes everyone good luck for the future. On the other hand, in Blue Guild, Heian goes to meet Sora, but she screams with fear after seeing Heian, and Heian apologizes to her. After the academy, 4 people ended up joining the Blue Guild, including Chengruo, Ah-hyung, and Sora, while the 4th person was still a secret. As for Sora, she changed her class to Dark Mage because of her broken mana paths. The Dark Mages are less affected by mana, and not much is known about them, but they are strong and treated as heathens in the Holy Empire, so they must stay hidden. Heian, while crying, apologizes to Sora, but Sora tells her not to cry and says she is the one in the wrong. Meanwhile, Park says the guild is going to be more lively with the new kids, and On agrees, saying they should create an amazing guild together. Park is startled to see On there and asks what he is doing here, to which On replies that he moved to the Blue Guild. Meanwhile, Yuri can't believe she has to tolerate another yapper in their guild. But suddenly, Ah-hyung says everyone has great classes, and Lee asks if she has considered one yet. Ah-hyung says she already has a class, but Lee wonders when that happened, and Ah-hyung asks if he wants to see her class. Ah-hyung is about to show her class to Lee, but suddenly, a blast happens, which shocks everyone, and Lee wonders what the hell is that. Suddenly, a dragon head appears from the guild's ceiling, and Lee wonders if it is Dialuga, but he feels something seems different. Simultaneously, Hyejin arrives there in a hurry, and Lee asks her what that thing is, but when she tries to tell Lee, Lee immediately tells her to stop and not tell him. While running, Lee says he cannot accept this, but suddenly, the dragon screams "Father," and Lee can't accept his smarty pants. Dialuria has transformed. Lee immediately goes to see Dialuga with Hyejin, and while crying, Dialuga tells Lee to help because Dialuria's head is stuck in the ceiling. However, Lee wonders if Dialuria's body stops growing because it still looks like a baby dragon's body. Lee tells Dialuga to calm down and asks if it's really their smarty pants because her head is like a grown dragon, while her body is like a baby dragon. Dialuga says the dragon race experiences quick growth during their growth period and says they were living in the nest since she has grown so much. Dialuga says Dialuria started to wait for Lee at the guild when she heard her father was coming. And when she heard Lee come back, as she was running, she got her head stuck in the ceiling. While Dialuria is crying, Lee tells her not to move and breaks the ceiling to help her, and she immediately runs to Lee while Dialuga is crying for her. Park and Hwang try to take Dialuria to her nest, but she starts crying. Lee thinks everything is messed up because he still has to pay off his wife's debt, and the guild is in ruins. Hyejin tells Lee to get a hold of himself because they need to repair the guild, but suddenly, Ah-hyung says she'll fix it. Lee uses Mind's Eye on her while she tells them she can use her strength to the fullest without harming anyone, and that's why she chose the blacksmith class. Lee checks her traits, and she has an indomitable heart, which she can automatically repair within 10 meters of her surroundings. Suddenly, Park says from the moment he saw her, he knew she would be perfect as a blacksmith, and asked if she could make armor as well. However, Kim tells Lee that it's a bit disappointing considering how sturdy she is, and says it would have been nice to raise her as a tank. Suddenly, Kim tells Lee that Black Swan's guild master has been waiting for a while, and Lee wonders if it is because of the annoying matter Jihai mentioned earlier. As they go to see her, Jihai says she has been waiting for Lee and asks if everything is alright because she hears a loud noise. Lee says it's nothing worth mentioning, but suddenly, Yeonjun says it's nice to meet Lee and says it's her first official meeting. Lee sees she is totally a different person without a mask, and suddenly, she says she'll be blunt and begs them to help their guild. Yeonjun says Classless Dungeon Rift Museum is a dungeon they recently discovered, and there are many people trapped in there who are on the verge of dying. The Rift Museum is a collection of ancient knowledge and treasures from all over the world created by the ancient secret society, the Rift Guardians. Yeonjun says to complete the exploration of the museum, they have to take down 3 named beings that are randomly selected from rare, heroic, legendary, and divine, or pay the price similar to it. Yeonjun says there are no other options and that it is impossible to leave if they don't follow the rules. However, the most scary part is that everything in that place is decided based on luck, even the boss monster and the rewards. On top of that, Jihai says if they are lucky, they'll end up facing a rare grade boss monster, but if they are unlucky and happen to run into a divine grade boss monster, they'll die. Lee had never even heard of a divine type until now, so he thinks it is too dangerous, and he is not the one to gamble. Lee thinks he should reject them politely, but Jihai whispers that if he rejects them, she'll tell Park about the punk he pulled on him. Lee thinks Jihai is evil, but he sees Kim's expressions don't seem bad, which means it was okay during the first regression. Lee decides to believe in Kim because there must be another legendary item in that dungeon, and Kim thinks he failed to obtain Juliana before, so this time, he'll trust Lee and go for it. Kim thinks he'll definitely obtain the other legendary sword this time, and suddenly, Lee asks if there is anyone who has escaped from this dungeon because they have a lot of information about that dungeon. Kim says he heard there was someone else who gave them the information, and through that information, a survivor from Black Swan was able to report back all the information. The guy for the Rift Museum is a young boy called Max, and his identity is that of a mage spirit born to protect the museum from the ancient Rift Guardians. The information they have says the guide will not be able to take any responsibility for the results from the random spin in that dungeon, and Lee thinks the guide is dodging responsibility from the start. Lee says the most important thing in this dungeon will be the luck stat of each member, and Yeonjun gives them the list Jihai made with everyone's luck stat in the Black Swan's attack force. Kim tells Lee to make a list of Blue Guild members with high luck stats, but Lee asks them to give him information about the people who are not on the list as well. Lee says he doesn't doubt Jihai's abilities, but he needs to take into account their individual personality and style to draw out the most luck. Yeonjun says they'll be grateful if Lee is willing, but they are tight on time. Lee knows he can do it in time because he has a mind's eye, and like that, except for the important fighters on the list, Lee creates a party, seeing the luck value, personality, spirit, and fighting power of the other members. Lee named it Lucky Party, and as the day of the raid arrived, Yeonjun said the training a couple of days ago was a success, and if it was like this, the dungeon should be no problem as well. Lee says that is right, but it is still too early to let their guard down because they never know what kind of variable will pop up. Suddenly, Yeonjun says she thought Lee was a strange person on their first meeting, but she sees him in a new light now. As Yeonjun offers Lee to come and join them at the Black Swan Guild, her words hit like an arrow in Kim's heart. After some time, they enter the Rift Museum, and the system activities a classless quest in which they have to explore the museum. Lee wonders where the guide is and is sure Kim will take care of the rest, but notices Kim's expressions don't say the same. Suddenly, a light shines, and the guide appears there, welcoming them to the museum. Max tells them his name and says to ensure the smooth exploration of the museum, they'll have to take down the 3 named monsters that'll be picked at random. Max says he wonders which monster will beat the 1 out of 500 odds to appear and asks if they shall spin the wheel now. Lee thinks Max looks younger than he expected, so he uses mind's eye to check who he is but fails to check the information because it is a dummy made by Rift Museum manager Max. Lee wonders if it means Max's main body is somewhere else, and it gives Lee a bad feeling because he can't see Max's status window. Suddenly, Max's dummy comes close to Kim and says bravo, because it is his first time seeing someone like Kim with a soul where the principle of causality is twisted. Suddenly, Max points at Lee and then at everyone, saying it is amazing to see each one of them have something special. Max says it's been a long time since mortals like them, who are of such high levels, have visited the museum. Suddenly, Max, talking about Lee, says he doesn't know how an unworthy and lowly person would have such a rare thing, and 2 of them at that. Lee gets nervous because he knows one is his mind's eye, and there isn't anything special on his stat screen other than that. Suddenly, Max asks what would happen if he put the 5 of them on display in the museum instead of making them fight the monsters, but everyone is shocked. Max says he'll let the others go in exchange for that, and they'll not have to fight the named monster, but their life will be paused while on display. Lee thinks Max is really suspicious and wonders if he is also a named monster. Lee thinks, seeing how he is talking about putting them on display, Max must be the manager of the museum and the final boss. Lee decides to find Max's main body before they deal with the raid, but suddenly, Yeonjun furiously tells Max to shut up and spin the wheel. Yeonjun says she doesn't have time to play around with him here and doesn't have the patience to keep listening to his nonsense. Max immediately says they'll continue with the roulette and asks a representative to come over, so Yeonjun goes ahead and spins the wheel. The wheel stops at the legendary grade warrior, Skeleton Warrior Vaughn. Lee thinks it's fine as long as it's not a divine monster, but Max says it looks like an interesting guy came out from the start. Suddenly, the building starts trembling, and a huge skeleton monster, Vaughn, appears with some undead. Lee can see Vaughn's information with mind's eye and understands that they just have to avoid the summon lackeys and their ultimate skill. Lee tells everyone to get in their positions and tells Haein to prepare her magic while Park, Kim, and Yeonjun attack first. Lee tells them to be careful and not get hit by the summoned monsters because they'll leech off their health. Lee also tells everyone to avoid the magic circles on the ground and thinks his mind's eye is a cheat skill because it lets him know how to deal with things that people wouldn't know from the start. Suddenly, Vaughn covers the whole floor with magic circles, and the other team members say there is not enough time to cast defense magic on everyone. But Lee tells them not to worry because even if the sky falls, there'll be a way out. Lee asks Haein if she is ready, to which she replies she is ready and uses everyone floats together magic. Meanwhile, Vaughn uses a life drain and breaks the floor, but Lee and his team are floating in the air safely. Simultaneously, Max asks Meadle if he is watching this, and after some while, they destroy Vaughn and its lackeys. Max applauds them, saying he expected this, but they are surely strong, and the ancient Rift Guardians will be happy to see them. Suddenly, Yeonjun yells at Max to hurry up and give them the reward, so he immediately tells them to spin the wheel. Kim says he'll try it, and Lee wonders if Kim happens to get something good during his first life. As Kim spins the wheel, he wins a book, How the Genius Swordsman and Alchemist Fell in Love. The book has 3 editions, and it has special bonuses, but everyone is disappointed at this reward. Max says he received these in exchange for letting someone escape from the dungeon. Lee is disappointed that a result like this comes out even when the party's average luck stat is 90. Lee says it's fine, and they can say they are getting out of the mines for their next rewards. Max laughs and says it looks like they like the reward, and this is not something they can control. Max says all the things in the museum are things that he treasures, so he hopes that they'll take good care of them, and says they shall continue with the tour of the museum. Lee feels bad, but the tour of the museum went more smoothly than he expected. After that, the problem started again, and they had to face another legend grade named monster, but more than that, they received a crappy reward after killing that monster. Max says it's too bad, and Lee thinks the situation only seems to go favorably for him. After some while, Max says it's time for the final named monster, and Lee says he'll spin the wheel this time because he is sure it'll be fine. According to the reports, the museum has 3 divine beings, so Lee thinks his luck will have to be horrible to get one of them. Lee thinks that if they consider their party's luck, there is no way something like that will come out, and he also has the luck to survive even in the toughest situations, so he says he loves Benigger and spins the wheel. Everyone is nervous, and suddenly, the wheel stops at the named monster, Ancient God's Fragment, which is a divine grade monster, and everyone freezes with terror. Lee yells with anger, but suddenly, he sees Max laughing and wonders why he is laughing. Max asks them what they will do now, and if they'll become prized display items in the museum, or if they will become offerings to the ancient god. Lee furiously yells that it is a scam, but Max asks what he means, to which Lee replies that he is certain Max messed with the probability. Lee is trying to stall time so Max can't summon anything, because he thinks they'll all end up dead if they try to fight a divine rank, so he thinks he needs to stop Max from summoning the monster no matter what. Simultaneously, On says the Vice Guild Master is right and reads the Continental Law, Article 18, Paragraph 18, that all the probability items need to be transparent about their probabilities, so he tells everyone to protest. They immediately start the protest, and Park says they demand an explanation from the illegal gambling site guide Max. Lee thinks it's going nice because Max is quiet, but suddenly, Max snaps and the floor starts breaking. Max says they are the ones who declined his offer, and rules are rules, so no one is allowed to break them. Max summons the divine monster and wishes them luck, but Lee thinks he cannot die like this. Meanwhile, the other teammates start crying, and they wonder if they can sacrifice the main 5 team members so that Max can let them go. Kim can't believe this is the result of all their careful preparations and wonders why it has to be a divine monster. Kim fears that they'll die like the time in his first life and wonders if this is how his second life will end. Kim is furious and thinks if only he had Durandal, they'd have survived, but suddenly, Lee grabs Kim's hand and tells him not to give up. Kim gets emotional, and Lee says he has an idea, but suddenly, the system notifies that there are 3 seconds remaining until the monster is partially unsealed. Lee immediately throws the dragon breath potion at the monster, and a blast happens, but it only cracks the blue seal. Max, while laughing, asks what Lee is trying to do. Suddenly, the blue seal starts breaking, which terrifies Max, and Lee tells everyone to attack the main seal, the blue chains, because they need to completely undo the seals on the ancient god instead of just a part of it. Lee knows a dungeon usually can't be physically destroyed because of the protection system each dungeon has, but without it, all dungeons would have been cleared with just brute force. Lee wonders what would happen if an error occurred in the system and a named monster dominated the battle and destroyed the dungeon. Suddenly, the system notifies that the named monster is in a frenzy, and Dialuga yells it'll be too dangerous if this ancient god is released outside. Kim is also worried, but when Lee asks if he trusts him, Kim replies that he definitely trusts him and runs to break the seals. Meanwhile, Lee starts praying to the ancient god, but Max furiously asks what he is doing, to which Lee calmly replies he is praying. Max asks if he really wants to undo the seals on the god and asks if Lee realizes what will happen if that thing is freed. Max yells that the entire continent will be reduced to ruins and everyone on the continent will die. But Lee says he doesn't care if everyone dies and that he just needs to survive with his treasures. Lee says Max can stop this if he doesn't want this to happen. So Max says he'll apologize, but Lee says he cannot hear him. Max apologizes because he said he'll display them in the museum and apologizes for everything he said and the way he acted. Max requests Lee to stop now, but Lee asks where he can take this apology and asks if he should accept it in heaven once he is dead. Lee says he is not going to die alone, and Max will die with him, but Max asks if he thinks he can break the seal the Guardians put up. Lee tells Max to shut up and asks if Max thinks Lee is doing this because he wants to. Lee furiously yells that he has zero desire to sacrifice himself for this continent, so he can't die to some ancient god right now. Suddenly, Kim and Yeonjun break all the seals of the ancient god, and the system notifies them that the seals have been completely undone, which makes Lee happy. Simultaneously, the system starts warning Max that the museum protection system fails to protect the museum, and Lee immediately runs from there. However, Max, while falling down, wonders if the museum and the continent are destroyed. Max remembers the time when Meadle made him the Rift Museum's guide and made him promise that he'll protect the museum. Max, while crying, asks what he shall do, but Lee, while flying on Dialuga, laughs at Max, but suddenly Max disappears. Yeonjun asks what they should do now because they haven't rescued the isolated guild members, but Lee says they should go and find the abandoned items first. Lee, while smiling, thinks the original Max can take care of the things here, while he'll pocket the money. After some while, when they reach another part of the museum, Park says the ancient god has suddenly gotten quiet, and it's trying to settle down in the museum. Park says he assumes it is trying to absorb the mana in the museum to grow bigger. They see the monster is quiet for now, but they don't know when it'll awaken, and everyone is also exhausted. Lee thinks they should rest now because they need the strength to loot the museum, so he gives everyone energy potions. Seeing this, Yeonjun says Lee is a great person. He is great at choosing the right party, and if it hadn't been for him earlier, they would have all died. Yeonjun says she gets why Jihai values Lee so highly and says she really wants to try scouting Lee, but Kim says, absolutely not. Suddenly, Kim asks if Lee has time to talk right now and thanks Lee for reassurance earlier, but Lee is confused about what's happening. Kim says if it wasn't for Lee, they would not have been able to get up, and he says he is so glad he has Lee. As Kim starts yelling that Lee is the best, he tells Kim to stop and ask him what the problem is. Kim nervously says he has been cold to Lee before, so he is a bit worried that Lee might leave him to go to the Black Swan Guild. Lee is shocked but also controls his laugh, wondering if this is why Kim looks so anxious all the time. Lee, while patting Kim's head, tells him to loosen up because he'll not go anywhere, but suddenly Kim gives him a cold look because he is patting him. Lee immediately apologizes to Kim because he reminded him of Park for a second, but Kim says it is okay. Suddenly, they see a sword appear there, and Lee uses Mind's Eye to check if it is the sword of the 12th Night Order, Durandal. Lee couldn't see more details about the sword, but he read that it cannot be broken, and he must fulfill special conditions in order to become its owner. Lee thinks this legendary rank sword is tempting, but he can see it for his lovely Regressor because, according to the Mind's Eye, this sword has a connection with Kim. Suddenly, Lee wonders if Kim was faking all that wholesomeness earlier for this sword. But suddenly, Haeun arrives there to tell Lee that she has also obtained a new weapon. Lee yells at Haeun to put that weapon down right now because the museum belongs to the Black Swan Guild. But in reality, he doesn't want her to put it back. As for Kim, Lee says the sword came to him on its own, so they cannot do anything about it. But for other weapons, they need to ask for Yeonjun's permission. However, Park says he'll ask Yeonjun so Haeun should not put the weapon back, and Haeun says she has also completed the owner's ritual. Lee thinks Haeun did great and uses Mind's Eye to check how great her weapon is. Lee sees it as a blood-soaked red jewel anemone, and it's also a legendary item, but its details can't be displayed. This anemone increases mana by 10 points and has an exclusive sill, Anemone's Eye. Lee tells Yeonjun that he'll make up for this, but he sees all the Black Swan's guild members lying unconscious on the floor. Lee gets happy, thinking it's a chance for him to loot the museum, but suddenly Dialuga puts a hand on his shoulder from behind, which startles him, and she asks if he is going to do something about that ancient god. Lee says he knows that if that monster is freed, the continent will be in ruins, and he knows that the ancient god is growing by taking root into the ground and can swallow everything on the continent. Lee realizes he did act nonchalant to Max, but he is anxious about it too, so he tells Dialuga not to worry because he is thinking of how to take care of that right now. Dialuga says it's serious, and at this rate, the continent will be in shambles in 30,000 years, but Lee says if it'll happen in 30,000 years, then he doesn't need to do anything about it. Dialuga furiously asks if he is kidding, but Lee, while dancing with joy, replies he doesn't have to do anything because it'll be after he is long dead. Dialuga yells that the dragons have protected the peace of the continent for generations and asks if he doesn't feel bad for the descendants. But Lee tells her to be honest and ask if their descendants, who'll die in 30,000 years, are more important, or their smarty pants, who'll grow up without parents, more important. Dialuga gets a reality check, and Lee says the future is created by the descendants, so she should repeat after him that the continent can die off. Dialuga immediately repeats after him, so Lee says that their smarty pants is safe and tells Dialuga to do as he says from now on. Meanwhile, in the administrative office of the museum, Max is trying to control the emergency situation, but he yells that it's all over. Max says he is sorry to Meadle, Jamie, Sneff, and all the Guardians for failing them, but as Lee enters the office with others, Max is shocked to see them. Lee says it's nice to meet the original Max, but Max asks how did they find out the other Max was a copy. Meanwhile, Dialuga is trying to accept the fact that the continent will die off, and Lee asks Max where the isolated members of the Black Swan Guild are. As Lee asks if they are alive, Max says he'll not tell him, which infuriates Yeonjun, but suddenly, Lee is amazed to see all the modern technology Max has in his office. Suddenly, Lee asks everyone if he can fight the museum guide next with Dialuga as his backup, to which Kim agrees, and they leave them alone with Max. Lee orders Dialuga, and as she walks toward Max, he feels scared and yells for her to stay away. But Dialuga grabs him and tells him to shut up. Better, the continent is going to die. However, Lee tells Dialuga that the continent cannot fall because he'll protect the continent and the museum. As Lee says in return, he wants the museum. Max yells that he knew that was Lee's goal all along, but Lee asks why he is so mad. Lee says he just wants to maintain the peace of the continent, but Max says he is just greedy. Lee says being nice is not going to work and, while showing the dragon breath potion, tells Dialuga to hold Max tightly. As Lee asks what Max thinks about it, Max says it's the potion that broke ancient god seals, and Lee says that's right. Lee asks what if he throws this bomb in this area, but Max tells him to stop because this room holds the system that restrains the ancient god. Lee knows this and says it's exciting because then the continent will also be done for, but Max calls him psycho. Lee says he'll do it, but Max starts crying while hugging Dialuga, and as Lee says he is going to do it, Max yells at him to wait. Max agrees to give the administrative rights to Lee, and the system notifies Lee will be given usage rights to all the devices with the internet at the museum, excluding a few areas. Suddenly, the system unlocks for Lee, and Lee says he'll get started now. After some while, the system starts resealing all the administrative god's tentacles, and Max is amazed to see Lee hacked the system to change the museum's rules. Lee enthusiastically yells at the monster to die because it's his museum. Suddenly, Lee calls Kim and asks how the situation is, to which Kim replies that all the tentacles have been restrained to Region Z, and only the last seal needs to be done. Meanwhile, Yeonjun, seeing a device in Kim's hand, says it is convenient and like a smartphone. Suddenly, Lee calls Max to help with the last seal, but he sees Max seem sad. Lee thinks nothing is going to happen to the museum, and it's just going to be under his ownership, but Max seems depressed to him. Suddenly, the system notifies that a new legendary rank quest has been created at the request of the Rupture Guardian, Meadle. Meadle notifies Lee to look after Max, and she'll give Lee a nice title with a 10-point increase in luck. Lee notices Meadle is watching him, and she is listening to his dark thoughts, so he decides to reassure Max for the sake of the new title. Lee asks Max if he wants to come with them when this is all over, and Max replies that he is not allowed to leave this place. Lee says that's because Max is a minor, and he needs a guardian's permission to leave. Suddenly, Max sees Meadle there, and he apologizes to her, but Meadle apologizes to Max because he has to carry such a heavy burden on his own. When Meadle says they have always been with Max, but he doesn't know, Max asks what she means. Meadle says that since the first moment they met Max when he first successfully controlled the museum, it was chaotic because the seal on the named monster had broken, and even when everyone left, they still had been with him on his back and in his heart. Meadle says if he feels lonely and sad, he should remember all the good memories they shared, and she hugs Max. Meadle tells Max to move forward and says it'll be difficult, but one day they'll meet again, and Max promises to become someone she'll be proud of. Lee tells Max that he has a good family, and Max says he does have one, but Lee wonders how his sister Yulha is doing. Suddenly, Lee and Max put the last seal on the monster together, and everyone gets happy, while Kim thinks Lee is a great person. On the other hand, Meadle thanks Lee, and when she takes his full name, Lee Ki-young, Lee wonders how she knows his name. A few days later, back in Blue Guild, Max tells his father that he'll get going, and the new title Lee obtained is of Max's guardian. Lee is glad to obtain a free museum and a son who will take care of him in his old age. Lee is also happy to become the protector of the continent because all his stats permanently increase by 10 points. Suddenly, Ji-hai arrives there and says he looks happy, but as she calls him a thief, Lee recognizes her voice. Lee expected her to come to see him because Black Swan is the official owner of the museum, and he took it without their permission, but he didn't expect her to come to see him so fast. Ji-hai says she still has a conscience and knows that he played a large role in the success of the expedition, so she doesn't intend to argue with him about who the rightful owner of the museum is. However, Ji-hai, while pulling Lee's hair, says he took it all for himself without even talking to her and even got a new weapon. Lee begs her not to be like that and says he didn't take all of it, but when he says it's a win-win situation because she also uses his fame for her own benefit, Ji-hai says if that is so, then he should give all her money back that she gave him earlier, starting with Dialuga's debt. Lee tells Ji-hai to calm down and listen to him because he has an amazing plan. Lee says they can use all the modern technology at the museum to start a broadcasting station in Lindell. When Ji-hai asks if he is going to make TV and brainwash the whole continent, Lee says he knows she'd get it. Lee says his son has the ability to mass-produce technology at the museum, so they'll use that to make smartphones and TV. Lee says it'll be the beginning of the first media business in the continent's history, and says they'll monopolize the business. Ji-hai also plans to receive a bunch of fees from the customers, and Lee shows her the experimental smartphone while saying they'll also have to control the content of the media. As Lee says, they'll split the profit, and their era will start soon. Ji-hai says this is why she likes him and loves him a lot. A few days later, Lee visits Cardinal Basil and says he has been gone for too long. But Cardinal says he knows Lee has been working hard for the sake of the people. Cardinal thanks Lee for his visit and says he heard Lee is creating a broadcasting station, to which Lee replies that is right and that he wants to show people how big the world is. Suddenly, Cardinal says he cannot let that happen because media created by the outsider is not a good thing and asks if Lee thinks he is an idiot. Lee wonders if Cardinal knows what his true intentions are and apologizes, saying he has no bad intentions. But Cardinal says the media business will make the lazy people of the continent nervous. Suddenly, the Cardinal says it's too great, and the people will only watch TV instead of praying, but Lee wonders what the hell this is. Lee tells Cardinal not to worry because he'll make a religion channel too and donate some of the fees to the Holy Council as well. Cardinal Basil gets happy and says he has not seen anyone more dedicated to Beniger than Lee, and Lee smiles because he is afraid that Cardinal will call him heathen. After that, Lee attends the society banquet to maintain his relationship with the nobles, volunteers with Hee-yeon, and keeps a check on the media business. Lee also has to take care of the documents, and he says he is going to die from overworking. Suddenly, Park arrives there and says he told Lee to take a break, but Lee asks what they are and asks him to help him with the documents. Park says Lee looks terrible, and suddenly he gets an idea, so he tells Lee to come with him because he knows something that'll help. Park takes Lee to a hot spring that the other people are also enjoying and says these are best for exhaustion, but Lee says he doesn't want to go in. Lee goes into the water, but he is confused when he sees Kim and Changrol there because he never expected them to come. On the other hand, Haein and Sora are also taking a hot bath, but Sora is terrified and wonders what's taking Ah Hyung so long to join them. Sora doesn't want to be alone with Haein, but Haein tells her that her new skill, Anemone's Eye, has a surveillance feature and asks if she should send it over to see Lee. Sora says there are other guys too there, so it's not a good idea, but Haein keeps quiet. As Haein comes close to Sora, she wonders if she is going to kill her and slips into the water. Haein says she just noticed Sora has one eye, to which Sora replies it is because of her, but Haein apologizes to her and says she'll make her a new eyeball. Suddenly, Ah Hyung arrives there and apologizes to them for being late, but they think she looks pretty. On the other hand, a girl reads the newspaper, which has news about how Lee is starting a broadcasting station, and she furiously burns that newspaper.